Sword God Chapter 2441 to Chapter 2492. Little Dumpling is finally going to see eldest senior brother. A void airship was flying at an astonishing speed that was not inferior to any Dao masters. Fast, extremely fast, then, layers of ripples appeared in the void like water ripples. Immediately after, the void airship entered the ripples and disappeared as if it had sunk into water. Not long after, ripples appeared in the distant void and spread out rapidly. The void airship shuttled out of the ripples like a whale. There were 3 people in the void airship. Qinzong, Yun Yanqin, Xianxia. Yun Yanqin was still amazed. Xianxia was actually Qinzong's doppelganger. Moreover, he had his own consciousness and thoughts and could cultivate and fight on his own. It was very strange and wonderful. Although they were doppelganger with one spirit, Qinzong was Qinzong and Xianxia was Xianxia. In particular, they had been separated for many years and had their own adventures and experiences. It was as if the 2 of them had their own lives. Although they were called the original body and doppelganger, they were more like twins. Now, there was one last thing Qinzong had to do. After that, he would leave the void and go to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court again. The last thing he had to do was go to the northern battlefront to see eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. This was Qinzong's long-cherished wish, but it had been difficult to fulfill before. This was because eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was in charge of the northern battlefront in Alostar region and could not leave easily. In addition, he was not strong enough to enter the war zone. Now that he was strong enough to go to the war zone, he naturally wanted to see eldest senior brother. As for Yun Yanqin, she had to be sent back to Sacred Ice Palace first. Given her current strength, she was not strong enough to enter the war zone. As for Qin Xiao, although his cultivation was at the Yuan Demon Realm, his battle strength could reach the 2-star level of the Divine Power Realm. Of course, this was not enough to enter the war zone, but he was Qinzong's doppelganger and could enter Qinzong's Spirit Sea. Northern Battlefront, Alostar region. A figure burst forth with astonishing speed, directly burrowing into it, continuously moving forward. That figure was Qinzong. Speaking of which, this was Qinzong's 3rd time entering the northern battlefront. The first time was when Qinzong was in the Path Manipulation realm. He became a 12-star warrior there and killed a royal barbarian warrior. The barbarians ordered him to be killed. The second time was when Qinzong was in the Origin Underworld realm. He had continuously recovered several mid-sized battle zones and killed many barbarian demons. 2 of them were barbarian demons, causing great losses to the barbarian demons. This was the 3rd time. Although his cultivation base wasn't at the Transcendent Realm, it was at the same level as the Transcendent Realm, the Divine Aspect Realm. Drive straight in, Qinzong did not stop at all. He directly flew through the light battle zone, then the medium battle zone, and stepped into the heavy battle zone for the first time. The aura of the war zone was even more chaotic and shocking. Qinzong already knew which war zone his big brother Luo Beichuan was in. It was war zone number 1, which was the most intense. A human. A lone human. Kill him. When a barbarian demon general saw Qinzong, his voice shook the sky. Good timing. Qinzong smiled coldly. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly slashed through the air. It was just an ordinary sword. In other words, it was just some kind of mystery of the 9-layered true swords. It wasn't a profound martial skill, because these demonic barbarian generals didn't have the qualifications for Qinzong to use a profound martial skill. The sword flashed. It was so fast that several slashes broke through the air in an instant. When the sword disappeared, the sword had already returned to its sheath. Qinzong directly passed through the barbarian demon generals. Death. Under Qinzong's sword, the barbarian demon generals were all killed. Kill. Kill, kill. Qinzong killed his way through. Whether it was a 1-star demon barbarian demon general, a 2-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 3-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 4-star demon barbarian demon general, none of them could withstand a casual slash from Qinzong. One must know that previously, when Qinzong unleashed his full combat strength, he could kill a 1-star transcendent martial artist and fight a 2-star transcendent martial artist. After entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, even though his cultivation did not increase or break through, his other aspects improved by leaps and bounds. There was a qualitative difference. Before breaking through to the divine phase realm, Chenzong was confident that he could kill a 3-star divinity realm warrior if he went all out. He even had the chance to kill a 4-star divinity realm warrior. Once he broke through to the divine phase realm, Chenzong's strength increased by an astonishing amount. Comparing before and after, it was probably a 10-fold increase. According to this ratio, it would be easy for him to kill a 4-star divinity realm warrior with his strength that had just entered the divine phase realm. He could even kill a 5-star divinity realm warrior. As for whether it would be easy to kill a 6-star divinity realm warrior, Chenzong was not sure. After all, the higher the star level, the stronger the divinity realm warrior. However, if he went all out, Chenzong was still confident that he could kill a 6-star divinity realm warrior. This was just his cultivation that had just entered the divine phase realm. It was just the beginning of this realm. Of course, other divine phase warriors might not be as strong as Chenzong. Along the way, Chenzong killed his way through one battle zone after another. Of course, Chenzong's purpose was not to kill the barbarian demon barbarians, but to see his eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. Naturally, he would not stop. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if he encountered more and stronger barbarian demon generals. Even so, Chenzong still encountered a powerful barbarian demon general. Its aura was extremely shocking, surpassing the 6-star level and reaching the 7-star level. "Do you need my power?" Moxian asked. "Not for the time being, Senior," Chenzong replied. The 7-star barbarian demon general's aura made Chenzong feel greatly threatened, but at the same time, Chenzong also felt an indescribable excitement. He had finally met a strong enough opponent. Perhaps he could fight to his heart's content. When the barbarian demon general attacked, he directly used his full strength, wanting to kill Chenzong. Chenzong did not dodge. He activated his primordial spirit Dharma idol and instantly appeared behind Chenzong. It was 3 meters tall, and its aura was extremely mysterious and powerful. It unsheathed its sword, and sword light instantly shot out. The primordial spirit Dharma idol also unsheathed its sword and slashed out. Wind slash, the power of this sword was extremely shocking. Inside Chenzong's spirit sea, Xianxia and Moxian were both shocked by Chenzong's sword. Xianxia had only seen Chenzong after a long time. This was the first time he had seen a profound martial art. Although the demon heart had been following Chenzong, it was a pity that the moment they entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the demon heart fell into a deep slumber uncontrollably, unable to sense anything in the outside world. Similarly, Moxian also fell into a deep sleep, unable to perceive anything in the outside world. As for now, both Moxian and Moxian had awakened, but unfortunately, they were still suppressed, unable to move or even make a sound. From Moxian's point of view, the mystery of Chenzong's sword was simply indescribable. It was at a very high level. The barbarian demon general's attack was immediately cut apart. The sword light was like a gust of strong wind, and its power was extremely shocking. His expression changed greatly, and he attacked again. The next sword, wind extreme, fast, extremely fast, unbelievably fast. The barbarian demon general attacked crazily and fiercely, but he could not do anything to Chenzong. However, Chenzong could not do anything to his opponent for the time being. Since that's the case, I'll show more of my strength, Chenzong thought to himself. In the next breath, sword marks appeared between his eyebrows. 3 sword marks, wind mark. The power of the profound martial art increased greatly with the support of the sword marks. He could not block it. The barbarian demon general with 7-star fighting strength could not block the sword and was killed directly. After killing the barbarian demon general, Chenzong withdrew his primordial spirit Dharma power. In the divine image realm, one's strength was reflected in the divine image. The divine image of Qi refining was also called the primordial spirit Dharma power. Different people's primordial spirit Dharma power were not necessarily the same. Chenzong's primordial spirit Dharma power was in the form of a human, with the same figure and appearance as himself, but larger in size, like an enlarged version of himself. If he did not display his primordial spirit, his strength would only be a small part, and he would not be able to fully display it. It could be said that if a divine image realm cultivator wanted to use his full strength, he would have to activate his primordial spirit. After traveling all the way, Chenzong finally arrived at the number 1 heavy combat zone and saw his senior brother, Luo Beichuan. He had long hair and wore a dark green sky wolf armor. He was handsome, but more than that, he had an indescribable temperament. That temperament seemed to be in control of the life and death of countless people. He was in a high position, like a great general who had won 100 battles. His sharpness was restrained, but it was condensed in his eyes. Just one look at him would bring a strong pressure to people. At his waist, a long saber was slung diagonally, and it was integrated with the armor on his body. His chi was smooth and flawless. At first glance, Chenzong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for him. He would not even be able to block a single strike. "Senior brother," Chenzong called out directly. "Junior brother, I finally get to meet you." Luo Beichuan showed a smile. They had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time they had truly met. However, before this, Chenzong had been taken care of by Luo Beichuan. Although this was the first time they had met, they did not feel unfamiliar at all. On the contrary, they were like brothers. Luo Beichuan immediately held a welcoming dinner for Chenzong, and Chenzong also stayed here for the time being. Chenzong also had a purpose for staying here, and that was to find some demon barbarian generals to fight and hone himself. A battle of life and death without holding back. What could be better than this to hone one's skills? In addition, he wanted to interact more with senior brother Luo Beichuan and see if he could repay him. After all, he did not know when the next time he would return would be. After interacting with senior brother Luo Beichuan, Chenzong was amazed. Luo Beichuan was knowledgeable and had amazing insights on the Saber Dao. This made Chenzong feel that it was a pity that senior brother Luo Beichuan's cultivation was not at the Yuanming realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to enter the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate and would definitely not be inferior to the war demon. Although Chenzong could not divulge a lot of information about the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, nor could he impart the Nine Heavens True Sword, the various insights he had gained from it were not restricted. Therefore, Chenzong told Luo Beichuan everything, hoping that it would inspire him. Luo Beichuan had indeed gained a lot. There were similarities between the saber and the sword. Luo Beichuan's Saber Dao foundation had become more solid, and his combat strength had actually increased a little from the extreme level. "Thank you, junior brother." Luo Beichuan saluted Chenzong with his hands folded and watched Chenzong leave. 1 month, Chenzong had stayed in the number 1 war zone for a month. It was not a long time, but he had experienced more than a dozen life and death battles and killed more than 100 barbarian generals. These dozen life and death battles allowed Chenzong to show his real strength and consolidate it. 8-star, Chenzong could fight an 8-star barbarian general head-on if he tried his best. He could even gain the upper hand and eventually exhaust them to death. Thinking about it, this kind of combat strength was terrifying. If he did not get the opportunity to go to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chenzong estimated that his combat strength would reach the 4-star level after breaking through to the Divine Realm. At most, it would be incredible if he could reach the 5-star level. But now, he had reached the 8-star level. This kind of improvement was too amazing. It also directly reflected the gap between the Divine Realm and the Divine Manifestation Realm. During this month, Chenzong shared his experience of practicing the Ninefold True Sword with Luo Beichuan, which greatly inspired him. Initially, Luo Beichuan had already reached the pinnacle of the transcendent plane and was unable to advance any further. However, he had strengthened a little and found an opportunity to break through. Once he broke through, he would reach the Tao Master level. The Divine Realm and the Tao Master level were 2 different levels. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had been countless talented people who had been stuck at the limits of the transcendent realm, unable to break through for many years. Luo Beichuan had also been stuck for a long time. This was also because his foundation was too strong, and he had not found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Beichuan's talent and potential, once he broke through to the Tao Master level, his combat strength would be stronger than that of a 1-star Tao Master. He would have the combat strength of a 2-star Tao Master. Then, as long as Luo Beichuan cultivated in seclusion for a while and turned the potential stimulated by the breakthrough into strength, his combat strength would be further improved. It would not be a problem for him to reach the 3-star level. There was even a little hope for him to reach the 4-star level. After leaving the northern battlefront, Qianzong first returned to the Heavenly Will Palace to bid farewell to his master and senior sisters. Then, he used the Grand Universal Shift formation to head to the Ice Saint Palace to see Yunyanqin, which was also to bid farewell to Yunyanqin. "I'll wait for you at the Nine Heavens Imperial Court," Qianzong said to Yunyanqin. "Okay." Yunyanqin nodded. This was a promise. When Qianzong was about to leave, Qianxiu was unwilling to go. "I want to go with my own strength," Qianxiu said directly, his tone firm. Speaking of which, although Qianxiu was Qianzong's doppelganger, he was also an independent individual. He had an independent and complete divine soul and thoughts. He could cultivate and improve himself, and he had his own personality, preferences, and so on. Qianzong had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court based on his own abilities and had even achieved good results. What about Qianxiu? Of course, he wouldn't be willing to be brought into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Qianzong. He wanted to rely on his own abilities. From a very long time ago, it was like a competition between the original body and the doppelganger. One would surpass the other, and the other would surpass the other. Qianzong naturally wouldn't object to Qianxiu's decision. Instead, he respected the other party's choice, because that was also respecting himself. Putting himself in Qianzong's shoes, if Qianxiu had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court first and wanted to bring him in, Qianzong wouldn't have agreed either. With his own abilities, if he could do it, why not rely on his own abilities? "In that case, I'll look forward to your performance," Qianzong said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely surpass you," Qianxiu replied. He was well aware of Qianzong's performance in the ominous demon wasteland. He had achieved amazing results in the end, so he had to surpass him. Originally, Qianxiu had planned to break through to the transcendent realm. Now, he could only suppress his cultivation realm and work hard to improve in other aspects. Fortunately, with Qianzong's original body's divine soul and memory sharing, Qianxiu also benefited a lot. He had a clearer direction for his future cultivation. In this way, coupled with his own talent and foundation, he might be able to achieve better results in the ominous demon wasteland. Similarly, with Qianzong and Qianxiu sharing part of Qianzong's divine soul and memory, Qianzong also benefited from Qianxiu's cultivation experience over the years, especially his experience in swordsmanship. Qianxiu's main attack was slashing. There were thousands of mysteries in swordsmanship, but only one slash was needed. That slash cut through heaven and earth, split yin and yang, and was invincible. Countless strong enemies died under Qianxiu's slash. It could be said that Qianxiu only cultivated one slash, but he had improved it to an amazing level, which amazed Qianzong. From this, Qianzong's gains were not small. Qianzong once again arrived at the million-meter-long sea of light. Under the gazes of countless people, he directly stepped into the 10,000-meter-long crack in the center. In the next breath, he stepped into it. With a flash of light, it was as if the sea was rolling in reverse. Qianzong's figure also disappeared. Following the passage opened up by the crack, Qianzong once again left the void where he came from and headed to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This time, he had to cultivate well and improve himself. He didn't know when he would return next time. However, the stronger one's strength and the higher one's status, the more attention they would receive. It would naturally be easier to apply for a return. Not long after, Qianzong stepped into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, returned to the Sixth Heaven, and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. After that, Qianzong summoned Jiaoyi and asked about various things after he left. Although he hadn't been delayed, 5 years had passed since then. He didn't know what happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court during these 5 years. As the head attendant of the Heart Sword Peak, Jiaoyi had to manage everything on the Heart Sword Peak. Of course, she also had to pay attention to some changes in information so that she wouldn't be unqualified if she didn't know anything when the Peak Lord asked. In terms of cultivation, Jiaoyi was relatively ordinary, but in other aspects, she was quite outstanding. Therefore, she told him everything she knew that happened during these 5 years. Of course, with Qianzong's current level, he was actually nothing in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He was just a heaven-level disciple. There were too many people who were stronger than Qianzong. Not to mention the fourth and fifth realms, even among the third realms, there were many who were stronger than Qianzong. 9 Heaven's General Ranking. A gleam flashed across Qianzong's eyes. There were some ranking lists in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The lowest ranking was the 9 Heavens General Ranking, which corresponded to the third realms. In other words, only third realms were qualified to be listed in the 9 Heavens General Ranking. However, not all third realms were qualified because there was a quota limit. 9. There were only 999 places on the 9 Heavens General Ranking. Those who could be listed were the strongest third realms in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The higher the ranking, the stronger they were. How many third realms were there in the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Court? After countless years, there were more than 10,000 of them now, even more than the number of second realms. After all, it wasn't difficult to break through from the second realm to the third realm. However, breaking through from the third realm to the fourth realm was more than 10 times more difficult. It was precisely because of this that there were more than 10,000 Divine Image Realm disciples in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Among them, some had died due to various reasons. Otherwise, there would be more. Among the 10,000 Divine Image Realm disciples, only 999 people could be listed in the ranking list. They were the cream of the crop, and every one of them was a true expert and elite. It could be said that the 999 people listed in the 9 Heavens General Ranking were the best among the third realms. Every one of them was extremely powerful. This was nothing. It was very normal. What really surprised Qianzong was Qi 3 months ago. Qi challenged the Heavens General Ranking and defeated his opponent, replacing his opponent's ranking and successfully ranked 960th. Qianzong's eyes gleamed. Terrifying, Qi was really a terrifying monster. He probably broke through to the third realm at about the same time as he did. Qianzong guessed. After all, they were both fighting for the heavenly spirit fruit in the Chongling mystic realm, and Qi hadn't broken through yet. His breakthrough could only have happened later. In that case, in the short few years after Qianzong left the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and returned to the void, Qi's strength had improved tremendously and reached a shocking level. Together with his Yuanwang body, his strength was even more shocking, and he was qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking. This time, among the people that Qianzong knew, only Qi was listed in the Heavens General Ranking. The others, such as Cold Lamp Star, had also broken through to the Divine Image Realm. However, they weren't qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking because their strength hadn't reached that level yet. After all, every one of the 999 people on the Heavens General Ranking was very powerful, and most of them were from the Origin race. The Origin race weren't weak by nature. Next, I should cultivate properly and do my best to improve my strength until it reaches the limit. Only then will I challenge them, Qianzong thought to himself. However, before that, he had to ask Green Nightmare whether the Heavenly Spirit Pill was refined. If it was, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Without any hesitation, Qianzong immediately sent a message to Qing Yin. Before long, he received a reply from Qing Yin. Very soon, Qing Yin personally delivered the Heaven Spirit Pill. 8 pills, there were a total of 8 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Back then, he'd obtained 9 Heavenly Spirit Fruits. One was used as the price to ask someone to refine the Heavenly Spirit Pill. 8 Heavenly Spirit Fruits were refined into 16 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Green Nightmare had obtained 8 pills, and the remaining 8 went to Qianzong. With his extraordinary senses, Qianzong felt that Green Nightmare's body contained a terrifying power that gave him immense pressure. In other words, the Green Nightmare was stronger than him, and by a lot. Qianzong had a feeling that the current him was probably no match for Green Nightmare at all. How could the difference be so great? Before his breakthrough, Qianzong was confident that he wouldn't lose to Green Nightmare in the fight for the Heavenly Spirit Fruit. He might even be able to suppress Green Nightmare, and perhaps even defeat him. Now, Green Nightmare's strength had improved tremendously in just a few years after his breakthrough. Was it because he hadn't cultivated in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in the past few years? No, Qianzong felt that this wasn't the main reason. After all, even if he'd returned to the void, he'd also improved significantly and his strength had increased significantly. The main reason was the talent of the Origin race. Each of the 8 heavenly spirit pills contained a vast amount of energy. The energy was also very pure, far better than the 9 heavens energy refining pill. Of course, the 9 heavens energy refining pill was suitable for the spirit condensation realm, but its effect on the divine aspect realm was much weaker. The heavenly spirit treasure tree took 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. Once it matured, it would absorb all the vitality around it, even the heavenly spirit treasure tree's vitality. After that, it would take 100 years to recover. Therefore, the cycle of the heavenly spirit fruit wasn't 900 years, but 1,000 years. Therefore, the energy contained in the heavenly spirit fruit that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was naturally extremely vast. After being refined into a heavenly spirit pill, not only would it not decrease, it would instead strengthen, condense, and become purer. The effect of refining and absorbing it after consumption would be even more shocking. The 3 supreme techniques of the 9 heavens imperial court all had 5 levels, corresponding to the 2nd to 6th levels. The 6th level was the realm that surpassed the 5th level. In other words, it was beyond the sovereign level. The divine aspect realm could only cultivate the 2nd level. Thus, in terms of the power of cultivation arts, there was actually nothing to compare. For example, in the divine aspect realm, if one cultivated their cultivation arts to the extreme, they would reach the 2nd layer of perfection. If there were no exceptions, the power of cultivation arts would be the same. The difference in strength would not be based on this. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, a suitable spirit body would raise the power of a small realm. A suitable king body would raise the power of 2 small realms. That kind of leap was shocking. Chen Zong's physique was only a mortal physique in the universe. It couldn't be enhanced at all. Therefore, in terms of technique power, he couldn't be ahead of others. Therefore, he could only start from other aspects. Of course, this didn't mean that Chen Zong would give up on the power of the technique. In the composition of strength, the power of the technique was also important. Cultivate. After obtaining the 8 heavenly spirit pills, Chen Zong began to cultivate in seclusion. Like the spirit condensation realm, the divine aspect realm was also divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Now, Chen Zong's cultivation was at the low level. The 2nd level of the 9 heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, was at the beginner level. Even after returning to the void for a few years, Chen Zong had taken 9 heavens energy refining pills to cultivate, but the effect wasn't obvious. But now, Chen Zong wanted to use the heavenly spirit pills to improve his cultivation. After taking 1 pill, Chen Gale technique, Chen Zong's refining gale technique. Pure and boundless energy surged endlessly in his body. Like a raging sea, Chen Zong constantly refined and absorbed it, causing his cultivation base to rise as well as the realm of his cultivation secret art. 1, 2, 3, 4, breakthrough of breakthrough, Chen Zong's cultivation had broken through, from the low level of the divine aspect realm to the middle level of the divine aspect realm. After refining the 5th heavenly spirit pill, the 2nd level of the 9 heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also broke through as he wished. After refining all 8 heavenly spirit pills, Chen Zong's cultivation rose to the middle level of the divine aspect realm, close to the high level. If he had 2 more heavenly spirit pills, he could definitely break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm. The 2nd level of the 9 heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also reached the small level. The improvement of cultivation and the breakthrough of the technique made Chen Zong's strength even more powerful. My improvement is so obvious after taking 8 heavenly spirit pills, then? I got a lot of heavenly spirit fruits back then, at least a dozen heavenly spirit pills. My cultivation will break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm without any pressure. Chen Zong thought to himself. In addition, with his innate Yuan King body, the cultivation efficiency of the suitable technique would be higher, and the speed of improvement would be faster. In other words, the 2nd level of the 9 heavens 10,000 condensation technique was at least at the large level. In addition, because of the innate Yuan King body, the technique's power could be increased by 2 small levels. So, in other words, the level of the technique's power exceeded the 2nd level, and was between the 2nd and 3rd level. This was just Chenzong's initial estimation. Maybe it would be even stronger. In addition to the improvement in other aspects, etc., it was reasonable to have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. Heavenly General Ranking, I wonder how far away I am now. Chenzong thought to himself. No matter how far away, one thing was certain, and that was that he didn't have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. However, he had just entered the Divine Aspect realm, and it had only been a few years. As for those who were listed on the Heavenly General Ranking, other than that, the others were experts who had stepped into the Divine Aspect realm for decades or even centuries. If I can enter the Heavenly General Ranking, I will get more cultivation resources. Chenzong thought to himself, and the light in his eyes flickered endlessly. Originally, he didn't think so much, but because of this, he made more connections just now, and it brought about a kind of invisible pressure, which also stimulated his fighting spirit. My cultivation has already been raised to the extreme. It's not easy to continue to raise it in a short period of time. Then now, what I can raise is the Great Tao. It's time to go to the alchemy world. The alchemy world was a sacred place to comprehend the Great Tao, and only those who had reached the Divine Aspect realm were qualified to enter. Chenzong had accumulated 4 months of time to comprehend the alchemy world, and it was time to use it. If he wanted to go to the alchemy world, he had to go through the teleportation of the world gate. The alchemy world was like a dark void, pitch black and boundless. Chenzong appeared in it, and he felt like he couldn't see the sky or the ground. There was no end in all directions, and a feeling of darkness and emptiness pervaded the air. He couldn't feel any aura in here. Then, a sudden change occurred. Bits of light suddenly appeared, like starlight, from weak to dazzling, in just a breath's time. Countless starlight turned into dazzling rays of light, becoming more and more dazzling as they bloomed. Strands of mysterious aura also pervaded the air. That aura was the aura of the Great Tao, and it immediately attracted Chenzong's attention. His eyes swept across, and in all directions, there were starlight, countless starlight, densely packed starlight, and every bit of starlight pervaded the air of the Great Tao. Uncountable, thousands of Great Taos. Soon after, countless starlight gathered in the middle, becoming increasingly dazzling. In the end, they flowed and turned into a surging river of starlight. It flowed majestically from afar, emitting a roaring sound. Rumble, it was like the flowing sea, and its aura was endless, with all the changes in it. That was, the long river of the Great Tao. The long river contained thousands of mysteries of the Great Tao. Chenzong focused his gaze and saw flames burning fiercely, emitting a towering heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. He saw flowing water surging like waves, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a surging wave. He saw mountains rising up from the ground, pointing straight at the sky, majestic and vast. A ray of blade light split the sky and earth, and a ray of sword light pierced through the world. Darkness pervaded the air, swallowing everything, and light blossomed, as if everything was melting. Storm swept, lightning raged, and golden light illuminated the world. A terrifying aura bloomed, and that kind of power was unparalleled, destroying everything, and filled with destruction. There was unparalleled power, crushing everything into powder. There was unparalleled speed, and there was no comparison between heaven and earth. The Great Tao, the mysteries of the Great Tao were clearly manifested in the long river, and Chenzong saw it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chenzong was suddenly very excited. Even in the 6th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court, where the laws of the universe were denser and the mysteries of the Great Tao were clearer, could not be compared to here, because the mysteries of the Great Tao here were almost condensed into substance. 100 times, compared to the 6th heaven, the aura of the Great Tao here was at least 100 times stronger. It was certain that even the 7th heaven's mysteries of the Great Tao were far from comparable. It would be easier and simpler to comprehend the Great Tao in such a place. It was too obvious and too strong. Time was limited, so Chenzong quickly calmed himself down and began to comprehend. Sword principle, heart principle, world principle, the mysteries of the 3 Great Tao were contained in the long river of the Great Tao. If it were other people, they would have to choose one of the Great Tao to comprehend until they reached the limit of their current level and could not break through in a short period of time. Then they would choose the 2nd Great Tao to comprehend. Of course, this was on the premise that they had mastered more than one great Tao. However, Zhenzong was different. With the Heart Sutra, Zhenzong could comprehend the mysteries of the three great Tao he had mastered at the same time and improved together. In the Sword Principle, the fourth divine mark was condensing. In the Heart Principle, the second divine mark was beginning to condense. In the World Principle, the first divine mark was completely condensed. Zhenzong did not hesitate to activate the 10 intents of heart. He used 3 intents to comprehend the Sword Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the Heart Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the World Principle, and the remaining intents to comprehend the Sword Principle. When the Sword Principle was improved together, one's strength as a whole would increase more obviously and comprehensively. Zhenzong's comprehension was superb, and his realm was high enough. In such an environment, coupled with the Heart Sutra, his efficiency was simply shocking. Even if it was? The effect of comprehension here could not be compared to Zhenzong's. His true strength lay in his physique. The innate Yuan King physique gave him unparalleled power. Of course, the great Tao he comprehended was also affected by it. He could comprehend it faster and more deeply, but it was just a side benefit. Zhenzong could stay in the refining way world for 4 months. 4 months was actually very short, but Zhenzong did not waste any time. He comprehended with all his might at the highest efficiency and shocking speed. Zhenzong was improving with every breath. Although the improvement was very small, when stacked up, it was still very shocking. Transformation, it was like a metamorphosis. The fourth divine mark of Sword Principle was quickly condensed to the extreme, as if it had turned into a substance. It emitted a shocking sharpness. Then, the fifth divine mark of Sword Principle was condensed. At the same time, the second divine mark of Heart Principle was condensed to the extreme, and the third divine mark was condensed. However, the speed of the condensation of the Heart Principle was not as fast as that of the World Principle. This was because the mysteries of the Heart Principle that Zhenzong felt were relatively weak here. However, it was not a problem. It was better than cultivating alone. Improvement, limitless improvement. When the 4 months of comprehension ended, Zhenzong's comprehension also ended. The improvement effect at the beginning was the best, but the improvement effect continued to weaken. This was not because the effect of comprehension was weakening, but because Zhenzong was becoming stronger. The stronger he was, the harder it was to improve. In the 9 heavens imperial court, disciples were divided into 2 levels, heaven and earth. Earth-level disciples were in the spirit condensation realm, while heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm. Earth-level disciples cultivated again and again, using the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court to continuously improve themselves and become stronger until they broke through. Heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm, and they were even stronger. Their abilities far exceeded that of earth-level disciples by at least 10 times. At this point, they had the basic qualifications to go out and explore. Although the 9 heavens imperial court was powerful and had a deep foundation, it could not be endlessly cultivated and depleted. Therefore, at the divine manifestation realm, there was a new rule: one had to complete the missions issued by the 9 heavens imperial court. Only by completing the missions could one continue to enjoy the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court. If one could not complete the missions 3 times, one would be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples and reduced to a warden. This was a test to see if one was qualified to continue enjoying the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court. Wardens could only enjoy the basic salary, which could not be compared to heaven-level disciples. One had to contribute more to the 9 heavens imperial court to be qualified to receive more resources. 100 years, every 100 years, heaven-level disciples had to complete a mission issued by the 9 heavens imperial court. Usually, they could choose 1 out of 3, as long as they completed it within 100 years after becoming a heaven-level disciple. If they did not complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a failure. There were a total of 3 chances. If they used all 3 chances, they could only be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples. Of course, after being removed, there was still a chance to become a disciple again, just that the difficulty was higher. If there were any unexpected situations, such as having to cultivate in seclusion for a long time and being unable to guarantee that they would come out within 100 years, they would have to apply in advance. After that, when they came out of seclusion, they just had to complete the missions. Could they not do any missions? Yes, they could, but they could only be listed on the Heavenly General Roll. Once they were listed on the Heavenly General Roll, it was up to them whether they wanted to complete missions or not, and they would not be restricted in the slightest. Because being listed on the Heavenly General Roll meant powerful abilities, enough for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to spend resources to groom them well. 4 months passed in the refinement world. Chenzong left and returned to Heartsword Peak. Not long after, a deacon arrived with a mission. There were 3 tasks. Chenzong was free to choose one of them and complete it. It hadn't even been 10 years since Chenzong broke through to the divine aspect realm, and there was still quite a bit of time before he reached the 100-year mark. The reason why the mission was sent over so quickly was to let Chenzong know what to do. After making his choice, he could go whenever he felt like it. The deacon was very polite when he received Chenzong. After all, although Chenzong was a human, he was very capable. Very soon, Chenzong finished his selection and chose one of the missions. After sending off the enforcer, he went into seclusion again. When one's cultivation was in the deity condensation realm, one still had to consume fresh water pills and meat essence pills every day to maintain the consumption of the body. But after reaching the divine aspect realm, this kind of requirement was greatly reduced, at least reduced by more than 10 times. Without a doubt, this greatly prolonged the effects of secluded cultivation. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the longer the duration of one's seclusion would be. It was best not to interrupt one's seclusion if possible. Once one reached the 4th level, one would no longer need to consume food to maintain the consumption of the body. Eating would become a habit or a pleasure, and not a necessity. After Chenzong chose his mission, he didn't immediately enter seclusion. Instead, he went to the Tao Alliance's headquarters. The Tao Alliance's headquarters was located in the 6th heaven. Here, within the Tao Alliance's headquarters, Chenzong saw that the scripture depository was no longer an illusion. The Tao Comprehension Tower was also no longer an illusion. They were both real. In truth, the Scripture Depository and Tao Comprehension Tower in the 5th heaven were both projections. This was because the Scripture Depository and Tao Comprehension Tower themselves were treasures. Chenzong stepped into the Scripture Depository. Now that Chenzong had reached the divine aspect realm, his status within the Tao Alliance had risen as well, and he could enter the higher levels of the Scripture Depository. In the end, Chenzong chose a speed-type secret technique called the whirlwind rotation. It was compatible with the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath that he cultivated. It would be easier for him to comprehend and cultivate, and it would also be easier for him to unleash the power of the technique. After obtaining the whirlwind rotation secret technique, Chenzong chose a few Ao Wu techniques to cultivate as support. Then, he stepped into the Tao Comprehension Tower and began to comprehend them. Sword techniques, Ao Wu. During the month he was at the northern battlefront in the void, Chenzong successfully upgraded all 4 Ao Wu embryonic forms to the real Ao Wu. Of course, this was only the most basic Ao Wu. Now, he needed to further upgrade it. Ao Wu was the combined release of all one's strength. It was also the most direct representation of one's strength. There was still a huge gap between mastering Ao Wu and not mastering it. Each of the experts on the Heavenly General Leaderboard had mastered powerful arcane martial arts. The basic martial arts of the 9 heavens imperial court, such as the 9 heavens true sword, each had 99 types of mysteries. They were the masterpieces summarized by the ancestors of the 9 heavens imperial court. The first level of Ao Wu had to fuse at least 9 types of mysteries into one. However, it wasn't that simple. It had to be combined with the power of Tao. It could be said that the sword Tao Ao Wu used the power of Tao as the foundation, the concept as the soul, and the mysteries of swordsmanship as the flesh and blood. Finally, it was a superb technique that combined the power of Tao to unleash its power. As for the second level of Ao Wu, it had to fuse 18 types of mysteries. The third level of Ao Wu had 27 types of mysteries. Of course, in addition to fusing more mysteries, the level of Tao had to be raised. Its concept had to be raised as well. There were 99 types of mysteries. Therefore, correspondingly, there should be 11 levels of Ao Wu. However, the higher the level of Ao Wu, the harder it was to master. The Ao Wu could be created by oneself. It could also be cultivated by the predecessors. After leaving the Tao Comprehension Tower, Chenzong returned to the Heart Sword Palace. He went into seclusion again to cultivate the secret technique of whirlwind and a few selected sword Dao Ao Wu. Whether it was the secret technique of whirlwind or a few sword Dao Ao Wu, they were all created by the ancestors of the Dao Union. Chenzong would cultivate them and absorb the essence from them, turning it into his own accumulation. When he created his own secret technique of Ao Wu in the future, it would come in handy. Other than cultivating in seclusion, Chenzong would also head to the Divine Martial Palace to cultivate. The 9 divine palaces were divided into the outer, middle, and inner levels. With Chenzong's current level, he could enter the middle palace. The middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace also had a sword palace. However, the sword palace of the middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace was different from the sword palace of the outer palace. The sword palace of the outer palace had 99 sword pillars. Each sword pillar contained a type of sword Dao mystery. The sword palace of the middle palace had 9 huge sword pillars. Each sword pillar was 10 times the size of the sword palace of the outer palace. Chenzong began to comprehend. Once he started, Chenzong discovered that the sword pillars contained the mysteries of Ao Wu. To put it simply, there was no Ao Wu in the 9 sword pillars. There was only the mysteries of Ao Wu. For example, the way of alchemy did not contain elixirs. Instead, it contained the experience and knowledge of alchemy. Imparting knowledge to people, it was better to teach people how to fish than to fish. This was the principle. Among the 9 great forces, there were all kinds of Ao Wu that were created by the predecessors or obtained from the outside world. The 9 divine palaces were there to help people comprehend them. The 9 sword pillars in the sword palace of the middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace were different from those in the sword palace of the outer palace, where one could only comprehend them within a month. Instead, many people could comprehend one of the sword pillars at the same time or separately. After comprehending them one by one, Chenzong discovered that the mysteries of Ao Wu contained in the 9 sword pillars were different. They represented 9 different directions. The mysteries of the profound martial arts within the 9 sword pillars were related to the way of the sword. One of them represented power, one represented speed, one represented sharpness, and so on. Of course, what they represented was not the only one. It was not that simple. One of the mysteries was the main one, and other mysteries were integrated into it to make it more powerful. The 9 directions were quite comprehensive. Chenzong was amazed. He now had a clearer understanding of the 9 Heaven Imperial Court's foundation. The 9 Heaven Imperial Court was indeed a great force in the universe. It was unknown how many years had it been accumulated by generations of seniors and experts, benefiting the future generations. Chenzong still had 3 years of cultivation time in the 9 holy palaces, so he used all of it. He directly activated the 10 intents of one heart and started to comprehend the 9 sword pillars. He spent some time on each sword pillar, and with the cooperation of the 10 intents of one heart, the effect of his comprehension was amazing. This kind of comprehension also indirectly led to the improvement of Chenzong's 3 great Daos. When the 3 years were up, Chenzong left the Divine Martial Palace and returned to the Heart Sword Palace again. He had to cultivate in seclusion. He felt as if a switch had been turned on in him. His potential was constantly surging. As long as he cultivated, he felt that he was improving at every moment. It was as if there was no end to it. Chenzong was almost addicted to it and could not extricate himself. It was a feeling that he could not stop at all. It was too wonderful, too carefree. If it was possible, Chenzong really wanted to continue improving like this forever. However, that was impossible. Chenzong knew this very well. As he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he gradually approached a bottleneck. One day, Chenzong felt that he had reached his limit. He had reached the limit that he could reach at this stage. That limit was not something that could be broken through by cultivating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion. When Chenzong came out of seclusion, it was exactly the 35th year since he had broken through to the divine manifestation realm. In other words, after returning from the void, Chenzong had cultivated for a total of 30 years. 30 years. Zhong stared into the distance. His gaze was deep and distant. In these 30 years, although my cultivation did not break through, my strength has been improving continuously. What level has my strength reached now? Without fighting, Zhong did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. However, compared to 30 years ago, my strength is more than 10 times stronger. Since I have reached a bottleneck, it's time to go and complete the mission, Zhong said to himself. After completing the mission, he would have more than 100 years to improve himself. He would not have to worry about the mission anymore. Moreover, the mission that he had chosen would allow him to test his strength. Even if he did not complete the mission immediately, as long as he did not give up and change the mission or exceed the time limit, it would not be considered a failure. Of course, Zhong did not think too much about giving up or failing the mission. He felt that he could complete the mission. It was a kind of confidence that came from the soul and the heart. The universe was vast and boundless. No one knew how big it was or how far it was. There were countless continents, stars, worlds, mystic realms, and so on. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was only on one of the continents. The continent where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located was called Heaven Continent. Heaven Continent was a collective name. It was formed by a central continent and many broken continents. Those broken continents were like islands. For example, the continents where the 5 mystic realms under the direct management of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were located were one of the many broken islands. The mission that Zhong chose was to kill a demonic dragon that was causing trouble. It was located on one of the islands. With the help of the realm gate of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Zhong directly appeared on that island. This island was called Demonic Dragon Island. The demonic dragon clan lived on the island. Why did this mission require him to kill one of the demonic dragons? Because that demonic dragon had left Demonic Dragon Island and entered other islands. It massacred and devoured the originals, causing shocking casualties. After that, it escaped very cleverly and evaded the pursuit, returning to Demonic Dragon Island. The demonic dragon clan on Demonic Dragon Island was not a weak demonic beast clan. There were even powerful demonic dragons of the 4th and 5th realms, as well as many 3rd realms. Of course, if the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were to attack, it would not be a problem to kill the entire demonic dragon clan, let alone the escaping demonic dragon. However, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court did not do so. Instead, they marked that demonic dragon and had an agreement with the demonic dragon clan. The marked demonic dragon would be the mission of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The level of the marked demonic dragon would be the level of the mission, and the person who accepted the mission would be of the same level. This level referred to the major realms, such as the Divine Aspect Realm. It did not matter if it was a low-level or peak-level Divine Aspect Realm cultivator. As long as the demonic dragon was marked and assigned a mission, even if the demonic dragon above the level knew about it, they could not interfere. Once they did, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would also attack and cause great losses to the demonic dragon clan. Although the demonic dragon clan was not weak, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was stronger. It was the overlord of Heaven Continent, the only overlord. For this mission, killing the marked demonic dragon shouldn't be too difficult. The difficult part was that there might be other demonic dragons interfering, hindering him, or even chasing after him. Although there was an agreement that demonic dragons who were beyond the target of the mission could not use their own power to interfere, other demonic dragons who were at the same level as the mission were not restricted. In other words, Zhong's mission target was a 3rd realm demonic dragon. If he wanted to kill that demonic dragon, there was a high chance that he would be obstructed or surrounded by even more 3rd realm demonic dragons. However, Zhong was not afraid. It was impossible for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to issue a sure death mission. Whether or not one could complete it would depend on one's own capabilities and how one went about it. Sometimes, it was not because the target was too strong, but because other factors interfered. Back then, when Zhong had chosen this mission, the deacon had told him that someone had already accepted this mission and failed it. This was a total of 2 times. After accepting the mission, Zhong received a guide that allowed him to sense the location and aura of the target dragon. Then, he could find it and kill it. Following the guide, Zhong moved quickly on Demonic Dragon Island and approached his target. Before long, Chenzong found his target demonic dragon in a pool. The demonic dragon clan had huge bodies and thick legs. However, their forelimbs were relatively short and slender. They had wings on their backs and long necks. Their bodies were covered in greenish-black scales. Their eyes were fierce, and their aura was extremely ferocious. This demonic dragon was playing with two female dragons in the pool. Its eyes widened at Chenzong's appearance. An origin tribesman? No, you don't have silver hair and double pupils. You're not an origin tribesman. Then, what race are you? Demonic dragons were intelligent life forms. Although they were not in human form, they could still speak human language. What they spoke was the common language. Human, Chenzong replied unhurriedly. Human. Let me think. I think I've heard of it before. That demonic dragon was surrounded by a ferocious aura. It was not afraid at all. Its tail teased the two female dragons while it stared at Chenzong with fierce eyes, as if it wanted to see through Chenzong. I remember now. You're a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, right? You're from a weak race that came from the void. Looking at you, you're here to complete the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's mission to kill me? This demonic dragon naturally knew what it had done and that it had been marked. Of course, it did not become a target. However, even the demonic dragon king of its race could not remove the mark on its body. What should it do then? Xiaoqian could only passively accept it and properly enjoy it. It was impossible for him to leave Fiendish Dragon Island and go to other islands to hunt and eat. He could only stay on Fiendish Dragon Island and play some passionate games with the little female dragons. Actually, in the beginning, this demonic dragon was terrified when it fled back to Demonic Dragon Island after committing a crime and was marked by the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, the first disciple who came to carry out the mission failed. He was directly injured by it and fled in a panic. He never came back again, as if he had given up on the mission. After some time, another disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court came to carry out the mission. In the end, he was eaten by it. Since then, the demonic dragon was no longer afraid. Now, the third disciple had come, and it was a human. The demonic dragon was even less worried. What does a human taste like? I haven't tasted it yet. You can give me a taste. The demonic dragon laughed. Is that so? Then let's see if you have such good teeth. Chenzong smiled slightly, but he did not have any intention of looking down on the other party. This was because the demonic dragon's aura was extremely terrifying and ferocious. The threat it brought to him was very obvious. However, since he was here, he had to give it a try no matter what. Even if he could not defeat it, he would know how strong the other party was. Without hesitation, Chenzong immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed it through the air. This slash was not AoWu. It was just a swordsmanship, but it burst forth with extremely shocking power. With Chenzong's current cultivation and realm, the power of a casual slash was far greater than when he was in the spirit condensation realm. Child's play. The demonic dragon sneered and suddenly swung its tail. It broke through the air like lightning, but also like a long spear. Its power was extremely shocking. The sword light was shattered in an instant. The tail slashed through the air with extremely shocking power, as if it was going to penetrate Chenzong's body. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong's body was directly penetrated. However, that was just an afterimage. Chenzong had already dodged it. He appeared beside the demonic dragon and slashed with his sword again. This slash was even more powerful. However, the demonic dragon's reaction speed was extremely fast. As it turned around, its seemingly short and slender forelimbs instantly extended and grabbed at the air. It tore the void apart, leaving behind streaks of scars. At the same time, its tail suddenly turned. It was as nimble as a whip as it tore through the air and attacked from both sides. Chenzong's expression was solemn. He was completely locked on and could not avoid it. Divine Wind Slash. He shouted in a low voice. A strong wind blew in an instant and merged into the sword. It slashed through the air. The green sword light was dazzling and had an extremely domineering and fierce aura. As soon as it appeared, it seemed that nothing in the world could block its slash. This slash was created by Xianxia with the sword principle as the core and the wind slash as the prototype. He had continuously comprehended and merged more mysteries of swordsmanship. He had also analyzed and merged the mysteries of the sword principle Ao Wu that he had selected from the Taoist alliance. This slash was a third-level Ao Wu. A second-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a first-level Ao Wu. A third-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a second-level Ao Wu. This slash immediately made the demonic dragon feel extremely threatened. It was sure that its scales could not withstand this slash. Once it was hit, it would most likely be torn apart and injured. However, the demonic dragon's body was very big. It could not dodge in time. It could only circulate its strength and condense it on its scales to resist this slash. At the same time, its tail exploded with an even faster speed. The extremely domineering green sword light slashed down and directly slashed the demonic dragon's scales. A series of sparks flew out from the collision. However, the scales were also split open. A crack appeared and dark red blood seeped out. The tail arrived and pierced through Xianxia again. However, Xianxia dodged it at an astonishing speed. The demonic dragon's attack missed. It suddenly flapped its wings and immediately soared into the sky. When it was 100 meters above the ground, it opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark green flames that had a strong sour smell. The flames were extremely sour and seemed to contain an astonishingly strong poison. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding vegetation quickly withered. Xianxia's expression changed involuntarily. His primordial soul dharma power was instantly stimulated and his strength increased greatly. The sword light flashed and immediately stirred up a violent gust of wind. The wind was like a whirlwind that circled the surroundings. It directly blocked the dark green flames that were spraying down from the sky like a waterfall. The wind swept and roared endlessly. However, it was continuously burned by the dark green flames. However, it still managed to block the dark green flames for a moment, giving Xianxia a chance to escape. The sword light pierced through the air and with extreme power, it instantly reached the demonic dragon. The extremity of wind, the sword pierced through the air at an astonishingly fast speed. In the sword palace of the central hall of the Divine Martial Hall, Xianxia's 3 years of enlightenment had been very impressive. His Ao Wu had been constantly improving and had reached the 3rd level. This sword was even faster. It was like a green light that carried an unparalleled sharpness. It pierced through the sky and pierced through the demonic dragon's scales, injuring it once again. The 3rd sword, the sound of the sword rang out. It was like a gentle breeze singing. It slowly spread out and filled the surroundings. It was like a gentle breeze singing and seemed to be whispering something into the demonic dragon's ears. When the sound reached the demonic dragon's ears, it was like a sudden explosion of needles that fiercely pierced the divine will. The demonic dragon only felt an indescribable stabbing pain in its head. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced into the divine will and ruthlessly tore it apart. The moment of intense pain caused the demonic dragon to scream uncontrollably. Whistling of the wind, although the Ao Wu that attacked with the divine will was at the 3rd level like the other Ao Wu, its power was extremely terrifying. For opponents whose divine will was not strong enough, the power of this sword was not inferior to that of a 4th level Ao Wu. Under the attack of the divine will, the demonic dragon was in excruciating pain and was momentarily dazed. Mark of wind, the sword slashed out, cutting through the void with unparalleled sharpness. Its huge body slowly toppled over, and a large amount of dark red blood gushed out crazily like spring water, dyeing the pool dark red. The 2 little female dragons were so scared that they didn't dare to move, afraid that they would also be killed. However, Xianxia didn't attack them because they weren't the target of the mission. According to the agreement between the Monster Dragon Tribe and the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the people carrying out the mission were not allowed to kill the members of the Monster Dragon Tribe. Of course, if the Monster Dragon Tribe attacked first, they were allowed to retaliate. After killing the target, everything was recorded by the 9 Heavens Rings. Xianxia immediately sheathed his sword and tried to escape at top speed. "How dare you try to escape after killing me?" A loud roar suddenly sounded, filled with anger and killing intent. It was the other monster dragons from the Monster Dragon Tribe. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto Xianxia from afar. One dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons, third-realm monster dragons kept appearing and chasing after him. Chenzong ignored them and focused on escaping. The mission was completed, and it was time to go back and turn in the mission and cultivate. However, a group of third-realm monster dragons also appeared in front of him. One of the monster dragons emitted an aura that made Chenzong tremble slightly. More than 20 third-realm monster dragons chased after him from all directions. The pressure was like a storm, and they attacked crazily as if they wanted to tear Chenzong apart. Chenzong's expression was serious, but there was also a hint of excitement. He unsheathed his sword again. It vibrated faintly, and a soft sword hum sounded, as if it was also expressing Chenzong's excitement. Get out of the way. Otherwise, the monster dragon tribe will only suffer more casualties, Chenzong said softly, his voice full of killing intent. Humph, you dare to leave after killing a dragon from our tribe? Even if we kill you here, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court won't be in the right, a third-realm monster dragon said angrily. Immediately, the demon dragons attacked one after another. They opened their mouths and spat out dark green flames. The flames were filled with poison and were extremely frightening. If a second-realm cultivator was caught in the flames, they would be reduced to ashes immediately. Even if they were not caught in the flames, they would be poisoned to death just by smelling the scent. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this dark green poisonous flame was. Chenzong's expression was extremely solemn. If he was affected, he would not feel good either. That demonic dragon just now didn't force me to use my full strength. Now, I have to fight with all my strength, Chenzong thought to himself. He immediately exerted his full strength, and his primordial spirit appeared behind him. Previously, before he had returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chenzong's primordial spirit Dharma power was only 10 feet in size. After 30 years of cultivation, his strength had increased continuously, and his primordial spirit Dharma power had also increased in size to 30 feet. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Image Realm's Divine Image was 90 feet in size. The strength of a Divine Image Realm cultivator was determined by many factors, such as the cultivation realm, the level of martial arts techniques, the comprehension of the Great Tao, the power of Ao Wu, and so on. In the end, it was the Divine Image that was displayed. Only by activating the Divine Image could one completely unleash all their power. After releasing the primordial spirit Dharma power, the power of the Great Tao of the Heart and the power of the Sword Tao superimposed, causing Chenzong's strength to increase. However, this was not Chenzong's true full strength. What came next was. Sounds like steel bars cracking continuously rang out. Chenzong's body also began to expand. The robe that the Nine Heavens armor had transformed into seemed to have incredible tenacity and actually began to stretch along with it. In a short span of time, Chenzong's body directly changed. From a height of less than 2 meters to a size of 30 feet. A giant. Divine Image. In the Divine Image realm of Qi cultivation, one's primordial spirit had turned into a Dharma power, which was called a Divine Image. In the Divine Image realm of body cultivation, one's own primordial spirit and Great Tao power, as well as the part of the primordial spirit that belonged to body cultivation, were completely shattered and completely integrated into one's body. The power of the Wei domain was also completely integrated into one's body. All the power returned to one's body and spirit. In this way, the Divine Image realm of body cultivation was created. It seemed similar to the way of body cultivation in the void, but there were also the most fundamental differences. In the way of body cultivation in the void, the spiritual soul was a weak point. Because of the lack of defense, once targeted, the consequences would be very serious. However, in the way of body cultivation in the universe, the spiritual soul would be completely integrated into one's body along with the primordial spirit and all the other powers. As a result, the defensive power of the spiritual soul would not be inferior to that of Qi cultivation, and it would not become an obvious weakness. Chenzong's body was now 3 feet tall, and his primordial spirit Dharma power was also 3 feet tall. It floated behind Chenzong, and was a head taller than his body. It looked like a double shadow, and there was an indescribable mystery to it. The sword in his hand also became larger due to the activation of the way of body cultivation. It was suitable for a divine image of 30 feet in size. Power, an extremely powerful power surged endlessly in his body. That power emerged from the primordial spirit Dharma power and poured into his body. Like a long river, it flowed back into the primordial spirit Dharma power and condensed into one, forming a large cycle. Under this cycle, the power of chi cultivation and body cultivation was superimposed, and it was equivalent to the effect of the supreme Lingwu technique. Unfortunately, Chenzong was still unable to superimpose the power of the three great paths, let alone merge them. Otherwise, Chenzong's combat power would be even more powerful. Under the activation of the chi cultivation and body cultivation Dharma power, Chenzong's power surged. He slashed out with his sword, and the green sword intent was like a strong wind. It was filled with a violent and domineering aura, as if it was going to cut through everything between heaven and earth. Divine Wind Slash, the power of this sword was much stronger than before. With one slash, it immediately cut through the dark green poisonous flames in front of it. The sword light was incomparably domineering. Chenzong became one with his sword. As he rushed forward, he slashed at the demonic dragon with a murderous intent. The demonic dragon was shocked and immediately retreated. However, the demonic dragons on its left and right also attacked. Their tails were like long spears that pierced through the air. The demonic dragon behind them instantly closed in. Since they wanted to fight, they would fight to their heart's content. Heart Fire Burn, Een Thunder Force, Ninefold Mixed Kill, Divine Wind Slash, another slash was made, and its attack power was the most domineering. It should be known that this slash was the result of Chenzong's continuous comprehension. He also integrated all the essence of Xianxia's understanding of the way of slashing. This made this slash purer and more domineering. It was also because of this that Chenzong changed the name of this slash from the original Vanishing Wind Slash to the Divine Wind Slash. It represented a kind of upgrade and qualitative change. Divine Wind Slash, the Divine Wind Slash pressed forward with indomitable will. That was a kind of belief. Yes, Xianxia only slashed once out of thousands of swords. The mystery of being able to constantly break the limit and continuously improve was due to belief. Unparalleled belief. There was nothing between heaven and earth and in the void that could not be cut. If there was, then he would slash again. Of course, Chenzong's path was different from Xianxia's. He would not continue to study the way of slashing. However, he could learn from it and integrate its essence into himself. Slash, under this slash, a demonic dragon could not resist and was directly cut in half. Dark red blood splashed in the sky and sputtered in all directions, but it also angered the other demonic dragons. The dark green demonic flames, the thunder-like long spears, the extremely sharp claws that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, all kinds of attacks came madly from all directions. They wanted to penetrate Chenzong, tear him into pieces, and turn him into ashes. However, Chenzong cultivated both chi cultivation and body refining at the same time. Under the stimulation of the divine form, he had an amazing defense. In addition, the 9 Heaven Soldier armor's robe weakened the attacks and his own dodging skills, and so on, he did not suffer any injuries. The feeling of walking on the edge of life and death made Chenzong very excited. His 30-foot-tall body was full of tyrannical power. His sword, which was more than 10 feet long, also had amazing power. Suddenly, Chenzong slashed out with his sword, creating a roaring wind. It was like the wind had gathered to form a long river. It circled around and surged continuously, like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was also like a huge whirlwind that directly surrounded Chenzong. Ao Wu, Whirlwind Style. This move was an Ao Wu that Chenzong had obtained from the Sutra Depository of the Taoist Alliance. After cultivating it, he had improved it to make it more compatible with his body. This move was also a defensive Ao Wu. Once it was used, its power turned into a whirlwind that circled around him, resisting all attacks from all directions. However, under the siege of the demonic dragons, the power of each attack was very terrifying. It immediately broke the whirlwind and rushed toward Chenzong. Whirlwind rotation, in an instant, Chenzong's body seemed to spin rapidly. He turned into a whirlwind and rushed out of the siege of the demonic dragons. His sword light flashed across the sky and attacked another demonic dragon. Chenzong never showed mercy to his enemies. Another demonic dragon was killed by Chenzong. However, Chenzong did not have it easy either. These demonic dragons were not to be trifled with. They were very powerful. Under the siege of the demonic dragons, Shenzong was under great pressure. Even Shenzong was hit by the attacks. Fortunately, with the weakening of the Nine Heaven Soldier armor's power and his own body refining, his body was strong. Under the body refining divine form, his defense became even more amazing. Hymn of the Wind, under the light of the divine will, the power of the sword was even more amazing. It directly shocked and killed. Another demonic dragon was killed. Kill, 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 those who stop me will die. This feeling of satisfaction made the blood in Shenzong's body boil and burn, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. On his glabella, 7 sword patterns flashed with dazzling light. Each of them was filled with an amazing sharpness. That was the aura of the sword principle. 4 divine patterns of the great path, full of mysterious aura, appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma form. They were the patterns of the Tao of the heart. The combination of the sword principle and the Tao of the heart made each of Shenzong's sword moves feel fleeting and unpredictable. Immediately, the 4 patterns of the Tao of the heart converged. On Shenzong's body refining divine form, 4 divine patterns appeared. They were the patterns of the Tao of the world. Heavenly wind slash, when the sword slashed out, it was the combination of the power of the sword principle and the Tao of the world. It lacked the elusive magic of the Tao of the heart, but it had a kind of dignified and domineering power. Shenzong immediately found that the power of the divine wind slash seemed to have increased a little. The divine wind slash focused on the power of a frontal attack. Its power was extremely strong, like a divine wind, unparalleled and domineering. The Tao of the world also focused on the impact of a frontal attack. It was the most suitable way to perform it. Dark red blood splashed across the sky, splashing in all directions. Another demonic dragon was killed, and its enormous corpse fell from the sky. Demon dragons had wings on their backs and could fly in the air. Although divine aspect realm cultivators could not really fly in the air, it was not a problem for them to stay in the air for a short while. Damn 9 Heaven's Imperial Court disciples. In the distance, an even larger demonic dragon's eyes were burning with flames of anger. It looked over from afar. That anger seemed to want to burn Shenzong to ashes. Don't be rash. Another demon dragon beside it was relatively calm, although its eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Don't give the 9 Heavens Imperial Court any reason. Although the Demon Dragon clan had 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings holding the fort, there were only 3 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings. However, there were many 5th Realm strong practitioners in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. In fact, there were even 6th Realm strong practitioners. The difference between the Demon Dragon clan and the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in terms of foundation and strength was simply too big. Until now, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had not broken the agreement between the two parties, so the Demon Dragon clan could not do that either. Otherwise, they would be provoking the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. By then, not only would the 3rd Realm Demon Dragons die, even the 3 Great Demon Dragon Kings would die. More seriously, their entire clan would be wiped out. Since ancient times, there had been cases of many clans in Heaven Continent being annihilated because they had angered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, they had to control themselves. Of course, if Shenzong was killed by a 3rd Realm Demon Dragon, these 4th Realm Demon Dragons would definitely not be angry at all. They would only feel satisfied. All intelligent beings were like this. Everyone would think of their own interests first. Shenzong killed 9 demon dragons consecutively, but 2 more wounds appeared on his body. The wounds were closed by his strong physique, but they were very clear. After continuous fierce battles, his strength was constantly depleted. He felt extremely satisfied, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. Shenzong enjoyed it very much. The way of the sword and the way of the heart overlapped to cast the Ao Wu, while the way of the sword and the way of the world overlapped to cast the Ao Wu. The constant switching allowed Shenzong to find a more suitable application. The Ao Wu that was executed by superimposing the Tao of the heart with the Tao of the sword had the sharpness of the Tao of the sword as well as the wonders of the Tao of the heart. It was erratic and unpredictable, making it even more difficult to dodge. On the other hand, Ao Wu, which was executed by superimposing the sword Tao with the world Tao, became upright and upright. It suppressed and attacked head-on, and its power was astonishing. The two usages each had their own merits. Chen Zong's continuous use of AO Wu made his combat skills more diverse. Even if it was the same AO Wu, it would give birth to different styles. It was even to the extent that Chen Zong gained a trace of inspiration. It was the inspiration of stacking the way of the sword, the way of the heart, and the way of the world. If he could stack them together, Chen Zong's strength would rise a step further. As expected, actual combat, especially a life-and-death battle, was the best way to test one's potential. However, Chen Zong also knew that he couldn't continue fighting. This was because there were more auras of demon dragons approaching from afar. It wasn't very difficult to kill the mission target for this mission. The difficulty lay in how to escape after killing the mission target. The demon dragons would definitely not sit back and do nothing. The third realm demon dragons would definitely move out to deal with him. Even if they had to surround him, they would still make him stay. This didn't violate the agreement with the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. If he continued fighting, he would only have his sword and no reinforcements. He also didn't have the strength of an invincible third realm. On the other hand, the demon dragons would constantly send reinforcements. This was extremely disadvantageous for him. If he wasn't careful, he would die here. If that happened, he might even lose his life, let alone the mission. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chen Zong started to think of an escape route. Slash, charge, burst of power, whirlwind spin. In an instant, Chen Zong executed the secret technique of speed to the maximum. He turned into a whirlwind and swept forward. His speed was astonishing, and his momentum was mighty. Trying to escape? Stay. The demon dragons were enraged and chased after him frantically. However, Chen Zong was determined to leave. Naturally, he wouldn't stop. Although he couldn't really fly, his speed was extremely fast with the help of the whirlwind. On Demon Dragon Island, there was a Realm Gate Palace built by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As long as one entered the Realm Gate Palace, they would be safe because the demon dragons couldn't enter the Realm Gate Palace. Of course, a fourth realm demon dragon might be able to break into the Realm Gate Palace. However, doing so would only anger the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and cause them to suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. After so many years, the demon dragons had long been clear about the pros and cons. Balls of dark green demon dragon poisonous flames pierced through the air and attacked, but Chen Zong kept dodging them. Their tails pierced through the air and shot down from above, but Chen Zong also avoided them. However, Chen Zong couldn't completely avoid them. There would always be a time when he would be hit. He could only use the Nine Heavens Soldier Armor Robe to reduce the power of the attacks by 10%. He also had the protective power of the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique to block them, and his own body refining, chi refining, and godly form to block them. Chen Zong had already cultivated the Nine Mystic Body Protection technique to the 3rd level. His skin was covered with 3 layers of invisible protective power. Its defensive power was amazing. Burn, Chen Zong's power seemed to be constantly burning. The consumption was astonishing, but in exchange for the superb speed of the whirlwind spin secret technique. Under the constant pursuit, the outline of the Realm Gate Palace appeared in front of him. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. He saw the hope of escaping. However, the demon dragons were furious because they also saw the Realm Gate Palace. Kill him. Don't let him enter the Realm Gate Palace. The demon dragons roared angrily. Get out of the way. A brutal and cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like cold thunder. In an instant, a huge light shadow flew from afar at an astonishing speed. It was extremely fast, and it carried with it a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It directly passed through the demon dragons and rushed towards Chen Zong. It was extremely fast, moreover, that aura was extremely powerful. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Everything would be destroyed. Chen Zong's expression changed drastically. This aura made him tremble. However, that aura was still at the level of the 3rd realm. It had not broken through to the 4th realm. It was obviously a powerful demon dragon at the peak of the 3rd realm. Chen Zong could not avoid this attack. He could not avoid it either. Because once he dodged, his speed would decrease. It was very likely that he would be surrounded again. If he was surrounded again, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Take it head on, Zhong chose to take this terrifying attack head-on. He fully mobilized his power to form a defense. Boom, in an instant, the Nine Heavens soldier robe was torn and shattered by the terrifying power. It was completely unable to withstand and could not be repaired. Then, the power of the first layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the second layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the third layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the third layer of the Nine Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. Zhong's primordial spirit Dharma power was shattered in an instant. Then, his refined body Dharma power was also hit. In that instant, Zhong felt as if his body was being destroyed. The excruciating pain was indescribable, and he spat out blood continuously. However, Zhong was still alive. In that instant, he used the power of the terrifying attack to rush towards the Realm Gate Palace at an extremely fast speed. From afar, it looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, dragging a long flame tail. In the flame tail, there seemed to be drops of blood sputtering out, shining brightly under the light. In an instant, Zhong rushed into the Realm Gate Palace. His body hit the hard ground and suddenly bounced up. He rolled forward a few times before coming to a stop. His limbs were spread out and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a faint blood foam. His face was pale, and his breath was disordered. He had been seriously injured. But he had survived. Zhong could not help but let out a carefree laugh. The battle with the demon dragons had been very satisfying. It had made him more proficient in his fighting techniques. He had also found a trace of opportunity to superimpose the power of the three great paths. The power of the last attack was terrifying. Fortunately, he had various defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces and died an unnatural death. Now, he had survived. However, his injuries were very serious. Zhong endured the pain in his body and took out an elixir to relieve his injuries. It was a pity. If he could still use the sword world, he would not be in such a sorry state. However, since his cultivation had broken through to the third realm, the world domain had been integrated into his body and could no longer become the heart of the world. Naturally, he could not use the sword world. He could only slowly comprehend it in the future and see if it could be used again. Outside the Realm Gate Palace, the demonic dragons had surrounded it. The extremely powerful third realm demonic dragon was extremely furious. It could feel that its attack had killed that Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple. Anger, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of scorching dark green demon dragon poisonous flames. It directly bombarded the Realm Gate Palace, as if it wanted to destroy and burn the Realm Gate Palace. Unfortunately, this kind of power could not do anything to the Realm Gate Palace. It was blocked directly and could not break through the Realm Gate Palace's defenses. Unless it had the power of the fourth realm. In the end, the demon dragons could only leave with a belly full of anger. In the Realm Gate Palace, Zhong refined the elixir. His injuries were alleviated and slowly recovered. He continued to take elixirs. After his injuries had recovered by 60 to 70%, Zhong passed through the Realm Gate and returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Once he returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, his injuries healed several times faster because the universe vitality in the sixth heaven was richer and purer. Zhong immediately handed in the mission. With the Nine Heavens Rings record, the mission was handed in very quickly. Thus, Zhong also received a reward, Nine Heavens General Set. Of course, one could not get the reward just by completing the mission. This Nine Heavens General Set was something that any Divine Aspect Realm disciple was qualified to receive. However, one had to complete a mission first. It was equivalent to a test. After all, the value of the Nine Heavens General Set was much higher than the Nine Heavens Soldier Set. It was more precious and limited in quantity. Zhong quickly refined the general armor and transformed it into a sword robe. The Nine Heavens Soldier sword robe he was wearing had reached its limit after withstanding the terrifying attack from the peak of the third realm demon dragon. It could not be repaired and was directly destroyed. The Nine Heavens Soldier armor could weaken the attack by 10%, while the Nine Heavens General armor could weaken the attack by 20%. An additional 10% was like an additional layer of protection. As for the original Nine Heavens blade, Qianzong wanted to return it to the Nine Heavens imperial court. The new Nine Heavens blade was at the general level and could increase the attack power by 20%, surpassing the power of the extreme heart phaseless sword. If Qianzong wielded the Nine Heavens general sword, his attack power would be increased further. It was equivalent to his ability becoming stronger in an invisible way. Once the mission is completed, I will have more than 100 years to cultivate in peace. The direction of my cultivation from now on is to combine the power of the three great Daos, Qianzong thought to himself. Of course, he could not neglect other aspects of his cultivation. He would set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest resident Qianzong's current feeling was exactly what he was feeling right now. Within the Heartsword Palace, Qianzong was in seclusion, sorting out his gains from the battle on Demon Dragon Island. The first gain was that he could switch between the path of heart and the path of sword and the path of world and the path of sword. The same sword technique and AO would have different performances, allowing him to have more variety in his moves. The second gain was that he had found an opportunity to combine the three great paths. How to combine them? The inspiration that Qianzong found was to combine the path of heart and the path of world at the same time with the path of sword as the center. The path of heart was different from the path of world. One was mysterious and unpredictable, changing or not, depending on the heart. The path of world was filled with shocking power, suppressing and crushing everything. If one had to describe it, the path of heart was like the wind, and the path of world was like the earth. The wind moved and the earth was stable. Although these two were not as opposite as light and darkness, water and fire, it was difficult to combine them. If they were directly combined, they would not be related to each other. Only by using the path of sword as a buffer could they be combined. However, this was only a trace of inspiration that Qianzong had obtained in the battle. Whether he could do it was still unknown. He could only study it further. Half a month later, Qianzong came out of seclusion. He had digested all his gains from the battle. He had further understanding of how to combine the three great paths, but it was still not enough. It was still in theory. Battle. I need more battles to apply and break through in battle. Chen Zong immediately moved and headed towards the battle tower, planning to use the power of the battle tower to train himself. Now, Qianzong's cultivation was in the middle level of the divine phase realm, not reaching the upper level. Therefore, the opponents in the battle tower were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm. On the first level, the opponents were normal middle level of the divine phase realm. They were no match for Qianzong and were defeated in one strike. On the second level, the opponents were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm, but their strength was obviously stronger. However, they were still no match for Qianzong and were easily killed. On the third floor, the opponent's strength was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill an ordinary mid-level divine phase realm expert, but he still wasn't Qianzong's opponent. On the fourth level, Qianzong felt the pressure, a very strong pressure. Fight, a fierce battle. At the middle level of the divine phase realm, Qianzong's strength hadn't reached its peak yet. He was fighting crazily with his opponents on the fourth floor. In this kind of high-intensity battle, he was borrowing the pressure of his opponents to train himself. He tried to use the power of the sword Dao as a buffer, stacking the power of the Dao of heart and the Dao of the world together. His first attempt failed. Qianzong suffered the counterattack of the three great Daos and was instantly injured. Then, his opponent seized the opportunity to kill him. Outside the battle tower, Qianzong did not leave. Instead, he entered the fourth level of the battle tower and continued to battle. The second failure, the third failure, Qianzong was not discouraged at all. Although he was defeated every time, he continued to find clues in this crazy battle and began to step into it little by little. On his 18th attempt, on the fourth floor of the battle tower, Qianzong stacked the power of the three great Daos again. In an instant, a small part of the three great Daos successfully stacked together, causing the sword to tremble unconsciously. It was as if it had suddenly endured an overbearing power. Divine wind slash, the sword slashed out. It was only the third level AO Wu, but it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It instantly cut through the opponent's attack. The slash arrived with irresistible force and killed his opponent. Looking at his opponent dissipating, Qianzong immediately revealed a smile. I finally succeeded. Chen Zong thought to himself, but it's still not enough. I've only just grasped the basics. The stacking power is only enough to activate one AO Wu. I must stack all of them together before it can be considered perfect. Continuing to battle, Chen Zong stepped into the 5th floor. Unfortunately, the opponent on the 5th floor was much stronger than the opponent on the 4th floor. Chen Zong was completely suppressed. Even if he displayed the stacking power of the 3 great Daos, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel vexed. At the 4th level, relying on the overlapped power of the 3 great Daos was sufficient to defeat his opponent. Thus, it was already difficult for him to obtain any tempering effect. However, at the 5th level, his opponent was too strong. The might of his sword could only cause a slight threat to his opponent and was unable to kill him. After the stacking power of the 3 great Daos, it would be exhausted. As such, he fell into a rather awkward situation. On the 4th floor, it was no longer useful for him to hone his skills. However, on the 5th floor, because his opponent was too strong, it was difficult for him to hone his skills. Chen Zong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The opponent he needed now should be between the 4th and 5th floor of the battle tower. Only then would he be able to hone his skills. Where could he find one? Chen Zong couldn't help but think hard. In the end, he thought of one of the 5 great secret realms, the Wild Beast Secret Realm. In the Wild Beast Secret Realm, there were countless wild beasts. The wild beasts didn't have much intelligence, only a terrifying bloodthirsty instinct. It was rumored that the wild beasts in the Wild Beast Secret Realm had part of the bloodline of the universe's fierce beasts, but it wasn't complete. Therefore, they had the terrifying combat power of the universe's fierce beasts, but they didn't have any intelligence. Making a prompt decision, Chen Zong immediately set off for the Wild Beast Secret Realm. The Wild Beast Secret Realm was different from the Spirit Charging Secret Realm. In the Spirit Charging Secret Realm, there were still cultivators, but in the Wild Beast Secret Realm, there were no cultivators. There were only countless wild beasts living and reproducing. If the mystery territory was broken and the berserk beasts inside rushed out, their numbers would be huge and it would be a disaster for the Heaven continent. Fortunately, the Berserk Mystery Territory was more important than the Spirit Rush Mystery Territory. Naturally, there would be experts from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court guarding it. As a true disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, especially a true disciple of the 6th Heaven, Chen Zong easily stepped into the Wild Beast Secret Realm. The aura here seemed to be very wild, and there was a restless feeling at all times. If one stayed for a long time, they might be affected by the aura and become irritable. However, in the beginning, the effect could be said to be negligible. The wild beasts in the Wild Beast Secret Realm were divided into 3 levels: low level, mid level, and high level. The low level was equivalent to the 2nd realm of cultivation, the mid level was equivalent to the 3rd realm, and the high level was equivalent to the 4th realm. Cultivators in the God Concentrating Realm were not allowed to enter the Wild Beast Secret Realm because it was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would die inside. Only cultivators in the 3rd realm were qualified to enter. In this secret realm, wild beasts were almost everywhere. As soon as Chen Zong appeared, he could feel several wild and violent auras spreading out without restraint and rushing in all directions. Chen Zong did not pay attention to the wild beasts that were emitting auras. Although their auras were strong, they were only in the 2nd realm. They were not worthy of his attention. Search. Chen Zong moved quickly and searched for mid-level wild beasts. Soon, he found a few mid-level wild beasts of the 3rd realm. He attacked, fought, and killed them. Even though they were all mid-level wild beasts, there were differences in strength. The average mid-level wild beast was equivalent to a low-level divine aspect realm beast. The stronger wild beasts had the combat strength of a peak divine aspect realm beast. They were very terrifying. It was not an easy task to find a suitable mid-tier wild beast to be his opponent. While Chen Zong was searching for a suitable opponent, he was also pondering on how to best stack the 3 types of domain energy. Soon, Chen Zong saw It was also here. He was still holding the pair of dark gold maces in his hands, but the power it emitted was stronger. It had been upgraded from the soldier level to the general level. The increase in attack power had also increased from 10% to 20%. From afar, Chen Zong could feel Qi's aura. It was very domineering, majestic, and ferocious. It made him tremble. Boom, Qi struck down with his maces. It looked like a simple strike, but it contained a terrifying power that shocked everyone. Level 4. No, it's not just level 4. It's level 5. Chen Zong's pupil shrank. He was shocked. Right now, he had only comprehended a rank 3 profound martial art, but Ho had already grasped a rank 5 profound martial art. Although he wasn't sure if the rank 5 profound martial art he grasped was self-created or created by someone else, no matter which one it wasn't simple. After all, within a rank 5 profound martial art, there were at least 45 profound martial arts, or even more than 50 profound martial arts. It was not an easy task to cultivate them. Of course, if one wanted to create one, the difficulty would be even higher. The maces struck down like an ancient divine mountain. Under the dark gold light, all the wild beasts were crushed and turned into dust. Chen Zong was shocked. What a terrifying strike. That strike was extremely domineering. Everything was crushed. It was terrifying. If he had faced that attack without any ability to resist, he would have been directly smashed into pieces, turned into powder, and disappeared completely. Terrifying, Qi's strength was just too terrifying. Chen Zong's expression was very serious. How could it be, when they were in the spirit focus realm, although Qi's strength was much stronger than his, he did not feel like he could not resist at all? Is the talent of the origin race really so strong? Chen Zong could not help but mumble to himself. Then, he shook his head. Maybe the talent of the origin race was really shocking. Once they reached the divine phase realm, they would be able to display it further. However, not all of them were like that. Qi was at the top of the origin race. If it was an ordinary origin race, even if they broke through to the divine phase realm and displayed their talent further, they would not be able to reach this level. Pressure. Chen Zong felt a pressure he had never felt before. After breaking through to the divine phase realm, he worked hard to cultivate. However, the gap between him and Qi did not shorten. Instead, it seemed to have stretched further. Previously, Chen Zong was very surprised when he heard that Qi had entered the heavenly general ranking. In the 30 years that he worked hard to cultivate, there was also news about Qi's ranking on the heavenly general ranking kept rising. From the 900th place to the 600th place. His improvement was very shocking. In the origin race, Qi was known as the #1 genius. He was also known as a monster. Countless geniuses were overshadowed by him. For example, Green Nightmare, Dang Xing, Sui Han, etc. They were all top geniuses. However, compared to Qi, they were obviously one level lower. My background is not as good as theirs. My innate talent may not be as good as theirs. However, I have an unyielding heart and unparalleled belief. Chen Zong took a deep breath and said to himself. Although he was frightened by Qi, Chen Zong was not affected by it. Instead, his fighting spirit was stimulated. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book house. Chen Zong was shocked by Zhao's strength, but at the same time, his fighting spirit and belief were stimulated. His opponent was so strong, and the stronger he got, the stronger he became. He could only strive to catch up and do everything he could. He absolutely refused to retreat and admit defeat. Unknowingly, Chen Zong felt that his Tao of heart seemed to be fluctuating, and he faintly had the feeling of breaking through. However, this feeling only flashed by, and he didn't immediately break through. After killing the berserk beasts, Ming also noticed Chen Zong's aura. His innate Yuan King body was very sensitive to vital qi. As he looked around, his eyes seemed to contain a dark golden divine light. The moment their eyes met, Chen Zong could not help but tremble. He felt a boundless pressure that made his hair stand on end. Strong, it was simply too tyrannical. However, Zhao was not interested in Chen Zong, nor did he want to settle the score of the heavenly spirit fruit. His figure flashed and he escaped. In his opinion, Chen Zong was no match for him at all, and he was not qualified to fight with him. As for the matter of the heavenly spirit fruit, it was up to their own abilities. There was nothing to be calculative about. After Zhao left, Chen Zong's back was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he thought Zhao would attack, and even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to block Xiao's attack. The sense of urgency in his heart grew stronger, and it turned into a kind of motivation. He had to improve as soon as possible, or the gap would only grow bigger. When the gap grew to a certain extent, it would become a kind of moat, an abyss that could not be crossed, and it would lead to despair. It would be fine if he did not know, but now that he knew and had come into contact with it, he had to work hard to catch up. He could not fall behind others. It was like that in the void, and it was also like that in the universe. Battle, 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 endless battle, non-stop battle. He comprehended and sharpened himself in battle. The three kinds of great path strength had not been completely superimposed, but Chen Zong's mysterious fusion of swordsmanship had been further improved. Fusing 9 kinds of mysterious mysteries was the first level. Under the repeated use of heavenly wind slash, the mysterious fusion of 27 kinds of mysterious mysteries became 28 kinds, then 29 kinds, and finally, 36 kinds. 4 times 9 36 meant that the divine wind slash had broken through its limit, rising from the 3rd order Ao Wu to the 4th order. Chen Zong's strength had increased imperceptibly. After that, wind extremity, wind mark, and wind chant also broke through one after another, reaching the 4th stage. While Ao Wu was improving, the superposition of the 3 great Tao powers was also slowly increasing. 10%, 20%, 30%, gradually, it rose to 90%, and then 99%. However, the difference between 99% and 100% was the difference between incomplete perfection and perfection. Imperfection meant that there was a flaw, and a flaw meant that the power could not be used continuously. How can I achieve perfection? Chen Zong fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that even if he continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to break through. Thus, Chen Zong left the wild beast secret realm. However, he didn't return to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court immediately. Instead, he walked around the wild beast island where the wild beast secret realm was located. Walking was also a form of cultivation. The sun rose and the moon set. Years passed without him noticing. Chen Zong had forgotten the passage of time. Mountains and rivers, life and death of plants and trees. Cultivation was also cultivation of the mind. Unknowingly, the 5th divine pattern of the path of heart was condensed. As Chen Zong continued to walk and observe, it became compatible with heaven and earth. The 5th divine pattern was also condensed. However, it was difficult to improve the path of sword that had already condensed 7 divine patterns. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the Great Tao divine pattern was 9. This was the level that ordinary cultivators in the divine aspect realm could reach. However, there were also those who could break through the 10th, 11th, and 12th divine patterns. Breaking the limit was divided into the low extreme, high extreme, and super extreme. This was the same as the division of combat power in the void. In fact, the division of combat power in the void had been transmitted from the outside world a long time ago, which meant that it had been transmitted from another void. Chen Zong had already condensed 7 divine patterns of the sword when he was in the middle level of the divine aspect realm. Compared to others, he was at a higher level. The difference between 7 and 9 was 2 divine patterns. However, Chen Zong's cultivation had yet to reach the upper level of the divine aspect realm, let alone the peak level. Comprehending the Great Tao would become more difficult the further one progressed. This meant that the condensation of the Great Tao divine pattern was the same. The wind blew across the grassland, causing the grass to bend. However, it was also full of resilience, about to bounce back. The water flowed through the valley, endless and unstoppable. Flowing through the water, walking across the grassland, and crossing the mountains, Chen Zong's knowledge was constantly increasing. His temperament was also constantly being tempered and stabilized. In front of him and under his feet was a desert. At a glance, it was a boundless golden sand. Under the light of the stars, it shone brightly. The wind blew and swept over, blowing the sand into the air. Then, the sand was lifted into the air. The wind and sand mixed, turning into gusts of sand that blew over. It became vast and mighty, sweeping through heaven and earth. Chen Zong stared and was inexplicably touched. In an instant, the accumulation of the past few years seemed to be straightened out by an invisible hand. It was quickly straightened out. bits of spiritual light appeared and gathered. The wind blew the sand rose, and the wind moved. The wind and sand mixed into a gust of sand that bubbled. You and me, you and me. Touched, Chenzong was greatly touched in an instant. If the power of the great Tao of the heart was described as wind, and the power of the great Tao of the world was described as sand, one was active and one was still, but they could also be combined. Moreover, the power of the great Tao of the sword could be used as a medium to connect the two. In an instant, the last bit of enlightenment and breakthrough occurred. 100%, perfection. That feeling of perfection made Chenzong feel comfortable and satisfied. It was as if there were no gaps. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The power of the three great Tao superimposed and poured into the sword, turning into an invisible and colorless power that pierced through the air. It was just an ordinary slash, but it had astonishing power. Stronger. With my current ability, I wonder if I can pass the 5th level of the battle tower. Chenzong couldn't help but guess. After all, the 4 AO Wu techniques that he created had all broken through to the 4th level, and his own strength had increased by a lot. As for the whirlwind technique, because it wasn't created by himself, it was a 3rd level AO Wu technique from the start. Since the superimposition of the 3 great Tao powers has succeeded, it's time to go back, Chenzong said to himself. He would return to the Heart Sword Peak first, and then think carefully about what to do next. After witnessing Qi's super strength, Chenzong still felt a lot of pressure. It was urgent to improve, but he couldn't blindly try. He had to have a goal. Otherwise, he would only get half the result with twice the effort, and waste time and energy for nothing. All this time, he had relied on his own efforts and ability. Chenzong knew this better than anyone else. A clear plan for improvement was the most effective. Therefore, a short period of time. Rest and recuperation were for a better start, to go further, and to climb higher. However, in the end, Chenzong didn't return to the Heart Sword Peak first. Instead, he went to look for Senior Lin Ming. Lin Ming had been in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for a longer time and knew more. Perhaps he could give some suggestions for his current situation. Sure enough, after hearing Chenzong's question, Lin Ming fell into deep thought. He was surprised by Chenzong's speed of improvement, but also happy. Therefore, he couldn't give Chenzong any suggestions casually. He had to be cautious. It had to be of obvious help to Chenzong, and at the same time, it couldn't be too dangerous. Otherwise, not only would it not be of help, but it would also inadvertently harm him. Chenzong didn't rush and didn't interrupt Lin Ming's thoughts. Instead, he waited quietly. While waiting, Chenzong was also quietly cultivating and comprehending. He didn't let go of a single breath. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his realm, Chenzong had also cultivated the 33 heavens of heart to the 17th level. The Heart Sutra could now maintain the usual 6 wills of heart. However, the Heart Sutra still hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of 100 wills of heart. That was too difficult. One must know that eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan had only cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra after a long time of settling down after his cultivation reached the peak of the magical power realm. As for the 4th level, he didn't know how long it would take. The 4th level of the Heart Sutra could only be achieved by Master Heart Tao Master. As for the 5th level, it was a concept and a theory that had yet to be created. Chenzong had never thought about the 5th level. After all, he hadn't even cultivated the 3rd level. There was still the 4th level above the 3rd level. If the 3rd level was already so difficult to cultivate, then what about the 4th level? It would be even more difficult to cultivate. But now, Chenzong had cultivated the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra to the level of 100 wills of heart. Unfortunately, Chenzong didn't dare to unleash the power of 100 wills of heart. Once unleashed, the power of his mind would pour out like a torrent that had been opened. The speed was too amazing, and he wouldn't have time to do anything else. In the end, it was because his power of mind wasn't strong enough. However, this could be slowly improved in the future. For now, the 10 wills of heart was enough for Chenzong. I'll go ask the palace master first and then inform you. In the end, Lin Ming said. Considering Chenzong's current situation, he had to improve Chenzong's strength as fast as possible without leaving any side effects. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Asking the palace master was also because the palace master had a higher status, a higher cultivation level, and stronger strength. Perhaps he would know more information and so on. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior, Chenzong said with a smile. He immediately got up and left the Dao Alliance, returning to the Heart Sword Peak of the sixth heaven. Higher heavens cultivators could enter lower heavens at will and stay for as long as they wanted. However, lower heavens cultivators had to apply to enter higher heavens if they didn't have a certain status. Only after the application was approved could they enter. Moreover, the time they could stay was limited. After Chenzong returned to the Heartsword Palace, he immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. He wanted to find out more about the situation first. Unexpectedly, before Senior Lin Ming sent any news, someone requested to visit him. Chenzong was secretly surprised by the visitor. He immediately allowed him to come. Not long after, the visitor arrived. He wore a black battle robe and a ferocious ghost mask. He had an unyielding aura. It was the war devil from the Eternal Battle Fort. Chenzong sensed that the war devil's aura had also broken through from the spirit condensation realm to the divine manifestation realm. However, his cultivation level was still at the low level of the divine manifestation realm. However, what was the purpose of his visit? The war demon's visit was out of Chenzong's expectations. The purpose of the war demon's visit also surprised Chenzong. The purpose was to join forces with Chenzong to obtain a fortuitous encounter together. After the war demon broke through to the divine aspect realm and stabilized his cultivation, he left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to train on one of the islands. On that island, the war demon found a cave that had existed for an unknown number of years and entered it. There were guards in the cave. Only by defeating the guards could one obtain a fortuitous encounter. The war demon couldn't break through, so after thinking about it, he found Chenzong and decided to join forces. It would be best if they succeeded, but if they failed, they would have to think of another way. The war demon invited him, but Lin Ming hadn't replied to Chenzong yet. Chenzong was tempted and immediately set off with the war demon. On Heaven Continent, where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located, there were hundreds of islands other than the central mainland. These islands were of different sizes. The bigger ones were half the size of the central mainland, while the smaller ones were less than 1%. Therefore, apart from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there were many other forces, such as some clans, sects, and so on. Together, they formed Heaven Continent. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was the strongest, but there were also many strong cultivators in the other forces, including 5th and 6th level cultivators. There were also some strong cultivators from other places who would stay for a short while and even leave behind a cave. Occasionally, there would be people who found the ancient cave left behind by their predecessors and entered it by chance. Of course, some people could obtain a fortuitous encounter, while others couldn't. Of the hundreds of islands, more than half had a gateway to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were a few that didn't, mostly because their levels were too low and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't want to waste resources. The cave that the war demon found was on one of the islands that didn't have a gateway. The two of them could only go to the neighboring island through the gateway and travel with their own speed. Fortunately, although the divine aspect realm wasn't considered strong in Heaven Continent, it wasn't weak either. They had the basic qualifications to travel. Besides, the two of them were geniuses. Their strength wasn't something an ordinary divine aspect realm cultivator could compare to. Since they had the intention to hurry on their way, they naturally wouldn't stop and waste time. Besides that, they were worried that others would notice the abode during this period of time and seize the fortune within the abode first. So they couldn't be delayed. Between the island continents, there was a void zone. Without a strength at the fourth realm, it was impossible to cross it. Fortunately, there were people who specialized in such businesses. Using some sky-crossing flying ships to travel back and forth, they only had to pay some Cosmos God crystals as a fee. On the 100-meter-long flying boat, Chenzong and the war devil each sat in a corner of the deck. They didn't talk to each other. With the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chenzong continued to cultivate even when he was on the road. It could be said that the One Heart Sutra was one of the trump cards that allowed him to surpass the other Skyprites. Although comprehending all the time wouldn't allow Qinzong to break through immediately and advance by leaps and bounds, it could accumulate unceasingly. Qinzong's accumulation became more and more vigorous. The moment the opportunity arrived, he would be able to break through and become stronger. Strictly speaking, Qinzong was well aware of his own cultivation talent. Although it was considered top-notch in the void, it wasn't the highest. Moreover, he had come to this vast universe, where many top-notch geniuses from the three great sequences of the void had gathered. There were even more astonishing members of the origin race. Among them, his cultivation talent could only be considered decent. If he relied on his cultivation talent, he would eventually vanish into the crowd. However, Qinzong also had his own strong points, and that was his comprehension ability. His superhuman comprehension ability could be said to be the best in the void since ancient times. Perhaps in the vast universe, his comprehension ability couldn't be said to be the best, but it could still be considered top-notch. Even if there were people whose comprehension ability surpassed his, there were very, very few of them. His super-high comprehension ability, his indescribable affinity with swords, and the help of the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra, it was as if he had the help of God. Qinzong advanced by leaps and bounds. He was the best among his peers in the void, and no one could compare to him. Even his senior brother Luo Beichuan was far inferior to him when they were at the same level. In the universe, the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra were also suitable. This was where Qinzong's foundation lay. Otherwise, after seeing Qi's amazing strength and knowing Qi's monstrous talent, Qinzong wouldn't have thought of catching up or even surpassing him. Just based on his imagination, that would be Yilan's arrogance, and ignorance. However, Qinzong had never been an arrogant and ignorant person. On the contrary, he was very self-aware. It was precisely because he was self-aware, fully aware of his own abilities and competence, that he dared to have the thought of catching up. The fight between geniuses wasn't a fight for a moment, but for a lifetime. If one didn't have this kind of understanding and only thought of surpassing everyone and being invincible, it would be impossible. It would only mess up one's mind. Accumulation, continuous accumulation in daily life, bit by bit, when the accumulation reached the extreme, it would naturally usher in a breakthrough. When one's cultivation reached the divine phase realm, if one didn't have enough external help, it would be even more difficult to raise it. If Qinzong hadn't taken the 8 heavenly spirit pellets, his current cultivation would still be at the low level of the divine phase realm. It could be seen how amazing the heavenly spirit pellet was. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit pellet was made of the heavenly spirit fruit, and the heavenly spirit fruit could only be found once in 1,000 years. In the heaven continent, there was only one heavenly spirit treasure tree that could produce heavenly spirit fruit. It was in the spirit-rushing secret territory, owned by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Each time, it could only produce 99 heavenly spirit fruits at most. Sometimes, it didn't even produce that many. 3 days later, the space-crossing airship finally arrived. Qinzong and the War Devil quickly disembarked. Under the War Devil's guidance, they flew towards the cave. After passing through a dense forest and crossing over a mountain, they stepped into a valley filled with rugged rocks of strange shapes. The cave the War Devil had found was in this valley. The entrance of the cave looked a little broken, as if half of it had collapsed. "Someone has been here," the War Devil whispered. The War Devil said in a low voice. Because there were traces left behind, which were very fresh. Qinzong was also a little bit worried. Were they too late? The War Devil took the lead, and Qinzong followed behind. They quickly entered the cave. Going deeper and deeper, Qinzong and the War Devil felt a strong aura surging. Apparently, someone was fighting. They couldn't help but exhale in relief. If there was a fight, it meant that the opportunity inside was still there. They still had hope to fight for it. Of course, if the person who entered first was too strong, they could only give up the opportunity here. Protecting their lives was more important. However, from what they could sense, although the aura of the battle wasn't weak, it was still at the divine phase realm. Moreover, they didn't feel that they couldn't fight against it. This place was deep inside the cave. It was very spacious. 3 people were joining hands to besiege a man in armor. That man in armor was covered from head to toe. Only his eyes could be seen. They emitted a black and red light, which was very dazzling. The man in armor was holding a thick broadsword. His aura was shocking, and his broadsword aura was overbearing. He forced the three to join hands, but they couldn't do anything to him. However, the man in armor didn't move because there was a half-meter-tall door behind him. It was closed. It seemed to be guarding that door. Perhaps there was something behind the door. This protector won't leave this area. The plan failed. The three who joined hands didn't look good. Their plan was to lead the man in armor away, then go around to open the door and take the thing inside. However, the man in armor didn't move at all. He stood in place and firmly guarded the door. He only used the broadsword in his hand to resist the enemy. On the way, the war devil had already explained the situation to Xianxia. Fight, the protector was too shocking. Even if he stood there without moving, just the large blade in his hand was able to block the three people who joined forces. They were unable to get past him. The defensive power of the armor on his body was extremely shocking. Even if he was hit, it would be difficult to break through. Only traces would be left behind, but those traces would slowly disappear and automatically recover. The three of us aren't strong enough. We have to find someone else. I know Brother Yang is on the neighboring island. Send him a message right now. Ask him to come here. Without hesitation, the three immediately retreated and put some distance between them and the man in armor. The man in armor didn't move at all. He didn't have any intention to chase after them. He firmly guarded the door behind him. Xianxia and the war devil showed up directly. Did they have to wait here for reinforcements, then defeat the protector and open the door to take the opportunity inside? Of course not. Who is it? As soon as the three finished their message, they sensed Xianxia and the war devil's aura. Their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Who are you two? Get out of here. We found this place first. You two, we are true disciples of the Kongming sect. This is a test left by a predecessor of the Kongming sect. Please leave. Don't disturb us. The three spoke almost at the same time. I found this place first, the war devil said coldly. The war devil said coldly. This was the truth. However, after the war devil had left to invite Xianxia, the three true disciples of the Kongming cult had coincidentally discovered this place. Anyway, it didn't matter who found it first. The most important thing was to open the door and take the things inside. After all, there was a protector and the door was closed. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something inside. Moreover, it should be valuable. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to chase you away? Xianxia said neither quickly nor slowly. His eyes were sharp, and his sword chi was threatening. That kind of sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the three disciples of the Kongming sect. They were secretly frightened. You are too arrogant. One of them sneered. He seemed to be disdainful of Xianxia's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two seemed to have a tacit understanding. They directly attacked Xianxia and the war devil. One of them used words to attract the other's attention, while the other two suddenly attacked. Their cooperation was very good. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had done this. In the past, they had used this method to kill many opponents, and the success rate was very high. His murderous aura exploded out in an instant. The terrifying double attack also arrived in an instant. But whether it was Xianxia or the war demon, they had been through countless life and death battles in the void. They were extremely experienced in battle. Their reactions were instinctive, and they reacted instantly. The war demon punched out. Its fist power was extremely fierce. It had an indescribable dominance and a shocking battle intent. The war demon's fist power was shattered. The war demon was forced to retreat. The war demon chased after him with a ferocious smile. On the other side, a sword light flashed. Xianxia slashed out with his sword. The strong sword power split the war demon's sudden attack and forced him to retreat. The person who had spoken to attract Xianxia and the war demon's attention also attacked. His spear was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. It was fast and fierce, attacking Xianxia. But Xianxia slashed out a second time. The strong sword power broke through the air and smashed the spear light. The war demon was forced to retreat. The third slash, the cyan sword power swept across the sky. The two true disciples of the Kongming cult who had recovered and attacked again were pushed back again. Their blood and chi were shaken, and they were slightly injured. On the other side, the war demon was fighting fiercely with all his strength. "If you don't leave now, you'll die," Chen Zong said coldly. An indescribable killing intent spread out. The two true disciples' expressions changed. They couldn't help but tremble. Chen Zong was not a homicidal maniac. He wouldn't kill people for no reason. This was his bottom line and principle. Even if he got into trouble because of this, he wouldn't go against his principles. If a swordsman couldn't even stick to his principles, he wouldn't be able to practice the sword. Sooner or later, he would mess up. Realizing that they were no match for Chen Zong, the two looked at each other and sent a message to each other. Then they called the third person and left immediately. But in fact, they didn't really leave. They just retreated outside the cave and waited for Brother Yang. Inside the cave, the war devil maintained its primordial spirit dharma and attacked the armored man first. The armored man reacted immediately. His broadsword sliced through the air. His broadsword was ferocious. It cut through the war devil's broadsword light as if it was going to cut it into pieces. He was no match for him, the war demon had already tried. He was no match for the warframe man, so he left to invite Chen Zong. Chen Zong immediately drew his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed toward Ji Futian. It was a cyan sword aura, condensed like the wind. It was incomparably powerful and could split the sky and the earth. Divine Wind Slash, the might of the Type 4AO Wu was unleashed to the maximum at this moment. However, Chen Zong did not reveal his chi refining and body refining godly form. He only used the power of the chi refining godly form. The saber and the sword clashed fiercely. The saber radiance was immediately shattered, and Chen Zong's sword also cut a mark on the armored man's body. However, there was no effect at all. Furthermore, the mark was fading at an astonishing speed. What an amazing defense! Chen Zong's pupils contracted in an instant. Such a defense was difficult to break. However, it wasn't as if there was no other way. He drew his sword and still used the Divine Wind Slash, because the opponent did not dodge. The Divine Wind Slash's frontal attack was the strongest. But this time, Chen Zong used the ninefold mixed killing mystic art to execute the Divine Wind Slash. The ninefold mixed killing technique, the third level, immediately transformed into three sword shadows. They continuously slashed at the same spot on the armored man's body at almost the same time. Such tyrannical power immediately broke the armor of the warframe man, but the warframe man's armor was broken. However, Chen Zong and the war demon found that the armored man was not affected at all. Through the broken armor, they could see that the inside of the armor was made of countless metals, not flesh and blood. A puppet, this was a puppet. The saber slashed through the air with amazing power. Chen Zong did not want to take it head-on. Otherwise, he might be injured. He drew his sword, Divine Wind Slash. Chen Zong attacked again with the help of the ninefold mixed killing technique. Under the Heart Sutra, he constantly comprehended the mystery of Qin Xiu's slash and integrated it into the Divine Wind Slash, trying to improve the power of the Divine Wind Slash as much as possible. The comprehensive comprehension of the 6 essences of heart and the 6 essences of heart improved little by little, as if the time was greatly shortened. The efficiency increased by more than 10 times. The armored man did not move at all. Naturally, he had no intention of dodging. Facing the attack, he either blocked it with the saber in his hand. If he could not block it, he would block it with his own body. This way, Chen Zong did not have to think about how to hit the opponent. He only needed to focus on the sword and keep improving the power of the sword. Unconsciously, more and more mysteries of the sword were integrated into it, and the power was increasing step by step. 10 swords, 20 swords, 30 swords, the continuous use of the Divine Wind Slash allowed Chen Zong to gain a deeper understanding of it. Suddenly, he shook, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. All the mysteries of the Divine Wind Slash that Qin Xiu had comprehended were now fully grasped by Chen Zong and integrated into it. Slash, the cyan sword light seemed to be more condensed. Vaguely, there was an extremely violent aura spreading out. Invisibly, the power was further enhanced. However, it was still the fourth stage AO Wu. Qianzong knew that the divine wind slash had changed. Although it was still the fourth stage AO Wu, its power was stronger. Especially the violent aura it contained, it was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. This was the mystery of the slash that Xianxia had comprehended. Only one slash, but it could slash and destroy everything. It was not appropriate to call this AO Wu the divine wind slash. It should be called the fierce divine wind slash. Fierce divine wind slash, 9 layers of mixed slash, the dark cyan sword aura once again slashed through the air, immediately cutting it open and leaving a deep sword mark. Although the war devil's strength was not as good as Qianzong's, his eyesight was not bad. He could see that Qianzong's sword was obviously the AO Wu from before, and its aura had become more violent and tyrannical. It had improved. It had improved again, indeed, it was an extremely terrifying talent in swordsmanship. Although the divine wind slash was still the fourth stage AO Wu, its cutting power was extremely strong. Therefore, its lethality was more obvious. On the other side, the war devil interfered and finally cut the guardian's body in half. After the guardian's body was cut in half, it could no longer obstruct Qianzong and the war devil. The two of them looked over the guardian's body and fixed their gazes on the half-meter-wide closed door. He pushed his palm forward. His energy surged and immediately opened the door. After the door was opened, there was a cabinet with 3 things on it. One was a black crystal, incomparably dark and deep. Its aura was restrained, and it was impossible to see what it was. However, the war devil's gaze was directly attracted to it. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He only felt that the black crystal had an indescribable attraction to him. The other 2 things were a thin book. There was a thin book and a finger-length ancient sword. Qianzong, I only want that, said the war devil, pointing at the black crystal. In other words, the other 2 things belonged to Qianzong. Okay. Qianzong didn't know what the black crystal was, and he couldn't feel anything. If the war devil wanted it, he would give it to him. Soon after, Qianzong took the thin book and the finger-sized sword into his hands. The sword was cold to the touch. There seemed to be some mysterious patterns on it. For the time being, Qianzong couldn't find anything else. He would study it later. The book was a sword principle AO Wu. Do you want to copy this sword principle AO Wu? Qianzong asked the war devil. Although the war devil was practicing the saber, if he wanted, Qianzong wouldn't hesitate to let him copy it. No. However, the war demon shook his head. He practiced the saber, so perhaps the sword Dao profound martial art could give him some inspiration. However, he felt that the pitch-black crystal would be of great use to him. Since he had obtained the pitch-black crystal and given the other 2 to Qianzong, they belonged to Qianzong. Since the war devil refused, Qianzong didn't say anything more. He opened the book and started to read. This sword principle AO Wu had 3 movements. The first one was called Electric Light, the second one was called Flying Swan, and the third one was called Graceful Lightning. Qianzong quickly opened the book. With his excellent comprehension, solid understanding of the sword principle, and the comprehensive analysis of the Heart Sutra, Qianzong quickly grasped the surface of its mysteries. The first movement, Electric Light, and the second one, Flying Swan, were both level 6 AO Wu. However, the third one, Graceful Lightning, was level 9 AO Wu, which was much more powerful than the first 2. Level 6 AO Wu, Qianzong was shocked. The value of this move was extraordinary. As for the last one, level 9 AO Wu, its value was even more shocking. It should be known that the higher level an AO Wu was, the harder it was to create it. Not only did it have to integrate more mysteries, but it also had to reach a certain level in other aspects. Level 9 AO Wu was already the strongest AO Wu under normal circumstances. As for level 10 AO Wu, it was an AO Wu that broke the limit. The Graceful Lightning was level 9 AO Wu, which was far beyond Qianzong's current level. In his surprise, Qianzong was also excited. He immediately started to comprehend the first movement, Sword Principle AO Wu, Electric Light. Level 6 AO Wu had at least 54 mysteries. However, electric light contained more than 60 mysteries of swordsmanship. It belonged to the middle level of level 6 AO Wu. As for Flying Swan, it was not a swordsmanship, but a footwork. In addition to the 60 types of swordsmanship profundities, the lightning sword was based on speed. It pushed speed to the extreme. Once it was used, it would be like a bolt of lightning breaking through the sky. It pursued extreme speed, unparalleled speed. Under the comprehensive analysis and comprehension of the One Heart Sutra, Qinzong was enlightened. To comprehend and cultivate this move, not only did one have to have sufficient attainments in the sword principle, one also had to reach a certain height in the comprehension and mastery of the mysteries of speed. Qinzong had comprehended and mastered the 99 mysteries of swordsmanship. However, this was only a basic mastery. Now, only the mysteries of chopping could be considered to have reached a higher level. Therefore, Heavenly Wind Chop became Heavenly Wind Chop, which became Qinzong's most powerful move. Even with the help of the One Heart Sutra, Qinzong could not comprehend the mysteries of electric light, let alone practice it. However, Qinzong did not give up. Even if he could not practice it now, he could continue to comprehend it. From there, he could further comprehend the mysteries of speed, strengthen his control and application, and reach a higher level. By then, there would be hope for him to practice it. With the opportunity in hand, Qinzong and the War Devil naturally wouldn't linger. They immediately walked out of the cave. While walking, Qinzong used the 6 intent realms of the heart to comprehend the lightning style. He comprehended and analyzed it comprehensively to increase the speed of the mysterious art. Comprehending and then controlling the mysterious art was the foundation. The next step was to comprehend the true meaning. For example, because of Xianxia, Shi Yan had continuously performed the mysterious art. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he had finally comprehended it completely and raised it to the level of the true meaning, which made the God Wind Slash become the God Wind Slash. The foundation of the mysterious art could support him to the 4th level of the AO Wu. If he wanted to reach the 5th level or even higher, he had to comprehend the mysterious true meaning. The AO Wu was the final product of the fusion of the Great Path Realm, the Mysterious Realm, and the Mysterious Realm. Without any of them, it couldn't be formed. If the level of any of them wasn't enough, it couldn't be raised to a higher level. What did you get in there? The 3 true disciples of the Kongming cult were guarding the entrance of the cave. Seeing Qinzong and the War Devil appear, they immediately surrounded them and questioned them. Get lost, the War Devil's voice was cold and harsh. Do you want to die that badly? Qinzong replied with a question that was neither fast nor slow. His calm tone contained an indescribable killing intent, and its sharpness suffused the air, causing the 3 of them to feel a chill throughout their bodies. It seemed that so long as they continued to pursue the matter, Qinzong would really kill them. The 3 of them couldn't help but shiver. They immediately retreated, not daring to surround Qinzong and the War Devil. Without taking any action, Qinzong and the War Devil left quickly. Seeing Qinzong and the War Devil leaving, the 3 of them immediately stormed into the cave. Not long after that, they arrived at the cave. Seeing the small door open and the broken armor man, their faces changed dramatically. They were taken. Go after them. Wait a minute. That sword warrior is really strong. Even if we join hands, we can't defeat him. Quick, send the news to Senior Brother Yang, and send their images to Senior Brother Yang as well. Let's see if we can intercept them. They acted quickly and immediately sent out the news and the images of Qinzong and the War Devil through a special method. The 3 of them rushed out of the cave and chased after Qinzong and the War Devil. Of course, because of the difference in strength, they didn't dare to chase too close. They just followed from afar to ensure that they didn't lose track of him. They also maintained contact with Senior Brother Yang at all times. The treasure was actually taken away by someone else. On a sky-crossing airship, a red-robed man holding a spear revealed a somewhat playful smile. He was Senior Brother Yang, Bai Shouyang. After receiving the news, he immediately boarded the sky-crossing airship and was about to arrive. What a bunch of trash. Standing beside Bai Shouyang was a woman in a blue robe. Her expression was cold and stern. She had a disdainful look on her face. She was talking about the 3 true disciples who had sent the message to Senior Brother Yang. Although they were all true disciples, there were still differences in strength. A powerful true disciple in the Kongming cult could kill a weak true disciple in a second with one strike. Although the three true disciples weren't the weakest in the Kongming cult, they belonged to the middle and lower levels. Not long after, the sky-crossing airship finally arrived at the airport. Bai Shouyang and the blue-robed woman quickly got off the airship and immediately rushed towards the direction mentioned in the message at full speed. Opportunity, treasure, it was fine if he didn't know. Now that he knew, he had to try his best to fight for it. It was one thing if he couldn't fight for it, but if he could, it definitely wouldn't be bad for him. It might even make him stronger. Cultivation was about fighting. If he didn't fight, how could he talk about cultivation? It was better to find a place to live in seclusion and raise flowers. He arrived in time and someone gave him the location. About half a day later, Bai Shouyang found two figures that were 70 to 80% similar to the image. Stop! Bai Shouyang burst out at full speed and chased after them. As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out like a dragon and directly intercepted the two people. What's the matter? Chen Zong stared at the red-robed young man holding a spear in front of him. His pupils contracted slightly. Threat, pressure, this person wasn't weak at all. I am Bai Shouyang from the Kongming cult. The red-robed young man squinted his eyes slightly. There seemed to be an expression of a smile yet not a smile on his face. Not long ago, 3 true disciples of my Kongming cult discovered a cavern dwelling. In the end, you guys relied on your strength to snatch away the opportunity within the cavern dwelling. This method is too vile. You specially intercepted us just to say these few words of nonsense? Chen Zong unhurriedly replied. Humph, if you are tactful, immediately return the opportunity you snatched from my Kongming cult and take out 10,000 Cosmos God crystals as compensation. Otherwise, you guys will suffer a fate worse than death. The blue-robed woman by the side of Bai Shouyang had a domineering expression and spoke with a cold tone. The opportunity is in my hands. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Chen Zong wasn't angered. He merely smiled and replied unhurriedly. You are courting death. The woman was infuriated. Her primordial spirit suddenly appeared, reaching a size of 6 meters. 4 frost Dao patterns condensed on it. She directly attacked, slapping the sky with her palm. Ice blue light overflowed and a cold aura spread out in an instant, freezing the surroundings. It was as if everything within 100 meters had been frozen. Countless frost spread out and a palm print appeared within it, suddenly blasting towards Chen Zong. This palm seemed to be forged from ice. Not only did it contain a shocking amount of power, it also contained an extremely terrifying coldness. Before the attack even arrived, the shocking palm pressure had already arrived, causing Chen Zong to feel a chill all over his body. It was as if his blood and qi were about to be frozen solid. Bai Shouyang didn't make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from the side with a hint of ridicule. This was because he was confident in the blue-robed woman's strength. Middle-level divine phase realm cultivation, 6 meters tall divine phase realm in addition to the power of a 3rd-level AO Wu. She was extremely tyrannical. Even with his strength, he had to take her seriously. Chen Zong's expression didn't change. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly attacked. This blue-robed woman's attack was different from the previous 3 true disciples of the Kongming sect. The 3 of them didn't have a strong murderous intent. Their purpose was still to injure Chen Zong and the war demon. After all, they weren't sure about Chen Zong and the war demon's background. However, this blue-robed woman's attack was a killing move. Her murderous intent was awe-inspiring. It was obvious that she didn't want to leave Chen Zong any chance of survival. Chen Zong had his own principles. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, when others wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be pedantic either. A 10-meter-tall primordial spirit appeared in an instant, spreading out an astonishing aura. 5 sword Dao patterns also condensed. To deal with his opponent, Chen Zong didn't need to use his full strength. Wind Mark focused most on cutting. With one sword strike, the ice blue palm print was immediately cut open. It carried an extremely frightening sword power and directly attacked, cutting the void apart. Senior brother, save me. The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. The sword light was astonishing. It bloomed in front of her eyes and filled everything. The terrifying sword pressure made her feel like she was being torn apart. Her hair stood on end and she couldn't resist it for a while. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Qianzong. In terms of life and death battle experience and adaptability, she wasn't as good as Qianzong. Stop. Bai Shuoyang's expression abruptly changed, and at the same time he shouted, he immediately attacked. His cultivation at the high level of the divine aspect realm was revealed, and a 40 feet tall primordial spirit Dharma idol appeared. 6 spear Dao divine marks appeared, and the spear suddenly trembled. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and it was as violent as a thunderbolt. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it instantly shattered the sky. Powerful, the power of this spear was extremely powerful. It was like a 4th level AO Wu. It carried its own power and was extremely frightening. If Qianzong insisted on killing the blue-robed woman, he definitely couldn't avoid this spear and would be killed directly. From this point, one could see Bai Shuoyang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He didn't attack Qianzong's sword, but Qianzong himself. If Qianzong resisted this attack, his junior sister would be killed. The power of the opponent's spear was astonishing. Qianzong didn't intend to resist it. The sword light turned into a violent slash. Divine Wind Slash. The power of this move had astonishingly reached the peak of rank 4 profound martial arts. As the sword slashed down, the deep cyan-colored sword aura shattered the vacuum and released an incomparably tyrannical aura. It stirred the void and rushed in all directions, causing Bai Shuoyang's expression to change in an instant. The sword aura and the spear force collided in an instant and suddenly exploded, rushing in all directions. The blue-robed woman was affected and immediately flew back. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. Just the impact alone caused her to be seriously injured. Qianzong only felt a powerful force bombarding him. His sword body trembled and he directly took 5 steps back. On the other hand, Bai Shuoyang's spear body trembled and bounced back 3 steps. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. At the same time, the 3 Kongming cult's true disciples who were chasing behind also approached. When they saw the result of the collision between Bai Shuoyang and Qianzong, they were pleasantly surprised. As expected of senior brother Yang. He's too powerful. In the Kongming cult, Bai Shuoyang was ranked in the top 10 true disciples. Take another one of my spear. Bai Shuoyang was shocked in his heart as his spear had actually been blocked. Instantly, he exploded out once more as he took a step forward and became one with his spear. The spear suddenly trembled as it carried along an extremely terrifying lightning energy as it instantly tore through the sky and blasted out. 3 thunderous Dao patterns condensed in an instant and appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma idol, causing the power of the spear to skyrocket. This was the superposition of the power of the spear and the power of the thunder. Its power was much stronger than before, and it brought a greater threat to Qianzong. The blue-robed woman's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She clenched her fists and secretly encouraged Bai Shuoyang. Her gaze towards Qianzong was filled with murderous intent and ferocious intent. The 7 divine sword Dao patterns completely appeared. Immediately, the 4 divine heart Dao patterns also appeared. The power of the 2 great Dao overlapped and became even more powerful. Although Bai Shuoyang's primordial spirit Dharma idol was 10 feet higher than Qianzong, in terms of great Dao power, it was inferior to Qianzong. The power of the fierce divine wind slash became even more violent and domineering. Slash, the sword light flashed rapidly. The dark green sword aura seemed to have a kind of illusory feeling. When people stared at it, they would have a kind of unreal feeling. Although it was very slight, if one's mind was not strong enough, it would more or less be disturbed. It was not an attack of the divine will, but under the power of the heart Dao, it still had the ability to disturb one's mind. Another collision. An even more terrifying power surged out. The sword chi was rampant and the spear light attacked. It was as if everything around was shattered. Countless cracks were torn on the ground. It was a shocking sight. The collision created a shockwave that shook the ground. Boundless chi spread in all directions, as if it was going to tear the air apart. The Kongming sect's true disciples opened their eyes wide, they were astonished. Yang Baisho was pushed back 5 steps, 2 steps more than his opponent. It was the opposite of what had happened before. Yang Baixio was at the top of the divine aspect layer, his primordial spirit was 40 zhang tall, and he had used his full strength to release the 4th level Ao Wu. However, he couldn't gain the upper hand, he was even at a disadvantage. Yang Baixio looked serious, he was holding his spear with both hands, his chi was piercingly cold. He didn't attack again, he just stared at Chen Zong. "Who are you? Where are you from?" asked Yang Baixio in a low voice. His opponent was obviously at the middle level of the divine aspect layer and his primordial spirit was only 30 zhang tall. He wasn't as strong as Yang Baixio in these two aspects, but his cultivation level was extremely high, he wasn't any weaker than Yang Baixio. It meant that his cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Not only that, his sword Dao had actually condensed 7 divine inscriptions, and another great Dao had condensed 4 divine inscriptions. His 4th level Ao Wu had reached the peak of the divine aspect layer, it was extremely powerful. All these proved that his opponent's background was definitely not ordinary. Maybe he came from a powerful sect that wasn't any weaker than the Kongming sect. Of course, it was also possible that he was an independent cultivator. In Xianxia continent, there were many independent cultivators and geniuses. Apart from those who were already famous, there were also some new geniuses from time to time. With such a large number of cultivators, there was a high probability that geniuses would be born. Even independent cultivators could obtain all kinds of opportunities and become famous. "Defeat me or be defeated by me, you will know," said Qinzong with a faint smile. "How arrogant." Yang Baixio's expression darkened, becoming colder and colder. Crackling sound suddenly rang out, and around his body, silver lightning arcs as thick as hair suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, every lightning arc seemed to have absorbed the aura of thunder and lightning in the air, becoming even more violent and filling the air with astonishing power. Secret technique, wild lightning rotation, above the 40 zhang tall primordial spirit, silver lightning arcs jumped and flickered, covering the whole area. Yang Baixio's aura skyrocketed. The spear pierced through the air, it was like a thunder dragon roaring, destroying everything. Its power was more than 50% stronger than before. Chen Zong's eyes flashed and he slashed his sword. Divine Wind Slash, but this time, Chen Zongzi used his secret technique, ninefold melee. The dark green sword energy slashed through the air, followed by 3 dark green sword shadows. Slash, 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 the head of the thunder dragon was first slashed apart, followed by its body. The terrifying power that slashed the thunder dragon slashed towards Yang Baixio. The body of the spear was directly bent and slammed into Yang Baixio's body. It was also because of the defense of the spear that Yang Baixio's body was not directly slashed by the power of the sword. Even so, Yang Baixio still suffered a powerful impact. His sternum cracked, and he was sent flying. The terrifying sword energy rushed into his body and wreaked havoc. He couldn't help but vomit blood, which splashed in all directions. Ninefold mixed kill. You are a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Yang Baixio retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he burst out with an even faster speed and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. He escaped. Unexpectedly, Yang Baixio ran away directly. Realizing that Chen Zong's strength was tyrannical, and that Chen Zong's background was higher than his, Yang Baixio was very decisive. He immediately ran away, ignoring his junior brothers and sisters. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and did not pursue him. If he wanted to, he could catch up with him at full speed, but it was not necessary. A high-level divine phase realm cultivator wasn't his opponent, and couldn't pose any threat to him. Moreover, after this time, if the other party still didn't know what was good for him, then the next time would be the date of his death. Of course, Chen Zong might not meet him next time. The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. Without hesitation, she turned into a blue escape light, emitting a shocking coldness, and quickly flew away. Go. Go quickly. The 3 true disciples of the Kongming cult who were chasing behind also changed their expressions. They were extremely shocked, and they immediately retreated without hesitation. The Kongming cult was indeed a strong force in the Heaven continent, but compared to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the gap was obvious. They were not on the same level at all. It should be known that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had a sixth realm elite holding the fort, while the other forces at most had a fifth realm elite holding the fort. The difference between fifth realm and sixth realm was far greater than the difference between fourth realm and fifth realm. There was absolutely no comparison. A true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was no small matter. Moreover, this person's strength was so tyrannical. Among the true disciples, he was definitely not ordinary. After that, Xianxia and the war demon did not encounter any more trouble and directly returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The war demon had gained something, and so did Xianxia. They both returned to their respective heavens. Seclusion. Xianxia began a new round of seclusion. The sword principle Ao Wu that he obtained in the cave, the lightning and flying swan, were both 6th level Ao Wu. He had to first comprehend and cultivate as much as possible, master and unleash their power as much as possible. In this way, his strength could improve again. In addition, Xianxia also felt that the fierce divine wind slash could be further improved to the 5th level Ao Wu. As for the other 3 moves, he also needed to comprehend the related mysterious true meaning to further improve them. Thinking about it, there were still many things that could be improved. His strength was far from the limit that could be improved. However, Xianxia also knew that as he continued to comprehend, the more he improved, the more he would be limited by his cultivation level. The upper limit of comprehension between the middle level and high level of the divine phase realm was definitely different. While he was comprehending, his cultivation level could not fall behind. The annihilation force of the 9 heavens also needed to be cultivated as usual. Under the 6 intents of heart, Xianxia only needed to divide 1 intent to cultivate the annihilation force of the 9 heavens. As for the remaining 5 intents, he could comprehend others. Tao of heart, Tao of world, fierce divine wind slash, lightning, flying swan. As for the sword principle, he had already condensed 7 sword marks, which was a very high level in the middle level of the divine phase realm. If he wanted to condense another sword mark, it was impossible to do so in a short time. All the disciples either went out to gain experience or went into seclusion to cultivate. Because all of them had extraordinary talent and potential, before reaching the peak of the divine phase realm, there were only small bottlenecks. Only after reaching the peak of the divine phase realm would they encounter a big bottleneck. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, time passed quickly. Xianxia's improvement was shocking. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the secret chamber of the Heart Sword Palace, Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a ray of light. My cultivation has reached the peak of the middle level of the divine phase realm. 1 more step, and I'll reach the high level of the divine phase realm. Xianxia thought to himself. Once his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, his strength would increase by quite a bit. However, even if it was just a thin line, wanting to break through wasn't that easy. That thin line would take at least a few months, and at most a few years to cross. Unless he could obtain some treasure that could help increase his cultivation and break through in an instant. Of course, Xianxia could continue to cultivate in seclusion for a few more months, and then he would have a 50% chance of breaking through. Before breaking through, let's go to the battle tower to try. Xianxia thought to himself. If his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, then his opponents in the battle tower would also reach the high level of the divine phase realm, and their strength would increase by a large level. With his middle level of the divine phase realm cultivation, Xianxia came to the battle tower and began his challenge. He directly entered the 4th floor. Divine wind slash, a sword pierced through the air, slashing out head-on. The dark green sword aura had an indescribable feeling of profoundness. It was overbearing beyond compare, as if it could cut through everything. There seemed to be nothing between heaven and earth that could stop it. Slash, shatter, the opponent on the 4th floor couldn't block Xianxia's sword and was directly killed. The opponent on the 5th floor was even more powerful. Xianxia unleashed his chi refinement strength to the extreme, and after an intense battle, they were evenly matched. The opponents in the battle tower were more balanced in all aspects, and there wouldn't be any obvious flaws or weaknesses. Therefore, to pass the battle tower, one must have enough strength, or else it would be difficult to pass. Body refining divine phase. In an instant, Xianxia's body was activated, reaching a height of 30 feet. The power of chi refinement and body refining overlapped, and the power of the three great paths also overlapped. Kill, divine wind slash, the overbearing sword directly enveloped the area in front of him, making it difficult to dodge. The opponent also unleashed a terrifying power, instantly slashing out with his sword, as if he wanted to die together with Chenzong. However, Chenzong's sword was even more powerful. Slash, the saber light was shattered in an instant. It was unstoppable, and the opponent on the 5th level was directly killed. After Chenzong recovered his strength, he stepped into the 6th floor. When he was in the divine condensation realm, Chenzong passed the 5th floor, but he was defeated on the 6th floor. What about this time? Slash, under the full power of the body refining divine phase and body refining divine phase, Chenzong fought fiercely with the opponent on the 6th floor. However, Chenzong realized that the opponent on the 6th floor was too strong. Even if he used the level 5 AO Wu, he couldn't defeat the opponent. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. How terrifying. Chenzong was secretly shocked that he was defeated by the opponent on the 6th floor. He had been cultivating non-stop for decades, and all aspects had been improving. The path of heart and the path of the world had been condensed to the extreme, and his strength had become stronger. The power of the three great paths overlapped and reached a new height. Even with such strength, he still couldn't defeat the opponent on the 6th floor. Then, let's try the level 6 AO Wu that I've been cultivating for the past 10 years. Chenzong muttered to himself. His body swayed slightly, and he took a step forward. His speed increased to the extreme in an instant. Fast, extremely fast, and with an indescribable ethereal feeling, it was as natural, mysterious, and difficult to catch. Flying Swan, this move was a footwork, and it was also a body movement. When it was used, not only was the speed increased to a whole new level, but it was also mysterious and unpredictable. It was hard to catch and predict the trajectory. Under the Flying Swan, Chenzong approached the opponent in an extremely mysterious trajectory. On the sword, there were wisps of electric arcs flashing, faintly discernible. Slash, in an instant, Chenzong didn't slash out with a sword, but an extremely dazzling light. Faintly, there seemed to be a series of crackling sounds, which made people's hair stand on end. Level 6 Sword AO Wu, Electric Light. In 10 years, Chenzong had also comprehended the mysteries of speed to the level of true meaning. He had mastered the Flying Swan and Electric Light, two level 6 AO Wu techniques. They had both reached the level of initial success. This was the first time Chenzong had used these two level 6 AO Wu techniques. His speed had reached the extreme. Fast, extremely fast, it was as if a bolt of lightning had shot out from his hand. It was so fast that it was indescribable. The void was directly torn apart and lit up. Whether it was Electric Light or Flying Swan, they were considered to be above average among level 6 AO Wu techniques. They were extremely extraordinary. Even if they were only at initial success, they still had terrifying power. It was too fast. It was beyond the opponent's reaction time. He was hit directly. However, Chenzong frowned slightly. The combination of the lightning sword domain and the flying swan steps allowed his movement speed and the speed of his sword to reach a terrifying level. His opponent was unable to dodge and was hit directly. However, his opponent's body was very strong and his defense was very shocking. His sword was actually unable to cause much damage to his opponent. None of the opponents in the battle tower had any weaknesses. Their abilities were very balanced in all aspects. Because they were not real people, their defense was also very shocking. The opponents on the 6th floor had reached a very shocking level in all aspects. Their defense was also very shocking. Electric Light focused on speed. It was really fast. However, in terms of power, it seemed to be lacking. However, this was also because Chenzong had not cultivated Electric Light to the level of completion. It was only at initial success. If he had reached the level of completion, his attack power would be even stronger. Unfortunately, the level 6 AO Wu was too difficult to cultivate. After 10 years, Chenzong had only reached initial success. As for the level 9 AO Wu, Lightning Fleeting Swan, the prerequisite to cultivating it was to cultivate both Electric Light and Flying Swan to the level of completion. Zhong didn't know how long it would take for him to train Lightning and Flying Swan, these two rank 6 profound martial techniques, to the perfection stage. Fight, using Lei Guang and Fei Hong time and time again, Zhong was evenly matched with his opponent on the 6th floor. However, it was a pity that Lei Guang and Fei Hong were both type 6 AO Wu. Although they were powerful and fast, their energy consumption was also shocking. In the end, Zhong exited the battle tower. He was still unable to pass the 6th level. It would only be possible if he cultivated Lightning and Flying Swan to the Great Accomplishment realm. I'll go into seclusion for a few months and break through to the high level of the Divine Aspect realm. After I've stabilized my cultivation, I'll challenge the Heavenly General ranking, Zhong thought to himself. Although Zhong didn't know if there was a gap between him and the masters on the Heavenly General list, he still wanted to try. He could also do what he could do, even if he was a little behind. A few months later, in the secret chamber of the Heartsword Palace, a tyrannical aura gushed out, turning into a violent gust of wind that gushed out in all directions. It was as though it wanted to destroy everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds continuously rang out, roaring endlessly, attacking everything. It was shocking to the extreme. That gust of wind seemed to be able to shatter everything. High-level Divine Phase Realm, great accomplishment of the 2nd level of the annihilation technique of the 9 Heavens Breath Gale. After decades of accumulation, both of them had finally broken through, causing Zhong's strength to increase by another level. Next, Zhong began to consolidate his cultivation. He spent 10 days to completely consolidate his cultivation and fully control his strength. He was able to unleash his full potential before he sent out a request. He wanted to challenge the 999th Master on the Heavenly General ranking. This person wasn't from the human race, nor was he from the origin race. He was from the giant race, one of the 4 first-order void races. His name was Bai. Challenging me. Bai was slightly stunned, but he immediately revealed a sinister smile. A 3rd-order void race human dares to challenge me? You're courting death. Bai's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Aspect realm. The art of tyrannical domination that he cultivated had also reached the 2nd level of perfection. In terms of cultivation and art, he had reached a point where he couldn't improve anymore. In other aspects, he had also reached a shocking height. He was currently preparing to break through to the 4th level. He didn't expect that he would be challenged. It was actually very normal for a master on the Heavenly General ranking to be challenged, especially when the person was ranked 999th. However, to be challenged by a 3rd-order void race human, Bai felt that it was a little unbelievable. It was as if he was hallucinating. Even if this human's performance in the past was extraordinary, it wouldn't attract much attention from him. There was a disparity in their connate backgrounds. But no matter what, Zhong had already issued a challenge. Bai couldn't refuse, unless he wasn't in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. 3 days later, the battle began. Human, I hope you can take a few more punches from me. Bai stared at Zhong, raised his huge fist, and sneered. His body was a full 5 to 6 meters tall, almost 20 feet. Zhong was only a little more than 1 meter tall, less than 2 meters, not even 10 feet tall. The difference in size was shocking. His fist alone was bigger than Zhong's head. It felt like he could smash Zhong into pieces with one punch. However, that was just an illusion. Even though there was a huge difference in size, Zhong wasn't afraid at all. Needless to say, fight. Bai's primordial spirit Dharma power was revealed. It was 50 feet tall, and a sharp sword was unsheathed. The sword light pierced through the air, and the dark green sword light was as fast as the aurora. It streaked across the sky with shocking sharpness. The incomparably sharp sword pierced through everything. This sword wasn't AO Wu, but it was enough to threaten Bai. Bai's expression changed, but he didn't intend to dodge. Bai roared, and the sound waves rushed in all directions. His huge body, which was originally 5 meters tall, expanded at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant. This giant was over 50 feet tall, reaching an astonishing height of 90 feet. There were also 9 divine inscriptions that represented power flashing on its body. The pressure it emitted was even more vigorous and astonishing, suppressing the surroundings and repelling the air, causing layers of ripples to spread out. Dianbai's original height was about 20 feet. Now that it had increased to 70 feet, it meant that his divine image was 60 to 70 feet tall. The divine image of the giant tribe was more inclined towards the body-refining divine image. This was because the giant tribe's physique was very strong. Although they didn't deliberately refine their physiques, as their cultivation increased, their physiques would become stronger and more powerful. This was their talent. Even if they cultivated the Qi cultivation technique, it would also transform into a unique power of the giant tribe, which would passively strengthen their physique. After activating it, the divine image would reach 90 feet. Subtracting the original height of almost 20 feet, it was equivalent to an increase of 70 feet. Chenzong's divine image was 50 feet tall. Boom! Under the body of the 90 Zhang divine avatar, Dianbai raised his fist and smashed it out in an extremely unreasonable manner. It was as if he was swinging a giant hammer, and it carried an extremely violent and overbearing force as it blasted out. A whistling sound suddenly rang out, as if a storm had struck. The astonishing fist pressure pressed down from the sky, making Chenzong feel suffocated. That fist was dark and oppressive, like a falling meteorite, and it was going to smash him into pieces. The sword light was also shattered by that fist. It was too strong. Chenzong immediately knew the strength of an expert on the heavenly general list. It was indeed very terrifying. Just this one blow brought about an intense pressure on him. The power of the peak of the divine image realm and the second level of the supreme cultivation technique was indeed very terrifying. Dianbai's comprehension of the Tao of power had condensed 9 divine marks. In terms of cultivation technique realm, and comprehension of the great Tao, Dianbai was ahead of Chenzong. Moreover, his physique was innately strong. When he displayed his terrifying strength, it was equivalent to him possessing the power of the great Tao. When combined with his own comprehension of the Tao of power, it was even more terrifying. Facing this punch, Chenzong could only unleash his full power. Body refining divine image. In an instant, Chenzong's body also expanded to 50 feet tall, overlapping with the primordial spirit Dharma idol. It looked like they were intertwined with each other. Tyrannical power flowed endlessly between the two divine images. That was the superposition of the Qi cultivation technique and the body refining technique. It was equivalent to constantly using the supreme Lingwu technique. In fact, at this level, Chenzong did not need the supreme Lingwu technique anymore. The power of the 3 great Tao was also superimposed. Level 5 AO Wu, Heavenly Wind / the Dark Cyan Sword Force / down. The sword force was incomparably tyrannical, as if it could cut through and shatter everything. The sword light expanded to several feet in size and directly slashed Dianbai's fist, instantly shattering it. Although the power of any of the great Tao could not be compared to Dianbai's great Tao, the superposition of the 3 great Tao was extremely powerful. Dianbai did not use the Ao Wu in that punch. After this sword slashed the fist aura, it directly slashed towards Dianbai's huge body. Dianbai's other fist was thrown out. The fist aura roared like the roar of a ferocious beast, filled with shocking power. Extremely violent power, unparalleled power, rampaging and crushing everything in its path. Chenzong exerted all his strength, even using the 9-fold murderous secret technique. Every sword, regardless of whether it was the sword technique or the Ao Wu, was accompanied by 4 sword shadows. The power was even more terrifying. At the beginning, Dianbai looked down on Chenzong because Chenzong's background was too low and he was also a human without any special talent. However, as the battle progressed, Dianbai stopped looking down on Chenzong and started to take him seriously. Very strong, this was a very strong opponent. If Dianbai did not take him seriously, he might be defeated and lose his place on the Sky General list. It was important to know that the Sky General list did not only represent a ranking, but also substantial benefits. Once one fell out of the Sky General list, those benefits would disappear. Hence, Dianbai could not lose. Dianbai's fists seemed to become heavier and his power seemed to become more tyrannical. Chenzong's tenacity was amazing. In this aspect, Dianbai could not compare to him. Although he was not as strong as Dianbai, he would not be defeated. Fight. As De Yanbai continued to fight, Chen Zong also managed to distribute his power reasonably. In the end, he used the Flying Swan Steps and the Lightning Sword to attack De Yanbai. Level 6 AO Wu. De Yanbai was shocked. The AO Wu was divided into 9 normal levels and 3 extreme levels. The power of a level 6 AO Wu was already very strong. The lightning sword of a high-level divine aspect realm cultivator was even faster and more powerful. De Yanbai was hit by the sword directly. The following battle made De Yanbai feel aggrieved. Although he was very strong, his opponent was too fast. He could not catch up and could only become a target for his opponent to attack. Human, I will take back my place on the heavenly general list. De Yanbai's face was livid, and he left in anger. Defeated, he fought fiercely with Chen Zong. After Chen Zong used the Flying Swan Steps and the Electric Light Sword, his speed was too fast. Even though he had unparalleled strength, he couldn't hit his opponent. That kind of frustration was enough to make him explode. Chen Zong's speed was fast, and so was his sword. He couldn't avoid it at all. He could only rely on his strong body to block it. Although he wouldn't be defeated by one sword, each sword used the 9-fold mixed killing technique. 4 sword shadows followed each other and hit the same spot, breaking his defense. The damage caused was accumulating, and he was defeated in the end. In fact, Chen Zong didn't win easily. However, defeating De Yanbai proved that Chen Zong was qualified to be on the Heavenly General List. When Chen Zong was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General List, everyone in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court knew about it, except for those who were in seclusion. Heavenly General List. In the 3rd heaven, the war demon's eyes were shining. Chen Zong's speed of improvement was too amazing. It was the same in the void. When you weren't paying attention, he would erupt with amazing potential and surpass many people, leaving them far behind. He had originally thought that he would be able to compete with Chen Zong in the void. However, he had not expected that Chen Zong would be like a dragon that had entered the deep sea from shallow water after leaving the void after obtaining an unparalleled opportunity. And he was still accumulating strength. Yes, accumulating strength. The war demon was full of confidence. Given enough time, he could erupt with amazing potential. In fact, it took him longer to adapt to the universe than anyone else. Until now, he still hadn't fully adapted. Once he adapted, he would definitely erupt and become stronger. Holding the black crystal, the war demon began to absorb the power in it. The power in the black crystal could help him adapt to the universe faster and stimulate his potential. When Wu Daoyuan heard the news, he was also surprised and shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly. The gap was too big. As expected of Brother Chen. Duan Lingkong laughed. Chen Zong. Yuan Chongshan's eyes flashed, but there was an indescribable pressure that almost suffocated him. Within the Dao Alliance, everyone was stunned when they heard that Chen Zong had made it onto the Heavenly General rankings. Lin Ming, on the other hand, was roaring with laughter and excitement. Chen Zong's speed of growth was indeed beyond his expectations. It surprised him, but it was a good thing. When the other factions found out that Chen Zong was on the Heaven General ranking, they were also very shocked. Especially when Primordial Lord Ao Wu found out, his face became gloomy. Back then, it was he who had taken a fancy to Chen Zong at first sight. He thought that Chen Zong, a human, was extraordinary since he was able to obtain a 5th grade evaluation in the ominous demon wasteland. He reckoned that Chen Zong had extraordinary potential. With the idea of taking a gamble, he specially invited Chen Zong to join the Primordial and became an official member of the Primordial. However, after that, Chen Zong was challenged and defeated repeatedly, causing Ao Wu to be ridiculed by others in the Primordial. Once or twice was fine, but after so many times, he was furious and secretly regretted his actions that day. Hence, he made a decision. Banish Chen Zong. After that, Chen Zong was banished and removed from the Primordial. Not only that, all his resources were taken back and he was treated harshly by Ao Wu. He almost lost the opportunity to cultivate in the world of refinement. In the end, Chen Zong rose again. At that time, Ao Wu felt as if he had been slapped in the face. After that, Chen Zong's stunning performance at the disciple meet was nominated by most of the supremacies in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He was given a special reward and was promoted from the 5th to the 6th. Another slap. Now, it had only been a few years, and this human had given him another slap. Ao Wu's face was gloomy and he was filled with regret. If he had held on a little longer and not made a decision so quickly, he would have been honored instead of being slapped in the face. If he hadn't treated Chenzong so harshly back then, now, there were no ifs because there was no turning back. Moreover, Ao Wu wouldn't lower his head and admit his mistake to Chenzong. One had to know that he was from the origin race, a fourth realm origin race. In terms of strength, if he wanted to crush Chenzong, it would be a piece of cake. No matter how talented Chenzong was, he was only a third realm. Even if he was invincible among the third realm, he was still a third realm. The gap between the third realm and the fourth realm was huge. Since ancient times, many talented third realm cultivators couldn't break through to the fourth realm. Even the top prodigies on the heavenly general roll weren't guaranteed to break through to the fourth realm. Otherwise, the number of fourth realm cultivators in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court wouldn't be so much lower than the third realm. Even if they could break through to the fourth realm, it would take a long time. With this thought in mind, the feeling of regret in Ao Wu's heart gradually disappeared. That's right. After the primitive emperor, the master of the Tao Alliance, heard the news, his face was full of smiles. He quickly conveyed his wishes. Chenzong will be given one of the spots for the small Tao repository. Little did he know that the primitive emperor's words gave many people in the Tao Alliance a headache. Many supremacies in the Tao Alliance gathered together and started to study it. The spots for the small Tao repository are almost confirmed, but we have to reconsider now. An old man with a bald head stroked his shiny, mirror-like head and was extremely distressed. The small Tao repository wasn't a resource that belonged to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was an opportunity for the Tao Alliance. As one of the 9 major forces in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Tao Alliance was at the bottom of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, in the entire Heaven continent, it was at the top level. Therefore, the Tao Alliance naturally had its own resources and so on. The small Tao repository was created by the ancestors of the Tao Alliance. It was a place to provide opportunities for the descendants of the Tao Alliance. The small Tao repository opened once every 100 years. Each time it opened, the time was uncertain. After it closed, it needed to slowly recover its strength and wait for the next opening. Moreover, only 10 people could enter each time it opened. The limit was below the fourth realm. The most suitable ones were third realm cultivators. Of course, apart from the small Tao repository, the Tao Alliance also had a Tao repository that opened once every 1,000 years. It was suitable for fourth realm cultivators to enter each time. Only 5 spots could enter each time. Within the Tao Alliance, there were quite a number of third realm Tao disciples. 10 of them would naturally be the most outstanding 10. Originally, the 10 spots were basically confirmed. All that was left was the final confirmation and announcement. However, now that the primitive emperor had given the order, the supremacies of the Tao Alliance had to reconsider. Of the 10 spots that were almost confirmed, they had to remove one of them and replace Chenzong. Since the 10 slots were about to be chosen, they must have gone through many rounds of selection. Every single one of them was extraordinary among the heaven-ranked Tao disciples of the Tao Alliance. They were the best in all aspects. No matter who it was, it would not be easy to replace them. Headache, the supremacies were all having a headache together. Gurui's spot can't be changed. Yi Daoling's spot can't be changed. Tang Yushuan's spot can't be changed either. Wang Zhan's spot can't be changed either. Choose between Chen Suqing and Zhao Guangyuan. In the end, after some discussion, the supremacies chose the irreplaceable spots according to the order of importance. In the end, they left 2 spots that might be replaceable and chose one of them. The difficulty of choosing one of the 2 seemed to be reduced a lot because the importance of these 2 people in the order was not as important as the other 8. Then choose Zhao Guangyuan. No matter what, since the primitive emperor had spoken, one of the spots must be given to Chenzong. Otherwise, they couldn't answer to the primitive emperor. Therefore, although it wasn't easy to choose, in the end, there was nothing to hesitate about. No matter how hesitant they were, they had to choose one of the spots to replace Chenzong. Zhao Guangyuan, it was decided then. Zhao Guanyuan, if he hasn't broken through to the fourth realm when the small Dao repository opens next time, then give him a spot as compensation. Since that's the case, let's spread the news. Yes, although there's still half a year before the small Dao repository opens, let them know in advance and be prepared. In addition, it was also to prevent unnecessary variables from happening again. If the news of the selection of the spots was spread, even the primitive emperor, as the leader of the Dao Alliance, couldn't easily change it. Chen Zong didn't know that because of the primitive emperor's words, he had obtained a very good opportunity. It was also because of the primitive emperor's words that Zhao Guanyuan, who should have obtained the opportunity of the small Dao repository, unknowingly lost this opportunity. Although it was said that he would definitely obtain a spot in the next opening of the small Dao repository as compensation. However, there was a big difference between 100 years earlier and 100 years later. If he broke through to the fourth realm within 100 years, he would completely lose the opportunity to enter the small Dao repository. Moreover, it was impossible to directly give him the opportunity to enter the small Dao repository. The competition for the small Dao repository would be even greater. In addition, if he didn't break through to the fourth realm within 100 years, he would still be in the third realm. However, because he entered the small Dao repository one step later and obtained the opportunity one step later, the gap between him and his peers would be widened. In the Hard Sword Palace of the sixth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, Chen Zong, who hadn't started his closed-door cultivation, received the news. The small Dao repository. Chen Zong was slightly startled. He wasn't very clear about this and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Ming to ask for advice. After receiving Lin Ming's reply, Chen Zong was startled and revealed a face full of joy. He didn't expect to obtain another opportunity. One had to know that after defeating De Yan Bai and entering the Heavenly General List, Chen Zong had received some rewards, which included pills and Cosmos God crystals. Other than that, he had also received a year's worth of cultivation time in the 9 great divine palaces. This wasn't a one-time thing, but an extra year every 100 years. It didn't sound like much, but it was actually not bad. After all, he had gotten it for free. Moreover, the higher his ranking, the more rewards he would receive. It was said that entering the 9 great sacred palaces for the top 10 of the heavenly general ranking to cultivate was as simple as eating and drinking. Especially the top 3. They could practically treat the 9 great sacred palaces as their own home. Just thinking about it was shocking. In this way, the strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. Although he did not know why he had been allocated such a precious and rare spot in the small Dao repository, since the spot had been allocated to him, Chen Zong would naturally grab hold of such an opportunity, and would absolutely not let it go. There's still half a year. In this half a year, I have to improve even more, Chen Zong thought to himself. There were 999 people on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were from the Origin tribe and a few of them were from the 4 First-Order Void clans. Then, there were the clans from the Second-Order Void clans and finally, the clans from the Third-Order Void clans. After countless years, no matter how weak the third-rank Void life forms were, there would always be some with decent talent born. Through their own efforts, in addition to the acquired opportunities, and so on, they would eventually have extraordinary strength and could be ranked on the Heaven General Leaderboard, surpassing most people. Some of these people came from various voids and some were the descendants of those who were born in the 9 heavens imperial court. They were born in the universe and were naturally compatible with the environment of the universe. They didn't need time to adapt. Correspondingly, it was easier for geniuses to be born. The outstanding ones would naturally be accepted as disciples by the 9 heavens imperial court, while those who couldn't enter the 9 heavens imperial court would join other sects and forces in the heaven continent. Of course, there were also geniuses from the human clan on the Heavenly General List. Most of them were the descendants of those who came from the void and were born in the environment of the universe. Although it was difficult for them to be born with unique talents, overall, they were still better than those who came from the void. In the Lindao Palace on the Lindao Peak of the 6th heaven, Yi Daolin, who was dressed in a green robe and had long hair, was brewing tea. The aroma of the tea was strong and light at the same time. The aroma seemed to turn into wisps of green smoke. All the experts on the Heavenly General List lived in at least the 6th heaven. Even if they didn't, as long as they were listed on the Heavenly General List, they would definitely be promoted to the sixth heaven. Even if they were defeated and lost their place on the heavenly general list, they could still live in the sixth heaven. Because, as long as they could enter the heavenly general list once, it proved that they were strong enough. However, they couldn't cheat in any way. The nine heavens imperial court's inspection was very strict. Under the inspection of the venerables, they could tell at a glance whether they had gone easy on them or not. In the Lindao Palace, besides the host, Yi Daolin, there were two other people. One of them had her long hair tied up and there was a faint purple halo at the tip of her hair. She was dressed in an exquisite purple robe which perfectly set off her figure. She had a noble and mysterious aura. She was Tang Yuxuan. The third person was a tall man with a rough face. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. There was a scar on his face which made his rough face even more ferocious. He was Wang Zhan. The three of us have all obtained spots for the small Taoist scripture. Congratulations! Wang Zhan laughed heartily. He picked up a bowl of rich tea and gulped it down like a cow chewing on a peony. The corners of Yi Daolin's eyes twitched. This tea wasn't easy to obtain, and he didn't have much left. However, he was familiar with Wang Zhan's character, so he didn't say anything. Even if he said anything, it would be useless. At most, he wouldn't use such good tea leaves next time when Wang Zhan was here. He would just use the inferior tea leaves. Anyway, the quality of the tea leaves didn't make any difference to Wang Zhan. It was just like drinking water. The three of us, and Gu Rui, that. Tang Yuxuan's tone was gentle and soft, with a bit of coldness. When she said the name Gu Rui, she paused slightly and didn't say the following adjectives. In addition, most of the places were expected, but Zhao Guangyuan was not there, which surprised me. That's true. Although Zhao Guangyuan's strength isn't as good as yours and mine, he's definitely in the top 10 of our Dao Alliance's heaven-ranked Dao disciples. I didn't expect him to not have a spot in the small Taoist scripture this time. I really don't understand. Yi Daolin frowned and pondered as he brewed the tea. In the Dao Alliance, there were a few prodigies on the heavenly general ranking. There were exactly 10 of them. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, the small Taoist scripture spots were almost certain. But in the end, when they found out about the small Taoist scripture spots, they were surprised. However, there was one unexpected spot, and that was Zhao Guangyuan. The Dao Alliance's 10 heaven-ranked Dao disciples on the heavenly general ranking. Zhao Guangyuan's ranking was the lowest. Of course, a third realm deacon wasn't qualified to enter the small Taoist scripture. However, if a deacon could be listed on the heavenly general ranking, he would be converted to a heaven-ranked disciple and receive better training. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guangyuan's name wasn't among the 10 spots. Instead, it was replaced by a relatively unfamiliar name. Chen Zong. Zhao Guangyuan's temper isn't very good. After hearing the news, he'll definitely explode. Wang Zhan laughed, as if he was taking pleasure in Zhao Guangyuan's misfortune. Of course, he wasn't the type to wish for the world to be in chaos. However, he deeply understood that as a member of the Dao Alliance, the most important thing was unity. Under unity, they could compete at will. Defeating or being defeated was a very normal thing. Normally, there wouldn't be any unresolvable grudges because of this. In fact, Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about the news because he was in seclusion, trying his best to improve. In addition, he didn't come out of seclusion because he hadn't received the news. He also didn't know what was going on. When Zhao Guangyuan came out of seclusion, there were only 10 days left until the small Taoist scripture's opening. In 10 days, the small Taoist scripture will open. Zhao Guangyuan walked out of the seclusion room and thought to himself. He was faintly excited, but then he was puzzled. The small Taoist scripture is about to open. Why hasn't the list been announced? He still didn't know that the list had been announced nearly half a year ago. It was because he didn't get a spot that he wasn't notified. Zhao Guangyuan didn't know about this, so of course he had to ask. After he asked and received a reply, his face suddenly changed. His face flushed red, and his eyes emitted an extremely sharp cold light. His tyrannical aura shook unceasingly, and a shocking heat spread out. It was faintly suffused with strands of scarlet red. The scorching heat seemed to want to burn everything in the surroundings. Anger, Zhao Guanyuan was furious to the extreme. He was like a volcano with boiling magma, about to erupt. The list should belong to me. Zhao Guanyuan said in a low voice, his voice containing shocking anger. Chen Zong, previously, Zhao Guanyuan had been in seclusion training. Therefore, he didn't know that Chen Zong had defeated Dian Bai and was ranked 999th on the Heavenly General's ranking. Although he was furious, Zhao Guanyuan didn't lose his mind. Instead, he wanted to understand first. He actually had some recollection of the name Chen Zong. That recollection came from the Earth-level disciple meet held in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court a few decades ago. Chen Zong ranked 9th, which was even higher than the ranking obtained by that human prodigy 10,000 years ago. However, prodigies also needed time to grow. At that time, Chen Zong was only at the 2nd realm. Even if he broke through to the 3rd realm, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything in a short period of time. Unexpectedly, less than 100 years after the Earth-level disciple meet, Chen Zong was ranked on the Heavenly General's ranking. Even though he was ranked last, it was still very shocking. This was originally something to be happy about, but Zhao Guanyuan couldn't bring himself to be happy. This was because the list of the small Taoist repository that should have belonged to him had landed on Chen Zong's head. As a heaven-level disciple, and a heaven-level disciple on the Heavenly General's ranking, Zhao Guanyuan's status in the Tao Alliance wasn't low. He could even be compared to those 4th realm guardians. Therefore, Zhao Guanyuan directly found a supremacy of the Tao Alliance and asked directly. This supremacy of the Tao Alliance was someone who thought highly of Zhao Guanyuan. He didn't hide anything from Zhao Guanyuan's inquiry. In a few words, he explained the matter clearly and also comforted Zhao Guanyuan. Don't worry. The next time the small Taoist repository opens, there will be a 100% quota for you. If you have broken through to the 4th realm by then the small Taoist repository's quota will be given to you first. Zhao Guanyuan knew that there was no turning back. This was because the primitive emperor had spoken. As for the rest, it could be considered as compensation or consolation for him. However, Zhao Guanyuan wasn't in a good mood. The anger in his heart couldn't be calmed down. That anger was rising wave after wave. Supremacy, I want to challenge Chen Zong, Zhao Guanyuan said. Sure. However, even if you defeat him, you won't be able to take back the quota. This supremacy was very direct. I just want to vent my anger. Zhao Guanyuan snorted. Up to you. The supremacy smiled. A dispute between the younger generation was nothing. It couldn't be more normal. On the contrary, if they didn't fight, then they would lose their sharp fighting spirit. That wasn't a good thing. Moreover, Chen Zong was outstanding. Zhao Guanyuan wasn't inferior either. After leaving, Zhao Guanyuan rushed directly to the Heart Sword Peak and appeared in front of the Heart Sword Palace. Chen Zong, I'm Zhao Guanyuan. Come out and fight. In his anger, Zhao Guanyuan didn't care about manners. He shouted directly. His momentum was shocking, like a volcanic eruption. The time of the small Taoist repository's opening was approaching. Coincidentally, Chen Zong's cultivation this time was about to end. When he heard Zhao Guanyuan shout, Chen Zong walked out of the Heart Sword Palace. Zhao Guanyuan's face was filled with anger. A terrifying aura surged around him, as if it was going to turn into flames and burn everything to ashes. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong could clearly feel that within 10 meters of Zhao Guanyuan, there was an astonishing blazing aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. He was instantly shocked. Chen Zong also knew the name of his opponent. Zhao Guanyuan was the Tao Alliance's human genius ranked 950th on the Heavenly General ranking. With a thought, Chen Zong seemed to have grasped the reason why Zhao Guanyuan came looking for him in anger. 950th, huh? Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, faintly shining. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There was no need to reject. Half a year ago, he defeated Dian Bai. In this half a year, Chen Zong felt that his strength had increased a lot. His ranking on the Heavenly General ranking should be able to rise further. He was planning to test his current strength and challenge an expert on the Heavenly General ranking. He didn't expect Zhao Guanyuan to come knocking on his door. 950th. It wasn't far from the ranking he wanted to challenge. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. Winning or losing was normal. Since he accepted the challenge, Chenzong naturally wouldn't delay. He quickly left the Heart Sword Peak with Zhao Guanyuan and headed to the death arena. If he wanted to fight to his heart's content, the death arena was undoubtedly the most suitable place. He didn't need to hold back. If he was worried about killing his opponent, he could give it his all. Zhao Guanyuan is furious. Quick, let's go and take a look. After notifying Yi Daolin and the others, Wang Zhan hurriedly set off for the Heartsword Peak. They more or less understood Zhao Guanyuan's temperament. They knew that he would personally go to the Heartsword Peak when he was angry. However, when they arrived at Heartsword Peak and found Jiaoyi informed them that Chenzong had already gone to the death arena with Zhao Guanyuan. So fast. He's very decisive. Yi Daolin and the others were secretly surprised. They thought that Chenzong would not agree so quickly in the face of the angry Zhao Guanyuan. They did not expect that he would not delay at all and directly go to the death arena. Let's go. They immediately set off for the death arena. They might not be able to enter the death arena, but no matter what, they had to go there in person to be at ease. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at the death arena, Wang Zhan gave it a try and actually went in. Yi Daolin and Tang Yuxuan were slightly stunned. They also gave it a try and went in. As soon as they entered, they felt a blazing heat in their faces, like bursts of hot wind sweeping in all directions. It was amazing, as if it could evaporate all the water in the air. A terrifying force overflowed, accompanied by bursts of violent and sharp roars. The battle in the death arena was very fierce. The two parties fighting were Chenzong and Zhao Guanyuan. As soon as the two of them came to the death arena, Chenzong wanted to find an expert to test his progress, while Zhao Guanyuan was burning with anger. The two of them were not familiar with each other, and with various factors combined, of course, they would not be polite. Zhao Guanyuan, in particular, attacked directly in anger. Zhao Guanyuan's weapon was a long spear, a fiery red long spear. It was not transformed from the general level 9 Heaven's Blade, but he had obtained it by chance outside. It was stronger than the long spear transformed from the general level 9 Heaven's Blade and could increase the attack power by 30%. The spear, with the power of raging fire, blasted out mercilessly. In the death battle arena, there was no need to deliberately hold back. One could use all of one's strength to their heart's content. Even if one killed one's opponent, one would not truly die. Of course, if Chenzong was killed by his spear, it would only mean that Chenzong's strength was too weak. It would be tantamount to giving Yuan Emperor a slap in the face. After all, that was the primitive emperor, the leader of the Tao Alliance, one of the supremacies of the 8th heaven in the 9 heavens imperial court. Of course, given the primitive emperor's breadth of mind, he would only chuckle even if he knew about this. It was precisely because of this that the Tao Alliance supremacy who thought highly of Zhao Guanyuan didn't oppose Zhao Guanyuan's actions. Although Zhao Guanyuan was angry and had his own temper, he wasn't a fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. His purpose of challenging Chenzong was to teach Chenzong a lesson and vent his anger. There was no killing intent. Zhao Guanyuan attacked without holding back, which was exactly what Chenzong wanted. His figure flickered, and his sword pierced through the air. The dark green sword chi was like a gust of strong wind, and also like a crescent moon slashing across the sky. Zhao Guanyuan was ranked 950th on the Heaven General List, while Chenzong was ranked 999th previously. In theory, Chenzong was weaker than Zhao Guanyuan, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Because Zhao Guanyuan was improving, Chenzong was also improving. Especially in the past 6 months, Chenzong felt that he had improved a lot, and his strength was much stronger than before. It seemed that it was because he defeated De Yen and was ranked top 100 on the Heaven General List. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears, the spears pierced through the air, rolling up monstrous flames and burning. They were full of amazing power and constantly brought great pressure to Chenzong. Chenzong wasn't afraid at all. His sword light was like a gust of strong wind, and he constantly slashed out. He displayed superb swordsmanship and fully displayed the profundity of swordsmanship. Zhao Guanyuan's primordial spirit dharma power was 60 feet tall. It wasn't his appearance, but a flaming figure. It burned continuously and emitted an amazing power. 9 flaming Dao patterns condensed, making Zhao Guangyuan's aura even more terrifying. Chen Zong's primordial spirit Dharma power was 15 feet tall, like an enlarged version of himself. It held a long sword in its hand. As Chen Zong continuously displayed superb swordsmanship, the power of each strike was amazing with the support of 8 sword Dao divine patterns and 5 heart Dao divine patterns. The power of 9 flaming Dao divine patterns couldn't compare to the power of 8 sword Dao divine patterns and 5 heart Dao divine patterns, but Zhao Guangyuan's primordial spirit Dharma power was bigger and stronger. In addition, Zhao Guangyuan seemed to have other powers. The power of each strike was even more terrifying. Yi Daolin and the other two entered and saw the intense battle between Chen Zong and Zhao Guangyuan. They were secretly surprised. Chen Zong's basic strength isn't weak. He's really good to be able to fight so fiercely with Zhao Guangyuan. Even so, Zhao Guangyuan hasn't displayed his AO Wu yet. AO Wu was the display of a person's true strength, because it was a combination of all one's skills and strength. With a boom, it was as if a volcano had erupted. Monstrous flames shot up into the sky. The 60 feet tall primordial spirit Dharma power suddenly expanded and burned fiercely. AO Wu, Zhao Guangyuan displayed his AO Wu, the powerful flame AO Wu. The spear pierced through the air and suddenly turned into a roaring fire beast. It was like a galloping horse, bursting with the shocking aura of a magnificent army. It exploded with shocking speed and charged directly at Chen Zong. Wherever it passed, the ground burned, forming a path of fire. Blazing heat rushed toward Chen Zong's face, accompanied by the sound of horses neighing. Level 5 AO Wu, Fierce Horse Flame Stampede. Chen Zong didn't dodge. He deliberately wanted to test the power of Zhao Guangyuan's AO Wu. He raised his sword and slashed down with lightning speed. The dark green sword aura was extremely domineering. It slashed down as if it could cut through the sky. It stretched into a crescent arc and tore through everything. Divine Wind Slash. Chen Zong had continuously upgraded this sword to the top level 5 AO Wu. Its power was even more domineering. The flame horse rushed toward Chen Zong, but it was immediately destroyed by the sword. The moment it exploded, countless flames rushed out. Some of them rushed toward Chen Zong and directly engulfed Chen Zong's body. However, Chen Zong had already exploded with shocking speed to dodge. He became one with his sword and turned into a dark green color. Like an aurora lightning, he tore through the sky in an instant. He crossed 100 meters and charged toward Zhao Guangyuan. Level 5 AO Wu, Wind Blast. Chen Zong's Extreme Wind had evolved it into Extreme Wind Break. Wind Blast was originally a move that focused on speed and sharpness. However, Chen Zong had the lightning sword, so his speed was even faster. Therefore, Chen Zong focused on sharpness and mastered the true meaning of sharpness. He upgraded the Wind Blast to level 5 AO Wu and its power was even more domineering. In the face of Chen Zong's sword, Zhao Guangyuan's expression turned slightly serious. He also reacted in an instant. His long spear suddenly trembled and once again pierced through the air. Raging flames followed and burned in all directions. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp sound rang out. It was extremely high-pitched, like a flaming bird flying in the air. Its sharp beak fiercely pecked at the tip of the spear. Its power was even more shocking, as if it could destroy everything. An extremely domineering aura also erupted in an instant. It was even more ferocious and powerful than the previous move. Level 6 AO Wu, Flaming Bird Soaring Flame Attack. The body refining godly form and chi refining godly form erupted. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword again. Divine Wind Blast. The power of this sword was even more domineering. It was as if there was nothing in the world that couldn't be cut through. The flaming bird was defeated and the divine wind was shattered. The shocking chi spread out in all directions. The power of the aftershock had reached the level of a level 3 AO Wu. If a weaker godly transformation realm expert was hit by it, they would be injured immediately. Zhao Guangyuan was secretly surprised. He actually managed to block his level 6 AO Wu's attack head-on. He was indeed extraordinary. Chen Zong took a step forward and used the flying swan steps to get closer to Zhao Guangyuan. He once again displayed his superb sword arts. Close combat was what Chen Zong was good at. In close combat, Chen Zong displayed the profoundness of the 99 sword arts to the fullest. He used all kinds of methods at his fingertips. The accumulation of countless life and death battles was also very useful. Another important point was the Heart Sutra. Even if he didn't activate the Heart Sutra, just the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong's thinking speed was extremely shocking. He observed from all directions, as if he could control everything. Learning, thinking, comprehending and so on were all done in the battle. This was the ingenious use of the Heart Sutra. At this moment, not only did Zhao Guanyuan's expression change, even Yi Daolin and the other two who were watching the battle were shocked. What superb sword arts! Terrifying. His sword arts have actually reached such a level. Yi Daolin was shocked and felt his hands itching. Because he was also a sword cultivator, he only felt that the sword arts that Chen Zong displayed were not inferior to his own. Yi Daolin could not help but grab the hilt of his sword. He pulled the sword an inch away, and a cold light flickered. As the sword trembled, it was as if there was sword qi spreading out. Threads of sharpness surrounded the sword. Sensing the sword qi that Yi Daolin leaked out, Tang Yuxuan and Wang Zhan were shocked. One had to know that Yi Daolin was an expert second only to Gu Rui among the heaven-ranked Dao disciples of the Dao Alliance. His sword arts were superb and his strength was terrifying. Moreover, on the heavenly general ranking, Yi Daolin's ranking was far higher than Zhao Guanyuan's. He was directly ranked in the 100th place and could be considered to be in the upper level of the heavenly general ranking. He was better than many origin race geniuses. With such a ranking, Yi Daolin's strength was destined to be much higher than Zhao Guanyuan's. He could easily defeat Zhao Guanyuan, and Chen Zong was only evenly matched with Zhao Guanyuan. Why did Yi Daolin have such a fighting spirit? Immediately, Tang Yuxuan, who was more quick-witted, looked at the sword hilt that Yi Daolin let go and thought of the reason. She smiled slightly. As for Wang Zhan, he frowned and thought hard. He was very puzzled. Tang Yuxuan didn't intend to explain anything to Wang Zhan. After Yi Daolin let go of the sword hilt, he calmed down in a breath. Now, it was a battle between Chen Zong and Zhao Guanyuan. As for finding the other to spar with sword arts, that was a matter for later. Under Chen Zong's close combat, Zhao Guanyuan was suppressed. His spear arts were strong, but overall, he was still inferior to Chen Zong. Explode, since he was inferior to Chen Zong in close combat, he would explode and suppress him with Ao Wu. It's New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a happy new year. The Sixth Dao is still working so hard. Brothers, please give us some monthly votes to cheer us on. Agreed, Zhao Guanyuan felt very aggrieved. He was ranked higher than Chen Zong on the Divine General list, but now he was being suppressed. His spear technique was not as good as his opponent's swordsmanship. No, it should be said that he could still fight in the beginning. However, his opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be able to counter his spear techniques. Every time he was caught off guard, he had to change his moves continuously. However, it was difficult for him to threaten his opponent. On the contrary, he was constantly forced into a difficult situation. Under the complete eruption, the celestial form of flame shook and turned into a torrent that swept in all directions. It was like a volcano erupting with monstrous power. Chen Zong could not withstand the terrifying power of the impact head-on. He could only wave his sword to defend himself while retreating. Increasing the distance between them was what Zhao Guanyuan wanted. Explode, the torrent of flame erupted for the second time and swept out, filling the surroundings. It circled rapidly within a radius of 100 meters and was extremely violent. It directly surrounded Chen Zong and kept shrinking. In this round of seclusion, I've mastered this move. Just nice, I'll use you to test its might. Zhao Guanyuan stood in the middle of the raging torrent of flames. With a jerk of his spear, he pointed it at Chen Zong. Boom, as Zhao Guanyuan pointed his spear, the torrent of flame that was slowly shrinking suddenly became violent. It was as if a sea of fire was boiling. The flames burned wildly and the temperature kept rising. The air in the death arena was burned into a vacuum and the void became distorted. Zhao Guanyuan has really mastered that move. Wang Zhan's eyes widened and he was shocked. It should be. Tang Yuxuan looked dignified. Yi Daolin's eyes were shining. This move is called the Fiery Dragon Dazzling Flame Kill. Zhao Guangyuan's voice was filled with a shocking amount of anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the long spear spun and slashed towards Chenzong. In an instant, the swirling torrent of flames rapidly gathered towards the center and shot up into the sky. Retreat. Under the strong sense of crisis, Chenzong immediately burst out with all his speed and performed the whirlwind mystic technique to retreat quickly. Just as Chenzong retreated, there seemed to be a high-pitched roar that was full of dominance and violence. The torrent of flames that covered 100 meters quickly gathered at the center and shot up to a height of 100 meters. It seemed to be constantly spewing out shocking flames. The flames continued to condense, and a huge flame flood dragon's head appeared. It seemed to have rushed out of the flames and spiraled in the air. It brought with it a monstrous heat and directly swooped down towards Chenzong. Seventh Order. Yi Daolin's eyes narrowed. If a cultivator at the peak of the divine phase realm mastered a 6th Order AO Wu, they might have a chance to enter the heavenly general ranking. If they mastered a 7th Order AO Wu, they would be even more extraordinary. They would definitely be able to enter the heavenly general ranking. They might even be able to enter the top 900. In the current heavenly general ranking, those outside the top 900 had mastered at least one 6th Order AO Wu. Some even had more than one. In the top 900, they had mastered at least one 7th Order AO Wu. AO Wu was divided into 9 stages under normal circumstances. Every 3 stages was a level. The difference between the 3rd stage and the 4th stage was huge. The difference between the 6th stage and the 7th stage was also huge. Zhao Guangyuan had only mastered a 6th Order AO Wu before. Who would have thought that after this seclusion, he would master a 7th Order AO Wu? The power of a 7th Order AO Wu was very terrifying. Facing the flaming dragon's attack, Chenzong's expression turned solemn. He was unable to dodge. The flaming dragon seemed to have its own domain. It enveloped the surroundings and pressed down on him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Behind the flaming dragon, there was an illusory figure. It was the supreme 9-stage chaotic slaughter. Of course, it was impossible for Zhao Guangyuan to have only mastered one stage of the 9-stage chaotic slaughter. It was definitely higher. However, the 7th Order AO Wu was too powerful. This move wasn't an ordinary 7th Order AO Wu. It wasn't easy to use the 9-stage chaotic slaughter to strengthen the follow-up attack. It required time. However, because the small Dao scripture was about to open, Zhao Guangyuan didn't have enough time. Otherwise, he would have definitely cultivated the 9-stage chaotic slaughter to the point where he could fully apply it to this 7th Order AO Wu before coming out. The power of this attack had been increased to the extreme. However, Chenzong couldn't dodge its aura. This was clearly a 7th Order AO Wu under the Dao domain. The Dao domain's power was stronger, and the pressure was more intense. The Dao domain in the universe was different from the Dao domain in the void. In other words, the usage was different. In the void, the Dao domain was released, covering the surroundings and suppressing everything. However, in the universe, the Dao domain was retracted. The power was concentrated, and the power was condensed. It was integrated into the move, and it could display amazing profundities. Moreover, not all moves could be integrated into the Dao domain. Generally, the AO Wu that could be integrated into the Dao domain were the stronger AO Wu of the same rank. They could be said to be invincible. Erupt. Chenzong mobilized all his power and erupted. Divine Wind Slash. The Divine Wind Slash was only a 5th Order AO Wu. In terms of rank, it was inferior to the 6th Order AO Wu. However, the 6th Order AO Wu's strength lay in its speed and not its offensive power. In terms of offensive power, the Divine Wind Slash was stronger. In a head-on collision that couldn't be avoided, the Divine Wind Slash was naturally the most suitable. When the dark green sword energy slashed out, 5 sword shadows followed. It was the 9th stage mixed killing technique. Clash. In just an instant, the dark blue sword aura was shattered, and the extremely blazing flames bombarded him, making Chenzong feel as if he was being roasted. The sword aura was shattered, but it also burst out with astonishing power, cutting the flame dragon apart. However, there was still a flame dragon shadow. Chenzong's sword light was shattered, and his body was hit directly. First, 20% of its power was weakened by the 9 Heavens General Robe, and then it was blocked by the power of the 9 mysterious body protection technique. However, the power of the 9 mysterious body protection technique was broken through layer by layer. Chen Zong had only cultivated the 9 mysterious body protection technique to the 4th level. Therefore, the protective power he formed was only 4 layers. As the layers were broken one by one, the power of the flaming serpent's shadow was weakened little by little. The 4 layers of the 9 mysterious body protection technique's power were broken. The terrifying power directly bombarded Chen Zong's refining godly form. Flying back, under this attack, the refining godly form kept retreating. Chen Zong gathered all his strength to resist, and the power of the refining godly form also burst out to resist. Blazing, the blazing heat madly rushed into Chen Zong's body, as if it was going to burn him to ashes. Chen Zong gritted his teeth. Under the blazing heat, he felt like he was going to be melted. However, he still resisted. He resisted with his powerful refining godly form. When the flames dissipated, Chen Zong was standing in the middle of the endless smoke and fire. He was panting heavily. His sword was still tightly held in his hand. Sword chi revolved around it. It was extremely shocking. When the smoke and fire dissipated, Chen Zong's body was revealed. His face was a little burnt, and his mouth was bleeding. One of his eyes was squinting, as if it was injured. However, the other eye was extremely bright, like a sword that could pierce through everything. That kind of sharpness pierced through the sky, and Zhao Guanyuan was secretly shocked. Zhao Guanyuan was also very shocked that his all-out attack didn't kill Chen Zong. He felt it was very unbelievable. 7th stage AO Wu, the fierce flood dragon dazzling flame kill was a 7th stage AO Wu, and it was one of the strongest AO Wu's realms. He had spent a lot of time to cultivate it to the small success realm, and with the help of the first stage of the 9-fold mixed kill, its power was even more powerful. Even so, he still couldn't kill his opponent. Not to mention killing him, he couldn't even defeat him. Although his opponent looked a little embarrassed, and his aura was much weaker, he still had the strength to fight. In an instant, Chen Zong took a step forward, and used the flying swan steps again. The 7th stage AO Wu's flying swan steps was a short distance burst of speed, and it was much faster than the secret technique whirlwind spin. It allowed Chen Zong's speed to reach the extreme in an instant, and there was an indescribable kind of nimbleness. In an instant, the green sword light shone. The green light seemed very faint, but also very intense. There was an illusory feeling, and it seemed to be blurred at first glance. The wind was blowing, gently blowing. It was as if someone was whispering in the wind, talking about something. Hymn of the Wind, this sword was the 7th stage AO Wu that was upgraded from the Hymn of the Wind, and it was an attack of divine intent. Although Zhao Guanyuan was very strong, in terms of divine intent, he was not as good as Chen Zong. As the sword arrived, Zhao Guanyuan's eyes changed, and it alternated between blurriness and clarity. Although it was only for a moment, Zhao Guanyuan's reaction was a bit slower. Chen Zong's sword arrived and stabbed directly into Zhao Guanyuan's body. However, Zhao Guanyuan had also cultivated the 9 mystic body protection technique to the 5th layer. Although Chen Zong's sword hit him, it only broke through 3 layers of the 9 mystic body protection technique before it was blocked by Zhao Guanyuan. Boom, Zhao Guanyuan's crimson long spear struck again. Fight, it was an evenly matched battle. In terms of absolute strength, Zhao Guanyuan was indeed stronger than Chen Zong. Although he had only comprehended the great Tao of fire, he had had many fortuitous encounters, so his strength was very strong. However, Chen Zong's tenacity and skill were even higher than Zhao Guanyuan's. Coupled with the fact that he had the deity's will, it was impossible for Zhao Guanyuan to defeat Chen Zong. Gentlemen, instead of continuing to fight, why don't the two of you sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? Yi Daolin suddenly said with a smile. In fact, Zhao Guanyuan already did not want to continue fighting with Chen Zong. He was angry because he lost the spot that should have been his, and it was taken by Chen Zong. Therefore, he went looking for Chen Zong to teach him a lesson. In the end, he found that Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to his. It was not a big deal that Chen Zong was not inferior to him, but the problem was that Chen Zong had entered the divine image realm more than 100 years later than him, and his cultivation was only at the high level of the divine image realm, not the peak of the divine image realm. Under such circumstances, Chenzong was actually able to fight with him to this extent. This meant that Chenzong's talent far surpassed his own. No matter how unwilling he was, Zhao Guanyuan understood that Chenzong's future achievements were very likely to be above his own. Since that was the case, if he continued to fight, it would definitely not be good for him if he really became angry and turned into an enemy. However, he was the one who challenged Chenzong in anger. If he took the initiative to end it, it would be too embarrassing. Yi Daoling's words were like a way out. On the occasion of the Spring Festival, the Dominator of 6 Realms sincerely wishes everyone a happy new year and good health. After the battle with Zhao Guanyuan, Chenzong knew how strong he was. Since Yi Daolin had spoken, he had to show some respect. After all, they were not enemies. They were all talents of the Taoist Alliance, and they were all humans by blood. In that case, there was no need to fight to the point where they would become enemies. Therefore, Chenzong showed respect to Yi Daolin and Zhao Guanyuan. He took the initiative to stop the battle. Zhao Guanyuan seemed to have been given a way out. Of course, he would not insist on continuing the battle. "You're quite strong," Zhao Guanyuan said, which was rare for him. "I'm still not as good as you." Chenzong smiled. He was not belittling himself. If he continued the battle, there was a high possibility that he would be defeated in the end. After all, there was still a gap between his cultivation and Zhao Guanyuan's understanding of the Great Way. There was also a gap in Ao Wu. Under Yi Daoling's invitation, everyone left the deathmatch ring and went to the Daolin Palace at the Daolin Peak to taste the tea made by Yi Daolin. Chenzong liked wine, but he was not interested in tea. However, he had to admit that Yi Daolin was very good at making tea. His every move was natural and contained a kind of charm of Dao. This made Chenzong secretly surprised. Yi Daolin seemed to have turned tea-making into a way to understand Dao. This seemed to give Chenzong some inspiration. Another thing worth mentioning was that the tea looked, smelled, and tasted good. When the tea entered his mouth, Chenzong felt refreshed and clear-headed. Waves of warmth spread all over his body. "Good tea," Chenzong said with a smile. "Daoling's tea is a masterpiece," Zhao Guanyuan said with a smile. He raised his cup to Chenzong with tea instead of wine. Not long ago, Zhao Guanyuan had challenged Chenzong to a fight in anger. But now, he was getting along well with Zhao Guanyuan. Chenzong certainly wouldn't refuse Zhao Guanyuan's kindness. At the same time, he also admired Zhao Guanyuan a little. It was enough to show that Zhao Guanyuan was not narrow-minded. Of course, it was also possible that Zhao Guanyuan was too shrewd and scheming, and he was deliberately lulling Chenzong. However, this possibility was very low. At least, Chenzong didn't feel any malice. No matter how he looked at it, Zhao Guanyuan didn't seem like a shrewd and scheming person. If that was really the case, then he could only admire Yi Shiwen even more. After all, Yi Shiwen's scheming was so deep that he couldn't sense it at all. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. The minor Dao repository was about to be opened, but it hadn't been opened yet. The 5 of them were all geniuses of the Dao Alliance, so it wasn't impossible for them to become friends. After interacting with Yi Daolin for a while, Yi Daoling's temperament was gentle. His every action and every word had a natural feeling. When interacting with him, people would feel comfortable. Tang Yuxuan, on the other hand, was a clever person. She gave people the impression that she was considerate and easy to get along with. As for Wang Zhan, Chenzong felt that he was a careless person. His thoughts were more straightforward and simple, and the way to deal with problems when he encountered them was to just push through them. Zhao Guanyuan, on the other hand, was either extremely shrewd to the point that no one could see through him, or he was a genuine person. His emotions were easily revealed and could be seen by others. All in all, Chenzong felt that the 4 of them were not bad. He could get to know them and become friends. As for whether he could really get to know them, that was hard to say. People's hearts were unpredictable. In the face of benefits, even blood brothers could turn against each other. However, Chenzong wouldn't crave for anything else. Everything would develop naturally. Including Chenzong, the Dao Alliance had a total of 11 geniuses on the Heavenly General ranking. Yi Daoling's Dao Advent Palace had 5 of these geniuses, accounting for less than half of the total number. The one with the highest ranking was Yi Daolin. He was ranked 123rd. His strength was naturally extremely powerful. However, in the Tao Alliance's divine manifestation realm, Yi Daolin wasn't the strongest. The strongest person was called Gu Rue. According to their words, Gu Rue was a cultivation maniac. He was a man of few words, but his strength was extremely terrifying. Not only was he the Tao Alliance's #1 divine manifestation realm expert, but he was also ranked in the top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking at 32nd. This made Chenzong extremely shocked. There were 999 people on the Heavenly General ranking. As a human, Gu Rue was ranked 32nd. He directly surpassed many Origin clan members. It was truly astonishing. As for Tang Yuxuan and Wang Zhan, they were ranked in the 400th and 500th respectively. Basically, the top 10 prodigies of the Tao Alliance before Chenzong were ranked from the 100th to the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, then the 100th, and so on. Chenzong also found out that Mo Wui, the monster who had obtained 11th place in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Disciple Assembly 10,000 years ago, had reached the shocking 4th place on the Heavenly General ranking back then. 4th place. Chenzong was extremely shocked. He didn't know before the challenge, but after the challenge, he understood how difficult it was to be ranked in the Heavenly General ranking. Perhaps the difference in strength between a few ranks wouldn't be very big, but when it came to 100 ranks, the difference would be astonishing. In fact, within the top 100, there were many levels. The top 10 was an astonishing level. In short, Chenzong couldn't imagine how strong the 4th place on the Heavenly General ranking was. The difference was too great. However, if Mo Wui could reach that level, so could he. After a round of exchanges with the crowd, Chenzong and Yi Daolin had a sword duel. Yi Daolin's swordsmanship had surprised Chenzong as well. It had even inspired him. Yi Daolin's swordsmanship seemed to be completely natural. It was in harmony with nature, and it was extremely compatible with the laws he had comprehended. Every single strike seemed to be otherworldly. It flowed smoothly and continuously, as if there were no flaws at all. However, in terms of sword duel, Chenzong wasn't inferior to Yi Daolin at all. He even gradually gained the upper hand in the duel. Learn, improve, this was the result of the combination of Chenzong's extraordinary comprehension and the Heart Sutra. In the end, there was no clear winner or loser in this duel. This was because Chenzong couldn't defeat Yi Daolin with just his sword duel. However, both of them had gained a lot. In addition to the exchanges between the crowd and the analysis of Ao Wu, Chenzong was suddenly inspired. He felt that he might be able to improve his self-created Ao Wu techniques in a short period of time. He might even be able to reach the 6th level of Ao Wu. Once his self-created Ao Wu techniques reached the 6th level, his strength would become even stronger. Unfortunately, the small Taoist treasury was about to open. Chenzong couldn't continue his closed-door training. He could only wait until the small Taoist treasury opened. He was conserving his energy and waiting for the small Taoist treasury to open. The small Taoist treasury opened once every 100 years. Every time it opened, 10 people would be selected to enter. However, if one had already entered once, they wouldn't be able to enter a second time. This was also the Tao Alliance's training mechanism. Otherwise, if everyone entered repeatedly, the other prodigies wouldn't have the chance to be trained. Of course. However, if one was extremely outstanding, they might be able to get an extra chance to enter the small Taoist treasury. For example, Gu Rue and Yi Daolin had already entered the small Taoist treasury once. According to Yi Daolin, he had gained a lot from the small Taoist treasury. This was because before entering the small Taoist treasury, his ranking on the Heavenly General ranking was outside the top 500. After entering the small Taoist treasury, he had gained a lot and his strength had increased greatly. Following that, his strength had continued to increase over the past 100 years. However, he had stopped at the 100th place. It was difficult for him to increase his strength any further. Because of his talent, the Tao Alliance had made an exception and given him a second chance. They hoped that after entering the small Taoist treasury, he would be able to increase his strength again and charge into the top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking. That would be of great benefit to Yi Daolin. It would also be an opportunity for the Dao Alliance to strengthen their reputation. As for Gu Rui, they had made an exception and given him another chance. Of course, they also hoped that he would be able to increase his strength and increase his ranking on the Heavenly General ranking. They waited and waited. Soon, 10 days had passed. On this day, the small Daoist treasury would open. The entrance to the small Daoist treasury was within the Dao Alliance's headquarters. It was surrounded by layers of protective formations. There were also experts guarding it. The defensive power was extremely shocking. Even 5th-level experts couldn't break in. Of course, 6th-level experts wouldn't force their way in. This was because entering the small Daoist treasury was useless to them. In fact, 4th-level experts wouldn't even benefit from entering the small Daoist treasury. A closed ancient bronze door emitted an endless ancient aura. It didn't seem to belong to this era. It was unknown how many years of history it had. The ancient bronze door was about 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide. It was covered with mysterious and complicated patterns. It seemed to have the sun, moon, stars, vegetation, forests, and tens of thousands of beasts. As a whole, it emitted an aura of the great Tao. It was incomparably mysterious and boundless. 10 people stood in front of the ancient bronze door, waiting for it to open. These 10 people were the Dao Alliance's geniuses who had been chosen to enter the small Daoist treasury. Yi Daolin, Tang Yuxuan, Wang Zhan, and Chen Zong were among them. In addition, Chen Zong also saw Gu Rui. Gu Rui's figure was tall and sturdy. He was dressed in battle armor. His face was simple and resolute. His eyes seemed to contain an astonishing domineering aura. His 10 fingers were slender and strong. They were suffused with a bronze luster, as if they could crush everything. It was extremely terrifying. It felt as if he could shatter a mountain with a punch and suppress the 4 seas with a palm. Chen Zong couldn't help but take a few more glances. After all, Gu Rui's ranking on the Heavenly General ranking was as high as 32nd. It was very shocking. However, he didn't know what level his strength had reached. Chen Zong also glanced at the other 5. Among the 10 people, there were a total of 3 women. One was Tang Yuxuan, a person with a clever mind. One was called Fu Yingmong, who had an extremely sharp aura. Her eyes were also extremely sharp. The last one was called Chen Suqing, who had an extremely peaceful aura. She always had a faint and amiable smile on her face. As for the other 3 men, they were called Chou He, Ming Yu, and Jiang Wanlu. The 3 of them were ranked higher than Zhao Guangyuan and Chen Suqing on the Heavenly General ranking. Moreover, their auras were different and each had their own unique characteristics. Geniuses, they were the Dao Alliance's geniuses. The top geniuses. While Chen Zong was sizing them up, they were also sizing up Chen Zong. After all, they already knew what had happened before. Naturally, they were quite curious about Chen Zong. However, the small Daoist treasury was about to open. Everyone's attention was still on it. Author's note: every spring festival, I get drunk for a few days. Luckily, the Dominator of 6 realms has a stockpile of manuscripts. Simple, distant, profound, the bronze door slowly opened a crack in the sound that seemed to come from ancient times. In an instant, an endless ancient and mysterious aura seemed to spread out from the crack in the door. Everyone felt the wisps of aura and instantly became excited. What a mysterious aura! It was infinitely high and infinitely deep. That feeling was really indescribable. Even Gu Rui and Yi Daolin, who had already entered the small Daoist repository once, had a calm expression, but there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The ancient bronze door continued to open. The ancient mysterious aura that spread out from it became increasingly dense and vigorous. However, the mysterious aura did not spread too far. It only entered and exited within a 100-meter radius. It was as if the ancient bronze door was breathing in and out, forming a cycle. The bronze door was completely opened. As the leader of the Dao Alliance's prodigies, Gu Rui was the first to step in. Yi Daolin was next, followed by Jiang Wanlu, Fu Yingmong, Tang Yuxuan, Wang Zhan, Ming Yu, Chou He, Chen Suqing, and finally, Chen Zong. A total of 10 people stepped into the bronze door one after another. However, after the 10 people entered, the bronze door didn't close. That mysterious and ancient aura still enveloped a radius of 100 meters, circulating endlessly. 100 meters away, the Tao Alliance's powerhouses were there. 10 people. I wonder how much they can gain? Usually, the longer one stays in the small Taoist repository, the greater the gain. Last time, Guru A stayed for half a year, and Yi Daolin stayed for 5 months. I wonder if they can break their own limits this time. Relatively speaking, I'm more curious about Chenzong. Indeed, he was able to get 9th place in the Disciples' Meet, surpassing Mo Wui from 10,000 years ago. Now, he's ranked on the Heavenly General Leaderboard after being in the 3rd realm for less than 100 years. His talent is really amazing. The most important thing is his background. He's a 3rd-rank void cultivator. He can't be compared to others, but he can reach this step. It's really amazing. I hope he can perform well in the small Taoist repository. It's not in vain to give this spot to him in advance. If the primitive emperor didn't say so, Chenzong would have to wait until the next time he wanted to get a spot in the small Taoist repository. Now, the small Taoist repository. And Zhao Guangyuan had lost this opportunity. Chenzong was the weakest. However, Chenzong's performance. Chenzong is 2 of among. Was among them. Be and as and as deep as it as an the it. The small Taoist repository was a secret cultivation ground discovered by the ancestors of the Tao Alliance. After much effort, it naturally didn't contain any danger. Strictly speaking, the small Taoist repository was a corner or a branch of the small Taoist repository. It was like an extension. Once they entered the small Taoist repository, they were greeted by a vast expanse of whiteness. Gradually, everything became clear. A pond, about 1,000 meters in size, appeared in front of them. Lotus leaves grew in the pond. They were of different heights. Every one of them was verdant. They swayed gently in the breeze. Water rippled. Tiny ripples spread out in all directions. Tranquil, mysterious, peaceful, there was no smoke or dust. Here, everyone's mind became very peaceful. Their minds also became very clear. Tranquility yields distance, does not stir up dust. 10 people appeared at the side of the pond. Immediately, under the breeze, the ripples in the water rippled. 10 of the biggest and darkest colored lotus leaves swam around the water surface. The figures of Guru A and Yi Daolin, who had been here once, moved at the same time, drawing different mysterious and aura trajectories, and landed on 2 of the big lotus leaves. The 2 big lotus leaves with deep color trembled slightly, as if sinking a little in an instant, rippling out layers of ripples, attacking in all directions. It was like a small boat. But it didn't really sink. Instead, it supported Guru A and Yi Daolin's bodies. Not even a drop of water splashed on the lotus leaves. Looking at Guru A and Yi Daolin's movements, the others followed suit. They jumped up, either like a big bird spreading its wings, or like lightning breaking through the sky, or like a gust of wind. They were different, but they all had the same purpose. Chenzong's figure floated up like a gust of wind. He landed on one of the dark green lotus leaves. The moment he landed, the lotus leaf trembled slightly. It seemed that it couldn't bear the weight of his body and was about to sink. However, a tough force spread out, so that the lotus leaf didn't really sink. After a slight tremble, layers of ripples spread out, completely supporting Chenzong's body. There were water droplets splashing, but they sputtered in all directions. They drew a wonderful trajectory. In Chenzong's eyes, there was an indescribable sense of mystery that couldn't be described with words. Chenzong sat down with his legs crossed naturally, without any deliberate or abrupt action. He didn't even have any thoughts of his own. Just like that, he sat down with his legs crossed in a not very formal but very comfortable posture. This posture looked like he was sitting with his legs crossed, but also like he was half lying down. His eyes were as clear as the blue sky, and as clear as a bottomless stream. Gradually, there was a trace of mist filling his eyes, making them blurred. In the blurriness, there was an indescribable mystery and profoundness. Slowly, as if sleepiness came, there was an indescribable sense of tiredness, but it wasn't tiredness. Chen Zong's eyes unconsciously closed slowly and completely. His breathing also became long, subtle, and faintly discernible. In addition to Chen Zong, the other 9 cultivators reacted the same way. One by one, they closed their eyes. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were asleep, as serene as a fetus. As the breeze blew, the 10 big lotus leaves swayed in the 1,000-meter-deep pool like boats, creating layers of ripples. It was indescribably comfortable and leisurely. It was as comfortable as picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. It was poetic and picturesque, like a song and a zither. Was this the only function of the small Taoist repository that was opened once in 100 years? Was it just to let people sleep here, even if they were lying on the lotus leaves and floating on the pool? It was still sleeping, although it was different from sleeping on a bed. This was not really sleeping. Sleeping was only a kind of appearance. In fact, everyone had entered a miraculous state in a way that was close to sleeping. The sound of carriages, shouts, and pedestrians mixed together into a cacophony of noises. When Chen Zong opened his eyes, he saw people coming and going. It was bustling, but they didn't seem to notice Chen Zong. It was as if Chen Zong was an illusion that didn't exist. Yes. The moment Chen Zong was about to take a step forward, a fast horse rushed in front of him. It was so aggressive that it knocked down several pedestrians, but it didn't stop at all. It rushed directly to Chen Zong. Chen Zong's expression didn't change, but he took a step forward in an instant to avoid the fast horse's collision. However, as soon as he moved, Chen Zong's expression changed greatly. His strength had completely disappeared. Although he reacted in time, he didn't know that his strength had disappeared, so his reaction was a bit slow. He couldn't avoid it. Collision, the fast horse rushed to him in an instant. Chen Zong was ready to be knocked away, but the fast horse rushed through his body. It was as if he was an illusion. After being stunned, Chen Zong walked to the side and reached out to grab the wall of a house, but it went through directly. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if he was really an illusion and didn't exist. However, Chen Zong was sure that he existed. It was just that it was very strange. It felt as if he was in a different world. He could see people in this world, but people in this world couldn't see him or discover him. It was the first time for him to experience this. Chen Zong couldn't remember why he appeared here. It seemed to be very sudden. There was no prelude, but it also seemed to be natural. Since he couldn't think of anything, Chen Zong didn't think hard about it. Instead, he walked naturally. It was a very strange experience. It was the first time for him to experience this. Since he was here, he might as well take things as they came. As if aimlessly, Chen Zong paced on the busy street. He looked at the people coming and going, listened to all kinds of words, laughed and cursed, and observed the various expressions of life. Unconsciously, bits and pieces of enlightenment flashed in his mind. They were broken and unformed. Chen Zong didn't pay attention to them. As he walked, Chen Zong stood in front of a shop. The shop owner and the buyer were arguing endlessly. It seemed that they couldn't agree on the price. Time passed slowly as he walked and stopped. Day gradually passed and night fell. The lights were lit, and thousands of houses were brightly lit. It had a different kind of charm. Bright, dazzling, but there was also a kind of tranquility that went straight to the heart. The street was very long. Even if Chen Zong walked and stopped, he still walked a very long distance. However, he didn't reach the end. It seemed that the street was endless. As he walked, Chen Zong gradually found that it was not that the street was endless. It was just that he was always walking in circles on a long street. This seemingly meaningless behavior accumulated more fragments of enlightenment. Little by little, they were like twinkling stars, silent and deep, and difficult to detect. After walking for a while, Chen Zong stopped to rest. He saw a small building. Under the night sky, there were no lights in the building, making it seem deep and quiet. There wasn't a single person in the building, but Chen Zong wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he walked into the building and climbed up to the rooftop, sitting down near the window. As soon as he sat down, Chenzong felt very comfortable. It was as if his exhaustion was slowly leaving him. It was like peeling silk from a cocoon. Comfortable, and leisurely. Outside the window, there were thousands of bright lights. The night gradually deepened. At some point, a gust of wind blew, bringing with it a chill. Chenzong could not help but feel cold. The first strand of rain fell silently. Small building, night, lights, cool breeze, drizzle. In the quiet and mysterious night, Chenzong sat in front of the windowsill in the small building, closed his eyes, but did not fall asleep, but enjoyed this rare leisure. Stealing half a day of leisure, Chenzong secretly thought, even if he didn't open his eyes, but all the lights outside the small building, all the cool breeze and drizzle were reflected in his heart, vivid and lifelike. Not everyone is like Chenzong, here, so comfortable and leisurely, stealing half a day of leisure. The place where Gu Rui appeared was a battlefield, a bloody battlefield, crazy fighting, killing, forgetting everything else. A pair of big hands that seemed to be cast from steel and iron, filled with a rich bronze luster. Every time it blasted out, it burst out with extremely violent and domineering power. Anyone who was hit, their armor was directly shattered, and their body was also broken. It was very ferocious and terrifying. Fight, an endless battle. Yi Daolin was not walking on the long street, sitting in the small building, nor was he crazily killing on the battlefield. The place where he appeared was an ancient yellow sand road. The ancient road was desolate, sparsely populated, and even vegetation was rare. At first glance, there was only a sense of desolation and loneliness. Walking, Yi Daolin didn't know how long he had walked. Yi Daolin saw a dilapidated small tea shed, 2 old tables covered with thick sand and dust, which seemed to have not been patronized for a long time. An old man in a shabby grey cloth was sitting in a chair, leaning against the earth wall and taking a nap. As if aware of the arrival of Yi Daolin, the old man opened his turbid eyes and looked over. On his wrinkled and dry face, he also squeezed out a smile. "Little brother, sit down and have a bowl of tea." The old man's voice was hoarse, but there was a hint of hope in it. There were very few people here, so it was really not easy to sell a bowl of tea. "Okay, then I'll bother you." Yi Daolin smiled and sat down without taboo on the table and chair covered with a layer of sand. The small Taoist scripture is very mysterious. Everyone who enters has their own fate, and what they can get is all up to them. It was very random. Furthermore, after entering, he would temporarily forget his previous memories. He would not know where he came from or where he was going. He would just stay there until he could no longer stay there. The profoundness of this was hard to explain with words. Perhaps it was just a small experience, but there would be a lot of accumulation and gains in the process. A month passed, 2 months passed. At the bronze door, the mysterious and ancient aura was still circulating endlessly. Suddenly, a figure appeared, as if it had been pushed out, landing outside the ancient bronze door. It was precisely Chen Suqing. 2 months, Chen Suqing stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 2 months. 2 months? It's considered average. The sovereigns of the Tao Alliance all sighed. Clearly, they weren't very satisfied with the time limit of 2 months. Of course, he didn't think much of it. Throughout the history of the Tao Alliance, every time the Tao repository opened, there would be people who would be sent out after 2 months. In fact, there were quite a few who would be sent out after 1 month at the very least. If it was 1 month, it would be too disappointing. Another half a month passed, and the second person appeared from the ancient bronze door. It was Ningyu. Not long after, Chou He also appeared. 3.5 months later, Wang Zhan appeared. 4 months later, Tang Yuxuan appeared. 4.5 months later, Fu Yingmeng appeared. 5 months later, Jiang Wanlu appeared. Only 3 people remained, Gu Rui, Yi Daolin, and Chenzong. Not bad. It seems that Yi Daolin can surpass the previous time. That's right. I wonder if Gu Rui can break his own record. Chenzong has already stayed in there for 5 months. He's not inferior to Yi Daolin back then. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. A figure appeared, and it was Yi Daolin. Last time, Yi Daolin stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 5 months. This time, he broke his own record and reached 6 months. One more month would naturally mean more gains. That was for sure. Because one wouldn't waste time in there. Gu Rui and Chen Zong still hadn't appeared. This made the Dao Alliance's supremacies even happier. This meant that Chen Zong's talent and potential were indeed better than Yi Daolin's. Yi Daolin was now ranked in the 130th place on the Heavenly General ranking, which was considered a very high ranking. In the future, Chen Zong's ranking would definitely be higher than Yi Daolin's, and he even had a chance of entering the top 100. The top 100 was like a watershed. With one more prodigy entering the top 100, the Dao Alliance's reputation would increase significantly. Yi Daolin had stayed in the small Daoist scripture for 6 months. After settling down, he might have a chance of rising to the top 100. Of course, as the Dao Alliance's prodigy improved, the other prodigies would also improve and become stronger. In addition, Yi Daolin had already reached a limit. If he wanted to improve further, it would be very difficult. Therefore, it was still unknown whether Yi Daolin would be able to enter the top 100. But no matter what, it was a good thing that Yi Daolin had broken his own record. No matter what, his foundation should be able to be strengthened further. It would be more helpful for him to break through to the 4th realm. With Yi Daolin's talent, if he broke through to the 4th realm, he would definitely be an expert in the 4th realm. It would definitely be a great thing for the Dao Alliance. But what surprised them even more was Chen Zong. Half a year had passed. Yi Daolin had come out, but Chen Zong still hadn't come out. Could it be that Chen Zong could be compared to Gu Rui? Although Gu Rui's ranking in the Earth-level disciple assembly wasn't as good as Chen Zong's, this didn't mean that Gu Rui's treatment wasn't as good as Chen Zong's. In every disciple assembly, the strength of the participants was different. It wasn't absolute. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chen Zong and Gu Rui still hadn't appeared. 7 months. Not bad, not bad. The Venerables were all very happy. As for Yi Daolin and the others, as soon as they left the small Daoist scripture, they quickly returned to their respective cave residences to cultivate in seclusion. The gains in the small Daoist scripture were bits and pieces. They had to spend their own time to sort them out, comprehend them, and finally truly turn them into their own to strengthen themselves. This kind of comprehension, if not seized and sorted out in time, would probably fade away after a long time. In the 8th month, another figure appeared from the ancient bronze door. The Venerables all paid attention to it. Who was it? He came out. It was a tall and strong body, filled with a kind of primordial and overbearing power. Gu Rui, the one who appeared was Gu Rui. 8 months, Gu Rui also broke his previous record, and stayed 2 months longer than Yi Daolin. Gu Rui's ranking on the Heavenly General list was 32nd. He had now stayed in the small Daoist scripture for 8 months. If he spent a few years absorbing, his strength would definitely be stronger. At that time, he might be able to rush into the top 30. And what surprised the Venerables was Chen Zong. It had been 8 months, but Chen Zong still hadn't appeared. This kind of performance was really shocking. The Alliance Master's vision is indeed not something we can compare to. A Venerable suddenly sighed with emotion. If it weren't for the Yuan Emperor's order, the Venerables wouldn't have considered letting Chen Zong enter the small Daoist scripture. At least this time. Only the next time the small Daoist scripture opened, Chen Zong would be given a spot. Of course, even if it was the next time he entered, Chen Zong would still perform very well with his extraordinary talent. However, in the battle between geniuses, if one had the ability to get the opportunity in advance, it would definitely be better. It meant that one would become stronger in the future, and have enough strength and ability to fight for better and more opportunities, leading step by step. There was still a big difference between 100 years fast and 100 years slow, especially for the true geniuses. 9 months, Chen Zong still hadn't appeared, and the Venerables became more and more excited. This meant that Chen Zong's talent and potential were obviously better than Gu Rui's. In other words, when Chen Zong cultivated further, not only would it be possible for him to enter the top 100 of the Heavenly General ranking, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 30, or even the top 20. Since Mo Wui 10,000 years ago, there hadn't been any geniuses in the human race who entered the top 30. Now, Gu Rui had a lot of hope, and this Chen Zong most likely could do it too. No one knew if he could recreate the glory of 10,000 years ago. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. 10 months, Chen Zong had stayed in the small Taoist scripture for a full 10 months, but he still hadn't appeared. The venerables were crazy with joy, and even the Yuan emperor was alarmed. Back then, Mo Wui stayed in the small Taoist scripture for 11 months. Can Chen Zong catch up with him? The venerables secretly guessed. If Chen Zong could catch up with Mo Wui's record, he might not be able to recreate the glory of the Tao Alliance 10,000 years ago. They didn't dare to say that he could obtain the 4th rank of the Heavenly General ranking like Mo Wui, but it was very likely for him to enter the top 10. Time passed day by day, and more than 10 months had passed. Chen Zong still hadn't appeared, and it was gradually approaching the 11th month. The venerables seemed to be a little nervous, and felt that the 11th month was a watershed. Up until now, 11 months in the small Taoist scripture was the highest record of the Tao Alliance. Could Chen Zong catch up with this record? Another day passed, and it was exactly the 11th month. The venerables stared at the ancient bronze door with their eyes wide open, but there was no movement at all. 11 months passed, and Chen Zong still hadn't appeared. The venerables were crazy with joy, and the Yuan emperor was alarmed again. Very good, very good. The Yuan emperor was full of smiles. Indeed, this was a genius who wasn't inferior to Mo Wui. Given enough time to grow, he would definitely become a 5th realm expert in the future. In the 9 Heavens imperial court, one had to at least reach the 5th realm to have the right to speak. And in the universe, only the 5th realm could be considered the mark of an expert. Another day passed, and Chen Zong was still in the small Taoist scripture. As for danger, that was impossible. Since ancient times, the small Taoist scripture had been opened many times, and there had never been any dangerous situations. When the 12th month passed, the light of the ancient bronze door fluctuated, and a figure appeared from within. Without a doubt, that was Chen Zong. Because the others in the small Taoist scripture had already come out, and Chen Zong was the last one left. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. I seem to have had a very long dream. On the Heartsword Peak, Chen Zong stretched his back while facing the sky. His muscles and bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. Powerful energy flowed between his muscles and bones like a river. The power of his cultivation circulated endlessly in his body, like the surging waters of the sea, constantly surging. This was the power of his chi refining cultivation, and also the power of his body refining cultivation. Under the Heart Sutra, the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens breathing gale circulated at all times, which meant that he was cultivating at all times. His cultivation was still at the high level of the divine aspect realm, but the annihilation force of the 9 Heavens breathing gale had already reached the 2nd layer of perfection. The 2nd layer of perfection was even more powerful, causing Chen Zong's basic strength to increase even further. However, this was not the greatest gain of the small Taoist repository and the half-year of seclusion after returning to the Heartsword Palace. It was just a side benefit. The greatest gain was the comprehension of the mysteries of the Great Tao and the improvement of Ao Wu. The highest record of the small Taoist repository was 11 months. Chen Zong had broken the record and raised it to 12 months, which was an entire year. An additional month was even more shocking. The gains were unimaginable. Chen Zong could clearly remember everything that he had experienced in the small Taoist repository. It was precisely because of this that he found it all the more strange. The long street, the people, the hustle and bustle, the night, the lanterns, the small building, the night wind, the drizzle, it was a very simple scene, a very simple experience, but there was an indescribable charm contained within. It made Chen Zong feel that it was extremely mysterious and mysterious. From that simple experience, he had accumulated countless fragments of inspiration. After leaving the small Taoist repository, Chen Zong quickly returned to the Heartsword Peak and entered seclusion in the Heartsword Palace. He sorted out the fragments of inspiration he had accumulated in the small Taoist repository and converted them to improve himself. Half a year, with the help of the Heart Sutra, Chen Zong only spent half a year to convert most of the gains in the small Taoist repository into his own foundation and strength. However, there was still a small part that hadn't been converted yet. Chen Zong felt that it would take more time. It wouldn't be that easy, so he didn't continue his closed-door training. Am I stronger now? I wonder if I can pass the 6th level of the battle tower. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He summoned the golden feathered eagle puppet and quickly flew toward the Realm Gate Mountain. The battle tower was also a good place to test one's strength. Of course, this was different from challenging the divine general ranking. The strength that was tested in the battle tower was how much one's cultivation base had increased compared to before. For example, Chen Zong's current cultivation was still at the high level of the divine aspect realm. He had yet to reach the peak of the divine aspect realm, but he had clearly improved in other aspects. Among them, the one that had improved the least was his cultivation arts realm, which had improved from the 2nd layer to the 2nd layer of perfection. As soon as he entered the battle tower, Chen Zong started to challenge from the 1st level. This was because even when his cultivation base had broken through to the high level of the divine aspect realm, Chen Zong had never challenged the battle tower. The opponents on the 1st level were naturally normal high-level divine aspect realm cultivators. Chen Zong didn't even draw his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and lightly slashed across the sky. It was extremely sharp and killed in an instant. The 2nd level was easily passed. The 3rd level was also easily passed. Even the 4th level was also easily passed. It was only until the 5th level that Chen Zong had to take it seriously. As expected, I'm stronger at the same level. Let's see how much I've gained in the past 1.5 years. He muttered to himself. The sword light suddenly flashed. A dark green sword light, as if it was made of green jade, was extremely beautiful and filled with an indescribable, soul-stirring sharpness. Traceless Wind, this sword was evolved from Traceless Wind. It was an even more powerful version of Ao Wu. The benefits that Chen Zong gained from the small Taoist scripture in a year were unimaginable. The 33-layered heavens of the heart had increased again. Chen Zong's mental strength had become even stronger. Moreover, the Heart Sutra's normal operation had also reached the level of the 7-layered heavens of the heart. Even if he activated the 10-layered heavens of the heart, he could still sustain it for a longer time. Therefore, under the 10-layered heavens of the heart, Chen Zong's comprehension efficiency was extremely shocking. It seemed that it was only half a year, but in reality, Chen Zong's comprehension effect was comparable to others' comprehension time of more than 10 years, or even more. Chen Suqing, who had left the small Taoist scripture earlier than Chen Zong, had yet to come out of seclusion. As for the others, even Gu Rui, they were still in seclusion. This was enough to show that Chen Zong's comprehension ability and the Heart Sutra were amazing. Of course, this was also due to the 33-layered heavens of the heart. If the 33-layered heavens of the heart had not strengthened Chen Zong's mental strength, the Heart Sutra would not have been able to be used. Traceless Wind's sword had already surpassed the level of the 5th order Ao Wu. It had even surpassed the level of the 6th order Ao Wu. It had reached the level of the 7th order Ao Wu. Such an increase was undoubtedly shocking. With just this sword, Chen Zong had killed his opponent on the 5th level of the battle tower with ease. He was much stronger than before. On the 6th level, the opponent's strength was even more tyrannical, far stronger than on the 5th level. Before this, Chen Zong had challenged the battle tower several times. However, he had only passed the 5th level and stopped at the 6th. Would he be able to pass the 6th level this time? The opponent on the 6th level was very tyrannical. He attacked in an instant. Chen Zong did not explode with his full strength. He was still fighting with the strength of the Qi refining stage. However, Chen Zong had activated the power of the Way of the Sword and the Way of the Heart to the extreme. Between his eyebrows, 9 incomparably sharp sword runes flashed. The aura of sharpness that filled the air was extremely shocking. His comprehension of the Way of the Sword had reached a limit. If he broke through again, he would be at the level of the low realm. However, most divine aspect realm cultivators could only stop at the 9 Great Path divine runes. When he had killed his opponent on the 5th level, Chen Zong had activated the 9 Great Path divine runes. However, he did not use the power of the Way of the Heart. However, the opponent on the 6th level was even stronger. He had to use the power of the Way of the Heart and the power of the Way of the Sword. There were a total of 7 divine runes of the Way of the Heart. Slash of the divine wind, the dark green sword light transformed into a crescent moon that looked like it was made of dark green divine gold. It slashed down from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It was extremely domineering and could cut through everything. Under this sword, there seemed to be nothing in the world that could resist its power. However, the opponent on the 6th level was extremely strong. Before this, Xianxia could at most contend with him. It was impossible for him to defeat him. Now, this sword completely collided with the opponent. It did not retreat at all. Instead, it forced the opponent to retreat. Xianxia's eyes instantly lit up. He saw the hope of passing through the 6th level. 7th level Ao Wu, listen to the wind, the sword slashed out. Under the attack of the divine will radiance, the opponent immediately paused for a moment. His reaction was slower by a beat, and he was directly hit by the sword. However, this sword did not kill him. It only injured him. Slash of the divine wind, break of the wind, traceless wind, listen to the wind. Xianxia continuously used these 4 moves and attacked. The opponent on the 6th level was continuously defeated and injured. The injuries on his body increased until he was finally killed. The 7th level. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. It had been 50 to 60 years since he entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. He had also challenged the battle tower several times. Finally, he passed the 6th level of the battle tower and entered the 7th level. Although he had never entered the 7th level before, since the opponent on the 6th level was so strong, the 7th level would be even stronger. Recover. Xianxia first recovered his exhausted strength. When his strength was fully recovered, he entered the 7th level. On the 7th level of the battle tower, a figure stood in the darkness. It was as if he had become one with the darkness. He exuded an indescribable mystery and profoundness. At first sight of that figure, Xianxia's expression could not help but become serious. Very strong, the threat was very great and very shocking. It made Xianxia feel that he was unrivaled. However, it was too early to say who would win without actually fighting. After all, that feeling was not completely unrivaled. It was just that the threat was too strong. This feeling did not make Xianxia fearful. Instead, it made him excited. In the battle on the 6th level, Xianxia did not use his full strength. It was only a part of his strength. At most, it could only be regarded as 50% of his strength. The opponent on the 7th level should be able to make him use his full strength. Fight. Without hesitation, Xianxia took a step forward. His 70-foot-tall primordial spirit Dharma power also took a step forward. That step seemed to bring with it endless smoke. It was thick and surging, like a smoke signal in the sky. His aura was resolute and indomitable. At the same time that Xianxia took a step forward, the black figure also moved. In a flash, it rushed out of the darkness. Its body also became clear. The sword light suddenly flashed. It was so dazzling that it took away one's vision. In an instant, it pierced through the air. A strong sense of danger swept over. The murderous intent was like the invasion of 10,000-year-old ice. Xianxia's body could not help but tremble. Burst, the body refining Dharma power. In an instant, Xianxia's body also grew to 70 foot tall. It overlapped with the 70-foot-tall primordial spirit Dharma power behind him. It was like a double image. Before entering the small Taoist manual, Xianxia's Dharma power was 15 feet tall. Now that it had grown to 70 foot tall, its power was even stronger. There was no time to use the Ao Wu. Xianxia could only concentrate all his strength and use a swordsmanship to resist the sword that came out of the darkness. At the moment when the sword light collided, an extremely terrible explosion sounded. It spread in all directions, as if everything was shattered. Xianxia only felt a strong force rushing toward him. If he had not used the body-refining Dharma power, he would not have been able to resist at all and would have been directly sent flying. Even so, Xianxia felt that he was pushed back a few meters. His long sword was trembling. However, the man's expression was cold. He did not stop. The second sword came at him, and it was still extremely fast. This time, Xianxia reacted faster. He attacked with his sword and used his swordsmanship to the extreme. Fight, he used his swordsmanship to fight in close combat. His opponent also used his swordsmanship to fight Xianxia at the climax. As soon as they fought, Xianxia found that his opponent's swordsmanship was very good. It was not inferior to his own. Moreover, their styles were different. His opponent's swordsmanship style focused on speed. There was no defense at all. All he had was to attack. He used his extremely fast swordsmanship to attack continuously. Moreover, each sword was faster than the previous one. It became more and more shocking and terrifying. Fast, 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 each sword strike was faster than the previous one, and Chenzong was actually being suppressed. He only felt that under the extremely fast swordsmanship, one sword light after another, continuously attacking him, making it difficult for him to counterattack. He could only continuously wave his sword to defend. Fortunately, Chenzong was very unique in the defense of his swordsmanship. He was once called the chaotic sword. With the sword in his hand, he could not break the chaotic elements. Although Chenzong preferred to attack, he had secretly practiced an amazing defense of his swordsmanship. Chenzong kept defending himself, but his opponent's sword was getting faster and faster, which made it more and more difficult for him to defend himself. He activated the Heart Sutra and displayed the 10 intents of mind. It was a comprehensive analysis, insight, and comprehension. In the battle, he further improved his swordsmanship defense and could hold on longer. He did this because his opponent's swordsmanship was so fast that it almost exceeded his reaction limit. Secondly, Chenzong wanted to get inspiration from it. Fight to fight, since Chenzong embarked on the road of cultivation, he had always been like this. Defend, the sword light was unbreakable and formed a sword circle, which firmly defended Chenzong. Under the 10 intents of mind, the power of his mind was constantly consumed at an amazing speed. Fortunately, Chenzong's 33 levels of mind had been cultivated to a higher level, so the power of his mind was more majestic and the recovery speed was faster. The sword light surged and sparks sputtered. The collisions were so sharp that it seemed to tear everything apart. Every time they clashed, Chenzong would feel a powerful force rush towards him. It was the impact brought about when the speed had reached a certain limit. Speed was the main factor, but it was also lethal. Although it was very difficult to defend and he felt that his defense circle would be broken at any time and he would be killed directly, Chenzong still defended himself. However, the sword circle was broken a little at the beginning, so Chenzong was injured by his opponent's sword light. Fortunately, Chenzong's body-refining godly form was stronger, and he was weakened by the 9th heaven general robe, so his injuries were not serious. Chenzong could completely bear such injuries and even ignore them. As his opponent's swordsmanship became faster and faster, the power of his swordsmanship also became more and more powerful. Fortunately, Chenzong's unbreakable sword circle was also improving, so he maintained a balance. Inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. Previously, he had only comprehended the slightest bit of that move. Now, he seemed to have found the correct path, advancing one step further. After spending a year in the small Taoist scripture, he returned to the Heart Sword Palace and went into seclusion for half a year. He had also comprehended the 6th order Ao Wu and Flying Swan to perfection. He already had the foundation to cultivate the 9th order Ao Wu's Fleeting Lightning. However, Fleeting Lightning was a 9th order Ao Wu. It was very profound. Even though Chenzong had spent a year in the small Taoist scripture and half a year in seclusion to comprehend it, he had only comprehended the slightest bit of it. Naturally, he could not display it and it did not have any power. It was not that Chenzong did not want to continue comprehending it, but that he was limited. After all, the 9th order Ao Wu was still too advanced for him. Its level was too high. But now, with his previous comprehensions, coupled with his opponent's superb and fast swordsmanship on the 7th floor, he was inspired. Sparks of inspiration collided with each other. Under the 10 intents of mind, Chenzong finally found more inspiration and successfully reached the entry level. Ao Wu was divided into 4 levels: entry level, small success level, great success level, and perfection level. Once he reached the entry level, he would be able to display its basic power. The counterattack was about to begin. Chenzong's figure flashed as he displayed the Flying Swan steps. In an instant, he retreated and widened the distance between them. However, his opponent's sword came again at an extremely fast speed. Chenzong's eyes flashed. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the sky. In an instant, he mobilized all his strength and condensed it into a single step. His sword moved with him, his body moved with him, and he became one with the sword. He transformed into an extremely dazzling bolt of lightning and broke through the sky in an instant. Fast, not only was it astonishingly fast, but it also contained a violent power. It was extremely tyrannical, like a bolt of lightning. His opponent's sword light was shattered in an instant. The lightning-like sword light arrived in an instant. Repelled, although this sword did not kill his opponent, it instantly restrained his opponent's swordsmanship and repelled him. The second sword strike was launched again. Fleeting lightning, the bolt of lightning was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning, and carried with it a terrifying power to kill. The fleeting lightning only relied on its speed. Its direct killing power was actually not that strong. However, the fleeting lightning of the 9th stage AoW was not only faster, but also had extraordinary power. Its killing power was increased by a lot. However, Qianzong also felt that when he displayed the fleeting lightning, his strength was being consumed very quickly. Almost half of his strength was consumed with one sword strike. In other words, at his peak state, he could only display 20 sword strikes in a row. Of course, if his cultivation broke through to the peak of the divine aspect realm, his cultivation power would be even stronger. At that time, he would be able to display the fleeting lightning even more times. With my strength, I can only display the fleeting lightning 3 more times. I have to kill him within 3 times. Qianzong stared at his opponent, his eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Activating the 10 wills of one mind once again, Qianzong had complete control over his surroundings. Strike, listen to the wind, ninefold mixed kill. This was a sword strike that was infused with the divine intent of the ninefold mixed kill. It was difficult to dodge. Although the sword in his opponent's hand was not injured, his divine intent was also affected in an instant. The impact of the attack was enough to disrupt his divine intent. Fleeting lightning, kill. The sword light pierced through the air like lightning and struck the opponent's body directly. Moreover, the divine will of the harrowing wind sword didn't cause the slightest bit of damage. However, the divine will of the harrowing wind sword was impacted, causing the divine will of the harrowing wind sword to halt. Moreover, the speed of the fleeting lightning was extremely fast. Its killing power was also very terrifying. It could not be blocked. The power of this strike was too shocking. It could not be blocked at all. The opponent on the 7th floor was directly penetrated by this strike. However, he was very tenacious and resilient. He did not die immediately and still wanted to counterattack. He struck again. This time, the sword directly pierced the opponent's head. It penetrated and killed. Seeing that the opponent on the 7th floor had disappeared, Qianzong let out a sigh of relief. He had passed. Unfortunately, the battle tower only had 7 floors. Otherwise, Qianzong would have wanted to try the difficulty of the 8th floor. I've finally passed the 7th floor. Next, I'll go to the 1000 Fantasy House, Qianzong thought to himself. He quickly left and headed to the 1000 Fantasy House. His divine intent had also been strengthened by the breakthrough in his cultivation. Moreover, the gains he had gained from the small Taoist scripture in the past year had also unknowingly refined his divine intent. Although it was still at the 2nd level of the divine intent glory, it was indeed much stronger than before. Qianzong started from the 1st floor of the 1000 Fantasy House and passed it easily. The 1st floor, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. On the 6th floor, Qianzong began to feel the impact and interference on him become stronger. However, under the increasingly powerful divine intent glory, he blocked all external impacts. He had passed the 7th floor. Compared to the battle tower, Qianzong's difficulty in the 1000 Fantasy House seemed to be much lower. This was also because Qianzong's divine intent had always been one of his strongest aspects. The impact on the 7th floor of the 1000 Fantasy House was even stronger. All kinds of illusions appeared, trying to confuse Qianzong and make him fall into their trap. However, Qianzong's divine intent was still radiant and firmly defended. No matter how many illusions interfered with it and how powerful the divine intent was, it did not waver. Not long after, Qianzong passed the 7th floor. It was indeed much easier than passing the 7th floor of the battle tower. Similarly, the 1000 Fantasy House did not have an 8th floor. The 7th floor was the end. Next, it was the 10,000 Slaughter Sea, the last of the 3 trial grounds. If he passed the 7th floor of the 10,000 Slaughter Sea, Chenzong would be able to enter the secret pavilion again and choose the last supreme secret technique, the 9 Void Extreme Escape technique. Thinking of this, Chenzong's heart couldn't help but burn with passion. A supreme secret technique. Chenzong had already experienced the benefits of the 9-layer melee and 9 mystic protection technique. Now, he finally had the chance to obtain the last supreme secret technique. Pass the 1st floor of the 10,000 Slaughter Sea, the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, Chenzong continuously passed through. The 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor. When he reached the 6th floor, Chenzong began to face great pressure. The battle tower was a one-on-one battle, while the 10,000 Slaughter Sea was a one-on-many battle. There was a difference in nature. Comparatively speaking, the battles in the 10,000 Slaughter Sea were more difficult because the consumption was greater. However, this was not the case for Chenzong. Because Chenzong had the Heart Sutra, he could take care of more and react faster. Therefore, it was not as difficult as the battle tower. After passing the 6th floor, he stepped into the 7th floor. The opponents on the 7th floor were more and stronger. Of course, none of them were as good as the opponents on the 7th floor of the battle tower, but they were comparable to the opponents on the 6th floor. 1, 2, or 3 were nothing. However, when there were many of them and they could cooperate with each other, the threat increased by more than 10 times. Fight, Chenzong took care of all aspects and blocked all the attacks from all directions. With a sword in hand, the sword light was unbreakable and he did not suffer any damage. When the Heart Sutra was combined with the unbreakable sword circle, Chenzong's defense was simply terrifying. Unless the opponent's strength or speed surpassed Chenzong by too much. While defending, Chenzong was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He wanted to kill at least one of them and break the momentum of these people. When the opportunity came, Chenzong immediately burst forth and directly used the 9th Order Ao Wu's graceful lightning. The sword pierced through the air, swift and domineering like a bolt of lightning. Chenzong had just mastered the graceful lightning and could not apply the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. After all, the more brilliant the Ao Wu was, the more difficult it was to integrate the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Ordinary sword attacks were the easiest to integrate. However, even if he could not integrate the power of the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique, the power of the entry stage 9th Order Ao Wu was still very strong. It was stronger than the 7th Order Ao Wu that had integrated the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique. Kill, with one sword, he killed one person and broke the momentum of the encirclement immediately. Chenzong immediately found an opportunity and burst forth again. The second sword pierced through the air and used the 9th Order Ao Wu's graceful lightning again. Kill, 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 with one sword strike after another, Chenzong killed 10 people and completely broke the encirclement. Next, Chenzong did not continue to use the graceful lightning sword because it consumed too much energy. After breaking the encirclement, he only needed to slowly deal with them and kill them one by one. In a cultivation room in the Heart Sword Palace of the Heart Sword Peak, it was 10,000 meters in length and width, and 100 meters in height. Everything inside was hidden, and there was nothing inside. Chenzong stepped into it. Soon after, with a thought, a faintly discernible light spread out from his body. It seemed to move from bottom to top, yet also seemed to move from top to bottom. In an instant, it completely covered Chenzong's body, transforming into a faintly discernible light. In the next breath, the faintly discernible light flashed and directly burst out with an astonishing speed. In less than a breath's time, it directly streaked across one end of the cultivation room and appeared at the other end. If it had not stopped in time, it would have directly collided with the wall. The light dissipated, and Chenzong's figure was revealed. His face was full of surprise. Fast, in that instant, he burst out with an astonishing speed. As expected of a supreme secret technique. This 9-sky ultimate escape technique is amazing. Chenzong was surprised, but at the same time, he was also very happy. Just now, Chenzong used the supreme secret technique, 9-sky ultimate escape technique. The 9-layered slaughter focused on offense, the 9 profound body protection technique focused on defense, and the 9 void extreme escape technique focused on speed. It focused on the speed of the movement technique. Like 9 sky mixed killing and 9 mysterious protection technique, 9 sky ultimate escape technique was also divided into 9 levels. When practicing the first level, one speed limit could be doubled. When practicing the second level, one speed limit could be doubled. When practicing the 9th level, one speed limit could be increased by 9 times. For example, Chenzong's whirlwind secret technique only doubled his speed. After obtaining the 9 sky ultimate escape technique, Chenzong immediately went into seclusion to practice. Not long after, he directly practiced to the 3rd level. When he encountered a slight bottleneck, he came out of seclusion to experiment. Just now, Chenzong directly used the 3rd level of 9 sky ultimate escape technique, and suddenly burst out with 3 times his speed limit. It was too fast, and if he didn't have enough control, he would have directly hit the wall. It was very embarrassing. 3 times the speed limit, whether it was to escape from a strong enemy or to chase someone who was trying to escape, was very useful. Of course, it was necessary to practice to a higher level, and then the speed would be even faster. But it was worth mentioning that although the speed increased after using it, the consumption of power would also increase. Using the first level doubled the speed limit, but also doubled the consumption of power. Using the second level doubled the consumption of power, and so on and so forth. When using the 9th level, one would obtain 9 times the speed limit, but at the same time, it should also increase a power consumption of power. Chenzong did not find it strange that one's efforts were proportional to one's gains. Now, he was ranked 999 on the Heavenly General ranking. He was the last one, but Chenzong believed that with his current strength, he could definitely continue to increase his ranking and reach a higher level. Ho's ranking had already risen to over 100, and Rui Suihan, Deng Xing, Wu Dao, Qin Yan and the others had all entered the Heavenly General ranking earlier than him. Now, their rankings had all risen to within 900. The talent of the origin race was indeed very shocking. Once they reached the divine phase realm, it was as if they had been further unearthed. At least 500 out of the 999 on the Heavenly General ranking were from the origin race. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Chenzong hadn't started his challenge yet, but he was the first to be challenged. The challenger was an origin race member who hadn't entered the Heavenly General ranking yet, but wanted to challenge it. Death Battle Arena. That origin race member stood still 1,000 meters away from Chenzong. His eyes darted around, sizing up Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. At the same time, there were also many pairs of eyes observing this place in the dark. Those were the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's strong cultivators, 4th Realm strong cultivators like the Hierarch, as well as 5th Realm strong cultivators. They were observing in secret to see the outcome of this battle and whether there was any cheating in the process. It was absolutely forbidden to cheat in order to be ranked on the Heavenly General ranking. As the first person to lose to me on the Heavenly General ranking, you should feel honored. This origin race member was from the same batch as Chenzong, so he naturally knew that Chenzong was a special human. However, at the Divine Phase realm, the talent of the origin race members would be further stimulated, and their improvement would be even faster and more shocking. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to Chenzong. Now, he had settled down for many years, and with his own talent, he continued to cultivate and improve his strength. He had reached a shocking height and was confident that he could challenge the Heavenly General ranking. His first target was Chenzong. Perhaps the one who should feel honored is you. Chenzong smiled slightly. With his godly perception, Chenzong didn't feel the slightest threat from the other party. In other words, the other party's strength might not be weak, but it was still inferior to him. Obviously, he was inferior to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt no threat at all. Do you think this is when you're still at the second realm? The Origin clan member's expression darkened, and his eyes turned cold. His tyrannical power erupted in an instant. In an instant, a 6-meter-tall divine image appeared. It was a ferocious green lion, and it looked extremely ferocious. Its eyes were as deep as gems. As soon as the green lion Dharma idol appeared, it let out a shocking roar, shaking the surroundings. The sound waves rolled, and a gust of wind howled. In the next moment, the Origin race member's figure was like a mountain, and he suddenly punched out. The fist force of the punch took the shape of a green lion head. It opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. It was very domineering, and the impact was shocking. Different cultivators' divine phases were not necessarily the same, especially for chi cultivators. Their primordial spirit dharma idols had thousands of forms. On the other hand, body cultivators' divine phases were more or less the same. There were only a few exceptions that were more unique, but at least there were similarities. Facing the punch, Qinzong didn't use Ao Wu. Instead, he drew his sword and directly slashed out. Fight, Qinzong didn't use his full strength. He only used part of his chi cultivator's strength to fight the Origin race member. He didn't even use Ao Wu. He only used his superior swordsmanship to fight the enemy. On the 7th level of the battle tower, Qinzong had seen his opponent's extremely fast swordsmanship, and he had some inspiration. He had also tried it himself. From this, Qinzong thought of the only thing that Xianxia had comprehended, the way of slashing. Fast, slash, this seemed to be a kind of extreme performance. Now, Qinzong was using speed. The speed of his swordsmanship was displayed. He slashed out one sword after another, and the sword light was endless. The Origin race member continued to use his full strength. He even used Ao Wu. However, he realized that he couldn't do anything to Qinzong. Qinzong's swordsmanship was superb. He moved with ease and was extremely fast. It was as if he could always interrupt his attacks. Restraint, invisibly, the Origin race member was restrained by Qinzong. He could only continue to explode and use more techniques in an attempt to break through the cage. However, he couldn't break through it. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. When it was about time, Qinzong didn't plan to continue fighting. This was because he had seen his opponent's techniques. Under the Heart Sutra, he had basically seen through it. Qinzong still didn't use Ao Wu. However, such a sword was not only fast, but also contained astonishing power. It wasn't straight, but it drew an arc in the air. It was even harder to defend against. Hit, with a slight shake of the sword, a second force burst forth. Immediately, the sword pierced through the Origin race member's body. Even his primordial spirit dharma form was pierced through. The sword chi exploded, wreaked havoc, and killed. Your strength. After the Origin race member was quickly revived, his expression was complicated. He was surprised and doubtful. He originally thought that he could defeat Qinzong. However, he didn't expect that his opponent's strength would be so strong. It seemed that he had defeated him without using his full strength. It was terrifying. However, Qinzong knew that his opponent's strength wasn't weak. At least, he wasn't weaker than himself when he was first ranked on the Divine General list. However, compared to now, his strength had increased by too much. They were not on the same level at all. My cultivation has basically reached the limit of my current stage. I can only continue to increase my strength if I further increase my cultivation and the upper limit of my realm, Qinzong thought to himself. His eyes flickered. If that's the case, it's time to move. Challenge, Qinzong immediately issued a challenge to someone who was ranked higher on the Divine General list. He directly jumped over 100 places and challenged the 899th place. It happened to be an expert of the demon tribe. After receiving Qinzong's challenge, Moroki was stunned at first. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his face. He loved to torture and kill other geniuses the most. In the past, anyone who challenged him and was weaker than him wouldn't be defeated so easily. Instead, they would be ruthlessly teased by him and then slowly tortured to death. He didn't expect that a human would dare to challenge him now. He really didn't know what death was. Indeed, one wouldn't die in the death battle arena, but it definitely wouldn't feel good. Well, it's been a long time since someone has challenged me. Moroki twisted his neck and made a series of explosive sounds. His ferocious aura also spread out. Death battle arena. Qinzong and Moroki arrived one after the other. Moroki looked at Qinzong with a bit of playfulness. His eyes were cold and as sharp as a blade, giving Qinzong the feeling that he was sizing up his prey. No, to be more precise, it was like a butcher sizing up cattle and sheep, as if he was trying to find a suitable place to cut. However, this kind of look had no effect on Xianxia. There was no need to say more. They just needed to fight. The 899th place represented a kind of strength. He should be stronger than Zhao Guangyuan, but Xianxia didn't know if he could make him use his full strength. As for defeating him, Xianxia was sure. He was 100% sure. There was no need to doubt it. Moroki pulled out the long saber on his back with a backhand. The long saber was covered with fine saw teeth, which seemed to be stained with a little blood. It looked very scary and had an amazing killing intent. First cut. As soon as he finished speaking, Moroki's figure flashed. He drew a zigzag line and approached Xianxia in an instant. Then, he cut horizontally with his saber. In the death battle arena, a black light flickered and turned into a sharp line, crisscrossing. It seemed that the blade had turned into a line and was about to cut Xianxia into pieces. However, Xianxia stood on the death arena without moving a single step. With a sword in his hand, he waved it casually. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, like a child waving a tree branch. However, there was an indescribable sense of rhythm to it, and it blocked all the saber lights that came at him. It was so easy, no matter how hard you hit me, I won't move. Moroche looked terrible. He thought that he could kill Xianxia, but he found that all his attacks were blocked by his opponent's sword. He couldn't hurt him at all. Is this all you've got? Xianxia said, which made Moroche even more furious. However, this was all Moroche could do. No matter how furious he was, he couldn't exert more power. In that case, take my sword. Xianxia's Dharma form of primordial spirit was activated to the extreme. It grew to 24 meters tall, and the sword in his Dharma form of primordial spirit was also more than 3 meters long. It was even more amazing. In an instant, a dark cyan sword light broke through the air. It was extremely fast. Level 7 AO Wu, Wind Extreme Break. Moroche was shocked, but he couldn't dodge it. It was too fast. That sword. It killed him directly. Xianxia took Moroche's place, and Moroche's place was naturally swapped with Xianxia's. Without a pause, Xianxia immediately issued a new challenge. This time, his target was the 799th place. It was another 100 places higher. In this way, the change in strength would be more obvious. Ancient Beast Clan, fight. In the fierce battle, Xianxia exerted all his strength in Qi refining and performed AO Wu to the extreme. Of course, he didn't use his level 9 AO Wu Lightning Grace because it wasn't necessary. Under the attack of the Divine Will of the Wind chant, his opponent couldn't resist and was defeated. He was replaced by Xianxia. The 799th place. When the news spread, everyone was shocked. Rising from the 999th rank to the 799th rank, the extent of this increase was undoubtedly astonishing. However, this was not the end. Xianxia continued to issue challenges. This time, his target was the 699th place, but unfortunately, the opponent was not there. Xianxia could only change his target to the 698th place. His opponent was a member of the Origin race. This time, Xianxia still did not use the power of the godly form of body refining. He only relied on the godly form of Qi refining. However, he performed the ninefold mixed killing secret method to the extreme. Xianxia had cultivated this secret method to the 6th level. Fight and win. This battle is going to be very difficult, Xianxia said to himself while the others were shocked. His victory in this battle could be said to be a narrow one. However, this was also because he had not used his full strength. If he had used his full strength, it would not have been difficult to defeat his opponent. However, it was also because of this that Xianxia's current ranking could only be the 698th place. He would not be able to advance any further in a short period of time. Everyone thought that Xianxia would stop there. They did not expect Xianxia to issue another challenge. Moreover, his opponent was not an opponent who was a few ranks higher than him, but the 598th place, which was another 100 ranks higher. Is he crazy? Aren't you being too confident? There are only two possibilities. Either he hid his strength in the previous battle, or his strength increased again after that battle. No matter what, since Qianzong issued a challenge, and the challenged person was in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he would naturally accept the challenge. In this battle, Qianzong unleashed the power of the godly form of body refining. When combined with the godly form of qi refining, his strength increased greatly. The combination of the power of qi refining and body refining, as well as the combination of the power of three great paths. However, Qianzong did not use the ninth order Ao Wu in the end. Defeating his opponent was even easier than in the previous battle. Advancing another 100 ranks had a completely different meaning. One must know that Qianzong's time in the godly form realm was not long compared to others. He did not have any advantages, and could even be said to be at a disadvantage. The proof of talent and strength could also be used to obtain benefits. For example, the cultivation time in the 9 great temples. For every 100 ranks he advanced, Qianzong would receive an additional year of cultivation time. For example, when he was in the 900th place, he would receive an additional year of cultivation time in the 9 great temples every 100 years. When he was between the 900th and 800th place, he would receive an additional 2 years every 100 years. When he was between the 800th and 700th place, it would become 3 years, and so on. Now that Qianzong was in the 598th place, he would receive an additional 5 years of cultivation time in the 9 great temples every 100 years. An additional year every 100 years was like icing on the cake, but an additional 5 years every 100 years had an amazing effect. And as long as his ranking continued to rise, this time could be further increased. The 598th place should be enough. After all, Qianzong had already displayed the power of both qi refining and body refining. It was surprising that he could cultivate both qi and body refining at the same time, but it should be the case. Unexpectedly, Qianzong issued another challenge. He pointed his sword at the 498th place. Is he really going crazy? The 498th opponent's strength was extremely terrifying. Qianzong unleashed his qi refinement and body refinement godly image, but even with his full strength, he was completely at a disadvantage. You are no match for me. This person from the origin race threw out a kick, and the shadow of the kick swept across the sky like a moving mountain, wanting to crush everything. Its power was earth-shattering, and it was extremely powerful. Just admit defeat. The second kick was even more powerful and tyrannical than the previous one. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Under the opponent's kick technique, Qianzong could only keep retreating. Even if he did not break through the defense of the sword circle, he could not resist because the power contained in the opponent's kick was extremely fierce. It was as if the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. It seems that he can only stop here. After winning the previous few challenges, he can't see his own strength clearly. He shouldn't be able to surpass so many ranks. The people who were watching in the dark said one after another. Qianzong kept retreating and dodging. He looked very embarrassed, but there was no panic in his eyes. There was only calmness in his eyes, and a trace of light flashed as he stared at his opponent. It seemed that it was time to use the 9th level Ao Wu's lightning grace. Standing still, Qianzong's eyes were extremely sharp. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of his hair was filled with a sharp aura. Immediately, everyone was attracted to him. He drew his sword, fast, extremely fast, in the blink of an eye, it was incomparably fast. In just an instant, a dark green sword light flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the air. Lightning grace, it was too fast, it was unbelievably fast, so fast that his opponent could not react in time. On the other hand, his opponent had suppressed Qianzong and thought that Qianzong's strength was not as good as his. Therefore, he unconsciously looked down on him. He couldn't dodge it, he couldn't block it, the power of the 9 mysterious body protection technique on his body was broken and penetrated layer by layer. Qianzong won. This scene shocked everyone. 9th level Ao Wu. He actually mastered the 9th level Ao Wu. Those who knew the news were all surprised. The higher the level of Ao Wu, the harder it was to master it. There were too many prerequisites. There were not many people on the Heavenly General list who mastered the 9th level Ao Wu. They were only a small part of them. Unsurprisingly, Chenzong's ranking rose to 498th, which shocked many people. However, Chenzong did not stop and continued to issue challenges. He pointed his sword at 398th place. Fight. The strength of the 398th place was much stronger than that of the 498th place. He fought with all his strength. Fortunately, Chenzong had cultivated the lightning grace to the basic level, and its power was stronger. He won. Chenzong won again. He was ranked 298th. He fought again. After continuous challenges, people no longer said that Chenzong was crazy, because Chenzong won every battle. Who knew if he would win this battle again? Lightning Grace, 9th level mixed kill. During this period of cultivation, Chenzong could integrate the power of the 9th level mixed kill into the Lightning Grace, making it more powerful. Coupled with the instantaneous speed of the 9 Void Extreme Escape technique, Chenzong defeated his opponent and successfully ranked 298th. This is my limit, Chenzong said to himself. In order to defeat these 298 opponents, Chenzong had given it his all. He no longer held anything back. In other words, if his strength did not improve further, there was no need to continue to challenge. However, the continuous challenges from the 999th rank to the 298th rank was a total of 701 ranks increase. This kind of leap was astonishing, incomparably astonishing. Among the disciples in the same batch as him, only Sui Han's ranking was higher than his. The others, such as Sui Han, Dang Xing, Bladeless, and Green Nightmare, were all ranked below 400. As for Shizhong, he was the Origin clan prodigy who had defeated him, but he still wasn't ranked on the Heavenly General ranking. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to be ranked on the Divine General list. Being ranked 298th, Chenzong could get 8 years of cultivation time in the 9 Divine Palaces every 100 years. Without hesitation, Chenzong entered the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace of the Divine Martial Palace to cultivate. There were 9 sword pillars in the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace, which represented the 9 mysteries of Sword Principle Ao Wu. Chenzong spent all his cultivation time in the Sword Palace of the Middle Palace of the Divine Martial Palace to comprehend. It was important to improve one's cultivation, but other aspects were important as well. Now, Chenzong's cultivation was at the high level of the Divine Manifestation realm. He had 9 Sword Principle Divine Patterns, 8 Heart Principle Divine Patterns, 7 World Principle Divine Patterns, a small success in Lightning Flash, and a Divine Image of 8 feet. This meant that Chenzong still had a lot of room for improvement. If he could raise his cultivation to the peak of the Divine Image realm, condense 9 Tao of Heart and Tao of World Divine Marks, cultivate graceful lightning to large success or even perfection, and raise his divine image to 90 feet, then his strength would definitely soar. Chenzong. After Green Nightmare came out of seclusion, he received the news that Chenzong had entered the top 300 on the Divine General list. He was shocked. Without realizing it, Chenzong had surpassed him. After all, Qing Nightmare's ranking on the Heaven General ranking was still around 700. There was a huge gap between him and Chenzong, who was around 200. Even if Chenzong was stronger after coming out of seclusion, he still couldn't compare. Chenzong actually challenged the 298th ranked warrior on the Heavenly General's ranking. When Wang Zhan came out of seclusion and heard the news, he was extremely shocked. How long had it been? Even if he had a good harvest in the small scripture, it was impossible to improve so quickly. Although Yi Daolin's ranking continued to rise after he came out of the small Dao trove until he reached the 100th rank, that was within the span of 100 years, not just a few short years. They all came out of seclusion and expressed their shock. Chenzong, on the other hand, was constantly comprehending in the Sword Palace of the Divine Martial Palace. Under the 10 intents of mind, the effect of his comprehension was extremely shocking. Unknowingly, time passed and the cultivation time in the 9 divine palaces was used up. Chenzong was also expelled. In his mind, countless inspirations emerged one after another. Every moment, there were many rays of light colliding, making Chenzong feel that he could grasp everything. Improve. The Swordway Ao Wu that he had created himself had been improved further, from the 7th order Ao Wu to the 8th order Ao Wu. The 9th order Ao Wu, Fleeting Lightning, had also been cultivated to the Great Accomplishment realm, but it was not so easy to improve it to the Perfection realm. Zong estimated that his cultivation would have to break through to the peak of the divine manifestation realm first. Compared to before, his strength had increased again, but Zong understood that it would be difficult for him to enter the top 200. Since that was the case, there was no need to challenge. After returning to the Heartsword Palace, Zong went into seclusion for another half a year. He took out one of the 3 treasures that he had obtained with the War Devil, a simple sword the length of a finger. The sword was cold and covered with mysterious patterns. At that time, Zong did not see anything special about it. After returning, he spent some time to study it, but he only felt that it was unfathomable, as if it contained extraordinary mysteries, but he could not decipher it. Therefore, Zong put the sword away. Now, he took it out again to study it. The patterns on the sword were intertwined with each other, filled with indescribable mysteries. Before, Zong felt like he was reading a heavenly book, but now, he faintly felt an indescribable sensation. There was a way. Zong immediately focused all his attention and activated the 10 realms of mind. He focused on one of the lines and started to comprehend it. As soon as he comprehended it, the pattern seemed to twist in an instant, like a dragon or a snake, as if it was about to come to life. Then, Zong felt an irresistible force pulling him. In an instant, he was directly pulled into a battlefield. Under Zong's gaze, the pattern twisted and turned into a figure holding a sword. The figure attacked with a sword. His experience, which had been honed through countless trials and tribulations, erupted subconsciously. He dodged and counterattacked. The sword-wielding figure was instantly shattered. But then, the other lines seemed to be attracted by it as well. They moved one after another and landed on the battlefield, turning into figures holding swords. They were densely packed, as if there were thousands of them scattered all over the place. An astonishing aura of sharpness spread out, filling all directions. Zong felt as if he had fallen into a sea of sword chi. He was horrified. Around him, there were sword-wielding silhouettes formed by sword chi waving their swords to attack. Straight stab, horizontal cut, the swordsmanship displayed by the 2 figures holding swords was extremely simple. It was not AoWu, but very basic swordsmanship. However, it was the basic swordsmanship that made Zong feel threatened. It was as if it had returned to its original state and contained amazing power. Facing the attack, Zong naturally would not wait for death. He immediately waved his sword. But here, Zong found that his powerful strength seemed to have disappeared. What was left was the ordinary strength. Moreover, he could not perform AoWu. He could only perform swordsmanship. Fighting with swordsmanship, regarding this, Zong did not panic at all. He had encountered similar situations many times before. Dodge, counterattack, and kill. In the outside world, Zong was holding the small sword. His eyes were fixed on it as he maintained a motionless posture. However, 3 of the patterns on the sword had disappeared one after another. The lines on the blade were actually broken by swordsmanship. No one knew who left them. As Zong kept fighting, the lines on the blade kept disappearing and disappearing. However, there were thousands of lines on the small blade. Even if dozens of lines disappeared, it was difficult to see them as a whole. But when more than 100 lines disappeared, it was obvious. 100 lines, 200 lines, when 300 lines disappeared, Zong's body suddenly shook. The light in his eyes dimmed. His head unconsciously raised back, as if it was suddenly pushed by an invisible force. Even his body leaned back and unconsciously took a step back. Defeated, in the beginning, Zong kept winning with his excellent swordsmanship. But as the number of opponents increased, Zong was besieged. The greater the pressure, the greater the threat. Finally, he was injured. Once he was injured, his strength was somewhat affected. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was finally defeated. Just now, it was actually Zong's consciousness that entered the small blade. It was very mysterious and magical. Zong found that 300 lines on the small blade had disappeared. The number of sword-wielding figures that I killed is exactly 300. Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. There must be a direct connection between them. Immediately, Zong felt a suction coming from the blade. The surrounding chi of the universe was immediately absorbed. One of the 300 lines that had disappeared was condensing again, or in other words, recovering. At this speed, it would condense and recover in about 15 minutes. Although Qianzong did not know what secrets were in the blade, he found that it was very beneficial for him to practice his swordsmanship when he entered it with his consciousness and fought with his enemies with his swordsmanship. But now, he was killed in it and his consciousness felt weak. Qianzong planned to enter it again after the feeling of weakness disappeared. The feeling of weakness in his consciousness did not last long. It disappeared after about 2 hours. However, when Qianzong wanted to enter his consciousness into the blade again, he could not do it. What's going on? Staring at the blade, Qianzong was a little surprised and doubtful. Could it be that he could only enter it once? If that was the case, wouldn't it be a pity? Looking at the lines that were condensing and forming, Qianzong suddenly thought of something else. Could it be that he could only enter it again after the lines were completely replenished? 15 minutes later, a line was condensed and formed. Immediately, the second line was also condensing. Sure enough, it followed the pattern of 15 minutes. Then, did he really need to replenish all the lines on it before he could enter it again? Whether it was true or not, he would find out when he tried it. The recovery time for one vein line was 15 minutes, and there were 300 veins that needed to be recovered. There were 80 minutes in 2 hours, which meant that 8 veins could be recovered in 2 hours. Then, the recovery time for 300 veins would be 37.5 hours, which was a little more than 3 days. It was not long. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 days had passed. The 300 lines on the blade were completely restored. Qianzong focused his mind again and stared at one of the lines. Slowly, Qianzong felt that the line seemed to contain infinite mystery, as if it was about to come to life. In the next moment, an irresistible force burst out and directly wrapped Qianzong's consciousness. In an instant, it left his body and entered the blade. There seemed to be a world of its own inside the blade. The sword chi fell and turned into figures holding swords, scattered in all directions. Every figure seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but they were all filled with an amazing aura of sharpness. Kill! In an instant, a figure holding a sword rushed toward him. Suddenly, a sword pierced toward him. The swordsmanship seemed simple, but there was a kind of mystery in it that returned to simplicity. Qianzong did not move, nor did he dodge. He only swung his sword, and the two swords clashed in that instant. After slightly pushing his opponent's sword aside, he borrowed the force of the collision to slightly increase the speed of his sword. It turned into a dazzling silver light that pierced through the air and directly pierced through his opponent's throat. Kill! Then, 2 sword-wielding silhouettes arrived with swords in hand. Qianzong still did not move. He waved his sword. His swordsmanship was mysterious. Not only did he block the attacks of the 2 figures, but he also counterattacked and killed them in an instant. Compared to the first time, Qianzong's swordsmanship did not improve in essence, but it was more efficient and more concise. The third group, 4 figures holding swords, came from 4 directions. The fourth group consisted of 8 sword-wielding silhouettes charging from all directions. The fifth group consisted of 16 sword-wielding silhouettes charging from all directions. The number of people in the next group was twice as large as the previous one. Moreover, their swordsmanship seemed simple, but it was very efficient. They simplified the complicated and abandoned the fancy, only keeping the original function. As the number of people increased, the threat to Qianzong also increased. Qianzong could no longer stay still. He had to move to deal with the attacks from all directions. Even though Qianzong's swordsmanship was excellent, he felt tired for a moment. After all, there were too many opponents, each of them with excellent swordsmanship and great threats. Kill, kill, kill. Qianzong's expression was incomparably calm. With a sword in hand, he showed no fear. He strived to make every sword move as simple and efficient as possible. He wanted to bring out his strength to the fullest, using the least amount of energy to achieve the greatest effect. This kind of battle was very intense. Although Qianzong could feel that he could recover his energy as soon as he used it, and that he was in a state of balance under his control, the battle was too intense, and it caused him to feel a deep sense of exhaustion. The enemies were not only the figures holding swords coming from all directions, but also the accumulated fatigue from the battle. The combination of the 2 factors had a greater impact on him. fight, 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 more. And more figures holding swords died under his sword. Similarly, Chenzong, who had not been injured in the beginning, was gradually injured, and the sword wounds on his body were accumulating. When the 401st figure holding swords died under Chenzong's sword, Chenzong was also hit by 3 swords at the same time. Death. As Chenzong's consciousness returned to his body, an indescribable feeling of weakness spread out. 401 of the patterns on the sword disappeared. However, as Chenzong's consciousness left, the disappeared patterns began to recover. Every 3 days or so, the sword patterns on the blade would be restored. Chenzong could enter it again with his consciousness to challenge and sharpen his swordsmanship. Over and over again, his swordsmanship improved unknowingly. Even though it was still the 99 mysteries of the ninefold true sword, every mystery was improved from the basics, becoming more and more shocking. His swordsmanship became more concise, but its power increased unknowingly. However, the further he went, the more difficult it became. After all, there were more sword-wielding figures, which increased the pressure on Chenzong, making it difficult to deal with. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. Chenzong entered the sword blade to challenge many times, but he stopped at 999. After killing 999, he was also killed. This was already the 7th time, and he stopped at 999, unable to go beyond that. Bottleneck. Chenzong knew that he had reached a bottleneck, and this bottleneck was obviously not easy to break through. Chenzong had a premonition that if he could break through this bottleneck, his swordsmanship would improve greatly. It would not be an ordinary improvement, but a qualitative improvement. His swordsmanship would enter a new realm, a higher realm. However, it was very difficult. It was very difficult to break through. Chenzong had no clue at all. This time, Lin Ming came again. Senior. Chenzong bowed. He was very grateful to Lin Ming. If Lin Ming did not insist on accepting him into the Tao Alliance, it would be difficult for him to get these opportunities. Although his strength would improve, it would not be so fast. Without side effects, improving fast enough was an invisible advantage. He would not be left behind when competing with his peers, and even have the chance to catch up with his seniors. Many times, if he was one step ahead, as long as he kept moving forward bravely, he could be ahead of others. Come with me, I'll take you to see someone, Lin Ming said directly. Last time, Lin Ming came and took Chenzong to see someone. That person was the current leader of the Tao Alliance, the primitive emperor. What about this time? Was he going to see the primitive emperor again? Chenzong instinctively felt that it should not be. Then who could it be? The deputy leader of the Tao Alliance, or a venerable of the Tao Alliance? Anything was possible. However, no matter who it was, he believed that Lin Ming would not harm him. Chenzong did not refuse and calmly followed him. The 7th heaven of the 9 heavens imperial court was the higher heavens heaven. The person Chenzong wanted to meet was in the higher heavens heaven. Under Lin Ming's lead, Chenzong arrived at a mountain peak. The mountain peak stood perfectly straight on the ground. From a distance, it looked just like a giant sword that pointed towards the heavens, giving off an astonishingly sharp aura. There seemed to be strands of aura surrounding the mountain peak, faintly discernible and containing an illusory feeling, causing the mountain peak to appear as though it existed between the real and the fake. This indescribable feeling of profoundness caused Chenzong to be inwardly astonished. This is the illusory sword peak. Lin Ming pointed at the peak and said, I'll send you here. I won't go up. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Ming smiled at Chenzong and said, Go up by yourself. The person you want to see is in the illusory sword palace at the top of the mountain. After saying that, Lin Ming smiled and turned to leave. Chenzong looked at Lin Ming's departing figure, then withdrew his gaze and looked at the mountain peak 10,000 meters away. This mountain peak was like a sword and seemed to be shrouded in a layer of illusory fog. It seemed to be very tall, but also not very tall. The illusory feeling was very strange. Illusory sword peak. Chenzong muttered to himself, whose cave abode is this? There was no doubt that this should be the cave abode of a human, or a member of the Tao Alliance. Otherwise, Lin Ming would not have brought him here. And a human who could have a cave abode in the 7th heaven must be a 5th-level expert. It should be known that a 4th-level expert like Lin Ming had a cave abode in the 5th heaven, not the 6th. From this point, it could be seen that the owner of this cave abode was not ordinary. Then, who could it be? As he pondered, Qianzong stepped forward and quickly reached the foot of the mountain peak and began to climb. When Qianzong really stepped into the mountain peak, there seemed to be light and shadow twisting for an instant and then disappearing. Qianzong thought that it was an illusion. Climbing the mountain, step by step, Qianzong continued to climb. This was a staircase for climbing the mountain. Each step seemed to be made of white jade, pure and flawless, without a speck of dust. It was as if someone had been carefully wiping it at all times. It was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection, and there was also a warm feeling to it. It was suffused with a faint halo. Walking on the stairs, Qianzong felt that the aura was peaceful. His whole body seemed to be immersed in it, and he felt very comfortable. He had a feeling that he would continue to walk on and not leave. Go, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, time passed by. Qianzong kept going up, but no matter how he walked, he could not reach the end. Suddenly, Qianzong stopped. His eyes, which were originally a little blurred and a little blissful, flashed by in a flash, and he instantly became clear again. Although I enjoyed it, it was ultimately an illusion. Qianzong sighed as if he was talking to himself. Soon after, he waved his hand casually as if he was brushing away a wisp of dust. In an instant, the white jade staircase seemed to have been eroded by thousands of years as it changed in an instant. Its smooth glow swiftly dimmed. Finally, it was covered with mottled spots as if it was about to decay. I've seen through it. It's useless even if it's like this. Qianzong smiled gently again and waved his hand again. The mottled white jade staircase, which seemed to have decayed, changed again. It looked like an ordinary bluestone staircase with a bit of gray on it. At a glance, there were bits of gray and white ancient bluestone staircase. On both sides of the stairs, there were trees growing and strange stones scattered. It looked ordinary, but it contained an indescribable charm. And this was the real thing. Raising his head, Qianzong looked up and saw that there were still 100 steps left before he reached the top. It was just 100 steps, nothing much. Qianzong took 1 step at a time, and soon, he had passed the 100 steps and reached the peak. At the top of the peak, there was a sword palace. The sword palace was cyan, as if it was made of green jade. There seemed to be a faint layer of brilliance covering it. It was very exquisite, and Qianzong felt that it was simple and unadorned. Strangely, Qianzong had not seen anyone so far. For example, in the Heartsword Peak, there were other people besides him, who were all attendants. Could it be that there were no attendants on the illusory Sword Peak? Stepping forward, Qianzong walked towards the Sword Palace. The door of the Sword Palace was closed. Just as Qianzong was about to knock on the door, he suddenly felt a wave of sword aura coming from afar. It directly attracted Qianzong's attention, because the wave gave Qianzong a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. A look of uncertainty flashed across Qianzong's face. Whose cave residence is this illusory Sword Peak? His guess should be right. It must be the cave residence of a human race expert in the Dao Alliance. But who is it? There were definitely 5th-level experts, but the Dao Alliance didn't lack 5th-level experts. In fact, it wasn't just 1 or 2. The Dao Alliance alone was more powerful than any of the Holy Lands in the Void. Even if the 4 great Holy Lands combined, they still wouldn't be a match for the Dao Alliance. For example, the Primitive Emperor. Qianzong felt that the Primitive Emperor was extremely terrifying. He was like a bottomless abyss. In the past, Qianzong had also met the first sovereign of the Will Heavenly Palace, who was also known as the first sovereign of the Void, the Master of Will. However, thinking back, the Master of Will was still inferior to the Primitive Emperor. Qianzong even guessed that the Primitive Emperor might have surpassed the 5th realm to become a 6th realm expert. In the Void, the Sovereign Realm was the ultimate, and the Sovereign Realm corresponded to the 5th realm in the universe. However, after cultivating, Qianzong deeply understood that even if it was the corresponding level, the strength of the cultivators in the universe was far superior to that of the Void. For example, in the 3rd realm, the Divine Image Realm was much stronger than the Transcendent Realm. It was at least several times stronger. Similarly, the difference between the Sovereign Realm and the 5th realm was at least several times stronger. Countless thoughts flashed through Qinzong's mind, but he didn't continue thinking. Since he was already here, there was no point in thinking more. Lin Ming said that he was bringing him to meet someone, but the prerequisite was that he had to get the permission of that person, which was the illusory sword peak master's permission. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to come. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. The door of the illusory sword palace was closed, but there were sword aura fluctuations coming from other places. Qinzong thought about it and immediately walked in the direction of the sword aura fluctuations. As he walked slowly, he felt that the sword aura in the air was getting clearer and clearer. It seemed to be giving off a kind of guiding feeling, as if it was telling Qinzong to walk over. This feeling was very strange, as if the aura was a living thing. This feeling was very novel and unprecedented for Qinzong. Was it his imagination, or was it really so? Gritting his teeth, Qinzong's anxiety dissipated a little. He quickened his pace and quickly walked in the direction of the aura. The aura became more and more obvious, clearer, and stronger. Finally, Qinzong saw a figure. The sword aura was constantly spreading out from that figure. Looking more carefully, the figure was holding a sword and dancing. Practicing swordsmanship, it was a figure practicing swordsmanship. Every time he displayed a sword move, a wonderful aura would spread out. The aura filled the air and dissipated, forming a guide to guide Qinzong. However, when Qinzong arrived, the guiding aura disappeared. It was as if the aura really wanted to attract Qinzong. Qinzong did not get too close. Instead, he stared and observed from a distance. Some people were very afraid of being watched by others when practicing swordsmanship. It was okay if it was just ordinary swordsmanship, but if it was some more secret swordsmanship, they did not like to be seen by others. Experts all had their own temperaments. Qinzong did not know what kind of temperament this person had. If he angered him, it would not be good for him. However, as he looked at it, Qinzong had a feeling of being attracted. Unknowingly, he took a step closer. Because the distance was too far, although he could see it, it felt like it was separated by a layer of gauze or a layer of fog. There was a hazy feeling, and it was difficult to see clearly. The sword light danced, causing a slight sword wind to whistle endlessly. Sword shadows filled the air. On the illusory sword peak, 100,000 meters away from the sword palace was the Eagle Beak Cliff. Someone was practicing swordsmanship there. When Qinzong came to a certain distance away, he stopped again. He did not continue forward for fear of disturbing the person practicing swordsmanship. The person was wearing a sky-blue sword robe. His long hair was naturally scattered. With a sword in his hand, he seemed to be moving slowly, but there was a feeling of extreme speed. The sword light was indescribably hazy and illusory. Layers of sky-blue halos pervaded the surroundings. It was difficult to distinguish what was real and what was illusory. As he watched, Qinzong suddenly came to his senses and looked away. If he continued to watch, his mind and will would be shaken, as if he was about to be pulled into some kind of illusion. After a few breaths, Qinzong turned his head again and saw the hazy and illusory sky-blue sword light pervading the surroundings. A kind of aura full of illusions also covered a large area. Qinzong felt that the aura of illusions in this swordsmanship was much stronger than the one on the 7th floor of the Thousand Illusions building. Otherwise, he would have been able to resist it. After watching for a while, Qinzong had to look away again to get rid of the feeling of falling into an illusion. After a few breaths, he recovered and looked at it again. His opponent's swordsmanship seemed to be very advanced. At least, it was better than his own. However, it was not so advanced that he could not understand it. What really surprised Qinzong was the aura of illusion. Every sword move was filled with wisps of illusory aura. It was as if every sword move could create an illusion. It was a very strange feeling. It seemed that this was no longer a simple swordsmanship. It seemed to have gone beyond the scope of swordsmanship and reached a higher level. It vaguely touched Qinzong in an indescribable way. For a moment, Qinzong was itching to try it himself. He felt that only by trying it himself could he truly understand the mystery of it. However, if he did not attack without permission, it would be a kind of disrespect. This was not Qinzong's principle. As if it had sensed Qinzong's thoughts, all of a sudden, a ferocious azure sword light pierced through the air. Since that was the case, Qinzong let go of all his worries. He unsheathed his sword and counterattacked. At the moment when the two swords collided, Chenzong only felt a flash in front of his eyes. His opponent disappeared, and he seemed to have appeared in a green mountain with clear water. There was no enemy. However, Chenzong felt a sense of danger erupt out of nowhere. His mind power surged and the heart Dao tattoo also trembled at this moment, causing him to wake up. A sword glow had unknowingly passed by his sword and pierced towards him at an extremely close distance. Chenzong was horrified. He quickly realized what had happened and retreated quickly. At the same time, he swung his sword again. The moment the sword light touched, Chenzong felt that the sword in front of him disappeared and he appeared in a place of burning lava. The aura was extremely hot, as if it was going to burn him into ashes. An illusion, it was all an illusion. Every time the sword touched, an illusion would appear. By the time Chenzong saw through the illusion, his opponent's sword had already reached him. In fact, Chenzong had a feeling that his opponent didn't have any killing intent. If not, the first sword strike would have been sufficient to kill him. It was as though his opponent wanted him to observe a sword art that was even more profound and unfathomable. It was a type of enlightenment and guidance. One strike after another, each strike would bring Chenzong into an illusion, but Chenzong would also get out of the illusion in an instant. However, it was only a fleeting illusion, but it was enough to kill Chenzong. Swordsmanship. Chenzong displayed his superb swordsmanship and displayed everything he had learned. He found that as long as his sword did not collide with his opponent's sword, he would not be affected by the illusion. However, it was difficult because his opponent's swordsmanship was also superb, even better than his own. Excited at the sight of a hunter, even when he was at a disadvantage, Chenzong was very tenacious and tough. He did not feel like he was going to be defeated. Again and again, he broke out from the disadvantage and fell into the disadvantage again and again, forming a cycle. If he was not strong-willed enough, facing such failure, he would probably feel frustrated and disheartened, and eventually give up. However, Chenzong would not. He forced himself to endure the fatigue and powerlessness, and displayed his swordsmanship again and again, honing and improving himself through swordsmanship. Pressure was his motivation to improve. Tenacity. Chenzong was grateful for his father Chen Xingfan's teaching when he was young, constantly strive for self-improvement. At that time, he was born with weak qi and blood, so it was difficult for him to cultivate. However, he was unwilling to give up. His father kept encouraging him to maintain the belief of constantly striving for self-improvement. It was deeply rooted in his heart, body, and soul. Because of this, in the following years, Chenzong kept moving forward. He encountered setbacks and difficulties again and again, but he did not feel discouraged or give up. Instead, he followed his father's teaching when he was young, constantly striving for self-improvement, overcoming difficulties, and sharpening himself to become more and more tenacious. The illusion disappeared as if it had been shattered. When Chenzong came to himself, his opponent's sword had been sheathed without him noticing. Slightly stunned, Chenzong subconsciously sheathed his sword. In front of him, a man in a sky-blue robe was looking at him with a smile. He looked like a young man, but also like a middle-aged man. There seemed to be a faint green light in his eyes, which was somewhat illusory, as if it was reflected in the water. It also seemed that everything in front of him, including Chenzong's figure, was reflected in his eyes. It was a very wonderful feeling. Junior Chenzong greets Senior. Chenzong immediately saluted with his sword. You are very good. The other party opened his mouth. His voice was like a cool breeze, with an indescribable illusory feeling, which would affect people with weak divine intent. However, Chenzong's divine intent was very strong, and had reached the second realm, so he was not affected. But I wonder why Senior has summoned me? Chenzong asked. He was completely sure that the other party wanted to see him. My name is Mo Wui. The other party did not say why Chenzong was summoned. Instead, he said his name first. Mo Wui. Chenzong was shocked, but immediately, he understood. Back then, when he was in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion of the Taoist Alliance, he received a book called Mo Wui's Sword Practice Experience. He was inspired by it, and successfully separated the Heart-Sword Doctrine into the Complete Heart-Sword Doctrine and Sword Doctrine, which allowed him to embark on the path of cultivation in the universe. Before the start of the disciple assembly, Zhong heard that 10,000 years ago, there was a human who was ranked 13th. That person was called Mo Wui. When Zhong's cultivation reached the God Phase realm, he heard about the heavenly general ranking. He also knew that there was a human in the Taoist alliance who was ranked 4th on the heavenly general ranking, which was also Mo Wui. Mo Wui was his name, and he also had another title, Illusory Sword King. In the universe, the 5th level could be called a king. Without a doubt, Mo Wui left a very deep impression in Zhong's heart. Zhong remembered very clearly that in the book Mo Wui's Sword Doctrine, Mo Wui once said that his illusory sword doctrine was divided into the complete illusory sword doctrine and the complete sword doctrine. Then, what the other party used just now should be a sword technique that was integrated with the illusory sword doctrine. The leader of the Primitive Emperor Alliance mentioned you to me not long ago, and I also paid attention to your situation. Mo Wui said slowly, compared to me in the past, you are even more outstanding. As he said that, Mo Wui turned around and walked towards the protruding eagle beak. He faced the sea of clouds with his hands behind his back, and an unfathomable aura spread out. That aura spread out in all directions, enveloping an area. Suddenly, it was filled with illusory colors. Your sword technique is the best among your peers. Mo Wui said again, however, your sword technique has reached a bottleneck, right? Yes, please give me some pointers. Zhong's eyes lit up slightly as he replied immediately. He felt that the sword technique that the other party used was obviously better than his, but not by a lot. It was still on the same level, but more efficient. However, the power that the other party's sword technique contained was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was not something that he could possess. It was very shocking. Mo Wui was a 5th-level expert, an expert that could be called a king. On the path of the sword, he was already ahead of Zhong. If Zhong could get some pointers from him, it would only be beneficial. Your sword technique has already reached the peak of the basics. Although it can still be improved, it is still within the scope of the basic sword technique, and not a qualitative change. Mo Wui's back was facing Zhong, and he faced the sea of clouds. He said slowly, above the basic sword technique is called the Great Path Sword Technique. Great Path Sword Technique. Zhong repeated. It sounded much more advanced than the basic sword technique, and it also seemed to contain an indescribable power. The so-called Great Path Sword Technique is the true art of the sword. It is a technique that combines other great paths with the sword, Mo Wui said, and it sounded a little mysterious. Combine. Zhong caught the word. That's right. The foundation of the Great Path Sword Technique is the sword technique that combines the power of the Great Path. Mo Wui's tone was full of certainty. Zhong could not help but become excited. The combination of the power of the Great Path was not superposition. Superposition was the superposition of the power. It was like 1 + 1 = 2. Fusion, on the other hand, was a change that exceeded 1 + 1 = 2. After fusion, the power would generally become stronger and more shocking. On the other hand, the Great Path Sword Technique was the application of the combination of the power of the Great Path. Zhong's understanding was basically in line with the truth. Then the question was, how could he break through the basic sword technique and reach the level of the Great Path Sword Technique? This was the key. Zhong hoped that Mo Wui could give him some pointers. Mo Wui did not say anything. He only turned his head in an instant. His eyes were filled with an illusory green color, as if the green clouds in the sky were floating. They were filled with an incomparably mysterious aura. In an instant, his gaze focused and rushed directly into Zhong's eyes. In an instant, Zhong's body trembled. He only felt that everything in front of him had disappeared. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness in front of him, as if there was a thick fog. And he was falling continuously. It was as if he was falling continuously from a high altitude. The vast expanse of white fog in front of him was also surging upwards with his falling body. This feeling was like going against the flow. For a moment, Zhong could not tell whether he was falling or rushing upwards. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house falling, rushing up. Zhong couldn't tell which one it was, but all of them made his hair stand on end. Gradually, Zhong was sure that he was falling. because the fog was gradually dispersing, and he could see below. It seemed to be a silver light. The brilliant silver light spots were like twinkling stars, and they emitted a sharp aura. Immediately, Qinzong's expression changed. When Qinzong took a closer look, he realized that there were no stars below. Instead, there were countless swords pointing up into the sky. Every sword light was astonishingly sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. Qinzong couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He felt as if his body was about to be pierced through, as if there were 10,000 swords piercing through his heart. Stop, no matter what, he had to stop. Otherwise, if he fell, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. He would be pierced through and die immediately. At this moment, Qinzong had forgotten everything else. He only thought that this was real. However, Qinzong was still falling. He couldn't stop at all. His strength had disappeared without him noticing. Falling continuously, the sharpness was getting more and more intense. The sharp sword seemed to be shooting up to the sky and killing him. His hair stood on end, however, it also made Qinzong's spirit and will highly concentrated. His pupils contracted to the size of needles. There was great terror between life and death, and great opportunity under great terror. However, whether or not one could seize the great opportunity depended on oneself. Concentrate, high-intensity concentration of spirit, qi, and spirit, high-intensity concentration of spirit and will, everything was concentrated. Between life and death, Qinzong could only do this. He tried his best to fight for a chance of survival. Since he couldn't stop, then he would burst out all his strength and condense all his strength into one. Chop off the swords below. As long as he could chop them off, he wouldn't be pierced when he fell. Opportunity, certainty, Qinzong's pupils became more and more focused. Finally, they focused on a single point, and so did all of his strength. In that instant, Qinzong forgot that he had lost his power, and also forgot that he had nothing in his hands. This was because all of his thoughts were completely focused on him. He made a grabbing motion with his right hand before abruptly waving it through the air. A buzzing sound instantly sounded and a faintly discernible cold light gathered in an instant. It was as if an illusory figure had condensed into a sword shadow. There seemed to be a faint silver light spreading over the sword shadow. The sword swung out, carrying all the power, instantly slashing out and chopping down. Qinzong's body dropped down as well, as if he had been pierced. However, he had not been pierced, because in that instant, he had slashed out with his sword. That slash had severed the blade of the sword below him. After that, the boundless white mist surged like a tide and swept over, swallowing everything including Qinzong's figure. In the next moment, Qinzong woke up. The white fog and the blade of the sword had all disappeared. It was like a dream. Of course, Qinzong knew very well that it was just an illusion. It was just that it was too real. During that time, Qinzong thought that it was real. Have you found the feeling? Mo Wui asked with a smile. Qinzong's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the last slash in the illusion. That feeling was very strange and mysterious, but it also had an indescribable power. I found it. Qinzong immediately answered. Remember that feeling. That is the prerequisite for you to master the great way of the sword. Mo Wui smiled and said, all right, if there is nothing else, you can leave first. Thank you for your advice. Qinzong immediately bowed to Mo Wui with his sword. It turned out that Mo Wui's purpose of summoning him was to give him pointers on the great way of the sword. To Qinzong, this was a good opportunity. That feeling, after bidding farewell to Mo Wui, Qinzong walked down the illusory sword peak. Along the old unmodeled bluestone steps, he walked down the mountain step by step, reminiscing about that feeling. However, that feeling was very subtle. For a moment, there was only a lingering feeling. Qinzong could not directly grasp it. Looking at Qinzong's back, Mo Wui's expression was indifferent. His eyes were very calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qinzong's cave mansion was in the 6th layer of heaven, so he couldn't stay in the 7th layer of heaven for long. After leaving the illusory sword peak, Qinzong quickly passed through the portal and returned to the 6th layer of heaven. Along the way, Qinzong was running the One Heart Sutra, constantly comprehending. He followed the lingering rhythm to feel the feeling of the sword and the illusion. That feeling was indescribable. Touch, the touch under the great pressure of life and death allowed one's potential to erupt. At that moment, he forgot everything and dug out the deepest layer of his strength. He condensed it into a line and released it in an instant. After returning to the Heart Sword Peak, Chenzong tried his best to comprehend it. However, although the touch was there, it was very difficult to truly grasp it. Even when Chenzong activated the 10 intents of mind, it was the same. The effect was not good. Great Way of the Sword. Chenzong whispered to himself. His eyes were full of passion. The basic level of the sword technique was the basic sword technique. All along, Chenzong's sword technique had been improving from the low level to the high level. However, there was no qualitative change. It was only an improvement in the basic sword technique. Only now did he know that above the basic sword technique was the Great Way of the Sword. There was a qualitative difference between the Great Way of the Sword and the basic sword technique. However, the basic sword technique was the prerequisite to mastering the Great Way of the Sword. Without cultivating the basic sword technique to a certain level, it was impossible to comprehend the Great Way of the Sword. However, even if one cultivated the basic sword technique to the extreme, one might not be able to master the Great Way of the Sword. The gap between levels and realms was not so easy to cross. Chenzong did not know how long it took Mo Wui to cross the threshold from the basic sword technique to the level of the Great Way of the Sword. He did not want to investigate because whether Mo Wui was fast or slow had nothing to do with him. It would not help him to master the Great Way of the Sword. After a few tries, although he still remembered the feeling, he still could not enter it. Could it be that I have to face life and death again? Chenzong could not help but think. Facing life and death could further stimulate one's potential. It was possible to find that feeling again. As long as one found that feeling more and more times, it would become clearer and clearer. In the end, one would be able to truly master it. However, that method was very dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. Fortunately, I have a treasure. Chenzong took out the small sword. The patterns on it had completely recovered. His consciousness entered the sword once again. He entered the battlefield again and faced thousands of sword-wielding figures. Fight, kill, Chenzong continued to sharpen his sword technique until the external pressure was enough. Then, he tried to stimulate that feeling. However, it was very difficult. Wave after wave, he kept killing. When Chenzong killed the 999th sword-wielding figure, he could not break through the shackles. He was killed by the other sword-wielding figures. I can't find that feeling. Chenzong's consciousness returned and he started to ponder. Just now, he was indeed facing a life and death crisis. However, he could not concentrate all his strength like before and unleash it in an instant. This was because when he was facing a life and death crisis, he still had the energy to think and think of other things. In a moment, Chenzong understood a lot. He realized one thing, which was the Heart Sutra. All along, the Heart Sutra had been a great help to him. Without the Heart Sutra, he would not have been able to reach where he was now. However, now, Chenzong felt that the Heart Sutra seemed to be an obstacle for him to break through the shackles and find that feeling to master the Great Way of swordsmanship. Because of the Heart Sutra's multitasking, it made his thinking more comprehensive and sharper. At the same time, it also meant that he had more distracting thoughts. Usually, these distracting thoughts were not really distracting thoughts and would not have any effect. However, when he wanted to find that feeling, they would become real distracting thoughts. Chenzong kept thinking about the feeling when he entered the illusion at Mo Wui's place. At that time, he had unknowingly forgotten about everything else. He did not even realize that he had lost his strength and his sword had disappeared. What was more shocking was that he did not even know what was going on. Only now that he thought about it, he could feel that strange and natural state at that time. In that state, everything about him seemed to have become blank, like a piece of white paper. Under the pressure of a life and death crisis, under that kind of great terror, he unleashed all his potential and displayed that kind of swordsmanship. Of course, that was not the real Great Way of swordsmanship. It was only half a step away from the basic swordsmanship and half a step into the Great Way of swordsmanship. Could it be that I have to face real life and death? Zong could not help but think. Zong subconsciously knew that life and death in the sword would not be real life and death. Similarly, life and death in the death arena and the battle tower would not be real life and death. Although he would die if he was killed, that kind of death was a kind of death that could be revived. It was not a real death. Real death was when one's body died and there was no way to recover. In the illusion created by Mo Wui, he kept falling. At that moment, he thought that he would really die. It was because of this that he was able to unleash all his potential. Since that was the case, Zong quickly made the decision to go out and gain experience. This time, his main goal was to gain insight into the great way of swordsmanship. However, before he went out to gain experience, he could also see if there were any suitable missions. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone by combining the missions and training. Although there were no more mandatory missions after being listed on the Heavenly General roll, completing missions would still give him rewards. Some of the rewards were so generous that even those who were listed on the Heavenly General roll would be moved. After looking around, Zong finally found a mission that was more suitable. It was an escort mission. The final reward was to enter Mount Wuwang to temper his divine will for a month. Although a month of tempering in Mount Wuwang's divine will might not be very effective and might not even have any obvious improvement, many little drops made an ocean. Heaven Continent was one of the many continents in the universe. There were hundreds of islands on Heaven Continent. A small portion of them were barren, and even birds were extinct. However, most of the islands were inhabited by living beings. Most of them were from the origin race, but there were also other races. For example, the demon dragons that Zong killed during the mission. The target of this mission was a member of the origin race. To be precise, it was a young member of the origin race. The mission was to escort this young member of the origin race out of Heaven Continent and to the neighboring Thunder Cloud Continent. Once they reached one of the islands on Thunder Cloud Continent, the mission would be considered completed. After that, Zong could return to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and receive his reward. Although Thunder Cloud Continent and Heaven Continent were neighbors, the distance between them was not short. Even if a third realm cultivator traveled at full speed, it would still take 2 to 3 years. Of course, third realm cultivators did not have the ability to fly in the air yet. Only fourth realm cultivators could do that. Hence, to cross the continent, they had to take a flying ship. Through the realm gate, Zong soon arrived at the destination of the mission, an island. He then followed the directions to the exact destination and came to a courtyard. There, he saw the target of his escort. It was indeed a very young person. Zong guessed that he was not very old. "You are the 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple who accepted the mission?" Beside the target of the mission was a similarly young woman. Her eyes were sharp, and her lips were thin. She was staring coldly at Zong. She seemed to be scrutinizing him, and her tone was somewhat interrogative. "Yes," Zong replied unhurriedly. "If you are not from the origin race, what race are you from?" "What is your cultivation level?" the woman asked again. "I am from the human race. My cultivation level is at the advanced level of the divine aspect realm," Zong replied unhurriedly. The woman's expression changed drastically when she heard that. Her eyes became even colder with a hint of anger. She immediately shouted, "You are not from the origin race, and you are a human with mediocre talent at the advanced level of the divine aspect realm. What right do you have to accept this mission? Do you have the ability to complete this mission? We'll know when the time comes." Zong was not angry at all. His tone was still neither fast nor slow, and his expression did not change. "You." Zong's lukewarm attitude seemed to have infuriated the woman. A strong and cold aura erupted from her body like a surging tide. "All right, 10th month. Since this sir can accept missions, it means that he is ranked in the Heavenly General's roll of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court." The target of the mission, the handsome young man from the origin race, smiled and stopped the woman who was about to explode. He then looked at Zong and said, "Sir, since you've accepted this mission, I'll leave it to you." "Okay." Zong's response was straightforward and simple. Of course, this was also Zong's style. Since he had accepted the task, he had to do it well and complete it in order to receive the reward. Receiving the reward was one thing, but the most important thing was that Chenzong would not allow any carelessness to lead to the failure of the mission. Then please choose a room to rest in. We'll set off 3 days later when everyone has arrived. The young man from the origin race smiled and said, "Oh yes, I'm Na Zhen." Okay. Chenzong nodded and casually found a room in the courtyard. He rested and meditated at the same time. Young master, even if this person is ranked in the Heavenly General's role, his ranking is definitely very low. It's highly likely that he is ranked after the 900th rank. After Chenzong left, Na Zhen and 10th Month returned to the room. 10th Month frowned and said impatiently, "Moreover, he's a human. A human without any special talent. If he encounters any danger, he probably won't be of much use. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's selection of disciples is very strict. The Heavenly General's role is even more valuable. Even if he's a human, being able to be ranked in the Heavenly General's role is enough to show that his strength is not ordinary." Na Zhen said seriously, "Also, the reward for this mission has already been given to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The mission has also been accepted. If we chase this person away, it's the same as giving up on this mission and we won't be able to get back the reward. Therefore, since he has accepted this mission, we'll let him do his part." Hearing Na Zhen's words, although 10th Month was still a little annoyed, he still felt a little better. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile and said, "That human probably thinks that young master needs to rely on his strength. Fortunately, young master has already prepared for both sides." Na Zhen smiled and did not say anything else. Chenzong of course knew that the target of this mission was Na Zhen. Although he spoke very politely and courteously, in his heart, he did not think highly of himself. After all, the combination of a human and a high-level divine aspect realm cultivator would not give others the feeling that they were strong. Especially in the universe, the origin race was a much stronger race than the human race. It was normal for them to look down on the mediocre human race. That was a sense of superiority that was rooted in their bones. It was like an aristocrat looking down on a commoner. It was a very normal feeling. Of course, if the other party did not think highly of him, Chenzong did not care. He only needed to complete the mission well. At the same time, he could also train himself well. The most important thing was to find the opportunity to break through and master the true Great Dao sword technique. The secondary thing was to complete the mission and get the reward. For 3 days in a row, Chenzong did not appear. Instead, he stayed in his room and cultivated quietly. Because the mission had not officially begun. After 3 days, Chenzong walked out of his room. Other than Chenzong, there was the escort target, Na Zhen, and Na Zhen's personal bodyguard, 10th Month. Both of their cultivations were in the divine aspect realm. Moreover, they had reached the peak of the divine aspect realm. In addition to their identities as origin race members, their talents were not bad and their strength was not weak. Of course, they were not as strong as Chenzong. Even though they had not fought, Chenzong knew that the two of them were not his opponents. They were not a threat to him at all. The divine sense had been born when he had broken through to the spirit ascension layer in the void. In the void, his senses had been sharper and clearer. However, after arriving in the universe, although it still existed, it was not as clear. He could only make a rough judgment. Apart from the 3 of them, there were 30 other people who had come with them. They seemed to be a team. That's right, they were a team called the Sky Beacon Team. They were mainly a gathering of rogue cultivators. In the universe, rogue cultivators were not synonymous with weak. Because the universe was vast and there were many opportunities, many rogue cultivators dared to fight and obtain good opportunities, greatly increasing their strength. They were very impressive. The Sky Beacon Team was a group of independent cultivators. They cultivated together and traveled together. However, what they did most of the time was to escort people. They were specially hired to escort people across the void and protect their targets. In the Sky Continent, the Sky Beacon Team was one of the more famous teams. It took a lot of effort to hire them to escort people. "Captain, this is a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He is ranked on the Heavenly General list and is quite strong. He will escort me with you," said Na Zhen to the members of the Sky Beacon Team. The captain of the Sky Beacon Team frowned and looked displeased. Just as he was about to say something, Na Zhen added, "Of course, we will pay you the full amount we promised you." The captain of the Sky Beacon team did not say anything after hearing Na Zhen's words. He looked at Chen Zong and said, "The Sky Beacon team will be in charge of this escort mission. Don't interfere." Chen Zong nodded indifferently. Seeing Chen Zong like this, the Sky Beacon squad was a little unhappy, but they didn't say anything. The Sky Beacon squad had a pretty good reputation in the escort world, and they had completed many escort missions. Their evaluations were quite good, and they had long had their own set of rules. They didn't allow outsiders to interfere because it would only interfere with their arrangements and so on. They hoped that Chen Zong knew what was good for him. Otherwise, even if he was a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, they would not be polite. Chen Zong could sense that the 30 members of the Sky Beacon team were all at the third level of the Godly Phase realm. 6 of them were at the peak of the Godly Phase realm, while the rest were at the high and middle levels of the Godly Phase realm. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. It was obvious that they had been through many life or death battles. They were truly elites who had been honed by life and death situations. The difference between those who had been honed by life and death situations was obvious. The captain of the Sky Beacon team even gave Chen Zong a slight sense of threat, which meant that he was not weak. He might even be ranked on the Heavenly General roll. Of course, he was not a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, so he could not be ranked on the Heavenly General roll, but his strength was undeniable. "Young Master Na Zhen, shall we set off now?" asked the captain of the Sky Beacon team. "All right, thank you," said Na Zhen with a smile. The members of the Sky Beacon squad immediately spread out. Although they appeared to be scattered, everyone's positions were carefully chosen and could change accordingly. If they were attacked, they would be able to react quickly and provide reinforcements everywhere. They also protected Na Zhen securely. Naturally, October and Chen Zong were also in the center of their protection. From Chen Zong's point of view, he had to admit that the Sky Beacon squad was very professional. Double insurance, Na Zhen really had double insurance. This was good too. It would be best if they could complete their escort mission safely. The Sky Beacon team had their own space-crossing airship. This time, they were going to cross the void between Sky Continent and Thunder Continent, so it came in handy. The space-crossing airship set off and flew towards the outside. Its speed slowly increased and eventually reached its limit. However, this space-crossing airship couldn't travel through the void like the space-escaping airships. It could only rely on its speed to continue its journey. Chen Zong was arranged a room in the space-crossing airship. He did not come out. He stayed in the room and focused on cultivating. His cultivation techniques, comprehension of the Great Path, comprehension of swordsmanship, comprehension of Ao Wu, and so on, were all cultivated, comprehended, and improved under the One Heart Sutra. Advancing together, this was an ability that countless people envied. Na Zhen and Yu were also staying in their room, quietly cultivating. Although they were not considered as geniuses in the origin race, their cultivation could not be neglected. If they were strong enough, why would they pay such a high price to hire someone to escort them? It was the first time Chen Zong had left the Sky Continent in the Sky Continent. Without the cultivation of the divine aspect realm, one was not qualified. Of course, if there were cultivators of the 4th or 5th level accompanying him, he could give it a try. A cultivator of the 3rd level was only qualified to go out and explore. Speaking of which, this escort mission was actually a cliché. He was the illegitimate son of the leader of a powerful family in Thunder Cloud's continent. Since he was young, he hadn't received much attention. He had only received some basic resources before he was sent away. When he came to Thunder Cloud's continent, he had relied on his own ability to build a foundation and developed well. Of course, he could not be compared to the patriarch of an island. Now, the patriarch was in a critical situation and was not far from death. His son had unfortunately died when he went out to explore, causing the patriarch to lose his successor. Na Zhen was an illegitimate son and had the patriarch's blood running through his veins. His abilities were not bad, so he was remembered. The patriarch wanted Na Zhen to come back and become the patriarch's successor. However, when a patriarch became powerful, there would inevitably be different voices and different factions. There were 2 major factions in the patriarch's faction and the Great Elder's faction. The Great Elder's faction naturally wanted the Great Elder's son to become the Patriarch's successor and take over the Patriarch's position. The two sides fought openly and secretly and finally made an agreement. The Patriarch's faction could not help Na Zhen and let Na Zhen return to the island in Thunder Cloud's continent with his own ability. The Great Elder's son could not use the Great Elder's faction's power to stop Na Zhen's return with his own ability. This was equivalent to fighting for the Patriarch's position. Of course, everyone in the Patriarch's faction knew that the Great Elder's son and Na Zhen could not rely on their own ability to invite a fourth-level cultivator to help. The highest they could invite was a third-level cultivator. Although this was a cliché story, there was still a lot of danger involved. However, the danger had not come yet, so Qinzong did not care. Even if the danger came, Qinzong would not help as long as the Sky Beacon team could withstand it. After all, the Sky Beacon unit was quite strong. Of course, Qinzong was confident that he could defeat the Sky Beacon unit. Therefore, if there was any trouble that the Sky Beacon squad could handle, then there was no need for him to do anything. If it was beyond what the Sky Beacon squad could handle, then it was time for him to take action. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The flying shuttle flew through the universe, never stopping. In the universe, everything was dark and boundless. In the distance, there were countless specks of starlight that flickered, appearing extremely beautiful. Even after a month of peace, the Sky Beacon division did not let down their guard. Not only did they arrange for teams to guard the perimeter, but they also sent people out to patrol and investigate further. Although Third Realms were unable to truly fly in the air, it was not a problem for them to hover in the air for a short period of time. In the universe, they had the basic ability to survive. Therefore, Third Realms were required to truly go out and train. This was because only Third Realms could survive in the universe and unleash their strength in the universe. Moreover, in the universe, the ability of Third Realms to hover in the air for a short period of time would be significantly enhanced. As long as they did not stray too far from the flying shuttle and returned within a certain period of time, they would be able to do so. A few days later, a flying shuttle appeared and stopped in front of him. Many figures also appeared from the flying shuttle. There were dozens of figures, and every one of them had the aura of a third realm. They were filled with malice. Are they here? Na Zhen stood on the deck of the flying shuttle and looked forward with a serious expression. We are the Sky Beacon Division. Who are you? The Sky Beacon Division leader stood at the bow of the flying shuttle and announced his identity loudly. Haha, who are we? Little ones, tell them who we are. The one-eyed man in the lead carried a menacing mace and stepped on the bow of the flying shuttle with one foot. His single eye flashed coldly, and he had a sinister smile on his face. That's great. We are the Wind Wolf Bandits. The other men beside him laughed sinisterly. Wind Wolf Bandits. The expressions of the Sky Beacon Division members changed. They had obviously heard of the Wind Wolf Bandits before. The universe was vast, and there were many influential groups and independent cultivators. Some independent cultivators became independent cultivators, but most of them would join forces and form groups. Only those who were truly strong were qualified to become independent cultivators. Otherwise, they would be considered arrogant, conceited, and reckless. There were good and evil people, and those independent cultivator groups were naturally the same. Some of them became bandits who robbed and killed. The Sky Continent and the Thunder Cloud Continent did not represent the entire universe. They were only a part of it. However, the Wind Wolf Bandits were considered a famous group of bandits on the Sky Continent and the Thunder Cloud Continent. The bandit group and the guard group stood on opposite sides. As a guard group, the Sky Beacon Division had encountered many bandit groups, but they had never encountered a bandit group as powerful as the Wind Wolf Bandits. Your Excellency, we are willing to pay 3,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals as the toll. The Sky Beacon Division leader decided to give in. The Sky Beacon Division was not as strong as the Wind Wolf Bandits. If they fought, they would definitely cause losses to the Wind Wolf Bandits, but they would also be annihilated. If they could get through this without having to fight or suffer any losses by paying a price, that would naturally be the best. 3,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals? Do you think we are beggars? The leader of the Wind Wolf Bandits said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. The other Wind Wolf bandits were also furious. We will let you pass with 100,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals. If you can't pay, you will die. 100,000. The members of the Sky Beacon Division were shocked. 100,000 Cosmos Divine Crystals was a shocking amount of wealth. How could the Sky Beacon Division take it out? Even if they did, they would not hand it over. It seems like you are not going to give up until one of us dies. The leader of the Sky Beacon Division looked gloomy. His eyes were cold. The reputation of the Sky Beacon Division was not exaggerated, it was earned through fighting. Even though they were afraid of the Wind Wolf bandits, they still had to face them. Ha 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 ha, idiots. They don't know the difference between life and death. Since they want to fight until one of us dies, let's just kill them. Boss, there is a girl inside. She is quite pretty. We will capture her and give her to you. Good, good, good. The leader of the Wind Wolf bandits looked at October. The more he looked at her, the more interesting she seemed. He licked his lips and said good repeatedly. October's expression changed. He shouted hysterically, kill him. Kill them all. Are you really not going to give way? The leader of the Sky Beacon Division asked again. It seemed to be a final warning. Kill. The leader of the Wind Wolf bandits was even more direct. With a single order, his killing intent soared. He waved his spiked mace, and immediately, the members of the Wind Wolf bandits rushed towards the flying ship of the Sky Beacon Division. Their killing intent was like a tide. Kill. The leader of the Sky Beacon Division had a gloomy expression, but he decisively gave the order. At the same time, he pulled out his long blade and slashed out a blade light that was dozens of meters long. The blade light was like a waterfall. It carried a terrifying might and directly slashed out. It seemed to cut everything in front of it apart. Even further away in the void, there was a space-crossing airship. It was motionless, and there were a few people on the airship who were staring at them. The Wind Wolf bandits are quite strong. It seems like we don't need to do anything. Najin might die at the hands of the Wind Wolf bandits. It seems like the heavens are on my side. I'm going to be the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. A young man suddenly burst into laughter. He was the son of the Great Elder. He was going to compete with Najin for the position of the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. Najin had used his own resources to invite the Sky Beacon Division to escort him. The Great Elder's son was going to intercept and kill him. The Great Elder's son had made a lot of preparations. He had brought people to intercept Najin. He hadn't thought that the Wind Wolf bandits would appear before him. The appearance of the Wind Wolf bandits had nothing to do with them. However, as long as they could kill Najin, it didn't matter. They could only say that Najin was unlucky and didn't have the qualifications to become the successor of the Sky Beacon Division. Now, they just wanted to see if the Wind Wolf bandits could kill Najin. If they could, that would be the best-case scenario. If they couldn't, it didn't matter either. They could just come out and clean up the mess. Not only would they be able to kill Najin, but they would also be able to kill two birds with one stone. The wealth of the Wind Wolf bandits would belong to them. The more the Great Elder's son thought about it, the more he thought about it. He hadn't thought that luck would be on his side. Fight, the Wind Wolf bandits and the Sky Beacon Division released their tyrannical strength and immediately started fighting. The Wind Wolf bandits had more people than the Sky Beacon Division and their overall strength was stronger. However, it wasn't absolute. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for them to destroy the Sky Beacon Division in a short period of time. Although the Sky Beacon Division's formation was weaker, they were better at cooperating with each other. They joined forces and blocked the attacks of the Wind Wolf bandits. They weren't defeated in a short period of time. Based on the current situation, they could at least hold on for a while. What are you looking at? Why aren't you attacking? Shouted 10th Moon angrily when he saw Qinzong standing at the side. I will attack when it's time. Qinzong didn't even look at 10th Moon as he replied unhurriedly. You. 10th Moon was furious. His aura was extremely cold, but it didn't affect Qinzong at all. The Sky Beacon Division could still hold on under the current circumstances. Qinzong didn't need to do anything. Moreover, Qinzong had a feeling that there was someone spying on them in the dark. Perhaps that person was the real enemy. Chen Zong was waiting for the real enemy to show up. Of course, the leader of the Wind Wolf bandits had yet to make his move. Chen Zong felt that he wasn't weak. He was even stronger than the Sky Beacon Division leader. If the Sky Beacon Division really couldn't hold on, Chen Zong would naturally step in. He could only hope that the Sky Beacon squad would be able to hold on and resist the attacks of the Wind Wolf bandits. That way, the people who were spying on them would reveal themselves. Then, everything would become clearer. Baidu Search Translator, Zefizi Editor, Zefizo. No advertisement. The Wind Wolf's bandits' attacks were ferocious, but compared to the Sky Beacon troop, they were disorderly. Although they had more experts, they did not gain the upper hand and were blocked by the Sky Beacon troop. However, the Sky Beacon troop had sent out all their members, while the Wind Wolf's bandits' leader had yet to make a move. After a while, the Wind Wolf's bandits still could not break through the Sky Beacon troop's defense. The leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits was displeased. He raised the mace in his hand and rushed out. His body flashed like lightning as he raised the mace high. It was as if countless electric arcs had gathered and flashed endlessly. Boom, the attack was extremely powerful and domineering. It was directed at a member of the Sky Beacon troop. His expression changed drastically, but he could not dodge it. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. The attack was very powerful. It was at least as powerful as a 6th Order AO Wu. The leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits was definitely qualified to be listed on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General's roll. The member of the Sky Beacon troop was unable to block the attack and was hit directly. His head was instantly smashed and his body was smashed. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. After killing him in one strike, the Wind Wolf bandit leader's face was filled with savagery. He immediately swung his mace like he could annihilate an entire army. His mace carried a terrifying might as it smashed into another member of the Skywind sect. 2 kills in an instant. Die. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop was furious. His long saber slashed through the air, emitting a dazzling saber radiance. It tore through the void and was filled with murderous intent. You're the one who's going to die. The leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits sneered and did not dodge at all. He smashed his mace with violent lightning. The two attacks collided in an instant. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop's saber radiance was shattered and he flew backward as if he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Difference in strength. Although the leader of the Sky Beacon troop was very powerful, he was still weaker than the leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits. This difference determined the outcome of the battle. With 2 of their members dead and their captain injured, their teamwork was directly affected and broken. They were now at a complete disadvantage. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop unleashed all his strength against the leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits, but he was no match for him. He was injured again and his injuries were even more serious. Die. The leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits raised his club high into the air and smashed it down with terrifying power. The lightning was dozens of meters long and seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world, causing the leader of the Wind Wolf's bandits' expressions to greatly change. They couldn't block it, even if he were at his peak, he wouldn't be able to block it, let alone now that he was heavily injured. It was difficult for him to display his full strength. Was he going to die? Inside the airship, Na Zhen and 10th Moon's expressions were extremely ugly. It didn't matter if the Wind Wolf bandits were hired by his competitors. Once the Sky Beacon squad was defeated, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it and would be killed immediately. Based on his own strength, there was no way he could fight against them. After all, even the Tianfeng team leader, who was stronger than him, had been defeated and was about to die. Was this his fate? In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong, who had been standing still, suddenly moved when the mace was about to hit the head of the Tianfeng captain. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, and also like a swan flying across the sky. It was extremely fast. 6th Order AO Wu's flying swan steps. Although Chen Zong attacked, he didn't use his full strength. 6th Order AO Wu's lightning sword. In an instant, Chen Zong used these 2 moves. Previously, these 2 moves were Chen Zong's 2 most advanced moves. But now, they were no longer the same. Instead, they were the 2 weakest moves among the AO Wu. Previously, when Chen Zong had used these two moves, it meant that Chen Zong had used his full strength. Now, when he used these two moves, it meant that Chen Zong had only used a small portion of his strength. Even if it was only a small part of Chen Zong's strength, it was still not to be underestimated. After all, Chen Zong was ranked 298th on the Heavenly Generals list. Chen Zong was confident that he could raise his ranking even higher. The leader of the Wind Wolf's pirates' ferocious expression suddenly changed. His face was full of shock. He suddenly changed his target and hit the dazzling sword radiance like a bolt of lightning. Captain Tian Feng seized the opportunity and quickly moved to the side. Then, he returned to the airship as fast as he could, regardless of whether he looked embarrassed or not. Surviving was the most important thing. As for his image, it was insignificant compared to his life. After returning to the airship, Captain Tian Feng looked over and saw a flash of sword radiance like a bolt of lightning. The leader of the Wind Wolf's pirates' mace didn't hit his opponent. It was very fast and very agile. The flying swan steps emphasized speed, but it also emphasized agility. It was as agile and swift as a flying bird. When the second sword arrived, the leader of the Wind Wolf's pirates' expression changed greatly. He was extremely shocked. He hurriedly waved his mace and tried to distance himself from Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong directly approached him and started a close combat. Swordsmanship, Chen Zong suppressed his level of strength and maintained it at the same level as the leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate. He used his superb swordsmanship to fight. Of course, Chen Zong's goal was to train himself and see if he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. As for the lives of the Sky Beacon troop, it didn't have much to do with him. The target of the mission was only that person. The others were relatively insignificant. If they could live, they would live. If not, they would die. Chen Zong would never define himself as a bad person, but he wouldn't define himself as a good person either. The leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate felt very aggrieved. He had honed his combat experience and skills through many life and death situations. Perhaps he wasn't the best, but he was definitely not weak. However, he paled in comparison to Chen Zong's swordsman. It was as if his close combat ability had been restricted and weakened. He felt like he was being held back. Chen Zong's swordsmanship was too brilliant. He felt like he couldn't dodge every strike. He was hit, the leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate was hit from time to time. He could only defend himself with his body, but it was inevitable that he would be injured. Although his injuries weren't serious, they were accumulating. What a brilliant swordsmanship. The leader of the Sky Beacon troop was horrified. Na Zhen and October were also dumbfounded. When they knew that Chen Zong was a human at the high level of the divine manifestation realm, they didn't take Chen Zong's strength into account. Even if Chen Zong was listed on the Heavenly General ranking, they didn't think that his ranking would be high. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Chen Zong displayed astonishing strength. He was at least stronger than the leader of the Sky Beacon troop and the leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate. His close combat swordsmanship was unbelievably brilliant, and he directly suppressed the leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate. The sword light suddenly flashed. The leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate didn't seem to be able to react in time and let the sword light cut through his neck. The leader of the Wind Wolf's pirate was decapitated. His defense couldn't withstand the sword light and his head flew up, rolling in the air. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief and fear. The leader of the pirates is dead. The leader of the pirates is dead. Avenge the leader of the pirates. Run. The other Wind Wolf's pirates' expressions changed when they saw the leader of the pirates being killed. Some of the pirates burst out with speed and rushed to the sky-crossing airship, planning to escape. However, some of them looked fierce and rushed to Chen Zong to avenge their leader. Those who wanted to avenge their leader would naturally follow in his footsteps and die under Chen Zong's sword. Kill, Chen Zong's figure flashed. He didn't use the AO Wu, nor did he need to use the AO Wu. He only relied on his superb swordsmanship. His body swayed like a bamboo in the wind, and the sword light flashed again and again. Every sword light was as fast and unpredictable as a white steed flashing through a gap. One sword, one kill. Two swords, two kills. Three swords, three kills. Kill. Kill, kill. None of the pirates could block Chen Zong's sword. In the entire Wind Wolves pirate, only the leader of the pirates had the strength to fight Xianxia. The other members, even if they were second only to the leader of the pirates, were as weak as ants in front of Xianxia. They could be easily killed. In just a few breaths, all the Wind Wolves pirates members who wanted to avenge the leader of the Wind Wolves pirate were killed. The other Wind Wolves pirates members fled into the sky-crossing airship. They immediately started the sky-crossing airship and quickly left. Xianxia didn't chase after them. If it were any other time, Xianxia would certainly chase after them. However, Xianxia now felt that the person who was spying on them in the dark was about to appear. Xianxia's figure flashed, leaving behind an arc of light as he returned to the flying ship. Even if his strength was extraordinary and he could extend the time he could stay in the void of the universe, he couldn't do it as unrestricted as a fourth realm expert. Staying on the sky-crossing airship was even less of a burden. If you're so strong, why didn't you attack from the beginning? 10 Moons immediately asked as Najin walked over. However, Xianxia ignored 10 Moons completely. Instead, he stared to the left. As if sensing Xianxia's gaze, Najin also looked to the left and immediately saw a sky-crossing airship rapidly approaching. Not long after, the sky-crossing airship stopped a few thousand meters away from the sky-crossing airship. A few figures stood at the bow of the sky-crossing airship. There were more than 10 figures standing on the deck, all of them wearing the same dazzling silver armor. Their auras were the same and they were all at the third realm of cultivation. Najin, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to find such an expert to work for you. The leader of the sky-crossing airship was an aboriginal youth who looked about the same age as Najin. He had a playful smile on his face. After glancing at Xianxia, he stared at Najin. Then, without waiting for Najin's response, his gaze shifted to Xianxia again. How should I address you? Why don't you help me? I can give you whatever Najin can give you, or even better. There's no need for that, Xianxia replied unhurriedly. Even if the sky-crossing airship really inherited the position of the head of the family, he still wasn't qualified to make Xianxia work for him. Compared to the 9 heavens Imperial Court, that family was too weak. Of course, even if that family was stronger than the 9 heavens Imperial Court, Xianxia still wouldn't be able to make him work for them. It was impossible for him to work for others, not in this lifetime. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. In this universe, there are many people stronger and more talented than you. The great elder's son frowned and said coldly. Then, he said to the person standing beside him, Go, show him your strength. The spring festival is officially over, and a new year's work begins. Brothers, let's work hard together. Go, 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 don't stop. Between the 2 space-crossing vessels, there was a deep void in the universe. The middle-aged man next to the Grand Elder's son walked out step by step from the bow of the ship into the void. He stepped in the air, displaying an astonishing control of his power. His cultivation level was still at the peak of the third realm, but this move of his surpassed that of Captain Tian Feng and the Wind Wolves bandit leader. This move immediately attracted everyone's attention. It made them feel uneasy and terrified. Immediately, Na Zhen and the others looked at Qianzong. They didn't know if Qianzong could resist this person. If he couldn't, all of them would die. Their hope of survival rested on Qianzong. You. The middle-aged man's gaze was as cold as lightning. He looked at Qianzong and said, Come out and fight. Qianzong took a step forward, stepping out of the bow of the ship and into the air. It was as though he was stepping on water, causing faint ripples to appear. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Qianzong unceasingly stepped forward. The air beneath his feet seemed to be corporeal. That casual feeling was extremely shocking. He can do it too. Everyone was shocked. Their hope of survival was magnified several times in an instant. Even a third-realm cultivator could fly for a short period of time. However, it was very difficult to step in the void. It required an astonishing control of one's own power. The middle-aged man suddenly sped up. His footsteps were as fast as rolling wheels. He charged towards Qianzong at an explosive speed. A ghastly saber gleam suddenly appeared and slashed down like lightning. It was as if the saber could split the darkness and shatter the void. Qianzong dodged the saber with a flash. He calmly dodged the saber. At that moment, he unsheathed his sword and stabbed it diagonally. Fight in close combat, the middle-aged man's saber technique was very advanced. Every saber strike was like a bolt of lightning. From afar, accompanied by the sound of thunder, it was as shocking as the sound of thunder. Compared to the Wind Wolf's bandit leader's close combat skills, it was much more advanced. However, Qianzong's swordsmanship was superior, and he soon suppressed his opponent. With the sword in his hand, not only was his opponent's saber unable to break through Qianzong's sword light, but it was also driven and led by the sword light. He had intended to display his superior saber art, but who could have known that he would be suppressed by the other party's swordsmanship instead? Erupt, in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man erupted with an extremely tyrannical power. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, and lightning exploded in all directions, destroying everything. Chop, the saber light exploded, turning into lightning and striking down. It was a powerful AO Wu that had reached the peak of the 6th level. It was extremely powerful. But to Qianzong now, this level was no longer considered much. Flying swan steps, lightning sword, Qianzong dodged in a flash and counterattacked in a flash. This middle-aged man's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd realm, but that did not mean that he was very powerful. Both were at the peak of the 3rd realm, but in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, there were people who could not be ranked on the Heavenly General roll, and there were people who could be ranked first on the Heavenly General roll. This was the difference. The middle-aged man's cultivation technique was obviously different from Qianzong's 9 Heavens Breath Gale Annihilation Force. Hence, in terms of cultivation strength, he did not have any advantage over Qianzong. On the contrary, he was at a disadvantage. However, Qianzong controlled his strength and did not exceed the middle-aged man's range. He only fought with his swordsmanship and AO Wu to see if he could find an opportunity for a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Everything was worth a try. Who knew where the opportunity was? Fight. It was an extremely intense battle. Na Zhen and the others watched anxiously. They did not dare to breathe, as if they were afraid of disturbing Qianzong. The outcome of this battle would determine their life and death. If Qianzong lost, everyone would end up in a terrible state. Even the hired Sky Beacon team would probably be killed. They were nervous, they were indescribably nervous. From the looks of it, Qianzong and his opponent were evenly matched. It would not be easy to defeat his opponent. It was even uncertain whether he could defeat his opponent. The Great Elder's son and his men were also watching closely. This battle was of great importance. Is this all you've got? In the midst of the fierce battle, Qianzong suddenly asked. That's enough to kill you. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback at first. Then, he flew into a rage and attacked again. This time, the power of his attack was even stronger. It had surpassed the 6th Order AO Wu and reached the 7th Order AO Wu's level. However, it had not truly reached the 7th Order AO Wu's level. If that's the case, go to hell. As soon as Qianzong finished speaking, his figure flashed. A cold light shot out from his eyes and his sword pierced through the air. His superb swordsmanship exploded in an instant. Together with the lightning sword, the speed of his sword was unbelievably fast. His figure flashed past like a swan. Blood splattered. The sword pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead, killing him instantly. Kill him. The Great Elder's son's face suddenly changed. He immediately roared. Behind him, more than a dozen figures wearing dazzling silver armor immediately moved. In an instant, they turned into more than a dozen cold silver lights and shot through the air at an extremely fast speed. These people had cold expressions and a murderous aura. They were carefully trained men of sacrifice. Each of them had a cultivation of the high level or even the peak of the divine aspect realm. They were not afraid of death. They also practiced the art of killing. What they pursued was the simplest and most extreme method of killing. The threat of these men of sacrifice was completely greater than that of the middle-aged man just now. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, these men of sacrifice were secretly trained by the Great Elder. He secretly gave them to his son to use. This kind of cheating, but the Great Elder's family tried their best to cover it up and find a suitable way to cover it up. Anyway, as long as they killed Na Zhen and became the successor, what could they do? Even if they were exposed, the patriarch's position was in their hands. They were not afraid of anything. If the middle-aged man was the first preparation, then these men of sacrifice were the second preparation. They believed that with two preparations, they would definitely be able to deal with Na Zhen. From the beginning, Na Zhen and the great elder's son were in an unfair position. Na Zhen did not know much about the great elder's son. However, most of Na Zhen's situation had been investigated clearly. Therefore, if there were no accidents, Na Zhen had lost from the beginning. More than a dozen men of sacrifice, each with an extremely cold murderous aura, broke through the air in an instant. With a flash of cold light, they were extremely cold. They directly attacked Chenzong. In just an instant, Chenzong felt that he was surrounded by more than a dozen men of sacrifice. Every attack was aimed at his blind spots. Moreover, there were no repetitions. They directly covered more than a dozen spots. If it were the middle-aged man, he would have been killed in one move. However, for Chenzong, it was still nothing. This level of threat was far from enough. With a twist of his body, Chenzong dodged more than a dozen fatal attacks. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword light flashed. In an instant, Chenzong and the men of sacrifice passed each other. In the next moment, blood spurted out from the necks of the men of sacrifice. Their vitality was quickly drained. They turned into corpses and floated in the void. "Let's go." The great elder's son's expression changed drastically. He did not hesitate to give the order. Moreover, he quickly left the bow of the ship and entered the cabin. The space-crossing airship started in an instant and left quickly. Chenzong did not chase after them. After all, he was not at the fourth realm and did not have the ability to fly. He could not leave the space-crossing airship for too long. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Therefore, he could only watch them leave. Moreover, the space-crossing airship's speed was much faster than his. After collecting the spoils of war, Chenzong returned to the sky beacon. Everyone looked at Chenzong with shock in their eyes. In the beginning, they looked down on Chenzong. However, they did not expect to encounter the Wind Wolf bandits first. In the end, Chenzong had to deal with them. After that, the great elder's son and his group were even stronger. They also needed Chenzong to deal with them. "Brother Chen, I'm lucky to have you." Na Zhen was very emotional. "Mission." Chenzong's reply was neither cold nor warm. Although Na Zhen was polite in the beginning, he did not think highly of Chenzong. Now that he saw Chenzong's strength, Chenzong did not intend to be friends with Na Zhen. There was no need for that. "Then I'll have to trouble you from now on." Na Zhen was more tactful and did not get angry. Instead, he said sincerely, "I can't thank you enough." The captain of the sky beacon walked up and said seriously, "In the future, if there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I won't refuse. We'll talk about the future in the future. This journey is not over yet." Chenzong said unhurriedly. His meaning was clear. The other party would not give up so easily. They might not be able to stop the next attack. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. On the space-crossing airship, the great elder's son was very angry. He had made two preparations, but in the end, both failed. It was completely unexpected. Who knew that Na Zhen would be so lucky to be able to hire a terrifying expert to escort him? "Young master, now we only have one last method left." The middle-aged man with a goatee narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, "Speak." The young master snorted angrily. At this time, they were still deliberately mystifying things, which made him very unhappy. However, he had to be patient if he wanted to rely on them. If they really hired an expert to escort them, then we'll also hire an expert to kill them. The middle-aged man with a goatee touched his goatee and smiled. "Nonsense." The young master was furious. "Who didn't know?" "Young master, don't worry. The expert that Na Zhen hired is not ordinary. Therefore, we need to hire an even stronger expert." The man with the goatee continued smiling. "As far as I know, Fei Luo appeared on an island in the Thundercloud continent not long ago. Let's go find him." "Fei Luo." The young master thought for a moment and his expression changed. "Is it that subdivine general expert?" "Yes. It's that subdivine general expert. He's very strong and easy to hire. You just need to pay him enough. The man with the goatee narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay, let's go find Fei Luo. The young master clenched his teeth. He knew a little about Fei Luo's reputation. He knew that he was lustful and greedy. As long as the price was enough, he could be hired. Of course, the price to hire a subdivine general expert was not low, but for the position of the head of the family, it was the only way. The sky-crossing airship continued to fly towards the Thunder Firmament continent at its fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. They were even closer to the Thunder Firmament continent. On the sky-crossing airship, Chenzong spent most of his time cultivating in his room. He didn't neglect the cultivation of his techniques, nor did he neglect the comprehension of his swordsmanship and other aspects. In addition, he didn't neglect the cultivation of the 33-layered heavens of mind. Now, Chenzong had cultivated the 18th layer of the 33-layered heavens of mind and condensed 18 heart palaces. However, in the universe, the heart palaces couldn't perform as well as before and could only be empty. However, the cultivation of the 33-layered heavens of mind had strengthened Chenzong's mental strength and recovery speed, allowing the Heart Sutra to last longer. Now, Chenzong could barely open the 7 hearts intent realm. His cultivation was still at the high level of the divine phase realm and it was difficult to reach the peak of the divine phase realm. His swordsmanship was still the basic swordsmanship and he hadn't found the opportunity to break through. However, overall, Chenzong had made progress. In the past half a year, everything was peaceful. They didn't encounter any bandits and the Great Elder's son didn't appear again. However, Chenzong had a feeling that the Great Elder's son would definitely appear again. Before they reached the Thunder Firmament continent, the Great Elder's son would definitely not give up because of the competition for the Patriarch's position. Moreover, the next attack would definitely be more terrifying than the previous one. A storm was coming. Everyone's heart wasn't relaxed at all. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. Counting the time, it had already been 1 year and 2 months since they set off. In another 10 months or so, they would reach the Thunder Firmament continent. Chenzong, who was cultivating in silence, suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, he walked out of the room and walked towards the deck. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked over. Brother Chen, what happened? Najin also noticed Chenzong's movement and hurriedly came out to ask. The captain of Tianfeng also quickly walked over. They're here. Chenzong's words seemed to come out of nowhere, but Jian and Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. Not long after, another flying ship flew over. It looked familiar, and there were a few people standing at the bow of the ship. 2 of them looked very familiar. The son of the Great Elder and the man with the goatee beside him. Sure enough, they attacked again. In addition, there was also a young man wearing a light red robe with many smoke-like patterns on it. It was impossible to tell the young man's actual age. There was a somewhat evil look on his face, and he was hugging beauties on both sides, as if he was indulging in the flowers. Lord Fei Luo, please act and kill those people. The Great Elder's son immediately bowed to the evil-looking young man and pointed to the space-crossing airship. Sure. The evil-looking young man smiled evilly. His hands immediately slid down and grabbed a handful of the beauty's perky buttocks. After that, he placed it at the tip of his nose and sniffed it. An intoxicated expression appeared on his face as he said, fragrant. Beauties, after I kill them, I'll come and take care of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Luo leaped up. As his robe fluttered, the smoke-like patterns also fluctuated and his primordial spirit Dharma power was revealed. His entire person looked like a wisp of smoke that floated out. He looked light, but his speed was extremely fast. He flew out of the space-crossing airship at an astonishing speed and flew towards Tianfeng. In the entire Tianfeng, only Chenzong could fight him. You must be a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Fei Luo appeared not far away from Chenzong, a devilish smile still on his face. As his gaze swept over the bracelet on Chenzong's wrist, he immediately laughed and said, "Make your move. Let me see what's so special about a disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court." Chenzong's eyes narrowed. His intuition told him that this person was very strong and was a great threat to him. compared to before, he was much stronger. Chenzong had a feeling that he did not know if he could defeat him. Chenzong was unmoved. Instead, he stared at his opponent. He felt that his opponent's body was full of flaws. However, Chenzong did not really think so. Once he made his move, those flaws would disappear. To a certain extent, those flaws were like bait. In the next moment, there was a flash of sword light. Chenzong unsheathed his sword and pierced through the air. This sword directly pierced towards one of Fei Luo's flaws. It was not that Chenzong had been baited, but that he had done so deliberately. As long as he made his move, his opponent's flaw would disappear. Once it disappeared, it would change. Once it changed, it might reveal a real flaw. And as long as a real flaw appeared, with his excellent swordsmanship, he had a good chance of catching it. As expected, the moment Chenzong made his move, Fei Luo's flaw disappeared instantly. His body swayed and rose up like a wisp of smoke, avoiding Chenzong's attack. At the same time, a cold light rushed out of the smoke and directly attacked without mercy. Chenzong's scalp went numb in an instant. His hair stood on end, that feeling. In an instant, Chenzong changed his swordsmanship and blocked the attack of the cold light. However, he felt that the power dissipated at the moment of contact, as if it had no strength at all. That feeling made Chenzong feel even more uncomfortable. Immediately, another wisp of smoke drifted over. A cold light flashed in it. It was extremely dazzling, like a blade. It was extremely terrifying. After Chenzong dodged it, he made another move with his sword. It pierced through the smoke and gave him that feeling of powerlessness again. That feeling was not pleasant at all. He thought that his opponent was real, but in the end, it turned into an illusion, causing him to misuse his strength. Although you have some strength, compared to me, you are still too weak. I advise you to admit defeat and die a better death. In the smoke, a voice sounded. It seemed to come from all directions into Chenzong's ears. He could not tell the direction. Chenzong did not answer. He only increased his strength. The power of his swordsmanship became stronger and stronger, and the speed of his sword became faster and faster. He cut the smoke into pieces and scattered it. Oh, you have hidden your strength. Show it all. Otherwise, you will die a regretful death. In the smoke, the mocking voice sounded again and reached Chenzong's ears. Indeed, if he did not show his true strength, it would be impossible. Explode. In an instant, Chenzong's primordial spirit Dharma power grew from the original size of 5 feet to 8 feet. The power and aura it emitted became more and more shocking and powerful. An extremely domineering aura also spread out. In an instant, it rushed into the sword in Chenzong's hand and gathered there. The dark green sword radiance was extremely bright. The sword slashed down. It was the slash of the divine wind. This sword had reached the level of an 8th order Ao Wu. Its power was even more shocking. It was extremely domineering and cruel, as if it could cut through everything. Everyone's expression changed when the sword came out. No one had expected that Chenzong had not used his full strength before. The power that he had burst out now was extremely shocking. The sword of an 8-foot Dharma power, an 8th order Ao Wu, was extremely powerful and domineering. It immediately cut Philo's smoke into pieces. It was really cut into pieces, and not just a small part of it like before. As the smoke dispersed, Philo's figure reappeared 100 meters away. There was less playfulness on his face and more seriousness. The strength that Chenzong had burst out in that instant had also surprised him. Of course, he was only surprised. Not bad. You actually have such strength. It is indeed unexpected. Philo smiled again and said, however, I am an expert of the subdivine general level. Your strength is still not enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Philo's primordial spirit Dharma power instantly expanded to a size of 90 feet. Like a cloud of smoke, it surged endlessly and wrapped around Philo's body in an instant. Then, as if a gust of wind had blown past, it dispersed immediately. Subdivine general level. Chenzong's heart sank slightly. Subdivine general level, this was a title and a classification. It still referred to the level of the third realm, but it was many times more powerful than the ordinary third realm. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there was a ranking for the third realm, the heavenly general ranking. In fact, it was not only the nine heavens imperial court that had a ranking like the heavenly general ranking. There were also similar rankings in other forces. Especially in some major forces, the heavenly general ranking was a necessary ranking. So where did the heavenly general ranking come from? It was an imitation. In the universe, there were several ranking lists. One of them was called the heavenly general ranking. Those listed on the heavenly general ranking were the most powerful third realm experts in the universe. All of them were extremely powerful. The heavenly general ranking was modeled after the heavenly general ranking. There were also 9,999 names on the divine general's roll. Of course, the divine general's roll was for the third realms of the entire universe, while the heaven general's roll was for the third realms of a major force. Comparing a major force to the entire universe was like comparing a firefly to the blazing sun, like comparing a speck of dust. As a result, the difference between the heavenly general ranking and the divine general ranking was indescribably huge. Even if the divine general ranking had 10 times more people than the heavenly general ranking, the value of the divine general ranking was far from what the heavenly general ranking could compare to. In the entire universe, there were only 9,999 names on the heavenly general ranking. However, in the entire universe, there were countless third realm experts. It was impossible to calculate. Being listed on the heavenly general ranking was an unparalleled honor. It was said that one could even receive the blessings of the universe. Any ambitious divine aspect realm expert would want to be listed on the heavenly general ranking. Unfortunately, it was difficult to achieve. However, among those people, there were still some very powerful experts who were very close to being listed on the heavenly general ranking. These people were collectively known as sub-heavenly generals, which meant that they were slightly weaker than the experts on the heavenly general ranking. According to Xianxia's knowledge, there were very, very few people listed on the heavenly general ranking in the nine heavens imperial court. In fact, there were not many sub-heavenly generals either. He did not expect to meet a sub-heavenly general expert here and even become his opponent. There were many thoughts in his mind, but they were extremely fast. They flashed by in an instant. A surge of excitement erupted for no reason and lingered endlessly in Xianxia's heart. An expert, an opponent, this Fei Luo was undoubtedly a strong opponent. Perhaps he could give him enough pressure. Perhaps he could help him comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of sword techniques in a life and death situation. Fight, Xianxia attacked without hesitation. His sword pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. It was the 8th order Ao Wu's windbreak. Fei Luo was slightly taken aback. Then, a mocking expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that after knowing that he was a sub-heavenly general expert, not only was the other party not afraid, he even dared to attack again. His courage was commendable. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. The smoke spread in all directions, making Fei Luo's body extremely light and greatly extending the time he could stay in the void of the universe. Xianxia also activated the annihilation force of the nine-heaven breath gale to the extreme, and his body became as light as the wind. Fight fiercely, the mist diffused out and transformed into numerous cold glowing blades that tore through the sky, and every single one of them contained extremely terrifying might. It was horrifying, and it caused Xianxia's expression to become heavy. At the same time, he felt indescribable excitement. Blood boiling, this was a real opponent. Breakout, under Xianxia's activation, even the refining divine form was displayed. It also reached a height of 8 feet, and the Dharma form of the primordial spirit seemed to have become the shadow of the refining divine form. It looked indescribably mysterious. You have 2 divine forms. Fei Luo was surprised, but he looked just surprised, not shocked. Perhaps he had seen the 2 deities before. Xianxia didn't know whether it was true or not, and he didn't think much about it. Xianxia could only compete with him when he used all his strength. Fierce cut of divine wind, extreme break of wind, traceless wind, howl of the wind, these 4 Ao Wu moves were all upgraded to the 8th level by Xianxia, and their power was more powerful and shocking than before. However, such strength couldn't do anything to Fei Luo. Fei Luo's body and divine form turned into smoke, as if they didn't have a physical body. no matter how Qinzong attacked, he couldn't hit him. However, Qinzong was sure that Fei Luo didn't really have a physical body. It was only because he was too clever that Qinzong had this feeling. Otherwise, if he really didn't have a physical body and didn't fear Qinzong's attacks, he wouldn't have to dodge. Qinzong attacked while thinking. He activated the 7 essences of One Heart Sutra to make himself more comprehensive. Where did this guy come from? How could he fight with Fei Luo, a master at the divine general level? The great elder's son was incomparably shocked and furious, and then became even more displeased. Why was he so lucky, actually being able to invite such an expert to escort him? Don't worry, young master. In my opinion, although that person is strong, Fei Luo hasn't used his full strength yet, Goatee said with a smile. You should be honored to have me use my full strength. Philo's voice came from all directions. The moment she finished speaking, the smoke surged and swiftly spread out, filling up the entire area. Qinzong was trapped in the smoke. Soon, many figures stepped out of the smoke. Philo, those figures were all Philos. There were a total of 5 of them. Every Philo had the same expression. They had a mocking smile on their faces and held a grey dagger in their hands. Wisps of smoke curled around the dagger. The 5 fellows all had the same aura. They immediately surrounded Qinzong and attacked him at an extremely fast speed. Qinzong was horrified. The killing intent of the 5 fellows was the same. It was as if they were real and not illusions. With the development of his horizons and the accumulation of knowledge, Qinzong also knew that there were some secret techniques in the universe that could create clones in a short period of time. Each clone had a certain combat strength, and even those high-level secret techniques could have the same combat strength as the original body. In an instant, Qinzong was facing the attack of 5 fellows. Moreover, their attacks were all real and brought a strong threat to Qinzong. All of a sudden, Qinzong fell into a dangerous situation. Burst, graceful lightning, Qinzong displayed a more powerful 9th order Ao Wu. The sword light was as fast as lightning. It was incomparably fast. It was obviously faster than the windbreak. The sword pierced out and directly defeated one of the fellows. However, the other 4 fellows arrived in an instant. Qinzong waved his sword to block, but he was still hit. Fortunately, Qinzong had already cultivated the 9 mysterious body protection technique to the 6th level. It formed 6 layers of protection and was not broken in an instant. In the smoke, another fellow stepped out and formed another 5 fellows to attack Qinzong. Siege, in an instant, Qinzong was besieged by 5 fellows. Every fellow was not only real, but also had amazing strength. The fighting skills they displayed were amazing. Every attack was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Kill, Qinzong was in a difficult battle. Even if he killed a fellow, it was not a true death. A new fellow would walk out from the smoke. Using graceful lightning continuously, Qinzong's strength was quickly consumed. In order to conserve his strength, he could only reduce the frequency of using Ao Wu. At the same time, he held a piece of Cosmos God crystal in his left hand and operated the 9 heavens breathwind annihilation force with all his strength. He tried his best to recover his strength. In the 2nd realm, Cosmos God crystals were merely wealth. At the 3rd realm, one could absorb the energy within Cosmos God crystals to assist in cultivation or to recover one's strength. Compared to Qinzong, Fellow's strength was more vigorous because his cultivation was already at the peak of the deity phase realm. Furthermore, he had been at the peak of the deity phase realm for many years. He had increased his strength to a level where it could not be increased any further. He was more than twice as vigorous as Qinzong. Time after time, even though he had the energy of Cosmos God crystals to absorb and recover, he still could not keep up with the consumption. Gradually, Qinzong's 9 profound protection technique began to be broken, and he was truly injured. In terms of overall strength, Fellow was stronger than Qinzong because Fellow grasped 3 9 Ao Wu techniques. His cultivation was stronger, and his deity phase had reached 90 zhang. He was only left with 20% of his strength. If he used graceful lightning, he could still kill Fellow, but it would only kill the secret technique avatar and not Fellow's true body. It was also impossible to exhaust Fellow's strength and make his secret technique lose its effect because his opponent's strength was clearly much more vigorous than his. He could not win in a battle of attrition. In the end, Chenzong could only conserve his strength even more. Instead of using Ao Wu, he used his sword techniques. He used his sword techniques together with the Heart Sutra to fight against the enemy. It was very difficult for him to resist, and his body was constantly being slashed. Fortunately, Chenzong was weakened by the Nine Heavens General Robe and the defense of the Nine Profound Protection technique, so his injuries were not that serious. But if his injuries continued to accumulate, it would be very unfavorable for Chenzong. Chenzong did not seem to notice anything, and continued to use his sword techniques. Suddenly, Chenzong made a decision that might put him in a desperate situation and kill him. He stopped the Heart Sutra. Under the Heart Sutra, Chenzong could pay more attention to all the movements around him. He could notice fellows attack and dodge better to avoid being hit, and reduce the damage he received. But if he stopped the Heart Sutra, Chenzong would lose one of his advantages, and his disadvantage would be directly magnified. However, Chenzong's reason for doing so was to put himself in a desperate situation, and to find the trigger under the great terror in the desperate situation. Just like when he fell into the illusion of the illusory sword King Mo Wui. The dagger flashed with an extremely sharp cold light, and in an instant, it pierced through the air and slashed again, leaving a scratch on Chenzong's body. Chenzong was completely at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. In the eyes of others, defeat was only a matter of time. It was as if he was struggling in vain. The defensive power of the Nine Profound Protection technique was not bad, but once it was broken, it needed to draw on one's own strength to recover. And now, Chenzong's strength had been greatly depleted, and it was not enough to recover the Nine Profound Protection technique, so Chenzong's defense was greatly weakened. With a puff, Chenzong was injured again. A wound appeared on his body, and blood sputtered out. Chenzong did not seem to notice anything, as if it was not his own body that was injured, but someone else's body. Strike, defend, counterattack, 1 against 5, the fierce battle continued. This was a battle of life and death, a battle that would not end until one of them died. The disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court are nothing more than this. While attacking Chenzong, Philo mocked him. 5 voices sounded at the same time, penetrating Chenzong's ears from all directions, constantly disturbing Chenzong. But Chenzong was unmoved. After stopping the Heart Sutra, his whole spirit was in an indescribably high-intensity state of concentration. The injuries on his body did not make Chenzong uncomfortable or affect his state. On the contrary, the pain stimulated Chenzong's spirit even more. More condensed. Everything seemed to have disappeared. The sword, there was only the sword in his heart, only the sword, only the sword. Unconsciously, an indescribable and mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. The sword in his hand seemed to be more compatible with his hand, and also more compatible with his heart. But there was still something missing, and he could not really find that feeling and burst out. Chenzong's expression did not change at all. There was only a kind of calmness, so calm that it was as if he was indifferent to everything. Indifferent to his own life. Disregarding his own life and death, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to the sword, using his spirit and even his life to explore the mysteries of swordsmanship. If one learns the truth in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. A cold light flashed across his neck, and in an instant, blood splattered out, droplets of blood rolling in the void. At that moment, Chenzong slightly avoided his vital parts, or else his neck might really have been slit open and he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, Chenzong's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had lost all his emotions, and there was no so-called joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. This state was clearly different from the one in Mo Wui's illusion, but Chenzong did not resist at all. Instead, he immersed himself in it. That feeling became clearer and stronger little by little. Touched, like a heartbeat, it became clearer and stronger. Chenzong could hear it clearly, like the beating of a drum. Thump. 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 Thump, the heart beat vigorously, as if it was going to jump out of Chenzong's chest. The 8 divine marks of the heart Tao also fluctuated, as if they were given a unique life, as if they were going to come alive. They fluctuated with the beating of the heart, as if they were resonating. Enough playing, it's time to end it. Fei Luo's mocking voice came from all directions, penetrating into Chenzong's ears and rushing into his mind. An astonishing murderous intent exploded in an instant, as if thousands of years of ice had exploded. In an instant, the 5 figures of Fei Luo intertwined, reaching the limit, and once again turned into a cloud of smoke. In the smoke, a cold light bloomed, reaching the limit, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying murderous intent. Ninth Order AO Wu Killer Move. This move directly pierced Chen Zong's heart, and it was a sure kill move. Chen Zong's hair stood on end, and at the same time, that feeling was magnified by more than 10 times, directly exploding. The cold light was dazzling, and the murderous intent was endless. His subconscious sense of danger completely exploded. His hair stood on end, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, Chen Zong felt as if his body had been frozen by ice for thousands of years. He was so stiff that he could not move. The cold light seemed to come from behind, but it was just an illusion. In reality, it came from the front, directly stabbing at Chen Zong's heart. It wanted to pierce through his heart and take his life. In an instant, a spot of sword light condensed in Chen Zong's eyes. It turned into sword light and condensed into the shape of a sword, releasing an incomparably sharp aura. The aura was extremely shocking. Immediately after, the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path also flew up in an instant, like dragons and snakes slithering in the void. The 9 sword glyphs also flew up, transforming into sharp swords that crossed the sky, entangling with the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path. Fusion. The divine glyphs of the heart path and the divine glyphs of the sword path actually approached each other and began to fuse. Among them, the 8 divine glyphs of the sword path and the 8 divine glyphs of the heart path had begun to fuse into one. The aura that spread out was even more mysterious, vast, and domineering. Immediately after, the 8 divine glyphs of the great path that had begun to fuse fell, landing between the eyebrows of Chen Zong's primordial spirit dharma power like a brand. It was very clearly visible. The 9th sword glyphs returned to Chen Zong's brow. Power, an extremely domineering power of the great path that was even more powerful than the power of 3 great paths combined spread out from the 8 new divine glyphs of the great path. It covered the primordial spirit dharma power and emitted a faint halo. In the blink of an eye, facing Philo's fatal blow, Chen Zong's transformation was completed in an instant. It was not even 1,000th of a second. Just as Philo's blow touched Chen Zong's robe, it would pierce through the robe in the next instant, piercing Chen Zong's chest and directly piercing his heart. A streak of cold light flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. It was inconceivably fast, but it also gave off an inconceivably mysterious feeling. It directly pointed out, perfectly hitting the tip of Philo's sure-kill short blade. The collision directly emitted an extremely shocking sharp sound that seemed to tear apart everything. It caused Chen Zong's 9 heavens general robe to be instantly torn into a palm-sized piece. The flesh at his chest was also torn apart, causing fresh blood to spurt out. However, he was not pierced through and his heart was not injured. Although that stroke of genius did not really block Philo's killing move, it did shift the attack a little in an instant, giving Chen Zong some time to dodge. Even if there was a bloody wound, it was better than having his heart pierced. Even with Chen Zong's strength, once his heart was pierced, he would most likely be on the verge of death. Even if he didn't die, he would lose most of his strength and be at the mercy of others. However, that was not the case now, because Chen Zong grasped the moment of inspiration at the critical moment and made a breakthrough. That was the breakthrough that Philo was pursuing under the great threat of life and death. The fusion of the 2 great path powers was much more powerful than superposition. Its power was even more powerful. Chen Zong also had a strange feeling. He did not need to look with his eyes. He could see everything around him just by touching his heart. With the sword in hand, his heart was in his body. His body and mind were as one. His heart and sword were as one. It was a strange feeling. It was as if everything around him was under his control. With the sword in hand, nothing could break through. Philo was very surprised that her killing move was blocked. Her opponent should not have been able to block this move and would have been directly pierced through. In an instant, Philo once again split into 5 and continued to attack, surrounding Chen Zong. Although she was a master at the subdivine general level, stronger than Chen Zong's tenacity was too amazing. Even if he was attacked many times and injured many times, he was still extremely tenacious and showed no signs of being defeated. This was unbelievable to Philo. If it were an opponent of similar strength to Chenzong, she would have probably killed him. Now it seemed that Chenzong had made a breakthrough in some aspect. He was actually able to block her killing move. Chenzong directly closed his eyes and did not look. This made Philo very angry. Was he looking down on her? Explode, Philo burst out with even more terrible killing intent. The 5 Philos madly attacked. Their short blades intertwined into a cold light, densely packed, as if weaving a net of blades. This was another amazing killing move. It seemed that she was going to put Chenzong to death by 1,000 cuts. But in an instant, Chenzong, with his eyes closed, did something incredible. His body swayed like a willow in the wind. His feet gently stepped around. His footsteps seemed scattered, but there was a kind of indescribable mystery. The sword in his hand was also swung. The seemingly powerless sword actually contained the power of the fusion of 2 grand daos, and its might was shocking to the extreme. Moreover, every single sword strike seemed casual, but it was actually just right. It was as if it had gone through thousands of calculations, and it actually blocked the cold light from all directions. The power contained in the cold light was amazing. It was more powerful than the power contained in Chenzong's swordsmanship. However, Chenzong's swordsmanship seemed to have broken through a shackle and reached a higher level. The technique of borrowing force to exert force was also pushed to the extreme. Countless tiny, sharp, and short sounds rang out incessantly, like the sound of countless steel balls falling on an iron plate. There was an indescribable elegance to it. The silver light was dazzling and magnificent, like countless resplendent stars, and also like a strange meteor shower. Looking from afar, it was enchanting, but it was also filled with an incomparably shocking cold killing intent. He blocked it. Philo's killing move was once again blocked by Chenzong. Hundreds of cold and terrible knife light were not missed. None of them hit Chenzong's body. That's impossible. Philo screamed. His face changed greatly. He was a master of the subdivine general level. The power that Chenzong had shown before was obviously not so. How could he block his killing move twice? If the first time was luck, then the second time would not be luck. In an instant, the sword light surged. It was like the rolling waves of a river. It directly attacked to one side. That was where Philo's real body was. How could his real body be discovered? In shock, Philo immediately waved his short knife, interweaving a dense cold light. Up until now, even if his power was more powerful than Chenzong's, he had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, this time, he did not use the Ao Wu, but an ordinary attack. But as soon as they touched, Philo immediately felt the power contained in his opponent's sword. It was very terrifying. He felt that his opponent's every sword move was as powerful as the Ao Wu. Windbreak, the sword broke through the air in an instant. The speed of the sword had surpassed the level of the 8th order Ao Wu. It had reached a new level. Philo's face suddenly changed. His figure flashed and turned into a cloud of smoke. He quickly drifted away, but there were still drops of blood dripping in the smoke. Go! Philo turned into smoke and rushed into the space-crossing airship. He immediately shouted in a shrill voice. He was afraid. Chenzong's performance was too terrifying. At first, he was obviously not a match for him. He was suppressed by him, but in the middle of the battle, he broke through and became stronger. He even injured him. It was not rare to have a breakthrough in the middle of a battle. However, anyone who could break through in the middle of a battle must have extraordinary talent and potential. After the breakthrough, Chenzong's strength had definitely reached the subdivine general level. He was not inferior to Philo. If he continued to fight, he would consume a lot of energy. It was not good for Philo. Philo's greed and lust were his characteristics. When he saw that the situation was not good, he would immediately escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach where he was today. Philo had the upper hand, suppressing Chenzong and injuring Chenzong continuously. However, the situation was reversed in an instant. Philo was injured and fled. Go quickly. The son of the great elder reacted quickly. He immediately screamed, afraid that Chenzong would chase after him. The space-crossing airship immediately started and left quickly. Chenzong did not chase after him. In this battle, he had almost exhausted all his energy. He did not have the strength to chase after him. However, his opponent was scared out of his wits. Seeing that his opponent immediately started the space-crossing airship and flew away, Chenzong also moved and returned to the sky beacon. "Brother Chen." Na Zhen immediately greeted him with a face full of excitement. He did not expect that the mission he issued would be accepted by a subdivine general expert to escort him. It was really an honor. Under normal circumstances, with Na Zhen's ability, he would not be able to hire a subdivine general expert to work for him. Chenzong nodded. He did not pay attention to them. Instead, his figure flashed and he immediately entered the room. There were many injuries on his body. There were at least 30 wounds all over his body. However, none of them were fatal. They just looked a little scary. Chenzong's physique was strong, and with the help of the pills, the injuries on his body quickly healed. In the end, the 30-plus wounds all disappeared, as if they had never existed. Not even a trace was left behind. The energy he had consumed was also constantly replenished by absorbing Cosmos God crystals. Chenzong activated the 7 concepts in One Heart Sutra. While recovering his energy, he also comprehended the feeling just now. The feeling of breaking through the limit and breaking the shackles in an instant was incomparably wonderful and carefree. The feeling of the fusion of the great past power brought about great power. Chenzong was also addicted to it. Carefree, extremely carefree, and now, Chenzong wanted to truly grasp that feeling and truly master it. Just now, he had only just stepped into it. Otherwise, he would have been able to take Na Fei Luo's life. Chenzong knew that feeling. It was the opportunity to break through the basic swordsmanship and step into the great swordsmanship. The opportunity was like a key that had finally appeared in his hands. What he needed to do next was to use the key to open the door and truly step into it to master the true great swordsmanship. This time, what he fused was the power of the Tao of Heart and the power of the sword principles. Naturally, the great path sword techniques were also related to the Tao of Heart and the Tao of Sword. Illusory Sword King Mo Wui sword technique was the illusory sword technique. It was the combination of the Tao of Illusion and the Tao of Sword. The great path sword technique that Chenzong wanted to master was the combination of the Tao of Heart and the Tao of Sword. Therefore, it was called the Heart Sword technique. It was a simple name, but the meaning behind it was definitely not a small matter. Baidu search Xing 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Even a demigod general couldn't do anything to Chenzong. Instead, he was forced to retreat. For a moment, the elder son was at his wits' end. He didn't know what to do. Beside him, the advisor, Goatee, also frowned and thought hard. Inviting Philo to help had already cost them most of their wealth. With the remaining resources, they could invite more experts, but they definitely couldn't invite a demigod general. Moreover, looking at Philo's situation, they were sure that even if they were lucky enough to invite another demigod general, they might not be able to do anything to him. That was because the opponent was also very strong. He seemed to be at the demigod general level. Unless they could invite 2 or 3 demigod general level experts, or even a top demigod general level expert. Demigod general was a general term. There was no clear ranking. However, in everyone's knowledge, demigod generals were divided into ordinary and top demigod generals. Top demigod generals were closer to the divine generals ranking. They were much stronger than ordinary demigod generals. However, top demigod generals were even harder to invite. If there were no special circumstances, they would have no chance at all. Of course, the best thing would be to invite a real expert from the divine generals ranking. Unfortunately, the universe was so big. There were only 9,999 people on the divine generals ranking. If they were spread out, they would become very sparse. It was very difficult to even meet one, let alone meet one. If they wanted to invite one, the price would be immeasurable. What should they do? Should they just give up like this? Give up the fight for the successor position? Impossible, they had put in so much effort and paid such a big price. How could they just give up like this? Otherwise, everything would be in vain and they would suffer great losses. At this time, Philo had also finished adjusting his breath. However, his face was still a bit pale. Because in the end, Chenzong stabbed him. Fortunately, he dodged fast enough and quickly retreated. That was why he wasn't killed, but he was still injured. He couldn't accept this. Philo was very unwilling. He didn't want to give up just like this. Don't worry. Since I've taken your benefits, I'll do it again if I fail. Philo's slightly pale face showed a grim smile. I'm going to invite someone. Wait for my news. Hearing Philo's words, the great elder's son and Goatee's face lit up. Philo was a demigod general. If he wanted to invite someone, he must be at least a demigod general. If the two demigod generals joined hands, they would definitely be able to kill that person. In the worst-case scenario, they could stall him and then kill Na Zhen. After all, their initial and final goal was to kill Na Zhen and seize the position of successor. Fei Luo left, going to ask for help. Great Elder's son could only hope that Fei Luo could hurry back before that person really reached the family island, intercept and kill him. On the heaven beacon, Chenzong's injuries had completely healed, and so had his strength. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the peak of the high-level divine aspect realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the high-level divine aspect realm. Although the battle with Philo was extremely difficult and dangerous, and he had almost been killed, his gains were also very shocking. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the high level of the divine phase realm, the next step would be to break through to the peak of the divine phase realm. At that time, one's strength would increase a bit more. But the greatest gain was the breakthrough in his basic sword techniques. The breakthrough in basic sword techniques brought about shocking significance. It was an increase in the level of sword techniques, and also a deeper level of integration of the power of the Great Path. It surpassed the integration of superposition, and its power would be even more powerful and shocking. But now, he was only at the beginning. He had only scratched the surface and crossed the threshold. There was still a long way to go. Chenzong would sometimes meditate in his room, and sometimes he would go to the deck to practice his sword techniques. This swordsmanship looked like a basic swordsmanship, but it contained a mysterious and indescribable feeling. However, Na Zhen and the others could not understand it. In their eyes, this swordsmanship was still like a basic swordsmanship, but it was more profound. But that was because Na Zhen and the others' martial arts attainments weren't high enough. If a demigod general expert was here, they would definitely be very surprised. Ignoring the others, Chenzong was completely immersed in the cultivation of Heart Sword. Now, the Heart Sword was only at the beginning. It couldn't even be considered a beginner. Above it, there were still levels of beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. The improvement of each level was focused on the degree of integration of the power of the Great Path. As for the sword technique, there wasn't much progress. After all, Chenzong had already cultivated basic sword techniques to the extreme. Compared to basic sword techniques, the difference was in the application of the power of the Great Path. With the sword in hand, one's mind was integrated. It felt as if the sword was one's heart, and one's perception of the surroundings had reached a new height. The sword moved according to one's heart. It was not only fast, but also extremely flexible. Moreover, it was as if everything around was under one's control. The sword light could kill anywhere. Unfortunately, there was no suitable opponent. Chenzong thought of the small sword blade. It had been a while since his consciousness entered the small sword blade, because it was difficult to break through. But now, he could give it another try. After returning to the room and closing the door again, Chenzong immediately took out the small sword blade and focused on one of the sword patterns. This time, in just 3 short breaths, Chenzong felt that the patterns on the small sword blade seemed to come alive. His consciousness was also pulled directly into it in an instant. It seemed that the preliminary understanding of the Great Path sword technique had made it easier for Chenzong's consciousness to enter the small sword blade. Thousands of sword-wielding figures stood there. As Chenzong appeared, one of them immediately attacked. End the battle quickly, Chenzong used his sword technique and killed his opponent directly. Kill, kill, kill. Many times in the past, Chenzong was killed after killing the 999th person. In the process, he was inevitably injured again and again. But this time it was different. Chenzong directly used the Heart Sword technique. Although it was only a superficial level and hadn't reached the beginner level, it gave Chenzong an extraordinary perception of the surroundings. that was the perception of the heart. It was as if the heart replaced the eyes and saw through everything. This perception, combined with the heart sword technique, seemed to be pushed to a higher level and even more amazing. There were figures all around. Sword light flashed, and the killing intent was faintly discernible, but it kept coming. It seemed that Chen Zong would be directly pierced through in an instant like a hornet's nest, but Chen Zong's body was like a willow, and his steps were like clouds. It seemed that there was no pattern to speak of. Everything was moving according to his heart. His heart was like a floating cloud, drifting in all directions. His heart was like a cloud, changing constantly. All the sword light that came from all around missed. It was a very strange feeling. While Chen Zong avoided the sword light of the figures holding swords around him, he kept waving his sword to match his figure and steps. He performed the unity of body and sword to the extreme. Kill, 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 one sword strike, one kill, one kill. Soon, the number of sword-wielding figures that died under Chen Zong's sword exceeded 900 and gradually approached 999. However, Chen Zong was not hurt at all. Compared to before, he was much better. Because from the beginning until now, Chen Zong had been seriously injured. Otherwise, he would not have been killed. That he was not hurt was undoubtedly a very good sign. Perhaps this time, there was hope to crack the secret contained in this small sword blade. The 999th figure holding swords was killed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong was still not hurt. The heart sword technique was more amazing than he had imagined. It was not only the integration of the power of the Great Path, but also the improvement of the realm. In terms of technique, it was still the same, but it had a higher realm and was more thorough in its application. The 1000th figure holding swords was killed, there were not many figures holding swords left. Although Chen Zong was not hit by the sword and kept fighting back, he still felt very tired. However, Chen Zong was so tenacious that he could continue to hold on. Perhaps, as long as he killed all the figures holding swords, he could crack the secret. Of course, this small sword blade might not contain any secret. It was just a practice of swordsmanship. Chen Zong did not know what was going on. Anything was possible. He would have to wait until all the sword-wielding figures were killed before he could find out. 1, 2, 3, one by one, the figures holding swords were defeated by the sword. In the end, there were less than 10 figures holding swords left. Chen Zong held a sword in his hand. Although he felt very tired, he also had an indescribable motivation. Kill, his figure flashed, and his heart sword was as one. Like a flash of lightning, he attacked in an instant. The 9 figures holding swords also burst out in amazing killing intent. Sword light broke through the air and came from all directions, as if aiming at Chen Zong's weakness. However, in that instant, Chen Zong's figure and footsteps merged into one. He was like a streak of flowing light, yet also like a piece of floating cloud. He dodged in an instant, shuttling through the opponent's sure-kill sword light. The sword light streaked past like wings. Kill, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Standing with his sword in hand, Chen Zong's face was a little tired, but there was also some indescribable excitement and a sense of accomplishment. More than 1,000 figures holding swords were finally killed. It took a lot of time and energy to do so. In that case, what exactly was the mystery behind all of this, or was there no secret? Immediately, strands of sword chi permeated the air, rising up from the ground. Under Chen Zong's vigilant gaze, there were over 1,000 strands of sword chi, which was the same as the number of sword-wielding figures from before. Over 1,000 strands of sword chi shot out in the same direction, colliding with each other. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they intertwined, fused, and slowly expanded. In the end, a figure condensed from sword chi appeared before Chen Zong. The figure didn't look very clear, but Chen Zong could still make out the figure's appearance clearly. It was an old man with an ordinary appearance. If he was placed in a crowd, it would be difficult for him to attract attention. However, his appearance meant that he was not ordinary. Chen Zong would not underestimate him in the slightest. The old man made of sword chi looked at Chen Zong. His eyes were shining as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not dare to underestimate the ordinary-looking old man. The old man's eyes were calm and deep, like an unfathomable abyss. When he stared at Chenzong, he felt as if he could see through everything and had nowhere to hide. Junior, I don't know where you came from. It's your fortune to be able to obtain the sword sharpening token. The old man said, being able to see me means that you have passed the test of the sword sharpening token. Remember, I am the Iron Sword Elder, the 5th Sword Emperor under the Master of Sword Sharpening Mountain, the old man said slowly. The old man spoke slowly. Every single word seemed to contain an indescribable mysterious force. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air and directly piercing into Chenzong's heart. It was like a brand that left a deep impression on him. Sword Emperor. Chenzong was shocked when he heard these 2 words. 5th realm cultivators were called kings, and only 6th realm cultivators were qualified to be called emperors. This old man was actually a 6th realm cultivator, although the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was founded by a 7th realm cultivator. The strongest cultivator in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was only at the 6th realm. What shocked Chenzong even more was that this Sword Emperor who called himself the Iron Sword Elder was only a subordinate of the Master of Sword Sharpening Mountain. He was just like a subordinate. Then how amazing was the Master of Sword Sharpening Mountain? Of course, it was also possible that this Iron Sword Elder was not actually a 6th realm cultivator when he called himself the Sword Emperor. As for whether or not that was the case, Chenzong could not investigate and verify it. Since you have passed the test of the Sword Sharpening Token, you are qualified to receive the inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain's secret technique. If fate allows it in the future, you can go to Sword Sharpening Mountain to obtain greater opportunities. As soon as the Iron Sword Elder finished speaking, he pointed a finger. That finger was like an extremely mysterious sword strike from a peerless swordsman. It pierced through the void and the abyss, sweeping everything before it. Chenzong realized that he could not dodge that finger and sword strike at all. In fact, he could not even think of dodging in that instant. He felt as if his thoughts had been imprisoned. Terrifying, there was no doubt that this sword was extremely terrifying. It had locked down space and even thought. Under this sword technique, there was no way to escape or even dodge. One could only be pierced and killed by this sword. However, Elder Iron Sword's goal was not to kill Chenzong, but to pass on a secret technique of Sword Sharpening Mountain to Chenzong. The finger strike contained an indescribable mystery. It hit Chenzong between his eyebrows and entered Chenzong's consciousness through his forehead. In the next moment, Chenzong felt the figure of the Iron Sword Elder in front of him fading away before turning back into sword chi and disappearing in all directions. Everything in front of him was fading and becoming transparent. His consciousness was repelled and returned to his body. This experience seemed to have lasted for a long time, but it was actually very short, less than 2 hours. During this time, Chenzong was not disturbed at all, and the airship did not encounter any attacks. Since nothing had happened, Chenzong did not leave the room. Instead, he began to comprehend the Sword Sharpening Mountain's legacy that Old Man Iron Sword had given him. Sword Sharpening Technique. This was the Sword Sharpening Mountain's secret technique that Old Man Iron Sword had imparted to Chenzong. It was a very simple name, but when Chenzong truly comprehended it, he felt extremely astonished and sighed inwardly at its profoundness. Sword Sharpening Technique was a secret technique and not a sword technique. Instead, it was an application of energy. The Sword Sharpening Technique that Chenzong had obtained had 3 layers. Its cultivation method was also very unique. It actually required the consumption of cosmos deity crystals. After comprehending the profound mysteries within and successfully cultivating it, when executing the first layer, one would absorb the energy of 1,000 cosmos god crystals to 10,000 cosmos god crystals and store it within the sword body. When required, it would be activated to display the power it should have. The first layer of sword sharpening technique could increase one's offensive power by 1-fold after activating it. This increase was an overall increase and was very significant. The moment it was executed, it would consume the energy stored within the sword body. Each time, the energy consumed was equivalent to the energy contained within 1,000 cosmos god crystals. At the second layer, it was even more formidable. It could increase one's overall offensive power by 2-folds. The energy consumed from cosmos god crystals would also increase explosively, starting from 10,000. The third layer would increase one's offensive power by 3-folds. but the consumption of Cosmos God crystals was even more shocking, starting from 100,000. If one cultivated the third layer of sword sharpening technique, one could directly increase one's offensive power by 3 folds. This meant that if Chen Zong's sword technique or Ao Wu's offensive power was 1, then under the amplification of the third layer of sword sharpening technique, it could reach 4 folds. Its offensive power would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. But it was too costly. That's right. Cosmos God crystals were equivalent to a common currency in the cosmos. It was money, and the consumption of sword sharpening technique was Cosmos God crystals. The first layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 1,000 Cosmos God crystals. The second layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 10,000 Cosmos God crystals. The third layer of sword sharpening technique required one to execute a sword for 100,000 Cosmos God crystals. Burning money. After Chen Zong finished comprehending, he was dumbfounded and had a strange expression. This was simply a money-burning secret technique. Could it be that the people of Sword Sharpening Mountain were all extremely wealthy? Was Sword Sharpening Mountain actually an incomparably huge and inexhaustible Cosmos God crystal mine? Chen Zong counted. Currently, the total amount of Cosmos God crystals he had was more than 10,000 and less than 20,000. In other words, if he cultivated the first layer of sword sharpening technique, the amount of Cosmos God crystals he had would only be sufficient for him to execute the technique a dozen times. Comprehension. Chen Zong rapidly comprehended the technique. Sword sharpening technique couldn't be considered as profound and unfathomable. It was just that the train of thought was extremely mysterious and hard to think of. Hence, it wasn't too difficult for Chen Zong to comprehend it with his extraordinary comprehension ability. In addition, he comprehended the Heart Sutra from different angles, increasing the effect by many folds. In just a few hours, Chen Zong comprehended the first layer of sword sharpening technique. Of course, Chen Zong spent a few hours comprehending the first layer of sword sharpening technique. If it were other third realm cultivators, it might not be the same. It was normal for them to spend 10 times or even a few dozen times more time. After comprehending the first layer of sword sharpening technique, Chen Zong immediately took out 1,000 Cosmos God crystals and prepared to try cultivating it to see how it went. Comprehending the mysteries was one thing and truly cultivating it was another. One was equivalent to theory while the other was equivalent to practice. Only when theory and practice were combined would it be complete. Using his fingers like a sword, the perfect fierce wind energy gathered at his fingertips. It contained an astonishing sword intent and transformed into an incomparably tyrannical sword chi that struck a Cosmos God crystal. When that sword chi hit the surface of the Cosmos God crystal, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it seeped into the Cosmos God crystal in a mysterious way like water and smoke, giving Chen Zong a strange feeling. That Cosmos God crystal had established a trace of connection with him. That sword chi revolved continuously within the Cosmos God crystal, absorbing the Cosmos God crystal. The energy essence of the Cosmos God crystal strengthened his body. Approximately a moment later, that strand of sword chi became much stronger. The energy essence within the Cosmos God crystal was basically absorbed, leaving behind only impurities. As a result, that Cosmos God crystal looked much dimmer and was covered with grayish-black stripes. Out! With a low shout, Chen Zong formed seals with both hands. In an instant, he activated the sword chi within the Cosmos God crystal. With a kacha sound, the Cosmos God crystal seemed to be struck by an invisible sword, causing a crack to appear. That crack rapidly extended, and that strand of sparkling and translucent sword chi shot out in an instant. It was like a strike from a peerless swordsman. It directly broke through the Cosmos God crystal and shot towards Chen Zong. Chen Zong guided it with his fingers. That strand of sword chi coiled around his fingers like a spirit. Interestingly, that strand of sword chi was fine and pure to the extreme. It was also very gentle and didn't seem to possess any offensive power. Chen Zong continuously sent out strand after strand of sword chi into the Cosmos God crystals. He absorbed the energy essence within the Cosmos God crystals before breaking through the crystals. There was a total of 1,000 strands of sword chi. And those 1,000 Cosmos God crystals shattered one after another. The 1,000 strands of fine and pure sword chi were condensed by Chen Zong. His index and middle fingers joined together like a sword, bringing along an astonishingly pure sword chi. They drew out an extremely mysterious trajectory. They were as light and agile as a gentle breeze brushing past a willow tree. They were also as natural as moving clouds and flowing water. The moment the sword fingers landed on the sword body, it was like a huge hammer carrying a force of 10,000 caddies suddenly smashing down. It let out an astonishing sound like a thunderous roar. However, that sound couldn't be heard from the outside. It was as if that sound was illusory. Only Chenzong could feel it and not hear it. After the sword fingers, which had condensed the essence of 1,000 strands of sword chi, came into contact with the sword body, it seemed to be heavier than 10,000 caddies. It was as if they were carrying a huge sword mountain, making it difficult for them to move. This feeling made Chenzong secretly amazed. In the next moment, Chenzong's sword fingers moved across the sword body. They moved from the sword pool to the sword edge, inch by inch. For every inch of movement, Chenzong felt as if he had to exhaust all of his strength. It was very difficult, but there was also a strange feeling that his strength hadn't been exhausted. At the same time, for every inch of movement of his sword fingers, a strand of the essence of sword chi would be integrated into the sword body. It was like a thin stream flowing continuously. Along with the movement of his sword fingers, the essence of sword chi was constantly integrated into the sword body and lay dormant. About an hour later, Chenzong's sword finger finally moved from the sword pool to the tip of the sword. When the sword finger moved past the tip of the sword, the essence of the sword chi condensed on the sword finger was completely integrated into the sword body. The moment the sword fingers left the sword body, Chenzong felt relaxed. The heavy feeling of carrying a sword mountain completely disappeared. His strength wasn't consumed either. In fact, what was consumed was the essence of sword chi extracted from the 1,000 universe divine crystals. No, it should be said that it wasn't consumed, but integrated into the sword. The essence of sword chi was completely integrated into the sword body. Chenzong carefully sensed it and found that there was a gentle and extremely pure sword chi that didn't seem to have any offensive power lying quietly in the sword body. It was as if it was in a deep sleep. That slumbering wisp of sword chi wouldn't cause any influence. Only when it was awakened and activated could the secret method of sword sharpening skill be used to increase the power of the attack. According to sword sharpening skill, this kind of amplification could not only increase the power of the swordsmanship, but also increase the power of the Ao Wu. It was a very comprehensive amplification with amazing effects. The universe was vast, and the void was endless. A space-crossing airship kept flying. Gradually, a huge silhouette appeared in front of him. That's the Thunder Cloud continent. We're almost there. Everyone on the sky beacon was very excited. Ever since they were attacked several times, they had been under a lot of pressure. Although they hadn't been attacked again, they felt as if there was a shadow over their hearts. It was as if they would encounter a huge crisis at any time. Now, they could finally see the Thunder Cloud continent. They were even closer to their destination. As long as they could reach the Thunder Cloud continent, they could reach their destination faster. Then, their mission would be completed. Even if they were killed, it would have nothing to do with them because their mission was completed. Chenzong, on the other hand, had been staying in his room. Occasionally, he would appear on the deck to practice his seemingly ordinary sword skills. Finally, the space-crossing airship entered the Thunder Cloud continent and flew toward their destination. Time passed. The sky beacon was getting closer to their destination. Damn it, why isn't Philo here yet? The son of the Great Elder stared at the sky beacon, his eyes red with anger. That was because they were about to reach the island where the family was located. Once they reached the island, according to the agreement between the family head and the Great Elder, Zhen would win and become the family head's successor. However, Zhen was escorted by the true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. They had no chance to make a move. They could only wait for Philo. A smaller space-crossing airship was approaching the sky beacon from the side at an astonishing speed. Then, a saber light slashed through the air. It was dozens of meters long and slashed at the sky beacon. It hit the sky beacon's defense at an astonishing speed, creating layers of ripples. The members of the sky beacon squad were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Na Zhen and 10th Moon were the same. Attack, they were under attack. After the saber light, two figures shot out from the space-crossing airship. They were extremely fast and approached them directly. One of them was Philo. The other person's aura was like smoke and flames. He held a black saber in his hand. His eyes were deep and dark, and he exuded a shocking evil aura. Seeing Philo, the Sky Beacon team, Na Zhen, and October's expressions turned ugly. Here it comes. Sure enough, it came again. Moreover, the saber wielder gave off a very dangerous feeling. He was even more dangerous than fellow brother Chenzong. Na Zhen was horrified and hurriedly called out to Chenzong. Chenzong walked out of the room and appeared at the bow of the ship in a flash. He faced Philo and the swordsman with the evil aura. He sensed that Philo was a little threatening to him because his strength had greatly increased. As for the swordsman with the evil aura, he felt even more dangerous. His strength was clearly stronger than Philo's. You're lucky that I'm able to invite Evil Blade. Fei Luo sneered. Evil Blade? Captain Tianfeng's expression changed as if he had heard of it before. He looked at Chenzong and said, Brother Chen, Xie Dao is a top demigod generals. It is said that he has killed 2 or 3 demigod generals. Hearing this, Chenzong's expression became more dignified, and his heart was also more excited. Evil Blade, a top demigod general expert who was even stronger than Philo. A top demigod general expert who was even closer to the divine general ranking. Who knew how strong he was? Chenzong's strength had increased significantly during this period of time. A demigod general expert like Philo was no longer a threat to him. I heard that you defeated Philo. Draw your sword. Let me see how good your swordsmanship is. Xie Dao pointed his long saber. Saber chi burst out and rushed towards Chenzong. His words were filled with a shocking chill. Hearing Xie Dao's words, Philo's expression changed slightly. He was very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he was no match for Xie Dao. It's Xie Dao. Goatee was slightly excited. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me. Great Elder's son was very excited. Obviously, he had also heard of Xie Dao's name, because Xie Dao was a top demigod general expert in the Thunder Cloud continent. His fierce reputation was very shocking. Great Elder's son gritted his teeth. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. This time, they're all dead. They really had to die. The guards really had to die. The Sky Beacon team had to die. That disciple of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court had to die too. All of them had to die. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. After Chenzong glanced at Philo, he took a step forward and flew into the void of the universe. He stood in the void of the universe, facing Xie Dao. His sword intent rose. Feeling Chenzong's sword intent rising, Xie Dao's saber intent also gushed out and instantly strengthened. In the next moment, a 90 zhang primordial spirit dharma power condensed on Xie Dao's body. It looked like a long black saber. Xie Dao's arm moved and the saber in his hand slashed out. A 10-meter-long black saber light filled with shocking evil intent broke through the void in an instant. Its power was extremely shocking. Chenzong unleashed all of his chi refining stage cultivation. He had broken through and reached the peak of the divine manifestation realm. His primordial spirit dharma power also rose from his body. It was the same as his own, but it was 90 zhang tall. Instead of clashing with Xie Dao directly, his body flashed and drew an arc of light. At that moment, his sword was unsheathed. His body and sword became one. Following a mysterious trajectory, he directly stabbed at Xie Dao's side. Fight, saber and sword collided, a fierce battle between saber techniques and sword techniques. Xie Dao was from the Origin clan. Compared to the human clan, the Origin clan had a natural advantage. The human clan could not be compared to the Origin clan in terms of chi refining stage cultivation. However, Chenzong did not use his body refining stage strength. This was because Chenzong's current swordsmanship was the Great Path Sword technique. It was extraordinary. When the Heart Sword technique was used, everything around him was within his perception. It was as if everything was under his control. Xie Dao's saber techniques were extremely powerful and shocking. They were far superior to Philo's martial techniques. If Chenzong had not broken through, it would have been difficult for him to gain the upper hand with his swordsmanship. But now, Chen Zong's heart sword technique had surpassed the level of basic swordsmanship and reached the level of the Great Path sword technique. Although Xie Dao's saber techniques were extremely powerful, it was difficult for him to hit Chen Zong. It was as if Chen Zong had already seen through it. It was also as if Xie Dao was practicing with Chen Zong. How can this be? Xie Dao was shocked. His saber techniques were very powerful. He had once fought with a real expert on the Divine General's list. In terms of saber techniques, he was superior to the expert on the Divine General's list. This was something he was very proud of. Now, his opponent could not hit him at all. It was as if his opponent had seen through his saber techniques. He could dodge any of his saber attacks in an instant and counterattack. Moreover, his swordsmanship was extremely powerful. His instantaneous counterattack was often a blind spot. It made Xie Dao feel that it was impossible to guard against it. This level of swordsmanship was too amazing. It was as if it had surpassed his level. Has your swordsmanship broken through the basic realm? Xie Dao asked in shock. Chen Zong did not answer, but Xie Dao was certain. This opponent had mastered the Great Path sword technique. Unless Xie Dao's cultivation was far superior to his opponent's and he could defeat all of them with brute force, or he had mastered the Great Path saber technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fight against him in close combat. Evil Saber 100 Strikes. With a low shout, Xie Dao burst out and displayed the Ao Wu. In an instant, he slashed out violently. This slash was extremely evil. One slash turned into 100 slashes, covering all directions. It was as if hundreds of people were slashing at Chen Zong from all directions at the same time. This extremely powerful slash had reached the 9th level of Ao Wu. This was the strength of a top expert at the Divine General level. A casual display of the Ao Wu could reach the 9th level. This slash made Chen Zong's face turn solemn. He could only use the Ao Wu to fight against the Ao Wu. Chen Zong could not use the Great Path sword technique to fight against the Ao Wu at his current level. In an instant, Chen Zong responded. He did not dodge. Instead, he raised his sword and slashed out violently. The dark cyan sword essence shattered the vacuum. It was extremely domineering. Slash of Divine Wind. Under Chen Zong's training during this period of time, this move had also reached the 9th level of arcane martial skill, and its power was even more shocking. Moreover, the power contained in this slash was the combination of the Way of the Heart and the Way of the Sword of the 9 sword tattoos. It was much stronger than a simple superposition. The saber light shattered and the sword light collapsed. Chen Zong flew backward. Even though he had combined the power of 2 great paths, Chen Zong was still at a disadvantage in terms of absolute power. After all, the human clan could not compare with the origin clan in terms of power. The gap was too big. If Chen Zong had not been so strong, other human clan members would have been defeated or even killed. Body Refining Godly Form. Activate. In an instant, Chen Zong's body expanded to 90 feet. Although he could not combine the 3 great paths, under the activation of 2 godly forms, the power of Qi refining and body refining could be superimposed. Chen Zong's absolute power was further enhanced. Full power. The 9-fold mixed killing mystic technique was also unleashed. Every strike was accompanied by 7 sword shadows. Fight. An extremely fierce battle, an extremely crazy battle. The crazy collision of the saber and the sword turned into 2 astonishing torrents. It was as if everything would be directly smashed and destroyed into powder. The eyelids of the spectators twitched. They were extremely shocked. Even Philo, a subdivine general expert, was shocked. He knew that Xie Dao had such strength. After all, Xie Dao was a top subdivine general expert. However, he was extremely shocked by Chen Zong's strength. It should be known that not long ago, Chen Zong had fought with him. At first, Chen Zong was no match for him. It was only after a breakthrough that Chen Zong defeated him. However, Chen Zong was not much stronger than him. Now, however, the strength that Chen Zong displayed was extremely terrifying. It was completely superior to his. He could even fight Xie Dao head-on. This speed of growth was simply shocking. He could only hope that Xie Dao could kill him. Hurry up and do something. In the distance, the first elder's son roared, urging Philo to deal with Na Zhen. The most important thing was to kill Na Zhen. Killing Na Zhen was the most important thing. Unfortunately, Philo was too shocked to pay attention to the first elder's son's urging. Seeing that Philo was ignoring him, the first elder's son became more anxious and even angry. However, he was immediately pulled back by the goatee. With Philo's temperament, if he got angry, it would be self-defeating. The saber light and sword shadows turned into two torrents of different colors. One was like a dazzling silver light surging, while the other was like a dark torrent. Suddenly, a terrifying force exploded between the torrents of saber and sword. The void seemed to be destroyed even more thoroughly, as if dust had been wiped away and became unusually clear. The two figures flew back hundreds of meters and faced each other from a distance. The long saber in Xia Dao's hand vibrated and emitted a series of saber sounds, as if reflecting Xia Dao's mood. The saber sounds became louder and louder as it became more excited. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from Xia Dao's body and soared into the sky. The giant saber primordial spirit Dharma power also trembled and condensed continuously, as if it was about to materialize. It seemed that there was a blood-red light permeating the air, as if the giant saber was stained with blood and emanated a monstrous evil intent and murderous intent. With the support of the blood-red light, the giant saber continued to expand and finally reached the level of 99 feet. The aura it emitted became more and more shocking. Stronger, obviously, Xia Dao had used a unique secret technique that strengthened his primordial spirit Dharma power. The primordial spirit Dharma power was equivalent to the embodiment of a third realm cultivator's strength. The stronger the primordial spirit Dharma power was, the stronger the cultivator's strength would be. It was equivalent to an all-round improvement. The primordial spirit Dharma power was the normal limit that a cultivator could reach. Only by breaking the limit could one reach 100 feet, which was the extreme state. However, it was extremely difficult to break the limit. Even a top demigod general like Xia Dao would find it difficult to do so. 99 feet was the limit of the limit, and it was even closer to the extreme state. The evil aura was like a raging flame that soared into the sky and turned into saber chi that swept in all directions. Each of the saber chi was extremely powerful and seemed to be able to cut through everything. The countless saber chi seemed to have turned into a meat grinder that could kill everything. Xia Dao raised a saber and held the end of the hilt with his left hand. Suddenly, the long saber exploded with astonishing speed and slashed down fiercely and overbearingly. The saber carried an extremely evil power, as if it was the wrath of the heavens. It made Qianzong feel that he could not avoid it. It was as if he was under the heavens and was facing the heavens like a saber. However, the heavens was filled with evil chi. Evil saber heavens will slash. Qianzong's divine wind slash was integrated with the ninefold mixed killing secret technique. 7 sword chi of the saber heavens will. However, it was clear that the power of the evil blade heavens will chop was even stronger. It directly shattered the fierce divine wind chop and shattered the sword shadows one after another. Only after destroying all the sword shadows did it exhaust its power. However, Qianzong was also pushed back by hundreds of meters. His blood and chi were in turmoil. Strong, the power of that blade was too strong. Originally, Xia Dao was much stronger than Qianzong in terms of absolute power. Now, it was much stronger. You'll definitely die in the next strike. Xia Dao's voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if thousands of blades were humming at the same time. Slash, another blade slashed out. That blade seemed to be extremely fast, but also very slow. One could clearly see the light of the blade. All the power of the blade was integrated into that blade. It chased after light and shadows, chasing after souls and taking lives. Fatal, fatal. This was Xia Dao's most powerful saber. In fact, there was no enmity between Xia Dao and Qianzong. But Xia Dao never showed mercy. If he could defeat his opponent, he would kill him. He was very ruthless. Qianzong did not dodge. He felt that he could not avoid this saber. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong's long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as if there were strands of sword chi lingering on the ends of his hair. Divine light flickered endlessly in his eyes. The light was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the sky. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were pressed together like a sword, and they drew out an extremely profound trajectory. It was like an indistinct flying swan, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky, and it had the smoothness of flowing water as it lightly descended onto the body of the sword. It was clearly as light as a feather, but in an instant, it emitted a rumbling sound like that of a drum, causing the body of the sword to tremble. A wisp of sparks immediately burst out between the sword finger and the body of the sword. Slide, Chen Zong's sword finger slid across the body of the sword as if it had turned into a whetstone. Between his finger and the body of the sword, dazzling sparks were constantly emitted. The sparks were shockingly beautiful. After the sparks passed, a bright light appeared on the body of the sword. It was like a faint halo that did not seem to contain any power. Sword sharpening technique. It was like sharpening the sword. In an instant, the power hidden in the sword was stimulated. It spread out and turned into a halo that covered the sword. The fingers of the sword slid from the blade to the tip of the sword. After that, the 5 fingers of his left hand spread open and drew an extremely mysterious trajectory in the void. Together with his right hand, he held the hilt of the sword. The sword was then raised high, its edge vibrating. Slash, in an instant, an extremely deep cyan sword light condensed and slashed out. It was as if it could cut the void into pieces. It was extremely domineering. Divine wind slash, the power of this sword doubled. The aura it emitted was even more terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. Tyrannical, domineering, cruel, fierce, this was the divine wind slash driven by the sword sharpening technique. Its power was even more domineering. Unfortunately, the sword sharpening technique could not be used with the ninefold mixed killing technique. No matter how Chen Zong tried, he could not use it. The two techniques could not coexist. However, in terms of instantaneous lethality, the sword sharpening technique was more powerful than the ninefold mixed killing technique. After all, the sword sharpening technique directly increased the power, while the ninefold mixed killing technique increased the number of attacks. The two techniques had their differences and strengths. But in terms of instantaneous power, the sword sharpening technique was certainly more powerful. Slash, the sword light and the blade light collided in an instant, and a tyrannical power exploded, rushing in all directions. Blade chi and sword light flew together like sputtering stars, tearing everything apart and shattering everything. It was unstoppable. Even Philo's expression changed drastically, and she retreated far away. Otherwise, if she was caught in the shockwaves, she would be seriously injured. Under the terrifying collision of power, Chen Zong and Xie Dao did not avoid it. The sword sharpening technique. Graceful lightning, a sword broke through the air. It was as fast as a cold lightning. It was as graceful and agile as a swan. Its trajectory did not seem to be straight. Instead, it was unpredictable and unpredictable. It was difficult to lock onto. The graceful lightning had been practiced to perfection by Chen Zong. It was the top 9th level AO Wu. Its power was amazing. Under the amplification of the sword sharpening technique, it was twice as powerful. Just as Xie Dao was about to slash out, a sword light suddenly flashed in front of him. Its speed was amazing. It was like a cold bolt of lightning. There was an indescribable nimbleness to it. Its trajectory was difficult to predict. In an instant, Xie Dao was hit by the sword. He could not avoid it at all. The sword was too fast. It was like a real bolt of lightning. He did not even have time to defend himself. In an instant, he instinctively broke out and avoided being hit in the vital parts. But his shoulder was pierced. The sword sharpening technique. Graceful lightning, Chen Zong broke out again. Another sword broke through the air. This time it penetrated Xie Dao's chest. The sword chi wreaked havoc in his body. After being injured twice, Xie Dao's expression changed. His face turned pale. The sword chi wreaked havoc in his body. It was not easy to expel it. It affected his strength. Without hesitation, Xie Dao immediately retreated. He broke out with shocking speed and returned to his flying ship. He did not have the confidence to continue fighting. He might die in the end. Xie Dao was good at killing people, but he was also afraid of death. Seeing Xie Dao leaving quickly, Philo felt Chen Zong's cold gaze sweeping over her. She unconsciously trembled and immediately retreated into the flying ship. Chen Zong did not chase after her, because the energy of the sword sharpening technique was exhausted. In theory, the first level of the sword sharpening technique could consume 10,000 cosmos god crystals. But in reality, how much energy could be stored was closely related to the material of the sword. Chen Zong's sword could only store the energy of the sword sharpening technique 3 times, which was 3,000 cosmos god crystals. Therefore, after 3 times, Chen Zong could not use the sword sharpening technique anymore. He could only recharge his energy, but that would take some time. If Xiadao did not leave and continued fighting, it would be extremely intense. The final outcome would be unpredictable. But Xiadao cherished his life and did not dare to gamble. That was why he left. After all, he was only asked by Philo to help once. There was no enmity between him and Chen Zong. He did not need to gamble his life. As for Philo and Xiadao, he did not dare to stay and continue fighting with Chen Zong. Otherwise, he might die. Seeing Philo and Xiadao escape into the flying ship, Na Zhen and the others were in disbelief. A kind of excitement gathered and exploded in their hearts. The son of the great elder was shocked and furious. He also felt despair. Even Xiadao could not do anything. What else could he do? Ask a true expert on the divine general list to help, or ask a fourth realm expert to help? He did not have the capital. Even if he did not have the time. Chen Zong returned to the flying ship and went straight to his room to recover his energy. He had won the battle with Xiadao, but he had used up a lot of energy. He did not have much energy left. He urgently needed to recover. In addition, he needed to recharge the energy of the sword sharpening technique. The battle with Xiadao made Chen Zong realize the usefulness of the sword sharpening technique. Without the sword sharpening technique, he might have lost the battle. The flying ship continued to fly forward, getting closer to the island. The son of the great elder was in despair. His face was gloomy. He had tried again and again. He had even paid a great price to ask a subdivine general expert to help him, but he still failed. Now, he did not have enough money to ask a stronger expert. Moreover, he did not have the time. When the heavenly beacon airship landed on the island, the first elder's son's legs went soft and he fell to the ground. Despair, his heart was filled with despair. We're finally here. The members of the Sky Beacon team heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected that the escort mission would be so dangerous. Fortunately, they had Chen Zong. Otherwise, the Sky Beacon team would have been annihilated. Since they had arrived on the island, the mission was completed. Chen Zong did not plan to stay. He declined Na Zhen and the others' invitation and got ready to return to the Sky Continent. Chen Zong's cultivation level and strength had increased. Therefore, Chen Zong decided to go back to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and challenge the Divine General list again. He wanted to be in the top 100. Once he was in the top 100, the rewards would be even better. When Chen Zong returned to Heaven Continent, he still took the Sky Beacon. Because the Sky Beacon team also planned to return, the team leader invited Chen Zong to travel with them. Fortunately, Chen Zong was too lazy to look for another flying boat. It took nearly 5 years to complete the mission and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After returning to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chen Zong immediately turned in the mission and was rewarded with a month's cultivation time at Mount Wuwang. A month's time was too short to allow his divine intent to grow significantly. Chen Zong planned to save it for accumulation first and use it later when he had more time. The effect might be better. Nearly 5 years had passed. There were also some changes in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking. The Dao Alliance's Gu Rui had advanced to 28th place on the Heavenly General ranking and entered the top 30. Yi Daolin had failed to challenge the top 100, but it wasn't that he didn't improve. Now, his ranking was exactly at the 100th place. He didn't enter the top 100 and was stuck at a juncture. The rankings of the other heavenly legends had also improved. Now, even the weakest one was in the top 900. The trip to the small Taoist scripture was indeed fruitful. Another piece of news surprised Chen Zong. The war demon, who was originally at the 3rd heaven, was now promoted to a 4th heaven disciple. The reason was that he challenged the heavenly general ranking. Although he failed and didn't enter the heavenly general ranking, because of the outstanding potential he displayed, he was valued. Under the Tao Alliance's help, he was finally promoted. Chenzong couldn't help but smile. The war demon and he came from the same void and were friends. Chenzong was naturally happy for him that he had become stronger. Qi was still so powerful. Now, his ranking had surpassed Gu Rui and reached the astonishing height of 19th place. Even though Chenzong knew that Qi was abnormal, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. Of course, these were not the only things that had happened in the past 5 years. Chenzong didn't pay attention to all of them. It's time to challenge the top 100, Chenzong thought to himself and began to choose. The top 100 of the heavenly general ranking had amazing strength. Most of them were from the origin race. After thinking about it, Chenzong directly issued a challenge. 99. It wasn't a big deal for him to challenge the heavenly general's ranking as soon as he returned after being away for more than 4 years. However, Chenzong was challenging the 99th place. The 100th place belonged to the nodes within the top 100 and outside the top 100. Every one of the top 100 had extraordinary strength. They had reached the peak of their normal state in all aspects. He's too reckless. Many Fourth Realm cultivators in the Tao Alliance sighed after learning of this. They thought that Chenzong should challenge those in the top 200 first. If he won, he would continue to challenge others. This human is really arrogant. You're too confident in your own strength. The top 100, top 30, top 10, and top 3 were all dividing lines. Green Nightmare and the other Origin clansmen who had interacted with Chenzong were also shocked when they heard the news. Top 100, did he really have such strength, or was it just overconfidence? Whether it was true or not, the truth would soon be revealed. 3 days later, in the death arena. The 99th person wasn't from the origin race, but the demon race. This demon race member was shrouded in darkness. His figure was blurry, and it was difficult to see his face clearly. Feel the ultimate darkness. The voice of the demonic dweller called Moyewu rang out. That voice contained a soul-stirring fluctuation. The darkness on his body also exploded in an instant. Like a silent wave, it swept out in all directions. Darkness, the darkness was so dark that one couldn't even see one's fingers. It was a darkness that seemed to devour all light. This darkness made Chenzong feel a sense of danger uncontrollably. The darkness wasn't just pure darkness. It was the manifestation of the great Tao of darkness. It wasn't just any great Tao of darkness, but a fusion of great Tao of darkness. As a demon race member, Moyewu was born with the ability to master the great Tao of darkness. He also comprehended the great Tao of shadows and fused the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of shadows. It turned into a great Tao power that was even more profound than darkness. It was even more shocking. It was because of this fusion of great Tao that Moyewu was able to enter the top 100 of the Heavenly General's ranking and be ranked 99th, the fusion of 2 great Taos. Chenzong thought to himself. He had also mastered this kind of power. His battle strength was fully unleashed. A primordial spirit Dharma power of 90 feet appeared. A body-refining divine figure of 90 feet also appeared. The heart swordsmanship was launched. Even though he was shrouded in darkness and couldn't see the surroundings with his eyes, he could still sense it with the help of the heart swordsmanship. In an instant, a wisp of darkness lurking in the shadows approached Chenzong silently. It appeared behind Chenzong and launched an attack directly. Even though it was an attack, it was silent and difficult to guard against. However, Chenzong had already sensed it with the help of the heart swordsmanship. He moved his sword and blocked the attack. He blocked it. Moyewu was slightly surprised. Then, he sneered, "You're lucky. You'll lose the next attack." With the fusion of power and such means, Moyewu had defeated many opponents and entered the top 100. He had also defeated many people who had challenged him and tried to take his place. In his opinion, Chenzong, who had challenged him this time, was the same. However, the second attack was blocked by Chenzong again. The third attack, the fourth attack, under the cover of darkness, Moyewu turned into a shadow and surrounded Chenzong. He launched attacks again and again, but they were blocked by Chenzong's sword. It seemed that the darkness couldn't block Chenzong's sight. All of his attacks were under Chenzong's control. After blocking Mo Yewu's more than 10 attacks from all directions, Chenzong began to counterattack. The heart swordsmanship was fully launched. Suddenly, one sword attack after another. Under the control of his super perception, Mo Yewu immediately felt that his every move was covered by his opponent's swordsmanship. Every sword attack was aimed at him directly. Moreover, the power condensed in it was very strong. It was not inferior to his own. Restrained, Mo Yewu had a feeling of being restrained. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. He felt like a flying insect falling into a spider's web. The more he struggled, the more he was trapped. Often, he had to change his moves to resist his opponent's swordsmanship before he could fully release his attack. Damn it. How could it be like this? Mo Yewu was furious. No one knew that on the way back from the sky beacon, Chenzong had been constantly cultivating and comprehending. Finally, he had raised the heart swordsmanship from the superficial level to the beginner level. The impact of this improvement was very obvious. It made Chenzong have more control over his surroundings. Although Mo Yewu had successfully merged the power of the dark path and the shadow path, it was more based on his own racial talent. Mo Yewu hadn't improved his martial arts to break through the basic level to the level of the great path. His comprehension hadn't reached that level yet. He hadn't mastered the great path martial arts. It was very difficult for him to compete with the great path sword arts. First, Mo Yewu displayed a powerful profound martial art, which had reached the 9th level. However, Chenzong had also raised all the profound martial arts he had mastered to the 9th level, and their power had become even more tyrannical. The 7th level of the 9-fold mixed killing secret method and the 7th level of the 9 mysterious body protection technique. Chenzong defeated Mo Yewu without using the sword sharpening technique and successfully replaced him. When Chenzong's name successfully entered the 99th place on the Heavenly Generals list, everyone was shocked. A human from the 3rd sequence void, he wasn't from the Origin clan. It was incredible that he could enter the top 100 of the Heavenly Generals list in such a short time. Among this batch of disciples, only one person can suppress him, a 5th realm expert said. That person was Qi. Everyone thought about it. Compared to the Ho, everyone seemed to pale in comparison. The Ho was simply like a huge monster that constantly charged forward and smashed everything in its path. Everything in its path was sent flying and smashed into pieces. Qi had entered the top 20 of the Heavenly Generals list. The experts in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court speculated that Qi would definitely enter the Heavenly Generals list within 100 years. It might not even need 100 years. The Celestial Generals list was just an internal list of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It was authoritative in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court and in Skycloud's continent, but in the whole universe, it was nothing. The universe recognized the Celestial Generals list. Only those who entered the Heavenly Generals list would be remembered. Perhaps they would be blessed by the destiny of the universe. I wonder if Chenzong has any hope of entering the Heavenly Generals list, someone guessed. Impossible. The Heavenly Generals list is brilliant. It's already good that he can enter the top 100 of the Heavenly Generals list. How dare he dream of entering the Heavenly Generals list? No matter what, after Chenzong entered the 99th place on the Heavenly Generals list, he issued another challenge. This time, his opponent was the 49th place, 40 places higher. The 49th place was much more powerful than the 99th place. The 49th place was from the Origin clan. His name was Han Ji. He had silver hair and a pair of eyes. His aura was extremely cold. His qi was chilly and cold qi permeated the air. It spread rapidly in all directions and turned into frost. It spread rapidly and froze the ground of the death battle arena. The terrifying coldness rushed towards him. Even with Chenzong's strong physique, he couldn't help but feel the coldness. It was as if his qi and blood were about to be frozen. Chenzong felt a terrifying threat from Han Ji. This was a terrifying opponent. He felt that Han Ji had the strength of a subdivine general. Fight, Chenzong exerted all his strength. The 90 primordial spirit Dharma idol and the 90 body strengthening godly image overlapped. The power of the qi refining stage and the body strengthening stage overlapped. The power of the body strengthening stage was even more shocking. He used the heart sword technique. The power of the heart way and the way of the sword merged into one and turned into an even more powerful force. There were 9,999 people on the heavenly generals list, but there were more than 10 times more subdivine generals. Some were even hundreds or thousands of times more. Basically, the top 50 of the heavenly generals list in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court all had the strength of a subdivine general. The final outcome of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Zong won and successfully entered the 49th place on the heavenly generals list. The strength of a subdivine general. That's right. He definitely has the strength of a subdivine general. Many experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were shocked. Those of the Tao Alliance were even happier. Having the strength of a subdivine general meant that there was a certain chance of entering the heavenly generals list, even if the chances were slim. After defeating Han Ji, Chen Zong was ranked 49th on the Heaven General ranking and was rewarded handsomely. Currently, every 100 years, Chen Zong could enter the 9 great god palaces to cultivate for 10 years. Every 100 years, he could also enter the Innocent Mountain to cultivate for a year. Other than that, he had also received 50,000 Cosmos God crystals as a reward. In that battle, Chen Zong defeated Han Ji with all his strength but didn't use the power of the sword sharpening technique. Chen Zong didn't continue to challenge. Although he could continue to increase his ranking, Chen Zong decided to stop here first. Under normal circumstances, the top 50 on the Heaven General ranking had the power of a demigod general. Of course, it depended on the situation. Sometimes, when there was a stronger batch, the top 60 would all have the power of a demigod general. The top 30 basically had the power of a demigod general. The demigod general was a very general level. Xia Dao was a demigod general, but he might not be ranked in the top 20 on the Heaven General ranking of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The reason why Chen Zong didn't continue the challenge was because one of the rewards he received was a token. This token was the size of a palm and had a strange appearance. It looked like a burning flame, and there was a simple and mysterious word written on it, secret. This was a secret token. Anyone who was ranked in the top 50 on the Heaven General ranking would receive a secret token like this. The complete name of this secret token was the Divine Token. In the universe, there was a mysterious place called the Divine Face Secret Realm. There was a special life form in the Divine Face Secret Realm called the Celestial Gods. Third Realm cultivators could enter the Divine Face Secret Realm to kill the Celestial Gods and obtain their essence. After refining the essence, they would have the hope of breaking through the shackles and surpassing the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm. This was one way to break through the shackles and reach the ultimate Divine Face Realm. Of course, if one didn't enter the Divine Face Secret Realm to obtain the essence, there was still hope of breaking through the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm. It was just that the difficulty would be 10 times or even 100 times higher. Breaking through the limit to enter the ultimate Divine Face Realm was originally an extremely difficult thing. This was the case in the Void and the Universe. Of course, the extreme realms of the Void and the extreme realms of the Universe had the same name, but they were not on the same level. The extreme state in the Void was nothing compared to the extreme state in the Universe. The difference was too great. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to break through the limits and step into the limitless state. The Divine Image Secret Realm was equivalent to giving many Divine Image Realm experts a better and faster chance to break through their limits. Moreover, it had been verified by countless experts that there were no side effects. However, entering the Divine Aspect Secret Realm was not a simple matter. It was not something that could be entered casually. First of all, he had to have a godly image that was 90 feet tall. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the godly image secret realm and would be directly crushed. Secondly, he must have a divine image secret order. The divine image secret order was like a key to open the divine image secret realm. In ancient times, powerful cultivators had discovered the divine image secret realm by chance, but they were unable to enter directly. They could only enter with their divine images, and they had to use the corresponding methods. After continuous research, they finally created a key like the divine image secret order. However, it was not easy to create a divine image secret order, so it was very precious. Originally, there were hundreds of divine image secret orders in the Nine Heavens imperial court. However, as time passed, the disciples who obtained the divine image secret order died or were killed when they went out to train. The divine image secret order was also lost. Now, there were only 50 divine image secret orders left in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Moreover, to ensure that the divine image secret order was not lost, the Nine Heavens imperial court also had a rule that any disciple who obtained the divine image secret order was not allowed to bring it out when they left the Nine Heavens imperial court. They had to leave it in the Nine Heavens imperial court. In this way, although the disciples could not enter the divine image secret realm through the divine image secret order when they went out to train, at least it ensured that the divine image secret order would not be lost again. In addition, if a disciple obtained the divine image secret order when they went out to train and brought it back to the Nine Heavens imperial court and presented it to the Nine Heavens imperial court, they would also receive great rewards. The reason why Xianxia did not continue with the challenge was that he could not wait to enter the divine image secret realm to take a look. Holding the divine image secret order, Xianxia directly activated the power contained in it. In an instant, the divine image secret order released a mysterious light that directly enveloped Xianxia's body. Choose one of the two. Enveloped in the light of the divine image secret order, Xianxia understood some of the meaning. He had two divine images. One was the Qi Cultivation divine image, and the other was the Body Cultivation divine image. He could only choose one, which was to follow the power of the divine image secret order and enter the divine image secret realm. Without hesitation, Xianxia chose the Qi Cultivation divine image. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if his consciousness was being stripped away and integrated into the primordial spirit Dharma power. The two merged into one and rushed into the sky continuously. However, the feeling of rushing into the sky was actually an illusion. However, Xianxia's primordial spirit Dharma power did indeed leave his body. Under the guidance of the power of the divine image secret order, it continuously escaped into the void. The divine image secret realm existed in the universe, but it was not a simple existence. It was located in the depths of the universe. This depth did not refer to the distance, but to a level, like the difference between dimensions. Because of this, without the divine image secret order, it was impossible to enter the divine image secret realm. The feeling of traveling through the void was very mysterious. It was even better than the feeling of traveling from the void to the universe. Under the guidance of the divine image secret order, Xianxia's primordial spirit Dharma power, which was 90 feet tall, seemed to have rushed into the bottom of the water, but also seemed to have rushed out of the water and entered an extremely mysterious place. Is this the divine image secret realm? Xianxia's divine image appeared. It stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. The sky was strange and variegated. Countless airflows filled the air and intertwined. Each airflow seemed to be filled with shocking power fluctuations, but they were also restrained. They intertwined and collided with each other, forming an even more mysterious scene. The ground under his feet seemed to be black, then light gray, then red. Every time he looked at it, the color changed. In the distance, Xianxia could see a silhouette. It seemed to be the silhouette of a city wall. However, because it was a little far away, he could not be sure. The aura here was also very strange. It was not vital qi. In this place, he could not feel the existence of vital qi at all. This was the first time Xianxia felt such an aura. However, he felt that it was a little familiar. It was similar to the aura of the divine image itself. In this place, Xianxia existed in the form of the divine image. It was 90 feet tall. He could feel the power that filled this 90 feet tall divine image. It was very shocking. However, this power was not the power of qi refining cultivation, nor was it the power of body refining cultivation. In other words, Xianxia could not feel the power of qi refining cultivation or body refining cultivation here. There was only the power of the divine image itself. In addition, the power of the heart path and the way of the sword existed, but there was no power of the world path. This was because Xianxia had entered the primordial spirit Dharma idol and not the body refining divine image. The power of the world path belonged to the body refining cultivation level. This state was not Xianxia's peak state. In addition to the power of the divine image itself and the power of the heart path and the way of the sword, Xianxia's primordial spirit Dharma idol's waist also condensed a long sword. It was 40 to 50 feet long, which matched perfectly with the 90 feet primordial spirit Dharma idol. Taking a step forward, his 90-meter-tall body immediately began to run across the constantly changing ground. His speed was extremely fast, like a galloping horse as he rapidly charged forward. Everything in the Divine Image secret region was quite mysterious. Of course, some of it had already been explored. According to Chen Zong's understanding, the silhouette in the distance should be a gathering place. Heaven continent, Thunder Clouds continent and the other continents were located in a part of the universe. They could not represent the whole universe. The place where these continents were located was a region in the universe. In the universe, there were many regions. When people from different regions entered the Divine Image secret region, they would appear in different places. It was fixed. In other words, if the Divine Image realm cultivators from Heaven continent, Thunder Clouds continent and the other continents entered the Divine Image secret region, they would appear in the same area. They would not be too far apart. At least, they would appear near all the gathering places in that region. If they were lucky, they would appear directly in the gathering places. In other words, Chen Zong would meet the Divine Image realm cultivators from the region where Heaven continent was located. At the very least, they would have a 90 feet tall Divine Image. Moreover, their talent and strength were incomparable to ordinary cultivators at the peak of the Divine Image realm. Not long after, Chen Zong saw a battle. On one side of the battle was a cultivator's Divine Image. On the other side was a beast that looked like a lion. The chi it emitted was extremely powerful. The Divine Image condensed by different cultivators was not necessarily the same. They all had their own forms. However, no matter what kind of form it was, the Divine Image was just a condensed form of strength. The cultivator still needed to use his own strength. Therefore, when a cultivator entered the Divine Image secret region, their Divine Image would appear in the form of a human. Because in the Divine Image secret region, there was no real body. It was just a Divine Image. To use the real strength, the form of the cultivator's body was the most suitable. For example, if you practiced sword and saber, but condensed the Divine Image of a beast. In the form of a beast, the power of the Divine Image was released from the cultivator's body. However, in the Divine Image secret region, if the cultivator was still in the form of a beast, it would undoubtedly be difficult to use the essence of the sword and saber. There would always be a difference. Therefore, in the Divine Image secret region, only by changing the Divine Image's form to the form of the cultivator's body would it be more suitable to use the cultivator's strength. Of course, although the Divine Image's form had changed, the essence of its strength had not changed. The Celestial Image. Chen Zong stared at the beast that looked like a lion and thought to himself. The Celestial Image was a special life form that was born in the Divine Image secret region. It had many forms and all of them were called the Celestial Image. The lion's body was even bigger. It was 300 feet tall and its strength was extraordinary. The battle between the two was extremely intense. It was Chen Zong's first time seeing the Celestial Image. He was very curious, so he did not leave. Instead, he watched from a certain distance. He wanted to understand the Celestial Image a step further. Baidu search 81 Chinese Networko. No advertisement. The celestial lion god form's huge body suddenly rushed forward. Its huge claws carried a terrifying force as it smashed towards the cultivator's celestial god form. Although the deity avatar of the cultivator was also 90 feet tall, it was still a far cry from the 30-foot lion. The contrast was obvious. The giant claw swept across the sky, and its aura was like a roaring hurricane that pressed down on the cultivator, causing his expression to change drastically. However, the cultivator reacted quickly. After quickly dodging the attack, he suddenly rushed forward. The long spear was like a dragon coming out of its cave. In an instant, it exploded with shocking power. It pierced through the air and directly hit the celestial lion's body. However, when the attack broke open the celestial lion's huge body, no blood flowed out. There was only a trace of aura that dissipated. However, the injury caused by the attack was nothing compared to the celestial lion's body. The huge claw swung out again, tearing through everything. It directly scratched the ground, and the sand and stones that were scratched turned into dust. Roar! The lion let out a domineering roar. Immediately, a huge silver ray of light shot out from its mouth. The ray of light was like a bolt of lightning, but it was also like a sharp sword. It tore through the air in an instant, as if it was going to shatter space itself. It shot out in a straight line. It was extremely fast. The ray of light hit the cultivator's celestial god form like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable and directly sent the cultivator flying. The power of the silver divine light was simply too strong. It directly injured the cultivator's celestial god form. One could feel that the cultivator's celestial god form seemed to have become fainter, and its aura was also much weaker. When one entered the divine aspect secret realm with a celestial god form, one would not bleed if they were injured. However, their aura would be weakened and their celestial god form would become fainter. If one was killed, they would not truly die. Instead, they would directly leave the divine aspect secret realm and return to their original body. However, they would lose their celestial god form's essence and indirectly weaken their celestial god form. They could only slowly recover. During the recovery period, they could not enter the divine aspect secret realm again. Of course, there was a restriction to entering the divine aspect secret realm. That was, no one could stay in the divine aspect secret realm for a long time. Even if one was not killed, when the time was up, they would be expelled and could only enter again after a period of recovery. Generally speaking, the longest time a 90-foot godly form could stay in the divine aspect secret plane was 1 month. After breaking through the limit and reaching the extreme plane, the time they could stay in the secret plane would be extended. The second ray of silver divine light shot out from the lion's mouth. It was difficult to dodge, and it hit the cultivator's divine image again. After being hit for the second time, the cultivator's godly form became even fainter, and his aura became even weaker. Run, however, the cultivator was running in the same direction as Xianxia. He instantly saw Xianxia. The cultivator's eyes lit up and he hurriedly said to Xianxia, "Sir, please lend us a hand. We'll divide the essence equally." After watching the fight for a while, Xianxia also felt a little itchy, but he didn't intend to join the fight. Instead, he quickly moved to the side. After all, he didn't know the opponent, and this place was very strange. Xianxia didn't want to make a move easily. Bai was a little annoyed that Xianxia didn't help him when he asked for help. However, the lion godly form was chasing after him, and danger was approaching. Bai shouted again, "Sir, hurry up and kill this lion godly form. The essence of the godly form will be yours." However, Xianxia acted as if he didn't hear him. Instead, he left even faster. Damn it. Bai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The third ray of silver divine light shot out again, and he couldn't dodge it. It hit Bai's body again, and he was sent flying again. His aura weakened again, and the body of the godly form became fainter. According to the situation, if he was hit again, he might be killed. By then, he would lose some of the essence of the godly form. Bai had no choice but to activate the power of the divine aspect secret order. He wanted to use it to force his way out of the divine aspect secret plane and return to his body. However, it would take some time. The fourth ray of silver divine light shot out again. He couldn't dodge it, couldn't block it, and didn't even have the chance to return to his body. He was hit directly and shattered in an instant. Xianxia could clearly see that at the moment when the godly form was shattered, a shadow escaped into the depths of the void and disappeared. The godly form must have left the divine aspect secret plane and returned to his body. However, there was a faint aura left in the original place. It was slowly condensing, and it seemed to be shrinking and condensing into something substantial. The lion godly form flew over and swallowed the aura in one gulp. After swallowing the aura, the lion godly form's huge body turned around in an instant. A pair of huge eyes stared directly at Xianxia, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Xianxia's body tensed up in an instant. Subconsciously, he tensed up uncontrollably. The lion godly form let out a terrifying roar. It suddenly jumped up and charged directly at Xianxia. Its huge body fell from the sky like a small mountain, and it burst out with shocking power. Huge claw. The huge claw was like a huge millstone falling from the sky with the violent power of a meteorite, destroying everything in its path. In particular, the cold light on the sharp claw seemed to be able to shatter and tear everything apart. It made Qinzong's hair stand on end. Cultivators entered the divine aspect secret plane with their godly form bodies to kill godly forms in the heavens. They took the essence of the godly forms to condense their own godly form and finally break through the limit. Godly forms in the heavens could also kill cultivators' godly form bodies and absorb their essence to improve themselves. In the divine aspect secret plane, cultivators were both hunters and prey. The godly forms in the heavens were the same. Hunters and prey were opposites. After the lion godly form killed Bai Yi, it swallowed the godly form essence left by Bai Yi. It targeted Qinzong and planned to kill Qinzong and eat the godly form essence as well. Qinzong didn't attack just now. However, now that Bai Yi was dead and his godly form body had left the divine aspect secret plane, it wouldn't be able to come back in a short period of time. Since the lion godly form took the initiative to attack, Qinzong, of course, wouldn't run away. Fight, as the giant claw fell, Qinzong's body was shattered in an instant. Even the ground below him had collapsed by 3 feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions at lightning speed. It was extremely terrifying. A figure suddenly jumped up and appeared at the height of the lion godly form's head. The huge sword at his waist was unsheathed in an instant. A dazzling sword light slashed through the air. Hard sword principle. The hard sword principle at the entry level allowed Qinzong's control of his surroundings to reach a new height. This sword was the combination of the path of the heart and the path of the sword. It was extremely powerful. As the sword slashed through, the lion godly form's body was instantly slashed open. A sword wound that was a few meters long appeared. Strands of energy immediately dissipated from the wound. Godly forms in the heavens didn't have flesh and bones. When they were injured, they would dissipate their own energy. The energy was the energy of life and energy. When the energy dissipated, it would slowly weaken. The lion godly form's huge mouth suddenly opened and closed, biting Qinzong directly. However, Qinzong dodged it and slashed out again. In terms of strength and power, Qinzong might not be as good as the lion godly form. However, in terms of skill, he was much better. The third sword slashed through the air with amazing sharpness, as if it could tear everything apart. Traceless wind, body and sword as one, the sword slashed through the lion godly form's body, leaving a sword wound that was more than 10 meters long. For the lion godly form's huge body, a sword wound that was a few meters long was nothing. However, a sword wound that was more than 10 meters long was very obvious. The energy it dissipated was also more intense and weakened by a greater extent. This sword made the lion godly form roar endlessly. Boom, the lion form turned its body and swung its head in an instant. A violent silver divine light immediately shot out from its mouth. It poured out like a torrent and was as violent as lightning. It also carried an astonishing sharpness that was as sharp as a sword. The power of this silver divine light was very strong. Qinzong had seen it before. However, when he felt it personally, his expression changed involuntarily. The aura of the silver divine light gave him a feeling that it was full of violence and destruction. It seemed to be able to target the godly form's body and cause damage to a deeper level. He couldn't be hit, although he wasn't particularly sure if there would be any consequences other than being injured. Qinzong didn't want to be hit. Under the mysteries of the heart sword technique, his perception of his surroundings became clearer and more obvious. This was different from Mo Wui's illusory sword technique. The illusory sword technique could bring about an impact of illusions, causing people to fall into illusions. Each had its own merits. Of course, the heart sword technique that Qinzong had mastered was still incomparable to Mo Wui's sword exchange technique. After all, Mo Wui had spent a lot more time on the Great Tao sword technique. However, at the divine phase realm, Qinzong's sword technique could be considered to be extremely superb. Although the lion godly form's power was very strong, in terms of combat skills, it was inferior to Qinzong. In this aspect, Qinzong was much better than Bai Yi. With a flash, Qinzong narrowly avoided the attack of the silver divine light. His sword pierced through the air, as swift and agile as lightning, and stabbed directly at the lion godly form, causing damage. Heavenly wind slash, Qinzong slashed out again, incomparably fierce. Under Qinzong's superb sword technique, the lion godly form was constantly injured, and its strength was constantly depleted, becoming weaker and weaker. Sensing that something was wrong, the lion godly form turned around without hesitation and immediately fled. However, Qinzong would not let it escape. Strike, chase, under one strike after another, the lion godly form's body became fainter and fainter, its speed became slower and slower, and its strength became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was unable to escape and was killed by Qinzong. It exploded into countless qi, like a storm, and rushed in all directions. When the storm's qi dissipated, Qinzong saw a wisp of glittering qi in the air, like a snake slithering, as if it wanted to escape. The silver qi was about 1/2 meter long, and as thick as a finger. The qi that it emitted was very mysterious, and it made Qinzong's divine phase body instinctively feel a sense of joy. Divine phase essence, the 1/2 meter long silver qi was the divine phase essence of the celestial phase. Qinzong quickly reached out and directly took the divine phase essence in his hand. Immediately, the divine phase essence merged into Qinzong's arm, turning into a silver pattern. Qinzong could feel the existence of the divine phase essence, and he could choose to keep it or refine and absorb it. With a thought, the silver pattern suddenly faded and disappeared. Qinzong was using the power of the divine phase body to refine the divine phase essence. The universe where celestial clouds was located was called the continent of the 9 clouds because there were 9 continents there. Each continent wasn't smaller than celestial clouds. For example, the 9 celestial palaces was the overlord of celestial clouds, but in other continents, they weren't any weaker than the 9 celestial palaces. In the continent of the 9 clouds, the godly image cultivators would appear in the same area after entering the godly image secret area. Slowly, they would establish a gathering place, and eventually, the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds was formed. Only 50 people from the 9 celestial palaces were qualified to enter the godly image secret area, and they were the top 50 cultivators of the celestial generals list. The other 8 continents had different numbers of people, but most of them had between 50 and 100 people. Only the strongest group had more than 100 godly image secret areas, so only 100 people could enter. Apart from the 9 great groups, each continent also had some strong groups. They had also obtained some godly image secret areas, so they could also enter, although there were fewer people. In addition to independent cultivators, there were thousands of godly image cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds who could enter the godly image secret area. Of course, compared to the number of godly image cultivators in the continent of the 9 clouds, thousands of people were nothing. However, those who were able to enter the divine aspect secret realm were all people with outstanding talent, potential, and strength. Even those who were lucky enough to obtain the divine aspect secret order were not weak themselves. Between a genius and a mediocre cultivator, any group would choose to cultivate the genius. After killing a lion and obtaining its essence, Qinzong arrived at the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds. He didn't encounter any other godly image cultivators. Normally, the closer one was to the gathering place, the lower the probability of encountering godly image cultivators because there were many godly image cultivators there. If a godly image cultivator got close to the gathering place, they would be killed immediately. When Qinzong arrived at the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds, Qinzong had already absorbed the essence of the godly image cultivator. Qinzong could feel that even though his godly image cultivator was still 90 feet tall and hadn't increased in size, it had become more solid. The solidification of the divine image body brought about an increase in the power of the divine image body. Although it wasn't obvious, Qinzong could still feel it. However, it was just a godly image cultivator's essence, so it wasn't a big deal. The continent of the 9 clouds gathering place was built by the 9 influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds. The imperial court of the 9 clouds was one of them. Therefore, the imperial court of the 9 clouds had a base in the continent of the 9 clouds called the imperial court of the 9 clouds. Qinzong was a true disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court. After entering the divine aspect mystery realm, he naturally had to go to the gathering place of the 9 heavens and report to the 9 heavens pavilion. Coincidentally, Guru Wei was also in the 9 heavens pavilion. When he saw Qinzong, a smile appeared on his face. Gu. After all, he was the only one in the entire Dao Alliance who had entered the top 100. Now he was in the top 30. He was the only one who could enter the divine image secret region. He was the only human in the 9 heavens imperial court who had entered the top 100. He had the honor of the human clan and the Dao alliance on his shoulders. He was under a lot of pressure. Now that there was an additional Chenzong, he seemed to have unknowingly shared a portion of the burden, which made him feel slightly relieved. Although there were other disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the gathering place of the continent of the Nine Clouds, they weren't from the same clan after all. Chenzong, you've just arrived in the Divine Image secret region. You can ask me anything you don't know. Gu Rui was a cultivation maniac. He was a man of few words. It just so happened that Chenzong had just arrived. Although he had done some research before, it was still not enough. As for Gu Rui, he had obviously entered the Divine Image secret realm many times and had personally experienced it. He had a deeper understanding of everything here. Gu Rui didn't know how big the Divine Image secret region was. Even the others didn't know because the Divine Image cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds would appear in this area. This area was very vast and there were countless celestial images. After the celestial images were killed, they would leave behind a thread of celestial image essence. After it dissipated, it would be reborn in another place. Therefore, the celestial images in the Divine Image secret region were endless. When the celestial images were endless, they didn't need to be too far away. They only needed to kill in this area. Under Chenzong's inquiry, Gu Rui told him everything he knew about the Divine Image secret region. For example, the silver divine light that the lion image had shot out was called the image-destroying divine light. It was a kind of power that the celestial images could control. No matter how strong the celestial image's body was, once it was hit by the image-destroying divine light, it would be damaged. The only difference was the degree of damage. In the Divine Image secret region, other than the celestial image essence, there is something more advanced. That is the Divine Image source. Gu Rui said. Even with his calm temperament, when he said the words Divine Image source, he couldn't help but show some excitement. Divine Image source? Chenzong had never heard of it. After the celestial images are killed, they will be reborn in the Divine Image source. If you can get the Divine Image source and refine it, you can make a breakthrough in the celestial image body. Gu Rui's tone was somewhat fanatical. Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. The Divine Image source was so amazing. Refining and absorbing it could make the celestial image body break through the limit and directly make a breakthrough to a higher level. It's not easy to get the Divine Image source, right? Chenzong asked. The celestial image assembly guards the Divine Image source very closely. It's almost impossible to get it. Gu Rui said, as far as I know, since ancient times, in the ninth heaven universe, the number of people who have obtained the Divine Image source has not exceeded 3 times. Hearing that the number of times was so low, Chenzong knew that the possibility of obtaining the Divine Image source was very small, so he didn't think too much about it. This is the place where the celestial images gather that has been explored so far. Gu Rui took out a map and handed it to Chenzong. The map was made of stone slabs, and there were marks and marks on it. When cultivators entered the Divine Image secret region, they could only bring their own celestial image body. They couldn't bring other things in. Therefore, if they wanted to make something, they could only use the local materials. At the same time, other than the God Essence, and a few other unique items, the items obtained in the Divine Aspect secret realm could not be brought out of the Divine Aspect secret realm. They could only be used in the Divine Aspect secret realm. This stone slab was a material from the Divine Aspect secret realm. Chenzong glanced at it. The center of the tablet was where the members of the continent of the Nine Clouds were gathered. There were marks everywhere, and each mark had a description. Lion King Valley, Demon Ox Mountain, Wild Dragon Stream. There were more than a dozen marked locations where the celestial beings of the heavens gathered. For example, the Lion King Valley's heavenly god image was the lion image, while the Ox Demon Mountain's heavenly god image was the ox image. The Wild Dragon Stream's heavenly god image was the dragon image. Different celestial manifestations would obtain different celestial manifestations essences after killing them. The difference lay in the speed and efficiency of refining and absorbing them. Some celestial manifestations essences were difficult to refine and absorb, but some celestial manifestations essences were easy to refine and absorb. When comparing them, of course, it was better to refine the celestial manifestations' essences and absorb them more efficiently. However, he didn't know which celestial manifestations' essences were more suitable for him to refine. He had to try it himself to find out. In other words, Lin Feng had to go and kill all the celestial clones in the continent of the 9 clouds. He had to absorb all the celestial clones' essences and refine them. However, the benefits of being a disciple of a powerful group were obvious. Zhenzong had received a dozen celestial manifestations' essences in advance from the pavilion of the 9 heavens. Those celestial manifestations' essences were completely different. He had to return them. The advantage was that he could find out which celestial manifestations' essences were more beneficial to him. He didn't have to waste time testing them one by one. He could just directly target the celestial manifestations that were most beneficial to him and kill them. After all, there was a time limit for any celestial manifestation's body to enter the celestial manifestation mysterious region. Hunting celestial manifestations wasn't easy. Testing them one by one would undoubtedly waste more time. Zhenzong had to return these celestial manifestations' essences to ensure that the celestial manifestations' essences could be used by the new disciples of the imperial court of the 9 celestial halls, forming a virtuous cycle. That was the advantage of being a powerful group. Those small groups couldn't do it, let alone those independent cultivators. Near the continent of the 9 clouds, there were more than a dozen celestial manifestations. Zhenzong tried to refine and absorb them one by one. As expected, some celestial manifestations' essences were easier to refine, but the absorption efficiency wasn't necessarily the best. All in all, when Zhenzong spent some time to completely refine and absorb the celestial manifestations' essences, he had a better idea. There were 2 types of celestial manifestations' essences that were most effective for him. One was easier to refine and the other was easier to absorb, but overall, the effects were about the same. These 2 types of celestial manifestations' essences came from the weapon manifestation and the mist manifestation. Zhenzong had already memorized everything on the map slate, so he knew that the gathering places of the weapon manifestation and the mist manifestation were located in 2 different directions of the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds, and there was quite a distance between them. But there was no other way. Who asked him to refine and absorb these 2 types of celestial manifestations' essences to be the most efficient? The benefits obtained from refining one celestial manifestation's essences were greater than the benefits obtained from refining several other celestial manifestations' essences. After understanding his needs, Zhenzong immediately left the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds and headed in the direction of the Tomb of Soldiers. The Tomb of Soldiers was the gathering place of the weapon manifestations. According to Gu Rue, the weapon manifestations in the Tomb of Soldiers were all kinds of weapons, which made Zhenzong feel quite curious. The weapon manifestations were really very interesting. After about half a day, Zhenzong arrived at the Tomb of Soldiers. He stepped into the Tomb of Soldiers and saw the weapon manifestations. The Tomb of Weapons stretched as far as the eye could see. The aura was gray and dim. When Zhenzong stepped into it, he could feel the intertwining aura of sharpness and fierceness in the air. Zhenzong stepped into the Tomb of Weapons. Not long after he stepped into it, a wind-breaking sound was heard. A cold and domineering light suddenly appeared in the air. It was a blade light, a huge blade light that was more than 10 meters long. The blade light was dazzling and biting cold. It seemed to tear the sky apart as it came from the side, as if it wanted to cut Zhenzong in half. Zhenzong moved his feet and dodged the blade light by a hair's breadth. The blade light almost brushed past Zhenzong's body, leaving a long mark on the ground. After the blade light passed, Zhenzong saw a figure 100 meters away. It was a huge blade that was a few meters long. It was the powerful slash it had made. Weapon form: the huge blade was the weapon form in the Tomb of Weapons. To be more specific, it was the saber form in the weapon form. It could also be abbreviated as the saber form. The strength of the celestial form had nothing to do with its size. It was not that the bigger the body, the stronger the celestial form. Therefore, the only way to determine the strength of the celestial form was to sense its aura. A strong aura meant that the celestial form was strong. Otherwise, a weak aura meant that the celestial form was weak. By sensing the aura, one could determine the strength of the celestial form and then determine whether one could kill it. If one sensed wrongly and provoked a powerful celestial form, one would be killed and left the divine image secret realm, leaving behind a strand of celestial form essence that would be devoured by the celestial form. Such cases were not rare. This was why cultivators could not explore too far after entering the divine image secret realm. Chen Zong's perception was very strong. He instantly sensed that the saber form's aura was not very strong. It was similar to the lion form that he had killed before. In a flash, Chen Zong immediately approached the saber form. In an instant, his sword left his waist and attacked in the air. Sword technique, a sword technique that pierced through the sky. It combined the power of two great daos and was extremely powerful. The great saber soldier was immediately hit, but it was not broken. Instead, it was sent flying. A crack appeared on the saber, and its aura dissipated. Chen Zong's sword was just the beginning. Sword after sword, like a shadow, each sword took control of the surroundings, making it impossible for the giant saber avatar to dodge. It was constantly hit by the sword, and every sword strike would cause a gap to appear on the saber avatar. Cracks rapidly spread, and finally, the saber avatar shattered, turning into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Those fragments scattered in midair, turning into countless auras that merged into the air and disappeared. Only the essence of the divine avatar remained. The level of strength of the great blade form was not much different from that of the lion from before. They both belonged to the relatively ordinary level of strength among the celestial forms of gods. According to the division of ranks, it should belong to the lower level. However, the difference in size between the two was huge. Chen Zong first refined and absorbed the divine avatar essence of the lion, and then he refined and absorbed a dozen divine avatars in advance in the Jiutian pavilion of the gathering place of the continent of the 9 clouds. Although it was to test which divine avatar essence was most useful. To him, it also made his divine avatar body more condensed invisibly. Although cultivators could not judge the strength of the celestial forms of gods based on their size, they could judge by their aura. The most direct way to judge was through actual combat. Therefore, over the years, the celestial forms had been divided into different levels. Low level, middle level, high level, and top level. The low level corresponded to a cultivator's divine avatar of 90 feet, and the middle level corresponded to a divine avatar of 100 feet. A divine avatar of 100 feet was the level of breaking through the limit and stepping into the limit. Therefore, the difference between a low-level celestial form of gods and a middle-level celestial form of gods was very obvious. Its strength could be said to be overwhelming. Even at the low level, there were strong and weak divine avatars, but the differences were too subtle and could not be further divided. Chen Zong continued to walk into the tomb of weapons as he refined the essence of the great saber form. Not long after, Chen Zong was attacked again. The attacker was a group of spear forms that were close to 10 feet long. The attack broke through the air and pierced through everything with terrifying power. The divine avatar's aura was much stronger than the great saber form from before, but it was still at the low level. Chen Zong drew his sword and immediately used the heart swordsmanship to fight with it. Although it was more difficult to kill, it was still killed by Chen Zong. The entry-level heart swordsmanship was indeed very good. It allowed Chen Zong to control his surroundings and better avoid his opponent's attacks. When he attacked with his sword, it was more difficult for his opponent to dodge. In the Tomb of Weapons, Chen Zong kept looking for and killing divine avatars to obtain the essence of the divine avatars. At the same time, Chen Zong also found that fighting with divine avatars was very helpful for sharpening his swordsmanship. Because divine avatars were the forms of various weapons, their application was also related to the respective weapons. The more powerful the divine avatar was, the more advanced the development of the divine avatar would be. For example, the saber form was like a saber artist using saber techniques. Of course, that saber technique was the basic saber technique, not the great path saber technique, because the divine avatars did not master the power of the great path. Their power came from their own bodies, which was very shocking. In other words, when it came to the power of the divine avatar's body, a cultivator could not compare with the divine avatars. Only by combining the power of the divine avatar's body with the power of the great path that one had mastered, as well as various martial arts techniques, Could one fight against the divine avatars and even kill them? To put it simply, the divine avatars relied more on the power of instinct, but the power of instinct also meant that it was directed to the essence. Hunt, refine, improve, Chen Zong kept repeating this process. A divine avatar of 90 feet could stay in the divine avatar secret realm for a month. When the time was up, it would be expelled from the divine avatar secret realm. After that, it would have to rest for a month before it could enter again. Therefore, time was very important. In the divine avatar's body, it did not need to eat or drink, but it would still feel tired. When tired, it could be recovered by resting. Unknowingly, Chen Zong had stayed in the tomb of soldiers for about 10 days. However, there was no cycle of the sun rising and the moon setting. Every day was the same. After 10 days, Chen Zong had hunted nearly 100 soldiers and refined nearly 100 divine avatars' essences. Including the dozen that he had refined before, he had more than 100 in total. These divine avatars' essences made Chen Zong's divine avatar's body more solid, and the power it contained became more tyrannical. It had imperceptibly increased the strength of Chen Zong's divine avatar. However, Chen Zong still did not feel the limit. He was far from it. If he wanted to reach the limit, he would need at least several times more divine avatar's essences. Indeed, it was not easy to break the limit of the divine avatar's body and break through to the low realm. Buzz. Buzz. A series of trembling sounds came from afar. The sound was as clear as spring water, and it was continuous. It contained an indescribable sharpness and coldness that came through the void. Chen Zong's body trembled slightly, and the divine image sword at his waist seemed to be affected as well. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and flew towards the source of the sword cry. Not long after, he saw strands of sword chi spurting out from the ground, as if it had broken a hole in the ground. Immediately, he saw a shadow slowly rising from the crack in the ground. It gradually solidified and finally turned into a long sword, about 3 feet long, suspended in the air. The sword was completely black, and the hilt was like sections of bamboo. However, the blood grooves on both sides of the sword ridge were silver white, and the blade was silver white. It seemed to be extremely sharp. Is this the sword and weapon form? Chen Zong narrowed his eyes and stared at it. He had hunted nearly 100 weapon forms, and many of them were sword and weapon forms. However, he had never seen a sword and weapon form with such an appearance. It looked very strange and extraordinary. The aura of the sword also gave Chen Zong a feeling that it was not the same as a weapon form. While Chen Zong was still observing, suddenly, a figure rushed from afar like a flash of light. It reached out without hesitation and directly grabbed the sword that was 3 feet long. Just as the hand was about to grab the sword, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, the sword actually moved to the side, avoiding the huge hand that was grabbing at it. At the same time, as if it was being held in the hand of a peerless swordsman, the sword was directly raised, and an extremely sharp and cold sword light slashed towards the huge hand, as if it was going to directly cut it in half. Sword One's attacks were continuous and there was no pause at all. One sword followed by another. There was no defense at all. There was only attack, endless attack, endless attack. Chen Zong watched from the side, mainly to observe the swordsmanship of the sword. It was just a basic swordsmanship, and it looked very ordinary. However, every sword move was simple and direct, and there was a sense of precision. It was as if there was something extraordinary in the ordinary, and it gave Chen Zong a different feeling. As for the other figure, it was the divine image of a cultivator. It was 9 feet tall, and it did not break the limit. However, the divine image was very solid, and there was a sense that it was condensed. It was even stronger than Chen Zong's. Slash, the divine image swung the sword, and it broke through the air. Suddenly, it fought fiercely with the sword that was 3 feet long. Is that sword not a divine image, but a divine image heavenly soldier? Chen Zong could not help but wonder. The divine image heavenly soldier was a unique existence that was born in the divine image secret realm. It was different from the divine images of the heavens. It was a type of weapon that could be held by the body of a divine image. When the body of a divine image entered the divine image secret realm, it could not bring anything else with it. The weapon used was also condensed from the power of the divine image. It was a part of the body of the divine image. The weapon was only used to display what the divine image had learned. It did not have any other power. For example, the divine image sword used by Qinzong's divine image body was like this. However, in the divine image secret realm, the divine image heavenly soldier would be condensed and born. It had extraordinary power. Once it was held by the body of a divine image, it could display extraordinary power and increase the strength of the body of the divine image. Its appearance was very strange, and it was different from ordinary swords. The speculation that it was a divine image heavenly soldier might be true. Thinking of this, Qinzong's eyes lit up. If he could obtain a divine image heavenly sword, it would increase his strength by a lot. If his strength increased, he would be able to hunt divine images of the heavens and obtain their essence. He would also be able to break through the limit faster and reach a higher level. Monthly votes, monthly votes. Brothers, give me some monthly votes. Although the divine manifestation heavenly sword had extraordinary power, it was still limited. After a long battle, it was finally suppressed by the cultivator and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The godly aspect heavenly sword suddenly erupted. The sword body shone brightly as it suddenly slashed out. The sword light was shockingly bright, and its power was extremely tyrannical. The sword light was like a heavenly river pouring down in torrents. It had a shocking might that could destroy everything. Heavenly light. That cultivator let out a low roar. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light. The light was like water and was filled with astonishing might. In an instant, it exploded and blasted out. It was as if the sword had broken through the air and shattered everything. The sword light collided. The light of the divine manifestation heavenly sword shattered and was directly sent flying in the direction where Qinzong was. Seeing the divine manifestation heavenly sword flying towards him, Qinzong did not dodge. Instead, he attacked directly. The sword light was extremely fast, and the cold light flickered. It was extremely shocking, and was about to escape into the distance in an instant. It seemed to be very sudden, but also very natural. A large hand that was suffused with wisps of halo appeared naturally. The 5 fingers opened, and then gently grasped. It was as if it had been practiced countless times. The 5 fingers clasped together and grabbed the hilt of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. As soon as the sword was in his hand, it immediately exploded with a powerful force. It tried to shake off Qinzong's hand and take the opportunity to escape. However, Qinzong seemed to have been prepared. His 5 fingers clasped together and burst with a powerful force. He held the hilt firmly and did not let the divine manifestation heavenly sword escape. The more the sword struggled, the happier Qinzong was. This was because the more it struggled, the more power it contained. Hand over the divine manifestation heavenly sword. The cultivator who had attacked the divine manifestation heavenly sword immediately chased after him. As he shouted, his voice was cold. His eyes shone with a shocking cold light. His power roared and his killing intent surged. As his voice fell, an extremely terrifying sword light also blasted through the air. He didn't care who Qinzong was and directly attacked, intending to kill Qinzong. Qinzong's expression was stern. His body moved, and he immediately burst out with an astonishing speed. However, there was an indescribable agility in him as he retreated in an instant. The sword in his hand was still struggling. Qinzong kept increasing his strength in an attempt to subdue it. The ferocious sword light pierced through the air. It didn't hit Qinzong, but it shattered the ground and carved out a long gully. Immediately after, the second sword slashed across the sky. The sword light transformed into a crescent moon that slashed horizontally with shocking might. Qinzong retreated and dodged again, using his profound movement techniques and super-fast speed to deal with it while subduing the divine manifestation heavenly sword. Under the impact of Qinzong's power and sword will, the divine manifestation heavenly sword's resistance gradually weakened. In the end, it couldn't resist at all. In the next moment, an ice-cold aura surged out of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. However, it wasn't a resistance force. Instead, it flowed through Qinzong's palm and into Qinzong's arm. It quickly circulated and permeated the body of the divine manifestation. It was a stream of will that belonged to the divine manifestation heavenly sword itself. It was very simple. It belonged to the divine manifestation heavenly sword itself. This meant that the divine manifestation heavenly sword had truly submitted to Qianzong. It allowed Qianzong to control it and unleash its true power. At the same time, it also allowed Qianzong to have a deeper understanding of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. In the divine manifestation secret realm, other than the divine manifestation essence, the better thing was the divine manifestation source. The divine manifestation heavenly sword was also a kind of opportunity. When the divine manifestation heavenly sword's aura flowed into Qianzong's divine manifestation body, Qianzong also learned the name of the divine manifestation heavenly sword. The heavenly river sword. It's a good sword, but it's too small, Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. His divine manifestation body was 90 feet tall, and he was used to using a long sword. The 30-foot heavenly river sword was only a short sword compared to his 30-foot divine manifestation body. Although he could use a short sword to display his sword skills and AoWu, and display the power that he should have, Qianzong still preferred a long sword. As if it had sensed Qianzong's thoughts, the 30-foot heavenly river sword in his hand suddenly emitted a deep blue halo. It surged and circulated endlessly like a tide. As the deep blue light surged, Qianzong could acutely and clearly feel that the body of the sword was lengthening and enlarging. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it was only a moment. The heavenly river sword grew from its original 30-foot length to 50-foot length, and its width also increased a little. A 50-foot sword was just right for a 30-foot divine manifestation body. Since the heavenly river sword had been subdued, Qianzong didn't dodge anymore. Facing his opponent's sword light again, Qianzong chose to counterattack. His figure flashed, and his body and sword became one. He directly rushed forward, and his sword broke through the air. His swordsmanship was extremely ingenious. "Humph, you actually want to fight me in close combat?" His opponent was stunned at first, and then showed a look of disdain. The sword light turned, and he immediately displayed a wonderful swordsmanship to fight with Qianzong. Once this person displayed his swordsmanship, the sword light seemed to be constantly rotating, guiding and repelling all forces. Sword after sword, it seemed to be connected with each other. Each sword and each ring had an indescribable sense of mystery. It was obviously at the level of a basic swordsmanship, but it was more mysterious than an ordinary basic swordsmanship. Qianzong was delighted to see this. He immediately displayed the heart sword art and fought fiercely with his opponent. After a while, the cultivator was shocked. It should be known that he was displaying the fundamental swordsmanship of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect, the 7 profound swordsmanship. The 7 profound swordsmanship sect was one of the 9 overlords in the 9 heavens universe, and it was the top one. It could be said to be the leader of the 9 overlords and the number 1 force in the 9 heavens universe. In terms of foundation and overall strength, there was still a gap between the 9 heavens imperial court and the 7 profound swordsmanship sect. The 7 profound swordsmanship sect was a sect of sword cultivators. They mainly cultivated the sword, and they had amazing accumulation and attainments in swordsmanship. The 7 profound swordsmanship was created and perfected by the ancestors of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect generation after generation. Until now, it had become a superb basic swordsmanship. Every disciple of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect would cultivate this swordsmanship to lay a solid foundation in swordsmanship. With the heart sword art at the entry level, Qianzong had a clearer perception of his surroundings. Therefore, he could feel that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinary. The sword lights were continuous and interlocked with each other. They filled the surroundings as if they were sealing off all his escape routes. He was like a trapped beast. Qianzong felt that the sword lights around him were continuous and filled with an amazing sword pressure. It came from all directions and suppressed him. It was invisible and wanted to suppress and restrain him, weakening his strength. Die. After displaying the 7 profound swordsmanship sect to the extreme, the 7 profound swordsmanship sect's disciples' eyes emitted a shocking cold light. A deep killing intent also erupted in an instant. The sword brought about layers of sword shadows. Those sword shadows gathered into one in an instant and bloomed with an intense light. It was so dazzling that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. This sword also carried an extremely terrifying power that wanted to shatter everything. 9th stage AoWu, 7 profound, void fragmenting heavenly light. the 7 profound swordsmanship interlocked with each other and suppressed Chenzong from all directions. This sword was a killing move. Chenzong couldn't dodge it. Even if he wanted to resist, he would be restrained by the power of the 7 profound swordsmanship. It would be difficult for him to exert his strength. The void-fragmenting heavenly light had been cultivated to the peak of the 9th stage Ao Wu's level. Boom, Chenzong's body was hit and shattered in an instant. However, the 7 profound swordsmanship sect's disciple's ferocious face turned into astonishment. Because at that moment, he didn't feel that he had hit a physical body. What he hit was only a shadow. How could this be? Under his 7 profound swordsmanship, his opponent should be suppressed and couldn't break free in a short time. He could only face his killing move head-on. But what was going on now? What he didn't know was that although the 7 profound swordsmanship was amazing, this person's attainment was still not enough. He was only at the level of basic swordsmanship. On the other hand, Chenzong's heart swordsmanship was a great way swordsmanship, which was extraordinary. In particular, the heart swordsmanship enhanced Chenzong's perception and control of the surroundings, making it easier for him to find the tracks and patterns. If it weren't for the mystery of the 7 profound swordsmanship, Chenzong wouldn't have been trapped. Even if he was trapped, he could have broken free and made his opponent's killing move miss. After dodging his opponent's sure kill attack, Chenzong appeared at the side. He immediately raised the Heavenly River Sword in his hand, and all of his power surged into the Heavenly River Sword. With the Heavenly River Sword's own power fusing together, it turned into a deep blue color, surging like waves in the ocean, majestic and endless. Amazing strength kept condensing in it. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of waves, which gradually became stronger and more obvious. The deep blue was like a surging wave, constantly attacking and increasing its power. Slash, Chenzong slashed down with his sword right away. Instantly, the deep blue-colored light was like layer upon layer of ceaseless waves as it blasted out completely. The image of a long river seemed to have appeared in the surroundings, and it surged mightily with shocking might as it directly blasted towards the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. Stop. The disciple of the 7 profound sword sect's expression suddenly changed. He felt an irresistible power from the sword, as vast and mighty as the Milky Way. I'm the 7 profound sword sects. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed by the sword light that was as deep as the heavenly river. His 90 feet tall divine image was also obliterated. Where the Milky Way sword light passed, the body of the divine image disappeared, leaving a sword mark that was hundreds of meters long on the ground. It was very shocking, and there was still a wisp of divine image essence left on the ground. Chenzong immediately absorbed the wisp of divine image essence and refined it without hesitation. A strange look appeared on his face. The refining speed of this wisp of divine image essence was even faster than refining the weapon image essence. Moreover, the absorption efficiency was much better. Could it be that killing other cultivators' divine image bodies and obtaining their divine image essences is the best way? Chenzong could not help but think. If that was the case, it would be a little shocking. However, Chenzong did not think too much about it. The weak were prey to the strong, and it was the same everywhere. However, the power of the Milky Way sword's attack was beyond Chenzong's expectation. It was really powerful, more powerful than any of the Ao Wu techniques that he had mastered. The Sword Cloud continent was one of the 9 continents in the 9 Clouds universe. It was also the most vast continent. There were many forces on the Sword Cloud continent, but the most tyrannical overlord was the 7 profound sword sect. Within an abode in the 7 profound sword sect, an invisible door seemed to have opened above the head of a figure that was originally sitting motionlessly, and a ray of light and shadow instantly charged out from the invisible door and directly poured into the head of the figure. His body suddenly trembled, and his originally closed eyes opened in an instant. A cold light shot out from his eyes, filled with hatred and murderous intent. You dare to kill me? You're dead. He immediately rose to his feet, filled with rage and killing intent as he left his immortal's cave and headed to another location. In the Tomb of Weapons in the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, Chenzong's strength became more and more tyrannical with the Milky Way sword in his hand. The Milky Way sword contained great power. After Chenzong had sorted out and mastered the mysteries of the sword, he could perform a powerful Ao Wu move, Collapse of the Milky Way. He infused his own strength into the Milky Way sword's power and released it. The sword qi gathered into a long river like the Milky Way pouring down in torrents. Not only did it explode with tyrannical power in an instant, but it also didn't explode in an instant. It was continuous. It was violent and continuous. It was like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was terrifying. Therefore, the collapse of the Milky Way sword had broken through the limit and reached the 10th level Ao Wu. Chen Zong had mastered several Ao Wu skills, but they were only at the 9th level Ao Wu. The 9th level was the limit under normal circumstances. The 10th level was the limit of the extreme realm. There was another name for the 10th level Ao Wu, which was the low extreme realm Ao Wu. The extreme realm meant breaking through the limit. It was extremely difficult. 9 was the number of extremes. Whether it was in the void or in the universe, it was a law. Breaking the number of extremes was the extreme realm. Entering the extreme realm meant a shocking increase in strength. Divine aspect, Great Tao, Ao Wu. These were the important factors that formed the strength of a divine phase realm expert. Breaking through any kind of limit and stepping into the pinnacle realm would bring about a clear increase in strength. If all three of them broke through their limits and stepped into the Lammeter state, the increase would be even more shocking. The extreme realm was further divided into the low extreme realm, the high extreme realm, and the transcendent realm. The increase in strength brought about by each breakthrough was astonishing. Chen Zong had yet to break through his limits and step into the extreme realm. However, with the Sky River sword in his hand, he could unleash the Ao Wu's fall of the Sky River, which was at the low realm. This meant that he had grasped the power of the low realm. This not only made Chen Zong stronger, but it also gave Chen Zong a new opportunity. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. With the Milky Way sword in hand, Chen Zong's strength increased significantly. His efficiency in killing soldier form increased more than twofold. Chen Zong was even considering whether he should go deeper into the Tomb of Arms to hunt for mid-level armaments. Outside the Tomb of Arms, 3 figures appeared. They quickly approached and stepped into the Tomb of Arms. These 3 figures were all 90 feet tall, but they were very solid, as if they had been condensed to the extreme. All 3 of them had a divine aspect sword behind their backs. Their auras were sharp, as if they were filled with sword qi. Their eyes were extremely sharp. Junior brothers, let's split into 3 groups and find the person who dared to kill junior brother Wu Yuan. We'll take back the divine aspect heavenly sword, one of them said. Okay. The 3 of them immediately split up and flew in different directions, looking for the so-called murderer. Not long after, one of them found Chen Zong. According to junior brother Wu Yuan's description, the 7 profound sword sect disciple immediately made a judgment. This person was the murderer who killed junior brother Wu Yuan and took away the divine aspect heavenly sword. Chen Zong was killing a divine aspect to obtain the divine aspect essence when he immediately felt a cold murderous intent. From the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a cold light piercing through the air. The cold light was extremely fast, and it was extremely shocking. It was as if it could pierce through everything, and it was filled with an extremely shocking murderous intent. From the aura, Chen Zong felt a trace of familiarity. It was the same as the aura of the 7 profound sword sect disciple that he had killed before. Needless to say, this person was also a disciple of the 7 profound sword sect. Chen Zong's figure flashed, and his feet shifted. Using seemingly simple but mysterious steps, he dodged the sword light. In an instant, the Milky Way sword met the attack. The sword stabbed out diagonally, and it directly pierced through the opponent without mercy. You're courting death. The 7 profound sword sect's disciple instantly grunted coldly, then his sword light spun and transformed into a ring. After that, sword after sword, the swords connected together and transformed into numerous rings of sword light that attacked from all directions, and it seemed as if it wanted to trap Chen Zong's limbs. The 7 profound swordsmanship, in Chen Zong's opinion, the 7 profound swordsmanship displayed by this person seemed to be more brilliant than the 7 profound sword sect disciple that he had killed before. However, to Chen Zong, it was still nothing. It could not be compared with his heart swordsmanship because this person had not yet deduced the 7 profound swordsmanship to the level of the Great Path Sword technique. Relying on the superb heart swordsmanship, Chen Zong continued to contend with this person. Under the Heart Sutra, he attacked while observing the mysteries contained in it. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Absorbing the essence of other people's swordsmanship could be integrated into one's own body. This had always been the path that Qianzong walked, and it was also the path of swordsmanship that Qianzong followed. Suppression. Under the heart swordsmanship, the opponent's 7 profound swordsmanship was immediately suppressed by Qianzong. He could only continue to erupt and display his swordsmanship to the extreme, which allowed Qianzong to see more of the 7 profound swordsmanship's mysteries. The 7 profound sword sect disciple was extremely shocked. His 7 profound swordsmanship was brilliant. There were not many people in the 7 profound sword sect who could defeat him. The 7 profound sword sect was the strongest force in the 9 heavens universe, and the 7 profound swordsmanship was recognized as the strongest swordsmanship in the 9 heavens universe. But now, he was actually suppressed in terms of swordsmanship. His opponent's swordsmanship was superb and unpredictable. Every sword strike was precise and mysterious, as if it was aimed at the flaws in his body. Even if there were no flaws, he would unknowingly reveal them under his opponent's swordsmanship. Suddenly, the 7 profound sword sect disciple clenched his left hand, condensed his strength, and bounced it up into the sky. It was a sword chi that suddenly exploded high up in the sky. The explosion looked like a blooming flower. Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly. His thoughts turned like lightning, and many thoughts came to his mind in an instant. 2 long howls sounded from different directions and rapidly approached. It was indeed a signal for help. Qianzong did not retreat. Instead, he continued to suppress his opponent with the heart swordsmanship while waiting for help to arrive. He wanted to see how strong the helper was. If the reinforcements were strong, then he would retreat immediately. If not, then he would kill them directly. Not long after, the other 2 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect arrived. Although they were very solid, they had not broken through the limit. "Senior brothers, come and help me." The 7 profound sword sect disciple who was suppressed by Qianzong's swordsmanship immediately shouted. "Yes." Suddenly, 2 sword lights swept across the sky. The 3 of them joined forces to deal with Qianzong. 7 profound swordsmanship. The 3 of them were using the 7 profound swordsmanship. Qianzong immediately discovered that there were subtle differences in the 7 profound swordsmanship that the 3 of them used. However, this was normal. After all, there would be subtle differences when the same swordsmanship was used by different people. It was closely related to a person's body, temperament, experience, and other aspects. 1 against 3, these 3 people's divine image bodies were more solid than Qianzong's, and their divine image powers were stronger than Qianzong's. Moreover, each of them was powerful and had extraordinary swordsmanship. After all, they had entered the divine image secret realm earlier than Qianzong. Moreover, they could enter the divine image secret realm, which meant that they were at the top level among the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect. However, Qianzong's swordsmanship was even more extraordinary. The combination of 2 great Tao powers made Qianzong's strength not inferior to his opponent's. With the Milky Way sword in hand, his attack power was even stronger. Even if it was 1 against 3, he was still able to handle it with ease. An intense battle. The battle was extremely intense. The 3 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect became more and more surprised and terrified as they fought. This person's swordsmanship was actually so superb. It was unbelievable that a disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court's swordsmanship was superior to their 7 profound sword sect's disciples. The reason they could recognize Qianzong's identity was because Qianzong had used the 9 heavens mixed killing technique. That was the supreme secret technique of the 9 heavens imperial court. Those who weren't from the 9 heavens imperial court were not qualified to cultivate it. The 7 profound sword technique couldn't do anything to Qianzong, so the 3 of them immediately used the powerful 9 heavens Ao Wu. The 3 sword lights instantly shattered the vacuum and were about to shatter Qianzong's divine image body. The foundation of the 7 profound sword sect was the 7 profound sword technique, and the profound martial arts that came after were also of the same origin. The people of the 7 profound sword sect would all cultivate those profound martial arts, and they would rarely create their own profound martial arts. Even if they did create their own profound martial arts, it would be for the sake of improving their own foundation. Then, they would integrate their comprehension into the profound martial arts inheritance of the 7 profound sword sect, and increase their profound martial arts level and realm. One must know that the Seven Profound Sword sect had existed for countless years. The Seven Profound Sword technique and the Ao Wu of the same origin had been perfected and improved over countless years, becoming more and more astonishing. Qianzong also used the Ao Wu to fight. The Heart Sword technique alone was not enough to resist the Ao Wu. Sword light surged and sword chi shot out violently, splitting the surroundings and leaving behind shocking sword scars. The more the three Seven Profound Sword sect disciples fought, the more shocked they became. The three of them joined forces, but they could not do anything to the opponent. On the contrary, the opponent's counterattack made them feel threatened. Qianzong used the Ao Wu and the Heart Sword technique at the same time. Unknowingly, the three Seven Profound Sword sect disciples moved closer to each other. Qianzong's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his sword high and a deep blue color surged like a tide, surging endlessly on the sword. Heavenly river overturn, the sword light was like a heavenly river pouring down in torrents. Its power was boundless and endless, as if it could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Coincidentally, the three Seven Profound Sword sect disciples were in the same line and were immediately cut down. Even if the three of them burst out with their full strength, it was still difficult to resist. The first divine image body was destroyed, the second and third were sent flying. Especially the second, his divine image body was half destroyed. Although the third was not destroyed, his divine image body was weakened by several times. Graceful lightning, since he wanted to kill, then he would kill thoroughly. Qianzong did not hesitate and attacked again. The sword light turned into lightning and swept across the sky. After 3 consecutive kills, Qianzong obtained 3 more godly phantoms essences and immediately refined them, causing his godly phantoms to become more solid. As expected, refining and absorbing the godly phantoms of cultivators has the best effect. Qianzong finally confirmed it. However, Qianzong did not plan to transform into an evil spirit and hunt down cultivators' godly phantoms. It was not in line with his nature. I wonder if I can hunt down a mid-level soldier phantoms with my current strength. The fallen heavenly river was a 10th level Ao Wu. Although it could not be enhanced by the 9-fold mixed killing secret technique, it was still very powerful. If he could hunt down a mid-level soldier phantoms and obtain their godly phantoms essences, it would be more beneficial and efficient for him to refine his godly phantoms. Perhaps he could break through his limit and step into the low extremity in a shorter time. However, it was a pity that he could only enter the most basic mortal realm in the divine image secret realm. Within the mortal realm, the godly phantoms were all low-level and could not reach the mid-level. A 90-foot godly phantoms could enter the mortal realm of the divine image secret realm. A 10-foot godly phantoms could not enter the mortal realm and could only enter the low extremity of the divine image secret realm. Otherwise, Wu Yuan of the Seven Profound Sword sect might ask his senior brother who had broken through his limit to avenge him. In the weapon tomb, Qianzong continued to look for soldier phantoms to hunt. After the 3 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect returned to their bodies, they were furious and immediately left their cave abodes to look for their other senior brothers. How dare you kill the disciples of my Seven Profound Sword sect just by relying on the divine image heavenly sword? A woman with long hair like a waterfall had a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, an extremely shocking aura spread out from her body. The aura was like a sword, emitting an extremely cold sharpness. It filled the surroundings and cut through everything. The disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect who were standing not far away trembled uncontrollably with a horrified expression. She was even stronger, senior sister Xueji was even stronger. Her sword intent was extremely cold and sharp. In front of her, they could not resist at all. It was as if they would be killed with just a thought. The few of you, go and ask junior brother Haoming to help. Senior sister Xueji's eyes flashed coldly as she said to the 3 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect. Yes, senior sister. The 3 of them replied respectfully. They all knew that it was impossible to ask senior sister Xueji to take revenge. It was not that she was unwilling, but that she could not enter the mortal plane of the divine aspect secret realm. Senior sister Xueji was now a cultivator of the high plane. When she entered the divine aspect secret realm, she would directly enter the high plane. Their goal was to get senior sister Snow Pole to speak up and get senior brother Haoming to take action. Senior brother Haoming was the strongest expert in the seven profound sword sect beneath the divine phenomenon realm. His seven profound sword technique had been deduced to the level of Grand Dao sword techniques, and his strength was terrifying to the extreme. With senior brother Haoming making a move, that Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple was dead meat. As for directly heading to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to find trouble with that person, that was impossible. First of all, Sword Cloud's continent was quite far from Heaven Continent. Even with the speed of a 5th-level cultivator, it would take a few years to reach there. Of course, a 6th-level cultivator could reach there in a short time. However, a 6th-level cultivator was a sect guardian in the Seven Profound Sword sect. How could they show up just because of some conflicts in the Divine Aspect secret realm? That would be too embarrassing. Even a 5th-level cultivator would not show up because of this. Second of all, each faction had an invisible rule that all conflicts and grudges within the Divine Aspect secret realm were within the Divine Aspect secret realm. They had to be resolved within the Divine Aspect secret realm and could not be spread outside. After all, death within the Divine Aspect secret realm was not a true death. The loss was not too great and could be recovered. However, death in a conflict outside the Divine Aspect secret realm was a true death that could not be undone. Another point was that if the conflicts within the Divine Aspect secret realm were to spread outside the Divine Aspect secret realm, it would only be mocked and made people feel that they could not afford to lose. Outside the Nine Heavens gathering place in the Divine Aspect secret realm, an invisible door seemed to be opened. Streaks of light fell and quickly condensed into a physical body. Divine Aspect body, there were as many as 5 Divine Aspect bodies. Each of them was very solid as if they were real bodies of flesh and blood. It was obvious that they had condensed to the limit of a 90-meter-tall Divine Aspect and were only a step away from breaking through. However, that line had blocked countless people since ancient times, causing them to be unable to break through the limit and take that step. Senior brother Haoming, according to the 3 junior brothers, the people from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court should be in the Tomb of Weapons. Let's go to the Tomb of Weapons. The leader was cold and stern, and even his voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a step forward and turned into a streak of light. He was very fast and headed in the direction of the Tomb of Weapons. Not long after, the 5 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect arrived at the Tomb of Weapons. They quickly stepped into it and spread out to search for Qianzong's whereabouts. Unfortunately, after searching the Tomb of Weapons, they did not find Qianzong's whereabouts. Senior brother Haoming, I didn't find that person. I didn't find him either. I didn't find him either. Haoming himself did not find him either. In the entire Tomb of Weapons, other than the core area, we have searched all the other places. The person that the 3 junior brothers mentioned is not there. The most central area was often the most dangerous place. Up until now, it had been proven countless times that entering the most central area of the gathering grounds of deities, the probability of death was as high as 100%. Even if one didn't die, it was impossible to stay inside. This was because not only were large amounts of deity images of the heavens residing in the core region, due to certain reasons, the deity images of the heavens there were even more powerful, surpassing their original strength by half a level. However, the divine aspect essence obtained from killing the divine aspects would not be better. Therefore, no one was willing to enter the core area to kill the divine aspects of the divine aspect gathering grounds. Investigate. A cold light flickered in Haoming's eyes. He was originally cultivating to break through the limit of the divine aspect and reach the supreme boundary. However, because of senior sister Shuiji's words, he had to come out of seclusion. He was filled with killing intent toward the Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciple. He originally planned to enter the divine aspect secret realm and kill the disciple before leaving to continue his seclusion. He did not expect to find nothing. Yes. The other 4 Seven Mystery Sword sect disciples immediately responded. The 5 of them quickly left the Tomb of Weapons and returned to the gathering place of the Nine Heavens to find Qianzong. Unfortunately, Qianzong's time in the divine aspect secret realm was up. Just as they entered, he left the divine aspect secret realm and returned to his original body. After Qianzong returned to his original body, he felt that his primordial spirit dharma was filled with power. The power did not directly increase his overall strength, but it gave Qianzong a strange feeling. It was as if he was approaching a critical point. In addition, the divine aspect heavenly sword had also entered his primordial spirit dharma. However, outside the divine aspect secret realm, although the divine aspect heavenly sword could be taken out, it could not release any power. Let's meditate first, Chenzong thought. He had two divine aspects, the qi refining divine aspect and the body refining divine aspect. Now, he needed time to enter the qi refining divine aspect again. However, he could enter the body refining divine aspect now, but Chenzong planned to meditate on everything he had gained in the divine aspect secret realm first. The divine aspect secret realm was not only a place to obtain the essence of the divine aspect to break through the limit, but it was also an excellent place to train. In the Tomb of Weapons, Chenzong had fought with the divine aspects again and again. More than 200 battles had given Chenzong a great battle experience, especially with the different divine aspects, which had further broadened Chenzong's horizons. In addition, there was the Seven Mystery Sword technique of the Seven Mystery Sword sect. It was a superb sword technique. Although the disciples of the Seven Mystery Sword sect had not deduced it to the level of the Great Path sword technique, Chenzong had observed some of its mysteries. Finally, there was the divine aspect heavenly sword. The divine aspect heavenly sword itself had extraordinary power. It was naturally formed and contained mysteries. It was also worth studying. Because of this, Chenzong did not enter the divine aspect secret realm immediately. He went into seclusion and meditated. Once again, he spent quite a bit of time comprehending. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Inside the Heartsword Palace's seclusion room, the 9 sword patterns that were so condensed that they seemed to be solid spread out between Chenzong's eyebrows. They released an astonishing sharpness as if they could tear through everything and penetrate everything. Wisps of sword chi spread out in all directions as if they were cutting the void around them. His long hair swayed without wind. Every strand of hair seemed to be affected by the sword chi and became sharp. They seemed to be able to penetrate steel and contain terrifying power. If such strands of hair were placed in the original void, they would be treasures sought after by many cultivators below the mighty prowess realm and even those in the Tao manipulation realm. The sword chi kept drifting, condensing, and accumulating. It became more and more intense and powerful. It filled the secret realm as if it was turning into a sword chi domain. The power of the sword chi was enough to tear a second realm cultivator apart and turn them into dust. Ordinary third realm cultivators would be injured or even killed in it. The thousands of sword chi became more and more intense. In the end, as if all the swords had returned to their master, they actually shot out together as cold light shot out from Chenzong's eyes. They seemed to want to pierce through Chenzong and went straight for the space between Chenzong's eyebrows. However, the thousands of sword chi did not pierce through the space between Chenzong's eyebrows. Instead, they gathered there and turned into a peerless sword. With a sudden slash, another sword mark appeared between Chenzong's eyebrows. Immediately after, the peerless sword pierced forward and merged into the faint sword mark inch by inch. As the sword pierced in, the sword mark became clearer and clearer. The sharpness and aura that it emitted also became more and more intense. When the sword completely pierced into the sword mark had also condensed to a certain extent and appeared between Chenzong's eyebrows. Sword pattern, it was another sword pattern. In fact, it was the 10th sword pattern. There were 9 sword patterns. The 10th pattern represented breaking through the limit and stepping into the pinnacle level. It was the lesser ultimate sword pattern. Although it was not completely condensed to the maximum, Chenzong could still feel the shocking power contained in it. The power of the lesser ultimate level is indeed very strong. Chenzong could not help but be secretly shocked. As expected, the power of breaking through the limit was not to be underestimated. Since I've already broken through the limit and successfully condensed the 10th sword pattern, I have to continue condensing the sword pattern to be able to unleash the power that it should have. Chenzong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. Besides, Ao Wu also needs to comprehend further. Perhaps there's a chance of breaking through the limit. In the gathering place of the 9 clouds cultivators in the celestial image secret world, outside the 9 heavens pavilion, many celestial images with swords on their backs stood there, blocking the entrance of the 9 heavens pavilion. Their sharp and cold auras mixed together and filled the area. It was terrifying even from a distance. Aren't those the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect? Some people who had entered the Divine Image secret realm again after a period of time were astonished when they saw this scene. Why are the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect outside the Nine Heavens Pavilion? They seem to be blocking the entrance. After all, there were so many disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect. There were more than 30 of them. It was definitely unusual for such a large-scale movement. In addition, the 30 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect were filled with sword chi. They looked cold and solemn, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't seem to be guests. Instead, they seemed to be looking for trouble. No matter how bad one's eyesight was, they could still see that something was wrong. I don't know the exact reason, but it's said that a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court killed many people of the Seven Profound Sword sect and stole a godly image heavenly sword. The people of the Seven Profound Sword sect went crazy looking for him, but they couldn't find him. In the end, they were so angry that they directly blocked the entrance of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, said someone who knew the situation. It's said that during this period of time, as long as the people of the Nine Heavens Pavilion leave the pavilion, they will be killed immediately. There were a few people in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. They were all true disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. "What's wrong with the Seven Profound Sword sect?" cursed one of them. They didn't dare to go out because previously, when someone went out, he was immediately surrounded and killed by the people of the Seven Profound Sword sect. Although fighting wasn't allowed in the gathering place, it was just an agreement. Usually, the agreement was effective, but it was also very fragile. A truly effective agreement required enough strength to maintain it. However, in the gathering place of the Nine Clouds, there wasn't any powerful strength to maintain the agreement because everyone had a 90 zhang tall godly image heavenly body. Their basic strength was similar. Even if some of them were extremely strong, they couldn't represent true authority. Therefore, the Seven Profound Sword sect ignored the agreement. Even if others were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Seven Profound Sword sect was the strongest force in the Nine Firmaments universe. The other 8 overlord forces couldn't fight it one-on-one. As for now, it was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court that was killed, and it wasn't a member of another power that was killed, so they naturally didn't want to pay any attention to it. If they were to make an appearance and offend the Seven Profound Sword sect, it wouldn't be of any benefit. After all, it wasn't a dispute of benefits, and it was only a dispute of personal feelings. There were only 50 people from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court who could enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, and only 30 people who could enter the Mortal Realm. However, there were more than 100 people from the Seven Profound Sword sect who could enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, and more than 50 people who could enter the Mortal Realm. Currently, there were over 30 disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect gathered outside the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Even if all 30 disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were to gather together, their numbers would still be incomparable. Moreover, almost 10 disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had been killed by the Seven Profound Sword sect, so they wouldn't be able to enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm for a short period of time. At the entrance of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, a Divine Aspect body appeared. It was a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, he didn't walk out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Instead, he stood at the entrance and stared at the disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect. "What is your Seven Profound Sword sect trying to do?" This disciple was Xianxia, a prodigy from the primordial clan who was ranked 23rd on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking. Ask the person who dared to kill and steal the treasure to come out. Ask him to kneel down and apologize, offer up the Divine Aspect Heavenly Sword, and let the 4 junior brothers of our sect kill him once. "This will be settled," Hao Ming said unhurriedly. His expression was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered incessantly as though they could see through everything. "Impossible." Xianxia's expression changed abruptly. This condition was too harsh. Kneel down and apologize, offer up the treasure, and be killed a few times. How humiliating was that? Although death in the Divine Aspect Secret Realm wouldn't be a true death, and they would only lose a strand of Divine Aspect essence that could be replenished later, this method was a form of humiliation. It would undoubtedly destroy a prodigy. Having one's will destroyed and humiliated was even more terrifying than death. It had to be said that the seven profound sword sect's condition was too harsh. Even the surrounding onlookers were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. This condition clearly showed that they didn't want to reconcile. Impossible? Then let's continue. The people of my seven profound sword sect aren't that easy to kill. The treasures of my seven profound sword sect aren't that easy to steal. Hao Ming's expression became colder because he had already wasted a lot of time on this matter. The more time he wasted, the angrier he became. The angrier he was, the stronger his killing intent became. As long as I'm here, you people of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court won't be able to leave the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The 30 over disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect had condensed their divine aspect bodies to the limit of 90 feet. The next step was to break through the limit and step into the minor extreme realm. Therefore, even if they didn't go out to hunt divine aspects, it wouldn't be much of a hindrance. They could spare some time to let the people of the Nine Heavens universe know how foolish it was to make an enemy out of the Seven Profound Sword sect. Even if they had to waste some time and energy, they still had to do it. Only by doing so could the people of the world revere the Seven Profound Sword sect. But then again, the Seven Profound Sword sect had always done things this way since ancient times, so there was nothing strange about it. Seeing that the reconciliation couldn't be reconciled, Sani retreated. What should we do? A disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court frowned. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Now, we can only ask Qinzong to deal with it himself. What do you mean? Do we really have to do as the people of the Seven Profound Sword sect said? If we do that, our Nine Heavens Imperial Court will lose all face. Tell Qinzong that it's not that we want him to do that, but this matter is related to him, so we have to let him know what to do. It's up to him to decide what to do. Soon, the matter came to a conclusion. The Heartsword Palace welcomed an unprecedented guest. Origin Clan Sani. Qinzong was secretly amazed. Sani was ranked 23rd on the Heavenly General ranking. He was very powerful and had astonishing combat strength. Moreover, he was a prodigy of the Origin clan and had never crossed paths with Qinzong. Why did he suddenly pay a visit? Although he didn't understand, since he had come to visit, Qinzong naturally wouldn't be rude. Greetings, senior brother Sani. Qinzong saluted with his sword. Junior brother Qinzong, make a long story short. Sani smiled. He didn't have any intention of exchanging pleasantries and directly explained the matter. Qinzong couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect that killing a few disciples of the Seven Profound Sword sect would cause such a thing to happen. It was normal for life and death in the battle in the divine aspect secret realm. It was a little too much for the Seven Profound Sword sect to make such a big fuss. Of course, no one knew that the Seven Profound Sword sect actually didn't make such a big fuss at the beginning, and it was only because Hao Ming had wasted a few years of time that it caused them to be slightly resentful and displeased. Moreover, they had to vent the resentment and displeasure that had accumulated in order to be able to feel carefree and unhindered, and it wouldn't affect their subsequent breakthroughs. Since he had to vent thoroughly. If his heart couldn't be carefree, then what was the point of cultivating? This was Hao Ming's path. After listening to Sanyi's words, Qinzong muttered to himself. Junior brother Qinzong, this matter is related to you, so it's up to you to decide. Sani smiled and said, to fight or to make peace, it's up to you. In other words, if Qinzong wanted to fight, then they would fight. They would gather the strength of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, enter the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, charge out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and fight to the death with the Seven Profound Sword sect. However, if they wanted to make peace, then Qinzong would have to suffer. Senior brother Sani, this matter started because of me, so I'll settle it myself. Qinzong only thought for a moment before he immediately made a decision and responded unhurriedly. Qinzong's tone was calm, and Sani couldn't figure out what Qinzong meant. However, Qinzong said that he would settle it himself, which made Sani frown and have a bad idea. Could it be that Qinzong was going to make peace? Although he was the one who would be humiliated, it was also related to the face of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Using the Divine Aspect Secret Order, Qinzong immediately chose his primordial spirit Dharma form, entered the Divine Aspect Secret Realm, and appeared in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. When he left previously, he left after entering the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Now that he returned, he would appear in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. "Chenzong, since you're here, you can handle this matter yourself." An impatient disciple glared at him and shouted. Chenzong ignored him and walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Gu Rui, who had just entered, also got up and followed Chenzong out. "Senior brother Gu, this matter started because of me, so I'll settle it." "If it can't be settled, it won't be too late for senior brother to help," Chenzong said to Gu Rui. "Okay." Gu Rui looked deeply at Chenzong and nodded. "Settle it yourself? How are you going to settle it? Go out and beg for death?" The impatient disciple was furious when he saw that Chenzong didn't respond to him and instead boasted shamelessly that he would settle it himself. Chenzong had already walked to the entrance of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. At the instant Chenzong appeared, the gazes of the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples focused over in unison. Every single gaze was like a sharp sword that was unsheathed, and it emitted an incomparably shocking sharpness. "It's him." The first 7 profound sword sect disciple, Wu Yuan, who was killed by Chenzong, immediately revealed a face full of anger and killing intent when he saw Chenzong. "That's right, it's him." The other 7 profound sword sect disciples who were killed by Chenzong also roared. In an instant, more than 37 profound sword sect disciples erupted with terrifying and direct sword chi fluctuations, mixed with blazing killing intent, and blasted towards Chenzong. Especially Hao Ming, his eyes were like swords that seemed to be able to pierce through and tear apart everything. If looks could kill, Chenzong would probably have been dismembered into 1,000 pieces by now. However, under this extremely terrifying and frightening killing intent, Chenzong's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he didn't notice it at all, or as if the extremely intense killing intent was just like a cool breeze brushing past his face. He took a step forward, stepped out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, and directly faced the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples. Sword chi and killing intent transformed into a storm that whistled and roared as it swept in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything, causing one's heart to palpitate with fear. Baidu Search 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Step by step, the 27m tall figure walked out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and walked towards the 30+7 profound sword sect disciples that had surging killing intent and sword chi that shot into the sky. The gazes of everyone were drawn over as well, and their gazes contained curiosity, bewilderment, guesses, and so on and so forth. What would he do? Although the 7 profound sword sect disciples had oppressive sword chi and surged baleful chi, and they wished for nothing more than to draw their swords and dismember Chenzong into 1,000 pieces, no one moved. They were all waiting for senior brother Hao Ming's order. "I'm the one who killed the 7 profound sword sect disciples." Chenzong walked step by step out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion and walked step by step towards the 7 profound sword sect disciples, and as he spoke, his tone was like a calm and tranquil floating cloud, like a light and agile cool breeze. "The one that seized the sword was also me." Chenzong's tone was light, but it also carried an indescribable power and rhythm. When people heard it, they couldn't help but concentrate and listen more carefully. "This matter started with me, so it will end with me." Chenzong took another step forward and continued. Immediately, many people revealed a look of sudden realization. "I thought there would be a fierce battle. I didn't expect that he's going to admit defeat." Nonsense. Although the Nine Heavens Imperial Court is very strong, there's still a gap between them and the 7 profound sword sect. Not to mention, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court is even weaker than the 7 profound sword sect in the divine aspect secret realm. Although we can't see a fierce battle, it's not bad to see a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court kneel and apologize to the 7 profound sword sect's disciples. This person is Chenzong, ranked 49th on the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking. Even if he wants to resist, he doesn't have the strength. Amidst the many secret discussions, Chenzong stopped in his tracks and faced the 7 profound sword sect's disciples without fear. "Kneel and offer the divine aspect heavenly sword." Wu Yuan took a step forward and said coldly. "Kneel and offer the divine aspect heavenly sword." The other 7 profound sword sect's disciples who died under Chenzong's sword also took a step forward. Their momentum was shocking, and their sword auras surged. What will he do? Under everyone's gaze, Chenzong's lips curled into a smile. "I think you've misunderstood something." Chen Zong had a trace of a smile on his face as he spoke unhurriedly, and his gaze swept past the faces of the 7 profound sword sect disciples. The sword is here, and so is my life. If you have the ability, then come take it yourself. The moment the last word was spoken, a shocking sword intent burst out and soared into the sky. He is, let's fight. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unexpected, it was completely out of everyone's expectations. A person that was only ranked at the 49th position on the Heavenly General rankings actually dared face the 30-plus disciples of the 7 profound sword sect by himself. Should it be said that his courage was extraordinary, or should it be said that he was ignorant? Good, now that's the backbone of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples. The short-tempered disciple instantly laughed. Gu Rui's expression remained unchanged, but there was a smile in his eyes. Although the human race wasn't considered a powerful race in the universe, the human race had the backbone of the human race. As a member of the human race and a prodigy of the Tao Alliance, he would rather die in battle than kneel and beg for mercy. Looks like you don't know who you're talking to. Hao Ming's eyes became increasingly cold, and an extremely shocking cold light shot out from his eyes as if it was going to pierce through everything. It was extremely frightening. Senior brother, let us deal with this person. Immediately, a disciple of the 7 profound sword sect volunteered. After receiving Hao Ming's approval, he instantly drew his sword, and an extremely shocking light condensed into a sword that directly pierced out. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. So fast. The 7 profound sword sect's disciples' sword technique is indeed shocking. When the surrounding people saw that sword, they were instantly astonished. Hao Ming also stared at it. Although Chen Zong had killed 4 disciples of the 7 profound sword sect, he didn't suppress them. He only killed them after a fierce battle. And the person who attacked was even stronger than the 4 that Chen Zong killed. Even if he wasn't a match for the other party, he could still put up a fight. That sword arrived in an instant, but Chen Zong didn't seem to feel it, as if he couldn't dodge it. Die. A ruthless look flashed in the eyes of the 7 profound sword sect's disciple who attacked, and the speed of his sword increased by 30% in an instant. Just as Chen Zong was about to be pierced by that sword, Chen Zong's figure flashed, and like a willow in the wind, he dodged by a hair's breadth. That sword light rushed forward and streaked past Chen Zong's ear, as if it was going to tear Chen Zong's ear apart, but it was just a hair's breadth away. The sword slashed out in an instant. It seemed to be an extremely simple sword move, but there was an indescribable profoundness to it. It was as if that seemingly simple mark had an indescribable profoundness. The sword light flashed past like a passing aurora, and the 7 profound sword sect's disciple instantly swept past Chen Zong's side and rushed forward. The divine image's body was rapidly fading, and then dissipated. Only the essence of the divine image was left behind. He's dead. Insta-kill in one strike. Those who originally thought that Chen Zong was too scared to react opened their eyes wide, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Not only were they shocked, but the 7 profound sword sect's disciples and the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's disciples were also shocked. One strike, it was just one strike, it was simply inconceivable that Chen Zong was insta-killed. Immediately after, Hao Ming's eyes shot out a terrifying murderous intent. A terrifying sword essence also exploded from his divine avatar's body. Sword runes quickly condensed, and each sword rune emitted a shocking coldness and sharpness. A total of 10 sword patterns condensed on Hao Ming's divine image's body, releasing a monstrous sword intent that was extremely shocking. As expected, it's 10 sword patterns. To be able to master the lesser extreme Tao pattern in the mortal realm of the divine image secret realm, he's indeed extraordinary. Everyone was amazed. In addition to the 10 sword patterns, 9 golden divine patterns condensed, and each golden divine pattern emitted a shocking murderous intent and sharpness. Those were the divine patterns of the great Tao of gold. Immediately, the 9 golden divine patterns merged with the 9 sword patterns, becoming 9 divine patterns that emitted an even more powerful aura with shocking power. Great Tao fusion. Chen Zong couldn't help but be secretly surprised. 10 sword patterns, that was the lesser extreme Tao that had broken through the limit, and it was extraordinary. The great Tao fusion was also extraordinary. For the heavenly human clan and the demon clan, it was relatively easier for them to fuse their great Tao. However, it was only a little, and only a few people could do it. Even if they could, most of them were only at the initial stage of the fusion. An extremely shocking aura continuously gushed out from Hao Ming's divine image's body, as if it could pierce through and shatter everything. The extremely sharp murderous intent even spread in all directions. Under the sword intent, the terrifying murderous intent directly turned into an invisible sword and rushed towards Chenzong. "You're going to die." Hao Ming's voice was extremely cold, and his murderous intent was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. The moment his voice fell, Hao Ming's divine image's body had already turned into a wisp of golden sword light and directly streaked across the sky, carrying with it an unparalleled murderous intent. This sword was many times stronger than the sword of the 7 profound sword sect disciple just now. Chenzong couldn't help but frown slightly. His eyes were focused to the extreme, and as the light flickered, his body also moved in an instant. With this move, Chenzong's sword patterns also appeared in an instant. There were a total of 10 sword patterns, and 9 of them merged with the 9 divine patterns of the Tao of Heart. The sharpness contained an indescribable spirit. 10 sword patterns, Great Tao Fusion. Is this person really ranked 49th on the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking? If he's really only ranked 49th, the strength of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's Heavenly General ranking is too shocking. The spectators were all shocked. Everyone in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was the same. They were all very surprised. They never thought that Chenzong would have such strength. The golden sword light was extremely sharp and pierced through the air in an instant, as if it was going to tear everything apart. An unparalleled murderous intent erupted from it. In an instant, it was going to completely kill Chenzong and cut his divine image's body into pieces. However, wherever the golden sword light passed, Chenzong's divine image's body was like an illusion. It dodged in an instant and seemed to pass by. In an instant, the sword technique counterattacked. Heart sword technique, 7 profound sword technique. Hao Ming's 7 profound sword technique had been deduced to the level of Great Tao sword technique. Like Chenzong's heart sword technique, it was also at the beginner level. The 2 balls of sword light were incomparably dazzling and constantly collided. Under the golden sword light, they condensed into sword rings. Each golden sword ring was filled with an astonishing chill and sharpness. It was full of a murderous aura. Not only did it constantly oppress the center, but it also had a terrifying lethality. It brought a strong threat to Chenzong. Chenzong exerted the heart sword technique to the extreme, but he could clearly feel that his opponent's 7 profound sword technique was much more brilliant than the 7 profound sword sect disciples he had killed before. That was the difference between the realms. Facing Hao Ming, who was full of killing intent, Chenzong was not the slightest bit afraid. On the contrary, he was only pleasantly surprised. Only a powerful opponent could further stimulate one's potential and allow one to further excavate one's potential, break through one's limits, and improve to a stronger and higher level. This Hao Ming was undoubtedly a very good opponent, a whetstone for his sword. The power that burst out from the collision of the sword lights was extremely shocking. Countless sparks sputtered out, and every strand of sparks contained peerless power that made it impossible for others to approach. Even if the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect wanted to help, they couldn't find a chance to make a move. Gu Rui's eyes were fixed on Chenzong. Once Chenzong was in a situation where he could not defeat him, he might help. However, under his gaze, Chenzong did not show any signs of falling into a disadvantageous position. He was completely capable of contending with Hao Ming. Who was Hao Ming? Whether it was in the Divine Image secret realm or the 9th Heaven universe, Hao Ming was very famous. He was a top expert at the Divine General realm. His swordsmanship was very terrifying. Even Gu Rui was not sure if he could defeat him. Every sword light contained an extremely terrifying power that could kill everything in its path. However, gradually, Hao Ming found that his opponent seemed to be getting calmer. His swordsmanship seemed to be improving. However, that was not the case. It was Chenzong who gradually understood the mysteries of Hao Ming's swordsmanship and gradually took control of the rhythm. Burst. Sensing this, Hao Ming did not hesitate to burst out and displayed the tyrannical 7 profound Ao Wu. Impossible. How can senior brother Hao Ming be at a disadvantage? Although the disciples of the 7 profound sword sect were not as strong as Hao Ming and Chenzong, they had good eyesight. The sword light flickered and was extremely dazzling. It was like a ray of light piercing through the clouds. The might of this sword was enough to make people feel extremely shocked. It was a top 9th order AO Wu. Chenzong did not hesitate and slashed down with his sword. The sword energy was dark green and extremely domineering. Divine Wind Slash, Chenzong began to gain the upper hand in the battle of swordsmanship. Hao Ming also realized this and made a prompt decision to not give Chenzong a chance to suppress him. He decisively used the AO Wu and wanted to win with the AO Wu. The sword light of the second sword flashed. In an instant, it turned into specks of spinning starlight, like twinkling stars. Every speck of starlight and every star was formed by a strand of sword chi, containing an incomparably shocking sharpness. In an instant, it broke through the air and attacked. The sword energy was vast and mighty like stars, drowning Chenzong. This sword had already surpassed the 9th level of profound martial arts. It had stepped into the 10th level and was known as the low extreme profound martial arts. It was not without reason that Hao Ming could dominate the 7 profound sword sect. Apart from the fact that his godly image body had not broken through the limit and advanced to the low realm, his sword principle and AO Wu had truly stepped into the low realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. The deep blue sword light suddenly flickered, turning into a heavenly river that poured down in torrents. In an instant, it erupted with an extremely shocking power, as if a long river of heaven had fallen from the sky. It was mighty and shocking to the extreme. Heavenly River Collapse. When Chenzong condensed the 10th sword pattern, the power of the Heavenly River sword had also increased to a certain extent. It became even more tyrannical. The specks of stars were immediately scattered by the deep blue Heavenly River sword chi. The Heavenly River sword chi was also weakened a lot. However, there was still a part of it that rushed towards Hao Ming. The power of the Heavenly River sword chi made Hao Ming's expression turn serious. Immediately, the sword in Hao Ming's hand trembled. A ball of blazing red aura instantly erupted. It was incomparably hot and seemed to be burning in all directions. It was also a godly image heavenly sword. The sword suddenly slashed down. Vaguely, it seemed like a volcano was erupting. A blazing magma flood rushed out and blasted towards the Heavenly River sword chi. It was as if fire and water had collided, causing a heaven-shaking explosion. Countless auras blasted out, turning into shocking arcs of lightning that blasted out in all directions. The spectators could not help but retreat to avoid being caught in the shockwaves, and the ground around them continuously shattered. 7 Profound. In an instant, Hao Ming's expression became serious. The blade of the sword was red and scorching hot. The power within it was constantly being drawn out and filled the sword. His own power also poured into it in an instant. Gold and red intertwined, turning into a pure gold. The pure gold was dazzling, but it was also filled with an astonishing power. It was as if it could destroy everything. The murderous intent within it was frightening. Brother Hao Ming's. It has appeared. The disciples of the 7 profound sword sect were all excited. Soul stealing. Hao Ming's expression was extremely cold. Those 2 words were filled with a bone-chilling coldness that went straight to the bone marrow and straight to the soul. Monstrous killing intent burst out in an instant and converged in an instant. It was all integrated into the sword, causing the Heavenly River sword's Heavenly River sword to be dyed scarlet. Chenzong felt his heart palpitate for no reason. It was as if he would be pierced by the sword in the next breath and his life would be taken away. This feeling made Chenzong feel horrified. There was no time to think. Hao Ming's sword had already stabbed out. It seemed to directly pierce through space, bringing with it an unparalleled killing intent. It also seemed like the soul-stealing claws of a demon king from the depths of hell. When the sword slashed out, it caused the spectators to involuntarily tremble. Those who were not as strong as Hao Ming could not help but feel a sense of death approaching them. Even those whose strength was comparable to Hao Ming's had a solemn expression. It's a divine will attack. When the sword struck out, the soul-stealing feeling intensified in an instant. When the impact came, Chenzong immediately reacted. Hao Ming's divine will was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he would not have dared to cultivate a divine will attack. It would have been a waste of time. Unfortunately, Chenzong could see that his opponent's divine will was only at the 1st level. It had not reached the second level and derived the radiance of divine will. In just an instant, the sword struck. The power of divine will within it directly rushed into Qianzong's spirit sea and directly attacked Qianzong's spiritual will. Divine will attacks were extremely difficult to dodge. They could only be blocked. Seeing that Qianzong was hit, the corners of Hao Ming's mouth curled into a ferocious smile. His soul-stealing sword was a divine will attack. It could cause the phenomenon of death, frighten people, and damage one's divine will. However, not only did Qianzong block the sword with his sword, his expression did not change in the slightest. His divine will attack was like a stone falling into the sea, silently disappearing. Take one of my attacks too. Qianzong's eyes shone with a divine radiance. His entire body suddenly emitted a chilly aura. The aura was as cold as the cold wind at night. When people saw it, they could not help but tighten their robes, as if only by doing so would they not be invaded by the chill. A night of wind and rain in the little tower. Qianzong's voice rang out at the same time. At that moment, everyone seemed to see a scholar reciting an ancient poem with one hand behind his back and the other holding a scroll. The artistic conception was extraordinary. As the voice fell, Qianzong's sword, which carried a deep blue and transparent radiance, instantly pierced through the air. The sword radiance unfolded like a picture scroll. In the darkness, a small tower seemed to be faintly visible. In the night wind blew and drizzled. Hao Ming's expression could not help but change. This was also a divine will attack, and it seemed to be even stronger than his own. Unable to dodge, Hao Ming immediately circulated his divine will to resist, but in that instant, his divine will was actually suppressed, and he was forced to retreat step by step. In the next breath, Hao Ming felt everything in front of him becoming blurry. It was as if he saw a small building in the darkness of the night. Outside that building, the night wind was chilly, and the drizzle was chilly. Oh no! Hao Ming instantly knew that he had been hit. His opponent's divine will attack was stronger than he had imagined. His divine will erupted in an instant. This kind of outburst was an overdraft. It was an outburst that would cause some damage to his divine will. However, this was the only way to get rid of this effect in an instant. As expected, when Hao Ming recovered in an instant, Qianzong's sword came for him again. The sword radiance was extremely fast. Retreat, dodge, swing the sword. Hao Ming was still hit by the sword. One of his divine image's arms was cut off. Set up the formation. Hao Ming's expression changed greatly. He did not stop at all and continued to retreat at high speed. At the same time, he roared at the top of his lungs. The 30 or so seven profound sword sect disciples who were originally in a state of shock immediately woke up. As if by instinct, they moved their feet in an instant and walked out of a strange position. In just an instant, they surrounded Qianzong. It just so happened that there were 36 seven profound sword sect disciples aside from Hao Ming. 36 divine images were scattered around and each of them had their own positions. It seemed a little chaotic, but there was also an indescribable wonder. Shortly after, the divine images of the 36 seven profound sword sect disciples quickly moved. With long swords in their hands, they attacked with sword after sword. Sword radiance intertwined. They were all using the seven profound sword technique. Every sword seemed to be aimed at Qianzong, but also seemed to not be aimed at Qianzong. The sword radiance constantly intertwined, forming sword rings. These sword rings were also intertwining and fusing with each other, forming a bigger and stronger sword ring. That is, 7 profound dragon lock formation. It's actually the 7 profound sword sect's 7 profound dragon lock formation. Apart from Hao Ming, there are 36 other disciples. As expected, the 7 profound sword sect came prepared. The 7 profound dragon lock formation requires 36 people with the same cultivation base to activate. The 7 profound sword sect had no intention of reconciling from the beginning. On the side of the 9 heavens imperial court, each and every one of them had an extremely solemn expression. Guru's expression was solemn as he stared at Qianzong, who was trapped in the 7 profound dragon lock formation and was being attacked by sword rings. Shortly after, he clenched his fists and the forearms of his divine image body swelled up in an instant. Especially his 10 fingers and palms, they were filled with a strong bronze color, as if they had turned into bronze palms. They were filled with an astonishing aura of power and had an indestructible and heavy divine might. Boom, Gu Rui made his move in an instant. His fist tore through the air, as if a meteorite was bombarding from the sky. It carried a terrifying might that could destroy everything and directly blasted towards one of the 7 profound sword sect disciples. The power of this fist was extremely terrifying, but when it arrived, only a sword ring flew through the air and directly blasted towards Gu Rui's fist. It wrapped around Gu Rui's arm and rapidly shrunk, as if it wanted to wrap around Gu Rui's arm. Gu Rui's other fist also shattered. After shattering the sword ring, his fists became berserk, like a storm, continuous and unending, directly transforming into a long river of fist energy that surged endlessly. It was mighty and incomparably violent, like a flood that broke through a dam, unstoppable. Boom! 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 The 7 profound sword sect disciples had no choice but to control the sword rings to break through the air and attack to resist Gu Rui's attack. Hao Ming, however, did not make a move. The impact of the divine intent explosion just now was very strong on him, and he would feel weak for a short period of time. Moreover, the severed arm of his divine image body also affected his strength. Although it could be regenerated, it would consume the essence of his strength, causing his strength to be slightly weakened. All in all, Hao Ming's strength had decreased a lot now. At most, it was only 50% of his peak. Attack, Sani immediately shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, several 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciples erupted one after another, directly releasing tyrannical power to attack the 7 profound Dragonlock formation. Although Qianzong said that he would settle this battle, it would be fine if they were not here. However, they were all here. Seeing that Qianzong had fallen into the 7 profound sword sect's 7 profound Dragonlock formation and was already at a disadvantage, if they still did not make a move, Qianzong would very likely be killed. Death here was not real death, but it was also not a good thing. If word got out, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Whether it was for the sake of the prestige of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court or for the sake of being disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, they had to make a move. Otherwise, they would only be laughed at. Baidu search Xing81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Qianzong was surrounded by the endless sword rings of the Cyclone Dragonlock formation. He had to bear the attacks of the sword rings. Each sword ring was the amalgamation of many sword rings. Each sword ring possessed astonishing power, giving off a feeling of indestructibility. The sword rings carried an astonishing binding power. 7 profound swordsmanship. 36 disciples of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect formed a formation and performed the 7 profound swordsmanship. The combination of the profundity and power of the 7 profound swordsmanship became even more amazing. Qianzong performed the heart swordsmanship to the extreme. He grasped everything around him and became clearer. However, because his perception became clearer, the feeling of being bound and oppressed became more obvious. It was as if there were enemies in all directions. In the formation, Qianzong could not see the disciples of the 7 profound swordsmanship sect at all. All he could see were the sword rings. The sword rings condensed from the 7 profound swordsmanship emitted dazzling light and filled the surroundings as if they were endless. Qianzong felt as if he was trapped and could only struggle continuously. This struggle was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be bound and suppressed. However, not long after, Qianzong felt that the attacking pressure had weakened a little. Although he did not know why, he knew that this was his chance to break the formation. Outside the formation, Hao Ming did not make a move, but his face was cold. The power of the 7 profound Dragonlock formation was extraordinary and extremely mysterious. It was not so easy to break it. Even if someone attacked from the outside, it was extremely difficult to break it unless they were extremely strong. However, looking at the disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, although their strength was not weak, it was still difficult to compare with him. With such strength, it was still difficult to break the 7 profound Dragonlock formation. In this way, the person in the formation would be bound and would be at the mercy of others. Hao Ming even thought that he would bind him, capture him alive, and torture him ruthlessly. Only then would the hatred in his heart be relieved. Even though Gu Rui and the other disciples of the 9 Heaven Imperial Court took action and dispersed a portion of the 7 profound Dragonlock formation's power, Zhong was still the main one bearing the brunt of it. Within it, he was still bearing an extremely strong pressure. The dazzling sword ring seemed to be endless, constantly attacking from all directions. It was like a long river surging endlessly, like a violent wind blowing endlessly. There was no end to it, as if it would continue until the end of time. Zhong's strength was limited. At first, he could still resist, but as time went on, it became more and more difficult to resist. All of a sudden, a sword ring appeared and wrapped itself around Zhong's left arm. It shrouded Zhong's left arm and contracted in an instant, as if it was going to cut off Zhong's left arm. Explosive power, his sword also arrived in an instant. His swordsmanship was like a dragon, and its power was tyrannical. It immediately shattered the sword ring. But more sword rings bombarded, making Zhong feel flustered for a moment. There were too many, too dense, endless, and endless. Although the heart swordsmanship could sense the surroundings and grasp their trajectories, when the number and power reached a certain level, it would still have a serious impact. This had already exceeded the control level of the entry-level heart swordsmanship. Even so, Zhong was not discouraged. Instead, he was tenacious and unyielding, constantly waving his sword and performing the heart swordsmanship. The heart swordsmanship was fully operated and would not be affected. This allowed Zhong to better resist the sword rings. This sword should be like this. This sword should be like this. Even though he was at a disadvantage and resisting was very difficult, he did not give up. Instead, he kept resisting and using this to hone himself. Everything could be honed, but even so, Zhong felt tired. His strength was constantly being consumed, and so was his mental strength. He became more and more exhausted. That kind of exhaustion went straight to the depths of his spirit. A sense of powerlessness gradually spread and swept over him like a tide. Zhong felt like a dehydrated fish, about to suffocate. It was extremely uncomfortable. Give up. You're so tired. It's just a futile struggle. It was as if there was a voice from the depths of his heart. It sounded like a sigh of vicissitudes. Give up. Don't fight anymore. It's useless. Give up. Have a good rest. Give up. A voice with vicissitudes of life constantly sounded from the depths of Zhong's heart. The voice was faintly discernible and intermittent, as if it came from the endless void. It seemed to float into Zhong's ears from the outside, but it also seemed to ring directly in his ears. For a moment, Zhong could not tell whether it came from the outside or from the inside. However, Zhong could clearly tell that the voice clearly came from the bottom of his heart. It was a voice that came from the depths of his heart. When he listened carefully, it was clearly his own voice. It was as if he could no longer hold on in the depths of his heart and was advising himself to give up, to not resist, to not struggle. It was all in vain and a waste of energy. You want me to give up? It's absolutely impossible. Zhong did not speak, but responded to the voice that kept telling him to give up with his thoughts. Give up. It's just a futile struggle. The voice continued to sound. Zhong knew very well that it was not a voice from the outside world, but a voice that truly belonged to him. It was because the pressure from the outside world was too strong, and it caused him to be too tired. It was similar to the existence of an inner demon. If he obeyed it, he would relax, but he would also be bound and captured alive. If he did not obey, he might be exhausted because of it. In serious cases, he might even die because of it. That kind of death was not the death of the body of the divine form, but the death of his consciousness. It was a real death. However, Zhong did not hesitate at all. Without any consideration, he eliminated the former and chose the latter. All along the way, Zhong had faced countless difficulties, hardships, and setbacks. He'd faced countless life and death situations, yet he'd never given up. He'd never even had the thought of giving up. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. His heart was so firm this time. An indescribable sharpness grew in his heart. Like a peerless divine sword, it slashed out and directly obliterated all the bewitching voices into nothingness. The moment the voices were obliterated, the sword also seemed to have cut through something. Vaguely, Zhong seemed to hear a cracking sound, as if something had broken. As the cracking sound rang out, waves of enlightenment surged into his heart and spread out. In an instant, the 10th divine mark of the way of the heart also condensed. As soon as the 10th divine mark of the way of the heart was condensed, it rapidly condensed at an astonishing speed. It was almost tangible, and the aura that spread out became even more mysterious and powerful. Then, the 10th divine mark of the way of the heart and the 10th sword mark approached each other and fused together. Its power increased explosively again. At the same time, Qianzong felt that his heart sword technique had also improved. It had broken through that boundary. Small success, the heart sword technique had improved from the beginner level to the small success level. The feeling of controlling the surroundings more than doubled in an instant. Vaguely, Qianzong felt as if he could control the surroundings. In the past, the feeling of control was just a pure feeling. In fact, it was an illusion because his perception of the surroundings had become clearer. But now, Qianzong knew that it was not an illusion. It seemed that he could really affect the surroundings. Using his sword technique and the heart sword technique to guide, he caused the surroundings to be affected by his sword technique and move according to his will. Of course, it was very subtle. Qianzong swung his sword. Instantly, the trajectory of one of the sword rings shifted slightly. That slight shift seemed to be extremely slight, like the slight flapping of a butterfly's wings that brought about an imperceptible breeze. However, that gust of wind was able to unleash an extraordinary power. At that moment, Qianzong felt that he was playing chess. The swordsmanship was the player, the sword rings were the chess pieces, and his heart was the way of chess. At first, Qianzong felt that it was very difficult. But as he worked hard, he gradually affected the sword rings around him. The sword rings seemed to be endless and kept attacking, but they could no longer pose a strong threat to Qianzong like before. Gradually, Qianzong felt that he could move freely. It was as if he could control the world. The sword rings were like chess pieces. They were shifted by his swordsmanship and swept past him. They could not hit him. Qianzong even thought about whether he could affect the sword rings around him more strongly and make them consume each other. But he found that it was difficult to do. With his current level of swordsmanship, it was still difficult to do. He always felt that his power was not enough. Qianzong knew that it was because his level of swordsmanship was not enough. But it did not matter. As long as he continued to practice, he would reach that level sooner or later. As for now, although he could not make the sword rings cancel each other out, it was enough to affect them. The sword rings could not really hit him, and their threat was reduced several times. While performing the heart swordsmanship of the small success realm, Qianzong looked for flaws. When the heart swordsmanship reached the small success realm, the way of the heart and the way of the sword were both at the low realm. After the fusion, the power of Qianzong's sword was even more powerful. If the heart sword technique at the entry level could be said to have the power of a rank 1 profound martial art, then the heart sword technique at the small success level could be said to have the power of a rank 2 profound martial art. Every sword had the power of a second-order Ao Wu, but the power consumed was only at the level of an ordinary swordsmanship. It was undoubtedly amazing. With the heart swordsmanship of the small success realm and the heart sutra, Qianzong gradually created flaws. The fall of the heavenly river, the moment the flaws appeared, Qianzong broke out with his strongest sword. The deep blue sword light turned into the water of the heavenly river, as if pouring down from the sky. It was so mighty that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was unparalleled and invincible. Now, Qianzong had 2 moves of the 10th order Ao Wu. One was the fall of the heavenly river that came with the heavenly river sword, and the other was a sword attack of divine will that he created himself. It was originally called Hymn of the Wind, but after Qianzong completely digested what he had learned from the Small Way Manual, he upgraded it to the 10th order Ao Wu level and renamed it Hymn of the Wind and Rain in the Pavilion, which suited his experience in the Small Way Manual. In the current situation, Hymn of the Wind and Rain in the Pavilion was obviously not suitable. The fall of the heavenly river was more suitable, and its frontal power was stronger. End of chapter 2492. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.